This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1: Entering the Game. Dear Sir, first of all, please accept my sincere blessings. Please stop for a moment and look at this cosmetic in my hand. This is the latest research and development of my company. It can remove spots and wrinkles, whiten and moisturize the skin. It is made with 9,981 processes. You deserve it. This is the promotional page. Take a look. Get lost. Okay. Song Jian picked up the promotional page that the man had thrown on the ground, shook it twice, and walked towards the next passerby with an expressionless face. After graduation, I worked in sales for more than a month. I didn't make much money. The only thing I gained was that I became much thicker skinned. Madam, first of all, please accept my sincere blessing. This is my company. Song Jian had a polite smile on his face. He walked towards the next passerby in the endless stream of people. Just then, a man with a tuft of green hair on his forehead looked at Song Jian, who was trying hard to hand out flyers, curled his lips, quietly walked up, patted his shoulder from behind and shouted, "Hey, Xiao Jian, haven't you finished handing out flyers yet?" Song Jian turned his head and saw that it was a colleague of his named Xiao Yu. He joined the company at the same time as him. They were both newcomers. On the surface, the two had a good relationship. Sweeping Xiao Yu's empty hands, Song Jian raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise, "Have you distributed all the flyers?" When they first joined the company, the task of new employees was to distribute flyers. Each person had to distribute at least 3,000 flyers a day. It had only been half an hour, but Xiao Yu had actually distributed all the flyers, which surprised Song Jian. Xiao Yu blew a strand of hair in front of his forehead and said with a relaxed look, "Just now I happened to meet a rag collector who insisted on helping me distribute them. I had no choice but to give them all to him. He also gave me $5. Song Jian, your operation is really suffocating. Distributing flyers is actually accumulating customer resources. Although it is hard work, opportunities are often obtained in this way." However, after more than a month of getting along, Song Jian also found that Xiao Yu's family conditions were good. He probably came to work because he was bored. His attitude at work was not very positive. He spent money lavishly and liked to go to some expensive places. "Okay, Xiao Jian, you continue to distribute here. I'll go to the company's cosmetics booth in front to take a look. I heard that the company invited a lot of young ladies to dance today. Those rows of long legs." Slurp. Xiao Yu pursed his lips. His throat moved slightly, and he looked a little impatient. After taking a look at Xiao Yu's back, Song Jian shook his head slightly. Children of poor families grow up early. Children without umbrellas should run harder on rainy days. Song Jian dared not be as carefree as Xiao Yu. 3,000 flyers, each with his contact information, were written by him personally. It can be said that every flyer is a hope for Song Jian. After standing there for a while, Song Jian suddenly turned around and walked towards the company's booth. "It doesn't matter where you hand out flyers. Besides, you can appreciate them. You can also learn more about the company's products at the booth. Right? After all, there are many new products on the booth." Just after walking down a street and turning a corner, an old man with a wretched face suddenly appeared in front of Song Jian. "Young man, do you want a CD? Disc? What CD?" Song Jian frowned when he heard it. With a righteous face and contempt in his eyes, he looked at the old man and thought to himself, "What era is it now? You still sell CDs? Can you sell them? There are a lot of resources on the internet. There are dozens of GB of learning materials in my mobile phone alone. Besides, which eye of yours saw that I have such a need? I'm not the kind of person you think." Song Jian refused righteously, holding a stack of promotional brochures with a righteous face, and continued to walk forward without looking away. The sound of energetic dance and hot songs had begun to come from the front. If he didn't hurry up, he would not be able to see the company's new products. "Brother, this is the newly developed mobile game of our Tianyu game company, City of Doom. Try it. Now it's free to activate. And there's a gift pack for beginners," the wretched old man said persistently beside Song Jian. "Hand? Mobile game?" Song Jian was stunned, his face slightly red. "Yes, mobile game. You think it is?" A gleam of light flashed in the wretched old man's eyes. "Hey, I thought you were talking about the frisbee that children play." Song Jian wiped the cold sweat and said, "Oh, So, the wretched old man did not continue to ask. Took out a data cable and a USB flash drive and said, "This is the latest mobile game client developed by our company. The biggest selling point of our game is that you can get a USB flash drive for playing games. As long as you install our company's game, we will give you this 1024G USB flash drive. It's a good deal." 1024G. Song Jian couldn't help but stop. Such a large capacity USB flash drive was quite attractive. He nodded slightly and said reservedly, "It doesn't matter whether you give me a USB flash drive or not. The key is that I like playing mobile games. Is this game app fast to download and install? I have other important things to do. Don't worry. This is the latest black technology developed by our company. The download and installation speed is very fast. It only takes a few seconds." The wretched old man handed the data cable and USB flash drive forward and said, "You?" Song Jian looked at the wretched old man hesitantly. It was really the aura emanating from the other party that made people feel too unreliable. If it was a beautiful and cute girl, Song Jian would definitely take it without saying a word. But when it came to the old man in front of him, Song Jian was a little worried. "I spent $3,000 to buy this domestic mobile phone. If it gets a virus and becomes scrapped, I will be heartbroken," Song Jian thought to himself, with a hesitant look on his face, and asked, "Is this a mobile phone virus? How is it possible? We are a legitimate company. This is a legitimate USB flash drive and a legitimate mobile game." The wretched old man seemed to feel insulted. Stretched out his right hand to adjust his tie and argued, "What you said is an insult to me personally. An insult to our company. An insult to the entire mobile game industry. And an insult to... Okay. Just plug it in like this. Right?" Song Jian took the data cable and USB flash drive, took out his mobile phone, and started to connect them. "Hey, your data cable is a perfect match for my phone. I mean, is this data cable free? It should be a set with the USB flash drive." After Song Jian connected the phone, he looked up and saw that the wretched old man had disappeared. Song Jian's face changed. His heart sank, and he quickly picked up the phone to see that the screen was black. "I don't believe you. You old man are so bad." Song Jian wanted to cry, but had no tears. He pulled off the data cable and USB flash drive, threw them on the ground, and stepped on them twice. The phone was infected with a virus, and Song Jian didn't want to watch the girl dancing anymore. He wanted to repair the phone first. He went to several places to repair the phone, but there was no way to make the phone light up again. Replacing parts cost too much, and Song Jian couldn't bear it. The phone was not fixed, but the flyers still had to be distributed. Finally, before dark, Song Jian finished distributing 3,000 flyers and returned to his rental house dejectedly. He didn't even close the door, and threw himself on the bed, not wanting to move. "Damn, old man. Don't let me meet you again. I will make you look bad if I meet you." Song Jian gritted his teeth and hit the pillow twice. At this moment, the phone thrown on the table suddenly sounded the startup music, and the screen lit up. "Hey, it turned on automatically?" Song Jian jumped up from the bed, grabbed the phone and checked it carefully. Fortunately, the dozens of GB of island life and study materials I stored are still there, and all the software is fine. Song Jian checked carefully, and after confirming that the phone was not infected by the virus, he let out a long sigh. "Hey, why is there an extra client? This is the game of Doomsday City?" Song Jian looked at the extra icon on the phone and was a little surprised. Is this the mobile game that the wretched old man said? TSK. It must be a virus software. A lie. Song Jian thought about the USB flash drive that had been thrown away, and couldn't help feeling a little distressed. In fact, the USB flash drive can still be used after reformatting. I was too impulsive at the time. Song Jian curled his lips. The game icon was a city that looked very Doomsday style, but the color was monotonous and looked very tacky. The first impression was that it was just like most low-quality domestic mobile games that cheated people out of money. He had no desire to open it at all. Song Jian pressed the icon to delete it, but found that the game icon did not move at all and could not be deleted at all. He shut down and restarted the phone, turned on the mobile security, and completely smashed it. But there was nothing he could do about the game icon. It could not be deleted, and it could not even be moved. It was simply the most stubborn virus Song Jian had ever seen. You still say it's not a virus? Song Jian couldn't help but curse. Such a rogue app. The company that developed this game should be struck by lightning. Song Jian was so angry that he wanted to throw his phone. But he couldn't bear to do so. He raised his phone and slowly put it back. Looking at the game logo, Song Jian double-clicked it. Come on. Let me see how rubbish your virus game is. If you can, blow up my phone. This time, the game app responded directly. The entire icon turned into a blood-red oval light gate, which instantly filled the entire screen. Air currents kept condensing with each other to form a clockwise vortex. Hey, this startup special effect is quite realistic. Song Jian stared at the blood-red gate that kept rotating in the center. With a hint of surprise in his eyes, do you dare to do something more exciting? Before he finished speaking, a skeletal arm suddenly stretched out from the vortex in the center of the phone screen and grabbed Song Jian's collar. Before Song Jian could react, he was dragged into the oval blood-red light gate by this skeletal arm. The phone stayed in the air for 2 seconds, and then fell on the bed with a snap. The rental house was empty, as if nothing had happened. Fuck. What's going on? Have I traveled through time? What the hell is this? Let me go! Song Jian only felt that he was being dragged forward by this skeletal arm. It was dark all around, and he couldn't see anything clearly. His head was buzzing, as if something was being forcibly instilled into him. Not long after, Song Jian's eyes rolled over, and he fainted. Half asleep, Song Jian felt that he had a strange dream. In the dream, he saw rows of golden characters appearing in front of him like a waterfall. The game is activated, and the random world evolution begins. Game matching link search. Link successful. Player consciousness locked. Start to create a character. Time to create a character has timed out. Scan the player's own status and create a game character with a 100% match with the player. Warning. In this state, the player's character in the game may have a certain degree of influence on the real body. Please choose carefully. Select timeout. Default confirmation status. Game character creation. Character creation successful. Congratulations. You will receive a Game Novice gift pack for your first time entering the game, which has been sent to the player's package. Please check it. Start entering the game. Buzz. With a slight sound, Song Jian gradually regained consciousness. His fingers trembled slightly, and a hoarse man's chuckle seemed to come from his ears. Welcome to the city of Doomsday. Chapter 2. What the hell is thick-skinned? Who am I? Where am I? What happened? Song Jian opened his eyes and looked at the shabby and slovenly room in front of him, feeling confused. At this moment, he was lying on a single Simmons sofa bed. The air was filled with a musty smell. The furniture and the floor beside him were covered with a thick layer of floating dust. The surrounding walls were mottled. The walls that were originally painted with white lime had now turned light yellow, and there were black and red marks on them, which looked like dried blood marks. The light coming through the window was extremely dim, just like the scene before a rainstorm when dark clouds were pressing down on the sky. In one corner of the ceiling, there was a huge spider web, and in the middle of the web sat a spider the size of a wash basin, motionless. When Song Jian first looked over, he was startled and his body instinctively jumped back. He had never seen such a big spider before. His head ached slightly, just like the feeling of waking up from a hangover. He shook his head and really felt that something seemed to be wrong with his brain. When he saw the spider on the ceiling, he actually found that there was a line of light yellow fonts above the spider's head. LV1 Mutant Spider Blood, 78 of 78. Oh my god! Who can tell me what happened? Song Jian stood up suddenly and wanted to leave the room. This was not his rental house. Looking out the window, he should be in a high-rise residential building. Just after he left the sofa bed, a cold mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Welcome to the game City of Doom. Who? Song Jian was startled. His body trembled suddenly, and he looked around, but found nothing. I am the novice instructor of the game, and I will help you start a wonderful game journey, said the mechanical voice. Who the hell are you? I don't want to play any games. I'm just a salesman with no money, Song Jian shouted. Most importantly, I don't know how to play games at all. And I've never played games before. I've never even heard of the names of these games, such as Legend, Miracle, World of Warcraft, League of Legends, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. If you don't complete the novice game tutorial, you can't leave here and return to the original world. The mechanical voice was silent for a while, and said, Can you still go back? Then what are you waiting for? Let's get started quickly. What should I do first? Kill that spider? Song Jian pointed to the big spider in the corner of the ceiling and asked. Spider? Is it fast to enter the state? Brother Butterfly. Such a big spider. Hanging above my head all the time. It's a bit scary to think about it. What if it bites me while I'm asleep? Damn. Is this a game or a time travel? Why does everything look so real? The system seems to have some delay, and has not spoken for a long time. Song Jian gently stroked the edge of the bed with his hand, leaving a clear mark in the floating dust. The touch of the bed edge to Song Jian was so real. Exactly the same as reality. If it weren't for the cold system prompt sound ringing in his ears, Song Jian would not believe that he was in some Doomsday City game. The first step is to open the personal attribute interface. I will explain in detail the role of personal attributes in the game, and the things to pay attention to when upgrading in the future. The system voice finally rang again. This is easy. Open the personal attribute interface. Song Jian shouted loudly. As a person who has never played online games, isn't this a very simple operation? Hey, something seems wrong. No movement. System? Personal attributes? Open the interface? Okay. Tell me how to open the personal attribute interface. Song Jian asked with a little embarrassment. You don't need to shout it out. You just need to think about it in your mind. Or recite it silently in your mind. All the transmissions in the game rely on brain waves, which is 10,000 times more advanced than sound wave control, said the system voice. Song Jian silently recited his personal attributes in his mind. Sure enough, a translucent light blue screen soon appeared in front of him, and a 3D model of a person appeared on the screen. This 3D model was formed completely according to Song Jian's body proportions. Below are Song Jian's various attribute data. Name, Song Jian. Race, human. Gender, male. Age, 22 years old. Biological level, ordinary level 0. Attributes. The average attribute of normal adult males is 5. Strength, 4 points. Strength determines the power of some melee attacks, and can also enhance your weight-bearing capacity, and has a partial bonus to the power of unarmed martial arts. Agility, 3 points. Agility determines the movement speed and attack speed, and also affects your own dodge rate, and has a partial bonus to long-range physical attacks. Constitution, 4 points. Physical strength determines your chi and blood and endurance, and also affects your ability to resist attacks and resistance to various abnormal states and spell attacks. It also plays a certain role in the speed of chi and blood recovery, and the speed of endurance recovery. Wisdom, 3 points. Wisdom determines the damage power of your spell attacks, and also affects your learning and comprehension abilities. But wisdom is not equal to IQ and EQ, so please do not confuse the three. Spirit, 5 points. Spirit determines the upper limit of your energy value, and also slightly affects the power of your skills. It has a significant bonus effect on various status skills. Charm, 7 points. Charm is a concentrated expression of your appearance, temperament, and affinity, and determines other people's first intuitive feelings about you. People with high charm can quickly get along with strangers, and can influence other people's decisions in various ways. It has a significant bonus effect on charm and summoning skills. There are 2 horizontal bars below the data value. The upper one is a red bar, commonly known as the blood bar, representing Song Jian's blood, and the lower one is a blue bar, commonly known as the blue bar, representing his energy value. Song Jian ignored other attributes and instead stared at charm, 7 points, and nodded slightly, saying seriously, this data is relatively objective and fair. It shows that my appearance has surpassed most people, even among handsome guys. I am outstanding. Well, it is very consistent with my actual situation. This will have a significant bonus effect on my becoming the future sales king. After the introduction of the personal attribute interface, please open the skill bar interface. The mechanical voice continued. Song Jian nodded slightly, and opened the skill bar in the same way. After glancing at the skill bar, Song Jian's face changed, and he cursed. What kind of broken data are you? Is there any fairness at all? Are they all blind? What the hell is thick-skinned? Only in the light blue light curtain. There was only one skill in the skill bar interface, hanging bare in the first column. Thick-skin passive. Level 1. Skill effect. Self-defense increased by 5%. Resistance increased by 3%. And resistance to adverse effects such as taunting. charm, corpse poison, paralysis, dizziness, etc. is improved. Skill description: as a salesperson, you already have a certain immunity to those humiliations, rejections, and taunts, and your ability to resist blows is further improved. And your resistance to adverse effects is also enhanced. Chapter 3: Searching for initial supplies. Shameless. Is this the prerequisite skill for the golden bell cover and iron shirt? I have a MP in my mind, but I don't know whether to say it or not. Song Jian cursed in a low voice and closed the skill bar. Looking at the 3-word shameless, he felt a little flustered. Next, please open the package bar to check. The system voice sounded slowly, while silently chanting in his heart. A 16-grid package bar appeared in front of him, and there was a small blue package in the first grid. Hey, it's so strange. Why is this grid with a golden frame? Song Jian did not look at the small blue package at first glance, but looked at the last grid. Of the 16 grids in the parcel column, the other 15 grids have gray borders, but the last grid has a golden border, which is very special. The initial parcel column has a total of 16 grids, each of which can hold one item. Items of the same quality can be stacked. The items stored in the parcel column do not count the volume and weight, the system voice explained, sounding like a recording. I'm asking, what is this golden grid used for? Song Jian continued to ask. Please explore the rest of the game content in the game, the system replied. Song Jian, you are so awesome. Does your designer know? Song Jian had no choice but to focus his eyes on the small blue package in the first grid. Soon, a line of small red words appeared in front of Song Jian. This novice gift package can only be used when the player's level reaches level 1. What the hell is this? Can't the novice gift package be used as soon as you enter the game? I don't play games much. Don't lie to me, Song Jian shouted, looking unbelievable. Complete the novice guide. Your level will reach level 1. Then you can open the novice gift package and get random gifts, the system voice explained. Okay. Continue. Song Jian was helpless, feeling like a master being forced to return to the novice village. Next, you need to explore the entire room and obtain initial resources, the system voice said. Search. I like it. Song Jian nodded and looked around the room. This is a room with 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. Song Jian just came out of one of the bedrooms. At this time, he was standing in the living room. He looked around the living room. It was the same as the living room of an ordinary family. It was simply decorated with a set of fabric sofas, a TV cabinet, a 50-inch curved LCD TV hanging on the wall, and a chandelier above the head. The furniture in the living room was worth a lot of money at first glance, but it was already shabby. There was a big hole in the screen of the Lake LCD TV. I don't know what scratched the fabric sofa. There were scratches all over it, and the filling inside was exposed. There was a layer of dust on all the furniture surfaces. It looked like no one had lived in this house for at least a few years. Are you asking me to search for some junk in this shabby room? Song Jian looked around and couldn't help complaining. This room was too shabby, as if it had been robbed. No, it had been abandoned for decades after being robbed. I really don't know what can be found in such a place. However, reality slapped Song Jian hard in the face. He just casually opened the drawer under the TV cabinet, and there was an object flashing white light in it, which appeared in Song Jian's eyes. After Song Jian looked carefully, his face changed and he took 2 steps back with a look of horror. Why is there a pistol here? Song Jian shouted. There was silence all around. Without a sound, Song Jian silently read his personal attributes in his mind, and a translucent window appeared in front of him. Seeing this window, Song Jian finally patted his chest, with a look of fear, and whispered, Game. It's just a game. This game is so real that it always makes Song Jian forget that he is in the game. When he saw the cold killing weapon in the drawer, Song Jian's first reaction was not surprise, but fear. Children who grew up in peacetime always feel scared when they first come into contact with guns, which can easily take people's lives. In his impression, only bad guys, except the police, have such things. Song Jian took a deep breath, reached out and grasped the pistol in the drawer, which was shining with cold metal light, and took it out. It's so heavy. Song Jian frowned slightly. This was his first impression of holding the pistol. Looking at the small iron lump, he actually had some difficulty holding it with one hand. He had to hold the handle with the other hand to lift it up. The moment Song Jian touched the pistol, the personal attribute window that appeared in front of him suddenly disappeared and was replaced by an item attribute window. The 3D model of the pistol was vividly displayed in the center of the screen, and there was an empty slot in the front, top and bottom of the model, and rows of attribute introductions were next to it. Equipment name: P18C Fully Automatic Pistol. Equipment rarity: White. Attack power: long range damage 6 to 13. Attachable devices: Scope attachment, pistol front attachment, pistol magazine attachment. Best range that can exert maximum attack power 13 points, 18 meters. Effective range that can cause at least damage to the enemy, 65 meters. Weight: 1.2 kilograms. Total gun length: 186 millimeters. Magazine capacity: 7 rounds, currently 5 rounds. Equipment use conditions: strength must reach 5 points or more, and physical strength must reach 4 points or more. Can it be brought out of the game? No. Combat power score of this equipment: 5. Equipment description: this equipment is small in size, but powerful in firepower. It can freely adjust burst shooting and automatic shooting. Special reminder: this equipment has a high firing rate. When automatic shooting is selected, it can use up all the bullets in an ordinary full magazine within 1 second. It actually requires more than 5 points of strength. No wonder I can't lift it with one hand, Song Jian thought to himself. It seems that in this game, even if the equipment conditions are not met, you can still pick it up. But only God knows what the effect of using it is. Under the item attribute introduction, there is also a line of red system prompts. System: this item requires more than 5 points of strength to use freely. When the strength does not meet the requirements, there is a high probability that it will cause difficulty in use. When the physical strength does not meet the requirements, using this item is likely to cause harm to yourself. Song Jian's face is a little ugly. His strength attribute is too useless. He can't even use a pistol freely. He can't lift it with one hand, and needs 2 hands to use it. According to the system prompt, if the equipment requirements are not met, and the strength attribute is not 5 points, it will be difficult to aim and hit objects that are too far away, and the accuracy cannot be guaranteed at all. Opening the magazine. There are still 5 bullets. Song Jian doesn't know what these 5 bullets can do, so he puts the magazine back, puts the pistol into the package, and continues to search for other supplies. Chapter 4: Understanding Skills. The 3-bedroom, 2-living room house is about 130 square meters. Not very big, so it was quick to search. It only took Song Jian more than 10 minutes to search all the places where he could store supplies. Song Jian took all the items he found to the living room, which was the room where he first found the pistol. 3 bottles of mineral water, 2 packs of compressed dry food, a pistol expansion magazine, 9 bullets, a bottle of white ergotu. Drinking a sip can speed up the recovery of energy by 5%. Song Jian looked at the pile of things on the coffee table and fell into deep thought. What kind of game is this? Congratulations. You have obtained all the initial resources, and the mission is completed. A mechanical voice sounded in Song Jian's ears. The last link of the newcomer mission is to kill the mutant spider and complete the entire novice guidance mission. Sure enough, you still have to kill that spider. Right? I knew that this routine is really nothing new. Song Jian put all the collected supplies into the parcel column while complaining. Install the pistol expansion magazine into a slot of the P18C pistol first. This pistol can be installed with a total of 3 additional devices, in addition to the expansion magazine. It should also be able to install a sight and a silencer. But now Song Jian only found the expansion magazine. He also installed all the 9 bullets he searched. Song Jian took a deep breath and held his only weapon tightly. If players are confident in their own strength, they can increase the difficulty of the game. Now the game difficulty is easy. Do you want to increase the game difficulty to normal? A mechanical voice suddenly sounded. Game difficulty. Increase the game difficulty? Song Jian was stunned, then snorted coldly and said to himself, Do you think I'm an idiot? I'm making trouble for myself? Holding the heavy iron lump tightly with both hands, Song Jian walked towards the bedroom. As soon as he stepped into the bedroom, Song Jian suddenly heard the voice of the system. The player did not make a choice within the specified time. The system defaults to the option. The game difficulty of this copy is increased to normal. Song Jian shuddered and immediately said sincerely, I was wrong. Really? I was really wrong. This game is so well designed. The graphics are first rate. The plot is first-rate, and even the system prompts make people feel so familiar. I really like this game. Can you increase the difficulty? The game difficulty will increase in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. Friendly reminder. It is recommended that players complete the novice guidance task before the increase. Otherwise, the probability of player death will increase by 35%. 5, 4. After hearing the cold mechanical sound of the system, Song Jian rushed into the bedroom at a rapid pace, raised his gun with both hands, and pulled the trigger at the mutant spider the size of a wash basin. Bang! Song Jian felt a sharp pain in his wrist. The pistol was jumping too much. The recoil was not something he could fully control with only 4 points of strength. Fortunately, Song Jian was less than 3 meters away from the mutant spider. Although the strength attribute had a great impact on accuracy, there was no possibility of missing the target at such a short distance. The bullet penetrated the mutant spider's body fiercely, and a ball of light green body fluid burst out. The mutant spider seemed to have just woken up from a dream. The yellow note on its head suddenly turned blood red and emitted a faint light. Squeak! With a sharp cry, the mutant spider looked towards Song Jian. A pair of compound eyes flashed with strange light, and it opened its mouth and spit out a fishy liquid towards Song Jian. Oh my god! Spiders are supposed to spin silk. Why do they spit? Song Jian was startled and quickly jumped to the side to hide. The smelly liquid sprayed on the wall behind Song Jian, and immediately made a hissing corrosion sound. Turning his head, he saw that the wall splashed by the pus was black, and the wall that had been corroded and turned crispy kept falling down. After a while, a fist-sized pit was corroded. So poisonous. Song Jian was shocked. This was just a level 1 monster. But it was so perverted. Wouldn't those higher-level monsters kill him with just one encounter? The game difficulty has been increased. Now the difficulty is normal. All non-active attack monsters have become active attack monsters. The probability of players obtaining treasures has been slightly increased. The difficulty will be restored after the player completes the novice task. I wish you a happy game. The system's voice sounded. And outside the window, there were suddenly bursts of ghost-like roars, as if all the monsters went crazy in an instant. Song Jian felt bitter in his mouth, but he couldn't care about that now. He had to kill the mutant spider in front of him first. Bang, bang, bang. There were still 13 bullets left in the pistol. Song Jian pulled the trigger repeatedly, and bang, bang, bang. 4 bullets flew out of the gun chamber almost in order. Thanks to the close distance, none of the 4 bullets flew away, and all of them shot into the body of the mutant spider. After firing the 4 bullets, Song Jian felt that his right arm was in pain as if it was about to break. The hand holding the gun trembled violently, and his heart beat violently, as if it would fly out of his chest at the next moment. The mutant spider uttered a mournful cry, and fell from the spider web like a stone. After a few twitches, there was no more movement. Song Jian sat on the floor, his hands trembling slightly, and his pistol was thrown aside. He couldn't believe what had just happened. I actually fired a gun, Fan Yin said to himself. Before this, Song Jian had only seen guns on computers and TVs, not to mention firing a gun, and he had never even seen it with his own eyes. At this moment, a flashing red dot appeared in front of Song Jian's eyes. When Song Jian focused his attention on the red dot, a translucent screen suddenly appeared in front of him, listing the battle information just now like a waterfall. Replay of combat information begins. Your normal shooting caused 19 points of physical damage to the mutant spider, gaining 100% hatred, and the mutant spider's attack target is locked on you. The mutant spider used the skill venom spray on you, and you evaded it nimbly, causing no damage. Your normal shooting caused 16 points of physical damage to the mutant spider, gaining 100% hatred, and the mutant spider's attack target is locked on you. Your normal shooting caused 11 points of physical damage to the mutant spider, gaining 100% hatred, and the mutant spider's attack target is locked on you. Your ordinary shooting caused 13 points of physical damage to the mutant spider, triggering the weakness effect, gaining 100% hatred, and the mutant spider's attack target is locked on you. Your ordinary shooting caused 45 points of physical damage to the mutant spider, causing a critical hit under the weakness effect state, and the mutant spider's health is 0. The mutant spider is dead. System, you killed the mutant spider. Gained 100 experience points, and the level was upgraded to ordinary level 1. System, You caused effective damage to the mutant spider more than 3 times. And comprehended the skill. Gunpowder Weapon Pistol Basic. System, you have completed the novice guidance task. And can leave the safe house and enter the city to explore. I wish you a happy game. Chapter 5. It can actually move. The basin-sized mutant spider flipped its body. And its legs twitched a few times before it stopped moving. Next to the mutant spider, there was a bronze ring, emitting a dazzling white light. This ring looked like a copper ring, with no decoration on the surface. Song Jian walked up and picked it up. When his eyes fell on the ring, the properties of the ring automatically appeared in front of Song Jian. Ring of Strength White, Equipment Effect. Strength +1. Equipment Requirement Level 1. Can it be taken out of the game? No. The ring only adds a little strength attribute, which is better than nothing. However, after equipping it, Song Jian can meet the equipment requirements of the pistol and can put it in the equipment column, killing the mutant spider, completing the novice guide task, and upgrading a level by the way. It was quite smooth. But what puzzled Song Jian was that after the level was upgraded, his own attributes did not get any improvement, but only gained a skill point. He casually added this skill point to Gunpowder Weapon Pistol Basic, and this passive skill was upgraded from level 1 to level 2. Originally, it only increased the range damage of the pistol by 5%, but after adding a skill point, the effect became power increased by 10%. Gunpowder Weapon Pistol Basic. Passive. Level 2. Increases the power of pistol weapons by 10%. As for the initial skill Thick-Skinned, Song Jian has selectively forgotten it. After wearing the Ring of Strength on his hand, a warm current suddenly surged through his body, and he felt that his strength had increased out of thin air. The P18C pistol in his hand also became a little lighter, which was very magical. This equipment is really useful. By the way, I also have a novice gift pack. Song Jian thought to himself. Open the package column, and the first novice gift pack that was originally sealed can now be opened. After staring at the novice gift pack for 3 seconds, 2 options Open and Destroy appeared on the gift pack. His eyes fell on the Open option. After a while, the gift pack lit up and disappeared. Instead, there were 3 items. A zombie city map, 100.23mm pistol universal bullets, and a white tiger tooth dagger. Song Jian first opened the map and observed it carefully. This map looked a little worn out, with traces of tearing on the edge. It was obviously a small part torn from a large map. And this small part was the map of the city where Song Jian was. The name of this city before the end of the world is no longer traceable. Now on the map, this city has been named Zombie City. Song Jian first found his location. On the map, he was a small blue triangle. Now he was in a residential building called Xinyuan Community, in the southeast of the lower right corner of the map. Further north of the community is a commercial street, and behind the community is a leisure square called Camel Square. Further south of Camel Square is another large residential area. Beyond this residential area is a ring road. Beyond the ring road, you will reach the edge of the city. The part beyond the ring road has been torn off, and it is obviously beyond the scope of the city. After carefully observing the map and memorizing several nearby locations, Song Jian put the map away. The general bullets for the pistol are exactly the same as the bullets he found in the room. And the tiger tooth dagger makes Song Jian love it. The blade of this dagger is 16.5 centimeters long, and the blade surface is smooth and retracted upward to form a blade tip. This is a traditional spear-shaped blade tip with strong penetrating performance. The back of the blade is thick and has a row of fawn-like serrations. The blade surface is thin and flashing with cold light. Take it in front of your eyes and look carefully. A chill emanates from the dagger, which makes Song Jian sneeze. Hey, good stuff. If I can take this out and let Song Yu see it, that guy will definitely drool. Song Jian smiled and equipped the dagger in the equipment column. It's a pity that this dagger cannot be taken out of the game, and there is no way to show off in front of Song Yu. Even if he gets this dagger, Song Jian knows that the chance of using this dagger is too small. He doesn't have the courage to take this dagger and fight the monsters in this game in close combat. Liang Jingru didn't give him courage. After a rest, Song Jian held the pistol and walked towards the living room door. This room is no longer worth searching. If he wants to continue playing, he must leave this safe house and enter the city to search. Pushing open the heavy security door, Song Jian smelled a strong smell of blood. After hesitating for a moment, Song Jian stepped out of the room. With a click, A crisp sound came from behind. Song Jian's heart sank. And he suddenly thought of something bad. Fuck. I didn't find the key to this room when I searched just now. Now the door is closed. If I encounter danger, I won't even have a place to hide. Bang bang. Pushing the security door twice. Song Jian wanted to cry but couldn't open it. Warm reminder. You have completed the novice task. You only need to stay in the game for 12 hours before you can choose to leave the game. Before leaving the game, please choose a relatively safe place first. Otherwise, after you go offline, you may fall into danger when you go online again. Once the game character dies, your body and reality will also be wiped out. The cold mechanical sound suddenly rang in his ears, scaring Song Jian. Looking at the tightly closed door, Song Jian was helpless. Why didn't you say so earlier? The elevator of the whole building is broken, and the doors of all the rooms are closed. With Song Jian's current ability, he is afraid that he can't break in at all. Now he can only leave the building first. Pushing open the door of the stairwell on this floor, a strong smell of blood hits his nose, accompanied by waves of rotten corpses, which makes Song Jian frown. Walking down the dim stairs, just down 2 floors, Song Jian froze and stopped. On the next staircase, only 5 or 6 steps away from him, there was a tattered corpse lying. It seemed that the corpse had been dead for a long time, with white bones on his cheeks, and one arm was eaten by something. The upper body was naked, and the body was full of bite marks. The internal organs were all over the floor, emitting a foul smell. When Song Jian saw the corpse, it also began to move, trying to stand up. After trying for a long time, it failed. Finally, it had to crawl towards Song Jian on all 4s. At the moment when the corpse moved, a line of blood-red font appeared on its head. LV1 Mutant Zombie Weak during the day Chi and Blood, 56/112. Fuck. It's really a zombie. It can move. Song Jian sweated all over, raised his pistol, and pulled the trigger repeatedly. At this time, there were still 9 bullets in the pistol. Song Jian directly used up all the bullets. The surface of the mutant zombie's body sprayed with unknown liquid. After a while, the chi and blood value was directly reset to 0. After the death, the mutant zombie's body rotted quickly, as if there was a transparent flame burning on its body. And soon it turned into a pile of black ash. Around this pile of black ash, 4 glowing items appeared, 3 of which glowed gray, and 1 glowed white. Hey, the explosion rate of this game is still quite high. Ha ha. Song Jian's eyes lit up, and he picked up the 4 items. Chapter 6 This is your relative. After Song Jian picked up all 4 items, he found that the dropped items were not as good as he imagined. Zombie leather. Zombie fangs. Zombie meat. What the hell are these things? Song Jian looked at the 3 gray glowing items in his hand with a disgusted expression, and almost threw them out. Zombie leather gray. Material. Can be used to make equipment. Use requirements. Have leather armor making skills. Zombie fangs gray. Material. Can be used to prepare potions. Use requirements. Have potion making skills. Zombie meat gray. Material. Can be used for cooking. Use requirements. Have cooking skills. After thinking for a long time, Song Jian suppressed his nausea and put the 3 items into the parcel column. His eyes fell on the last item emitting white light. Puppet card zombie. You can summon a LV1 zombie as a puppet. The puppet cannot be upgraded. It will die after its health is reduced to 0. It cannot be summoned again after death. Puppet? Zombie? Disposable prop? What kind of crap is this? Song Jian held the card between 2 fingers and curled his lips. It was really that the combat power of the zombie just now was too poor. And Song Jian didn't even look at it. Now that I think about it, I was still a little nervous just now. When I encountered the monster, I shot all the bullets in the pistol at once. Although I killed the zombie, I'm afraid I wasted at least 3 bullets. In fact, it only takes 3 to 5 bullets to kill a zombie like this. But Song Jian fired all 9 bullets. If there were no bullets left in the pistol, he would have wasted more. Of course, this is understandable. This game is so real that it is easy to forget that you are in a game. Song Jian held the card and thought about it. There is no value in keeping such a prop. It is better to summon it as a meat shield. Song Jian fixed his eyes on the card. Soon, 2 options use and destroy appeared on the card. After staring at use for a while, the card in his hand began to heat up and became hot. Song Jian threw the card out casually. The moment it landed, the card disappeared. A zombie with a foul smell appeared in front of Song Jian. It looked a bit like the zombie he had just killed. Ugh. The moment the puppet zombie appeared, Song Jian's face turned green. It was so damn smelly that he almost vomited his gallbladder. The zombie monster just now was at least 3 or 4 meters away from him. It smelled bad, but it was still tolerable. But now the puppet zombie he summoned appeared directly next to Song Jian. The smell was so sour that anyone who smelled it would know it. Get away from me. Song Jian raised his foot and wanted to kick the zombie to make it stay away from him. He just raised it, hesitated for a moment, and then put it down again. He remembered the pus splashed in the zombie's body when the bullet penetrated it. If he kicked it hard, it would be no different from kicking a dung pile. Just when Song Jian was hesitating, the puppet zombie actually crawled on the ground and rolled forward a few times. Hey, it's really obedient. Song Jian's eyes lit up. Stand up and walk a few steps forward, Song Jian ordered. Sure enough, the puppet zombie stood up and walked a few steps forward. Song Jian seemed to have got a new toy and played with it happily. Lift your feet. Put it down. 6 with your left hand. 6 with your right hand. Draw a circle with your left leg. Draw a circle with your right leg. Jump. 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 With a thud, the puppet zombie fell flat on its face, and a -2 damage number floated above its head. Song Jian was stunned, and couldn't help but check the properties of this puppet zombie. Song Jian's puppet zombie weak during the day. Attack, 3 to 6 HAB. Defense, 1 to 2 HAB. Health, 54/112 HAB. Movement speed, 3 HAB. Skills, bite. Bite the target. Reduce the target's health by 5 points. And then cause 3 points of damage per second, lasting 5 seconds, with a certain probability that the target will gain the corpse poison effect. Corpse poison, reduce 2 points of health per second, and turn into a zombie after the health is cleared and the zombie dies. What kind of rubbish is this? It's too weak. Song Jian glanced at the properties of the puppet zombie and said with a sneer, this guy loses blood when he falls down. How can he act as a meat shield? But on second thought, this zombie is in a weak state during the day. Maybe it will return to normal at night. If all attributes are doubled after returning to normal, then the attributes in the normal state are slightly stronger than the big spider in the room. Go forward. Explore the way ahead, Song Jian ordered. The puppet zombie walked slowly in front. Song Jian covered his nose from a distance, followed it, and walked towards other rooms on this floor. This building is a high-rise building with 31 floors. The room where Song Jian appeared is on the 26th floor. Going down the stairs, Song Jian searched every floor, but he went down to the 9th floor and did not find a room with a door that could be opened. However, during the search, Song Jian discovered that there were strange noises and growls coming from several rooms. It seemed that there were zombies in these rooms. Song Jian's pistol could only hold 7 bullets. After replacing the extended magazine, it could hold a total of 14 bullets. If he was careful, he could at least deal with 2 or 3 zombies at the same time. In addition, there was a puppet zombie in front as a meat shield. For now, as long as Song Jian did not commit suicide and drilled into the monster pile, he would be safe for the time being. Coming out of the stairwell and turning to the next floor, Song Jian's eyes lit up. There were 4 households on this floor. The security doors of 3 of them were closed, and the security door of 1 was half closed. Under the half-closed security door, there was a corpse, which seemed to be a female corpse. Keep going. Head to that room, Song Jian ordered. The puppet zombie slowly walked towards the half-open security door. As soon as it approached, the female corpse that was originally lying on the ground suddenly moved, struggled to stand up, and with a ferocious expression on her face, she let out a low roar at the puppet zombie. Fuck it! Song Jian shouted loudly, while raising his pistol and aiming at the female zombie. Roar. Roar. The 2 zombies stood face to face with each other, first opening their mouths wide and letting out a series of low roars at each other. Fuck it. What's the matter? This is your relative? Why are you 2 still chatting? Song Jian shouted. Puff. 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 The 2 zombies started to attack each other, using their hands and mouths. After a while, the corridor was filled with the smell of boiling shit. Ugh. Ugh, this smell is unmatched. Song Jian almost vomited, but he suppressed his nausea and aimed at the female zombie and fired. Bang! With a gunshot, the female zombie's head tilted back, and a thick green liquid shot out from the back of her head. A blood-red damage number of 48 points floated up from the top of the female zombie's head. Just as Song Jian was about to fire the second shot, the puppet zombie bit the female zombie's neck fiercely. With a scream, the female zombie fell down softly and turned into black ash. Was that a critical hit just now? Song Jian was a little late, looking at the black ash on the ground and thinking to himself. Chapter 7 Taking Advantage. Song Jian opened the battle replay information. He used a pistol to attack and hit the mutant zombie's weak point head, causing 48 points of physical damage to the target critical hit. Your puppet zombie used the skill bite to cause 5 points of damage to the target, and the mutant zombie's health was 0. The mutant zombie died. System: you killed the mutant zombie and gained 110 experience points. System: you used a pistol to cause effective damage to the mutant zombie, and the skill gunpowder weapon pistol basic proficiency was slightly improved. As expected, the head is the zombie's weak point. Why didn't I think of it earlier? And wasted a lot of bullets. For a moment, Song Jian was a little annoyed. If he had known earlier, he could kill a zombie with at most 2 shots. He had wasted at least a dozen bullets before. Although I got 100 rounds of universal pistol bullets from the novice gift pack, if I don't use them sparingly, I'll run out of bullets sooner or later. This is a big city, and the number of zombies is probably in the millions. After killing the mutant zombie, nothing was dropped. Song Jian curled his lips, walked towards the half-open security door, and began to search the room. It took more than an hour for Song Jian to search all the rooms in the building, but he didn't get much supplies. Just some food and water to increase hunger and thirst, and no equipment. However, Song Jian encountered 7 or 8 mutant zombies during this period. Every time he aimed at the zombie's head and shot, causing a critical hit, he commanded the puppet zombie to rush up and fight with the target, and he could quickly kill the zombie, which was both safe and efficient. After killing 7 or 8 zombies, Song Jian's puppet zombie finally died and turned into a pile of black ash. The puppet zombie's blood could not be restored, and it was a little bit of it. After resisting 7 or 8 monsters of the same level, its blood volume was still worn out. Song Jian's level was upgraded by 1 level. As expected, he was only given 1 skill point. Song Jian did not hesitate to add this skill point to gunpowder weapon pistol basic, raising this skill to level 3. And the power of short gun weapons increased by 5%. And at the same time, an accuracy +2 attribute was added. As for the initial skill of thick-skinned, Song Jian said haha. The building where Song Jian is located is a commercial street, although there are several residential buildings next to it. Song Jian, who spent more than an hour but gained little, said that he had no idea about them. After leaving the building, there are rows of shops opposite, and the one facing is a Zhou Xiaofu gold shop. Looking through the French windows, the rows of counters inside are covered with a thick layer of dust. The gold ornaments on the counters are thrown there like garbage, and no one covets them. Song Jian looked around and saw that there was no one on the wide street. Large areas of cement on the road had cracked, and the gaps were full of weeds more than half a person tall, which looked very desolate. It would be great if the things in the gold shop could be taken out of the game, Song Jian thought, and walked towards the gold shop involuntarily. At this moment, there was a sudden noise in the distance. Turning his head to look, Song Jian's muscles suddenly tensed up. His eyes widened, and he looked unbelievable. On the street where some garbage bags were scattered, a man in pajamas was running panting, holding a baseball bat tightly in his hand, and the surface of the baseball bat was emitting a faint blue light. Behind him, a group of ragged, smelling mutant zombies were staggering and chasing him relentlessly. 5 or 6 meters away from him, the zombies were very slow, but they were chasing closely. There were about 50 or 60 zombies in this group, and they kept growling. With each growl, more mutant zombies gradually emerged from the alleys and streets next to them. It seemed that they wanted to surround this human from all sides. Song Jian quickly dodged and hid behind the wall. With so many mutant zombies, going up would be a death sentence. I seem to have seen that person somewhere before, Song Jian thought to himself. After taking a closer look, he recognized this person. He had seen him several times before. He was the security guard of the building next to Song Jian's cosmetics company. He had seen him help others park cars several times. As for his name, Song Jian couldn't remember it. Don't chase me. Don't chase me. The man's face was full of fear. Looking back, a mutant zombie that came out of the alley was only 2 or 3 meters away from him. Go to hell. Go to hell. Seeing the mutant zombie chasing him, the man suddenly gathered his courage, swung the baseball bat in his hand, and hit the zombie closest to him hard on the head. This time, he killed the mutant zombie instantly. With a click, the zombie's head was smashed like a watermelon. The zombie without a head shook its body twice and fell to the ground and turned into black ash. However, it was just this pause. 5 or 6 zombies beside him jumped directly at him. The man was covered with a big man, and bursts of heart-wrenching screams rang out. The subsequent mutant zombies rushed up and began to bite the man's body. The sound of crunching continued to be heard, and Song Jian's heart tightened. His palms were full of sweat, and his body was shaking slightly. Not long after, the man's screams gradually disappeared, leaving only the zombies biting and growling. Soon, the group of zombies lost interest in the dead man's body. The body filled with zombie virus quickly moved. It pushed away the zombies pressing on its body, slowly stood up, with dull eyes, staggering to join the zombie team, and he became a member of the mutant zombies. After being bitten to death by zombies, you will really become a zombie, Song Jian thought to himself. A group of zombies stood blankly on the street. After losing their target, they quickly dispersed. It was evening, and the sun was not scorching. But the zombies still didn't like the daytime environment, and hid in the alleys and other dark corners. Only the man who was bitten to death was still circling around the baseball bat he dropped. Looking at the light blue light emanating from the surface of the baseball bat, Song Jian's eyes lit up. This is a blue quality weapon, with a higher attack than his pistol. One shot can kill a zombie, which makes Song Jian a little excited. Hey, what is that? Song Jian turned his eyes, and soon found another item. It was in a corner not far from the baseball bat. There was a pile of black ash. Next to the black ash, there was an item emitting green light. The distance was too far, and it was a little hard to see what it was. But the green light was very attractive. Another green quality equipment. Really lucky, Song Jian thought to himself. This item emitting green light was dropped by the zombie that the man had just killed. Now it all fell into Song Jian's hands. At this time, the zombie that the man turned into was only a dozen meters away from Song Jian, just within the range of the pistol. Song Jian raised the pistol and aimed. Bang! With a crisp sound, a thick green liquid shot out from the mutant zombie's head, and its head tilted back suddenly, and even its movements paused for a moment. Before it could react, Song Jian pulled the trigger again. The bullet penetrated the zombie's head fiercely, and another thick green liquid shot out. The zombie's body whooshed and burned all over, and soon turned into a pile of black ash. Chapter 8: An Unexpected Surprise. The zombie in front of him, in addition to providing Song Jian with 110 experience points, did not drop any items. But at this time, Song Jian did not care about the drops of this ordinary mutant zombie. Song Jian's eyes were firmly fixed on the baseball bat and the item emitting green light. Novice baseball bat blue. Two-handed weapon. Attack, 13 to 21. Strength +2. Armor penetration +1. Special effect. When attacking the target's weakness, there is a certain chance of causing a critical hit. Equipment requirements. Strength 5 points or more. Agility 4 points or more. Whether it can be taken out of the game? No. Song Jian suddenly discovered that the equipment requirements for this baseball bat were higher than his pistol. The strength attribute could be met because of the ring of strength, but Song Jian was still a little short of the agility attribute. If the equipment conditions cannot be met, it cannot be put into the equipment column, and the equipment effect cannot be fully exerted. Even if you use this baseball bat as a weapon, the power will be greatly reduced, and it is easy to hurt yourself. My novice equipment is white quality, and this guy is so lucky that he got a blue quality equipment. But unfortunately, in the end, it was still cheaper for me, Song Jian thought to himself. Judging from this baseball bat, Song Jian's physical attributes are not a little worse than that of the man just now. Since it cannot be used, it can only be stored in his own bag. At this time, Song Jian's bag column has gradually become richer, mostly some daily necessities. Fortunately, duplicate items can be stored in stacks. Otherwise, Song Jian really doesn't know what to do with so many supplies. Then, Song Jian picked up the item emitting green light again. This item turned out to be a fist-sized green fruit. Attribute fruit green. Effect, after eating, you can get a free attribute point. Usage requirements, none. Can it be taken out of the game? Yes. This is actually a fruit that increases attribute points. And it can be taken out of the game. This is the first time I have encountered an item that can be taken out of the game. Looking at the green fruit in his hand, Song Jian was actually a little excited. The green fruit is slightly sweet, melts in the mouth, and turns into a warm current that enters the stomach, and then merges into the body. It is just like taking a hot bath. Very comfortable. Opening the attribute interface. Sure enough, the words free attribute points, 1 point appeared under the personal attributes, which can be added to any attribute at will. Song Jian's eyes first fell on charm, 7 points, which is his highest attribute and the attribute he cares about most. However, no matter how high the charm attribute is now, it will not play any effective role in his survival in the game. After thinking for a long time, Song Jian finally gritted his teeth and added this free attribute point to the agility attribute, so that his agility attribute reached 4 points, and he could use the baseball bat. After the agility increased a little, Song Jian easily put the baseball bat into the equipment column. This is a baseball bat that must be used with both hands. So Song Jian had to insert the pistol on his waist first. In this way, Song Jian now has 3 weapons. The baseball bat in his hand, the tiger-tooth dagger hanging on the left waist, and the pistol on the right waist. Only when the equipment is put into the equipment column can it be fully used. Otherwise, it is just held in the hand, and the attributes of the equipment cannot be added to Song Jian. Now Song Jian can only equip 1 main weapon and 2 secondary weapons. The main weapon can be a one-handed weapon or a two-handed weapon, but the secondary weapon must be a one-handed weapon. First find a mutant zombie and try the power of this baseball bat. Song Jian waved the baseball bat twice and thought to himself. Song Jian no longer had the fear of mutant zombies. This slow monster would not be in any danger to life unless surrounded by a large group. The only thing that disgusted Song Jian was the strong stench emanating from the mutant zombies. This baseball bat is longer than an adult's arm. Song Jian is absolutely confident that he can knock off the zombie's head with 1 stick before the zombie catches him. At this time, there was a noise in Zhou Xiaofu's gold shop not far away. Turning his head, he saw 3 mutant zombies rushing aimlessly in the gold shop. Some glass counters were also broken by them, making a ping-pong clang sound. Because it was daytime, the mutant zombies that were chasing just now hid in the surrounding alleys or rooms. There were only 3 zombies in Zhou Xiaofu's shop, which was just the right number for Song Jian to test the power of the baseball bat. He walked into Zhou Xiaofu's gold shop. As soon as he entered the door, the mutant zombie closest to Song Jian noticed his presence, turned his head, and staggered towards Song Jian. The other 2 were farther away, beyond the warning range, and were still wandering aimlessly. The zombie's alert range is only 3 meters. Song Jian observed and thought to himself. Swinging the baseball bat, with a bang, the mutant zombie's head was smashed like a watermelon. And suddenly, a stronger stench came out. This is just like smashing shit. Song Jian's face became even uglier. Although the smell is unpleasant, the baseball bat is really powerful. This kind of one-hit kill pleasure makes Song Jian a little excited. The other 2 mutant zombies heard the movement and slowly began to walk towards the direction of the battle. They did not notice Song Jian, but were attracted by the sound. However, once Song Jian entered their alert range, they would be like maggots on the tarsal bone, chasing the target all the time, and never stop. As the 2 zombies were walking slowly towards him, Song Jian rushed over and swung his baseball bat. Before the 2 zombies could react, they all fell to the ground and turned into black ash. System, you use baseball bat to cause effective damage to mutant zombies more than 3 times. And you will learn the skill, Cold Weapon Stick Basic. Cold Weapon Stick Basic, Passive. Level 1. Increases the power of stick weapons by 5%. Seeing the system prompt, Song Jian's heart moved. It seems that as long as he uses weapons to effectively supply monsters 3 times, he will definitely be able to learn a related passive skill. Thinking of this, Song Jian's eyes fell on the tiger-tooth dagger hanging on his waist. But now there are no monsters around. I will find a monster later to try and see if I can comprehend the skills related to the dagger. After killing 3 mutant zombies, Song Jian looked carefully and found that nothing dropped. He curled his lips and looked at the overturned counter next to him. The gold rings and gold necklaces were thrown on the ground like garbage. Song Jian sighed in his heart. On weekdays, these are worth a lot of money. But in the zombie city, I am afraid that all the gold ornaments are not as valuable as a piece of bread or a bottle of mineral water. However, these gold ornaments are really beautiful, and the novel styles make people like them at first sight. What is even more surprising is that after so long, the surface of these gold ornaments is still shining, and there is no feeling of decay and oldness. If I can take this out of the game, I'll be rich. Song Jian looked regretful and picked up a gold necklace at random, only to find that it was not even a gray item. However, this thing that was not even a gray item had an attribute that surprised Song Jian. Gold necklace miscellaneous items. Color, pure gold. Weight, 11.6 grams. Effect, charm +1. Equipment requirements, female. Can it be taken out of the game? Yes. This gold necklace can actually be taken out of the game? Song Jian was overjoyed. After a careful search, he found that the gold ornaments here were all miscellaneous items, and 7 or 8 of them could be taken out of the game. I'm rich. Song Jian laughed. After a long time of selection, Song Jian picked up a few of the heaviest gold bracelets and stuffed them into the parcel, filling the parcel column. Even the last parcel grid with a gold frame was stuffed with a pair of heavy gold bracelets. If I can leave the game safely this time, I can at least make hundreds of thousands of dollars. Song Jian thought contentedly. The only regret was that these gold ornaments could not be stacked because of different styles and specifications. Only one piece could be placed in one grid, which made Song Jian a little regretful. Chapter 9 Doomsday Supermarket. Searching slowly along the commercial street, there were old cars parked randomly along the way, many of which had crashed into each other and burned into wreckage. The sky was getting darker and darker, and mutant zombies gradually appeared on the road, which made Song Jian a little worried. During the day, the attributes of zombies were halved, and he could still deal with them. If it was night, the attributes of zombies would recover, and the attack, defense and speed would double than now. I don't know if I can still beat these monsters. I must speed up the upgrade. Otherwise I am afraid that the remaining hours will be difficult. Song Jian thought to himself. Although zombies have poor eyesight, their sense of smell and hearing are extremely sensitive. If you can't hide in a safe place, wandering around like Song Jian can easily attract a large number of zombies. It took more than an hour to carefully hunt a single zombie. Finally, before it was completely dark, Song Jian upgraded his level to level 3. At the same time, Song Jian also used the Tiger Tooth Dagger to comprehend the passive skill Cold Weapon Dagger Basic, which increases the power of dagger-type weapons by 5%. After the level was upgraded to level 3, only one skill point was given, and no attribute points, which made Song Jian a little disappointed. Without attribute points, there is no way to improve one's own quality, and the advantage of high level is not so great. In desperation, Song Jian added this new skill point to Cold Weapon Stick Basic, and the power increased by 5%. After all, the weapon with the highest attack power now is the baseball bat in Song Jian's hand. Moreover, after searching for so long, no weapon was found. Not even bullets. Song Jian now has less than 100 bullets on him. Once they are all used up, the pistol is a useless iron lump. It is better to take this opportunity to practice more cold weapons. Only a few shops were searched in the commercial street, which were full of worthless sundries. Most of them were destroyed by zombies. The valuable ones were probably searched away by others before the end of the world. Song Jian didn't even find a piece of bread or a bottle of mineral water. As night fell, all the monsters roared at the sky at the same time, and their momentum suddenly increased, which startled Song Jian. Seeing more and more monsters, Song Jian became timid and dared not stay on the street any longer. With no choice, Song Jian could only return to the residential building in the community where he entered the game, randomly selected a room with an open door, closed the door, and pushed a few heavy furniture behind the door. And then he felt a little safer. This room is on the 3rd floor. Through the window, you can barely see the zombies on the street. At this time, the number of zombies on the street is increasing. Looking around, there are at least hundreds of them densely packed. And the speed of these zombies has also become faster. Song Jian has no confidence that he can outrun them. Bang, bang, bang. Just then, the door of the room suddenly made a crashing sound. accompanied by the roars of zombies. Song Jian's heart suddenly rose to his throat. A zombie noticed his presence and was crashing against the door, trying to get in. Even if the mutant zombie recovered all its strength, it couldn't push the heavy object behind the door. After crashing for a while, the zombie may have been attracted by other things and slowly turned around and left. Song Jian relaxed and let out a long breath. At this time, more than 3 hours had passed since entering the game. Song Jian's hunger and thirst had risen to more than 60 points. If the hunger and thirst reached 100 points, and he didn't eat any more, then Song Jian's blood would be lost. Once the blood and chi value was lost, Song Jian would die. Feeling a little hungry, Song Jian took out a piece of compressed dry food and a bottle of mineral water from the package and ate slowly. It seems that this is it for today. I can leave this game when the sun rises, Song Jian thought to himself. Originally, after entering the game, Song Jian swore that if he could leave this game safely, he would never enter it again. However, now Song Jian looked at the glittering gold ornaments in the package and became hesitant again. These gold bracelets can be taken out of the game. If they are real, then these gold bracelets are worth at least hundreds of thousands. Even if they are sold at a low price, they can earn hundreds of thousands of dollars, which is much better than his job. Let's wait and see if it can really be brought into reality. Song Jian didn't know what to do for a moment, so he simply stopped thinking about it and prepared to find a place to sleep until dawn. He walked to the window and looked down. The number of zombies on the street seemed to have increased a little more, and they were densely packed and wandering around the street at will. At night, try not to conflict with these zombies. Otherwise, once surrounded, I'm afraid I won't be able to run away, Song Jian thought to himself. With a glance, Song Jian suddenly saw a vague figure on the top of a tall building in the distance, with his feet suspended in the air, about 3 or 4 meters away from the roof, completely defying gravity, floating quietly in the air. The figure was floating in the direction of the moon. In the direction it was facing, a faint silver light slowly floated down. These lights seemed to be attracted by something, and all floated towards the figure, and then slowly merged into its body. Is it absorbing the essence of the moon? Is it going to become a spirit? Song Jian was stunned and shocked. The scene in front of him completely overturned his outlook on life. This is a game. This is a game, Song Jian quickly muttered in his heart. The shock in his heart slowly disappeared, and he looked at the figure from the perspective of a player. I can't even deal with ordinary zombies at night. This monster has become a spirit. I'm afraid it can kill me in one encounter. I'd better hide better. Safety first. Safety first. Song Jian quietly retracted his head, shrank to a corner of the room, and slowly lay down, with his eyes closed. Song Jian's mind kept repeating the scene of the figure floating in the air and absorbing the essence of the moon. The ambition in Song Jian's heart also began to take root like a weed. Lying on the bed, Song Jian fell asleep quickly. There were bursts of zombies roaring outside the window, and the sound of zombies dragging their bodies against the wall, and the door echoed in the corridor. All this made Song Jian unable to sleep peacefully. He frowned and tossed and turned. In fact, it is okay to not sleep in the game, but sleeping can speed up the recovery of chi and blood. In the early stage without potions, most people rely on sleeping to recover from injuries. Time passed little by little, and Song Jian, who was bored and irritable, suddenly felt a dazzling light in front of him. He sat up and found that this beam of light came from the camel square outside the window. Song Jian turned over and got out of bed. Looking out the window, through the window, he saw that in the center of Camel Square, there was a 3-story building with bright lights. What the hell is that? Song Jian rubbed his eyes hard and stared at the building. This building did not exist during the day, but now it seemed to appear out of thin air. On the roof of the 3-story building, there stands a huge sign with the 4 characters Doomsday Supermarket written on it. Around the sign, there is a circle of neon lights flashing in various colors. There is no such building during the day. I remember it clearly. But now, Song Jian felt a chill rising from his back, and his sleepiness disappeared without a trace in an instant. It is too weird that there is no building or supermarket during the day, but it suddenly appears at night. But soon, Song Jian showed a bitter smile on his face. I forgot. I am in the game now. Zombies are running everywhere. What's the big deal about a supermarket appearing out of thin air? Even if a spaceship suddenly appears now, and a few aliens come down, I will not be surprised, Song Jian said to himself. At this moment, under the Doomsday Supermarket sign, a rectangular LED screen suddenly lit up, and a line of large characters began to scroll on it. Doomsday Supermarket is opening for customers. Apply for a membership card and get 1,000 points. You can use the points to buy any discounted items in the supermarket. The discounted items in the supermarket now include attribute fruits, various guns and ammunition, various daily necessities, 80% new Kevlar bulletproof vests, and martial arts secrets. Chapter 10: Entering the Supermarket. Although it was in the game, a large supermarket suddenly appeared out of nowhere. This operation still made Song Jian feel annoyed. However, looking at the advertisement on the LED screen, as long as you apply for a membership card, you can get 1,000 points. And you can also buy discounted items. These discounted items look good. Slurp Song Jian stared at the LED screen, looking at the large number of secondhand discounted items on it. His saliva was about to flow down. In addition to food and mineral water, there are also many materials dropped by mutant zombies in the package. They are all of great quality. I don't know if this supermarket will accept them. Thinking of this, the idea of going to the Doomsday Supermarket became more urgent. However, the mutant zombies that kept growling on the street reminded Song Jian to stay calm. The Doomsday Supermarket looked like bait in a pond. If Song Jian made a move now, there was a high probability that he would be chased by the mutant zombies that had fully recovered their attributes. Wait a little longer. Or wait a little longer. It will be dawn in a little while. Song Jian looked at the flashing neon lights of the supermarket not far away and consoled himself. He was afraid of being killed by zombies if he rushed out now. And he was also afraid that the Doomsday Supermarket would suddenly disappear when it was dawn. At this time, Song Jian's mood was like that of an old stock investor who was trapped, looking at the stock price that was rising and falling. He wanted to sell his stocks but was afraid of rising. And he was afraid of falling if he continued to hold them. He was hesitant as if a big hand was pulling his heart. Out of sight. Out of mind. Sleep. When it was light, the sun hadn't risen yet, and there was less than an hour left before leaving the game. The mutant zombies on the street began to instinctively hide in the dark corners. Song Jian got out of bed and rushed to the window. Fortunately, the supermarket is still there. Song Jian's restless heart finally calmed down. He took a deep breath, grabbed a baseball bat, pushed away the heavy furniture blocking the door, and walked carefully towards the Doomsday Supermarket. There was a mutant zombie wandering in the corridor. It must have accidentally hidden in because it was almost dawn. Song Jian rushed up directly, swung the baseball bat, and hit the nearest zombie hard on the head. Bang! A dull collision sound was heard, and the mutant zombie's head suddenly raised, and a 57-point critical hit number appeared on his head. When Song Jian was ready to swing the baseball bat again, the mutant zombie had already rushed in front of him. The rotten muscles on his face and the stench emanating from his body made Song Jian feel the threat of death. Throwing away the baseball bat, Song Jian directly pulled out his pistol, almost pointing it at the zombie's head, and fired 2 shots in a row, turning the zombie into a pile of black ash. Hiss! It hurts! Without caring about the items dropped by the zombie, Song Jian looked at his arm. The sleeve had been torn into a few rags, and 3 scratches appeared on his shoulder, which were slowly oozing blood. When Song Jian searched for supplies, he searched for a lot of daily necessities, but the only thing he didn't find was medicine for healing. The opponent is a zombie. Song Jian looked at the scratches on his shoulder. His heart sank, and he quickly opened the battle record to check. You use a baseball bat to hit the mutant zombie's weak point head, causing 67 points of physical damage to the target critical hit. The mutant zombie caused you 12 points of physical damage, with a little corpse poison damage. Your skill Thick Skin takes effect to resist this corpse poison attack. You use a pistol to attack. Hit the mutant zombie's weak point head, causing 38 points of long-range physical damage to the target critical hit. You use a pistol to attack, hitting the mutant zombie's weak point head, causing 4 points of long-range physical damage to the target critical hit. And the mutant zombie's health is 0. The mutant zombie dies. System: you kill the mutant zombie and gain 110 experience points. Corpse poison damage. Thick Skin. Huh? Not bad. Not bad. Song Jian breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that the injury on his shoulder was not so painful. The skill of Thick Skin is quite useful. There are zombies everywhere here, and they can be infected with corpse poison at any time. If there is a chance, it is safer to increase this skill. Song Jian thought to himself. Now the sky was only slightly white. The sun had not yet come out. And the mutant zombie's attributes had not been reduced by half. Which also caused the novice baseball bat to be unable to kill the mutant zombie with one blow, giving it a chance to counterattack. Moreover, this attack also exposed an unrevealed weakness of the baseball bat. That is, the attack speed was very slow. There was at least 1 second between the two attacks. And 1 second was enough for Song Jian to use a pistol to attack more than twice. Which was why Song Jian immediately threw away the baseball bat and drew out the pistol when the mutant zombie rushed over. Soon, Song Jian's clothes on half of his body were stained with blood, which looked terrifying. But in fact Song Jian's blood volume only dropped by 12 points. And he still had more than 80% of his blood volume at this time. The wound healed slowly. Song Jian thought about it, took off his clothes, threw them aside, and walked out slowly with his upper body naked. The bloody smell of the clothes was too strong. And Song Jian was afraid of attracting zombies outside. The Doomsday Supermarket is located in the square behind the community. Song Jian held a baseball bat and carefully avoided the mutant zombies. He walked forward for more than 10 minutes and came to the camel square behind the community. The Doomsday Supermarket was completely exposed in front of him at this time. It looked no different from other supermarkets in the city. Song Jian came to the main entrance of the supermarket and found that the glass door of the supermarket was closed. Looking through the glass door, there was a large shopping mall inside. The shelves of the shopping mall were full of goods. With everything. The strange thing is that there is no one in the supermarket. No cashier. No stock clerk. And no customers. The whole supermarket is brightly lit. And there is no mutant zombie around. It seems that they are afraid of this place and dare not approach. The whole supermarket gives people a very weird feeling. Walking into the door of the supermarket, there is a beeping sound from above the glass door, and a green laser is shot out. Before Song Jian can react, the laser falls from his head and scans all the way to his feet. Song Jian was startled. When he reacted, the green laser on the glass door was retracted. The original red light flashed twice and turned green. The supermarket door opened automatically. After hesitating for a moment, Song Jian walked in. "Is anyone there?" Song Jian shouted loudly, and there was silence all around. After thinking for a while, Song Jian gritted his teeth and walked into the supermarket. The supermarket was empty. Looking around, the space inside the supermarket was dozens of times larger than what you see from the outside. And the aisle opposite was so long that you couldn't see the end at a glance. Please apply for a membership card before consumption. If you take goods without a membership card, you will be at your own risk. A cold mechanical voice sounded in Song Jian's ears, scaring him. Looking around, Song Jian saw a machine similar to an ATM next to the empty service desk in front of the hall. The screen was on, and there was an option at the top that was apply for a membership card. This is a touchscreen self-service terminal. Song Jian walked forward. There were several options on the screen of the terminal. Song Jian clicked on apply for a membership card with his finger. The screen flashed, and all the options disappeared. On the blue screen, a few lines of big words appeared. Task: kill 10 mutant zombies. Get 10 mutant zombie cores. Put the 10 zombie cores into the recycling cabin next to it, and you can complete the task. Task reward: a Doomsday Supermarket membership card. Under these lines of words, there are 2 more options. Accept the task and abandon the task. To apply for a membership card, you actually have to do a task? Song Jian took a breath. Chapter 11. My dear daughter in the game. To apply for a membership card in your supermarket, you have to complete a task. No wonder there is no one here. Membership cards in other supermarkets are free. Song Jian couldn't help but complain. In reality, if you go to a supermarket to apply for a membership card, the lady at the service desk will politely say, "I'm sorry, sir. You must first complete the task and kill 10 stray cats in the city before you can apply for a membership card in our supermarket. I'll kill you." If you encounter such a supermarket, Song Jian will definitely turn around and leave without saying a word. And such a supermarket will probably not survive and go bankrupt soon. But now, the goods in the supermarket are so good. What can you do? I am also desperate, Song Jian said. There is no way. Song Jian can only turn around and leave the supermarket. At this time, there is less than half an hour before the 12th hour, and the sky is gradually getting brighter. It is estimated that the sun will appear in at most 10 minutes. At that time, all the mutant zombies will have their attributes halved, and it will be much easier to kill them. I just don't know if this Doomsday Supermarket that suddenly appeared will suddenly disappear in the next moment. When Song Jian completes the task, the Doomsday Supermarket suddenly disappears. What is the point of completing this task? After leaving the Doomsday Supermarket, Song Jian walked towards the unexplored community opposite Camel Square. This community is composed of buildings or single-family villas with only 6 floors in height. It would be easier to search for supplies or find mutant zombies. Before he got close to the community, Song Jian heard a low roar of mutant zombies coming from the front, and it seemed that there were quite a few of them. Fuck. This couldn't be that novice player coming out again and attracting a lot of mutant zombies. Now the attributes of these mutant zombies have not been reduced by half. Song Jian was startled and was a little afraid to move forward. At this moment, a little girl ran out from the opposite street. The little girl looked only about 10 years old. She was wearing a white dress and lost one of her sneakers. She ran towards Song Jian barefoot. Behind her, there were more than a dozen mutant zombies, only about 7 or 8 meters away from the little girl, bearing their fangs and claws, and making low growls. The little girl held a small crossbow in her hand, and turned back from time to time to shoot at the mutant zombies. Swish, swish, swish. The crossbow did not need to be strung, and it seemed that it did not need crossbow arrows. It only needed to pull the trigger to shoot crossbow arrows, and the power was even higher than Song Jian's pistol. Every time the little girl turned around, there would be a mutant zombie with 5 or 6 crossbow arrows stuck in its body, falling to the ground and turning into black ash. The little girl did not even look at the dropped items, and just kept running towards the Doomsday Supermarket. Seeing Song Jian, the little girl was startled, and her face showed a frightened expression. But when she saw that Song Jian was not a mutant zombie, the little girl's face showed a look of surprise. Help me. Those monsters are chasing me. The little girl showed a pleading look on her face. Okay. Okay. Don't panic. Don't panic. Song Jian was panicking. There were more than a dozen zombies on the opposite side. If they rushed forward, they would definitely gnaw on him until there were only a few bones left. But at this moment, the zombies seemed to have noticed something, and they stood at the edge of the Camel Square, constantly roaring and roaring in the direction of Song Jian. But they did not dare to take a step forward. What are they afraid of? Song Jian looked around and finally his eyes fell on the Doomsday Supermarket. Are they afraid of this supermarket? Now it was time to hit the drowned dog. Song Jian raised his pistol, aimed at the head of the zombie standing closest, and pulled the trigger. Bang bang. 2 shots each, changing the magazine 3 times. Song Jian killed these dozen mutant zombies, and dropped a bunch of items emitting color-changing light. It was very enjoyable to fight, but the bullets were used up quickly. In a blink of an eye, Song Jian only had 50 or 60 bullets left. The experience of more than a dozen mutant zombies increased Song Jian's experience bar by more than 2/3. At most, he could level up again by killing 4 or 5 more zombies. Okay, they're all killed, Song Jian said, smiling at the little girl. Looking at the little girl, Song Jian's smile froze. At this time, the little girl was holding a crossbow and aiming at him. Suddenly, a chill surged up from Song Jian's back. Little sister, why are you aiming at me? It would be bad if it goes off accidentally. Put it away quickly, Song Jian whispered. You won't sell the things I kidnapped, will you? The little girl asked calmly. No. How could it be possible? Song Jian said, wiping his cold sweat. You won't steal my snacks, toys and other things, will you? No. You won't try to catch me and bite me like those monsters? No. I'm a player like you, not a monster. Well, okay then. The little girl tilted her head and thought for a long time, and seemed to have decided to believe Song Jian's words. She put away her crossbow, bowed to Song Jian and said, Thank you, uncle, for saving me. You are such a good man. This good man card caught Song Jian off guard. Hee. Uncle. Okay. By the way, is the weapon you used just now of silver quality? It looks so powerful, Song Jian asked casually as he walked towards the killed zombie. When the little girl appeared, Song Jian's eyes first fell on the small crossbow in the little girl's hand. The surface of the crossbow actually emitted a silver light, which was obviously a silver quality weapon. Song Jian now has some understanding of the quality of equipment in the game. The equipment here is divided into gray quality, white quality, green quality, blue quality, and silver quality. Obviously, silver quality is the best and gray quality is the worst. The equipment worse than gray quality is miscellaneous items. Song Jian guessed that there should be gold quality for equipment better than silver quality. As for whether there is equipment better than gold quality, Song Jian does not know. After all, he has just entered the game. After asking the question, there was silence behind him. Song Jian looked back curiously, and his heart almost jumped out of his chest. He saw the little girl holding a crossbow in both hands, aiming at Song Jian's back, with a vigilant look. "You? What are you doing?" Song Jian said in fear. "Are you trying to steal my novice weapon?" The little girl stared at Song Jian and asked, "How? How could it be? I also have my own weapons. Look, I have 3. Song Jian was embarrassed in an instant, and immediately showed the baseball bat in his hand, the dagger and pistol on his waist, and said with cold sweat. The little girl stared at Song Jian's 3 weapons, looked at them for a long time, and then said with a look of doubt, "Is that so? Of course. Of course. How could I steal something from a little girl? You are really..." Song Jian swallowed his saliva. The silver crossbow was obviously not an ordinary item. It not only had high damage, but also had a fast attack speed. If it shot at me, I might be killed instantly. The special game actually gave the little girl such a powerful weapon. Are you the game's daughter? Chapter 12 Cooking. The little girl stared at the 3 weapons on Song Jian's hand. After a while, she curled her lips and said, "Although you have many weapons, they are ugly. They are not as beautiful as my crossbow." As she said that, the little girl raised the crossbow and shook it twice, and the silver light rippled slightly with the shaking, and countless silver fine powders were sprinkled, which was very beautiful. The higher the grade of the items in the game, the more gorgeous the shape. Even if there is no light on the surface, you can guess about 70% of it just by looking at the appearance. The silver quality crossbow has complex patterns carved on the surface. It looks very high-end just from the appearance. It is much more beautiful than Song Jian's baseball bat or pistol. Not to mention that there is a layer of silver light embellished on the outside, which makes Song Jian feel a little ashamed. Song Jian lowered his head and began to pick up the items dropped by the zombies. The first was 10 zombie cores. For this, Song Jian took out a pair of gold bracelets and kept them in his hand, leaving a compartment for the zombie cores. As for those materials such as zombie bones, zombie fangs, and zombie meat, they can be stacked with the previous packages. Zombie bones are a small section of white bones. The surface is crystal like jade, as if carved from white jade, and it feels heavy in the hand, like metal. Zombie fangs are a tooth the length of a finger, which looks like the canine teeth of a large beast, and is also white as jade. Very beautiful. And zombie meat is a thick piece of muscle the size of a palm, without any trace of dirt, and is quite elastic in the hand, and even has a faint smell of grass. Is the meat in your hand delicious? The little girl who had been following Song Jian suddenly swallowed her saliva and asked softly, staring at the zombie meat in Song Jian's hand. Song Jian was frightened by the little girl's eyes, and quickly took out a piece of compressed dry food and handed it over. "Here, eat this. This is zombie meat in my hand." "You can't eat it," Song Jian said hurriedly. "Think about the stench of zombies. Can you eat the meat that falls from their bodies?" The little girl took the compressed dry food and nibbled it slowly. She still said reluctantly, "It smells good and must taste good. Can I just have a bite? I really can't eat it." Seeing the look in the little girl's eyes, Song Jian felt a pain in his heart. At such a young age, he was involved in this damn game. I really don't know what those guys who promote the game are thinking. They actually dragged such a young child into the game. How heartless. "Oh, okay." The little girl lowered her head with a look of grievance and slowly gnawed the compressed dry food. From time to time, she stared at the piece of zombie meat in Song Jian's hand with the corner of her eyes. It was obvious that she still couldn't let it go. Song Jian was about to put this last item into the package, but suddenly remembered that the properties of this zombie meat said cooking materials, which means that this piece of zombie meat can be used as food. Thinking of this, Song Jian's eyes lit up, and he said to the little girl, "Let's go. Find a place. I'll kill the zombies. I'll cook this piece of meat for you to eat." Hearing Song Jian's words, The little girl's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly stuffed all the compressed dry food into her mouth, almost choking, and nodded at Song Jian repeatedly, showing a sweet smile. It's unknown how long this city has been abandoned. Song Jian searched 7 or 8 rooms in a row, but couldn't find a kitchen that could be used normally. Song Jian walked in front, and the little girl followed closely behind Song Jian. Along the way, they also encountered many zombies. With the cooperation of the two, they killed all the zombies without any damage. Song Jian found that if 2 people caused damage to the same zombie, the experience gained was proportional to the size of the damage caused, and the total experience of 2 people was 20% more than that of 1 person. Obviously, this game still advocates players to cooperate. Finally, Song Jian found half a can of liquefied gas in the kitchen of a restaurant, and searched for some cooking oil that didn't smell strange, and began to simply process zombie meat. Zombie meat requires cooking skills to use. Song Jian doesn't know cooking skills, but frying a piece of meat is no problem. After a while, the first piece of fried meat was ready. Song Jian didn't know whether it tasted good or not. Maybe it was because of the ingredients. This piece of fried meat smelled fragrant and whetted people's appetite. Just as Song Jian put the fried meat on the plate, the surface of the fried meat began to emit a faint milky white light. Fried meat white food effect. In non-combat state, eating it for 30 seconds can increase hunger by 60 points and increase blood recovery speed by 10%, lasting for 1 hour. Hiss. I didn't expect it to be a piece of food with attributes. Song Jian was ecstatic, thinking of the zombie skeleton and zombie fangs in the parcel column. He began to yearn for the 2 skills of leather armor making and potion making. At this moment, a small red dot appeared in the upper right corner of Song Jian's vision, flashing, and when Song Jian focused on the red dot, a translucent message interface appeared in front of him. System: congratulations to the player for completing a cooking independently, obtaining a food with a quality of white or above including white, and understanding the art of cooking. System: congratulations to the player for understanding the recipe of fried meat by himself, and the cooking proficiency is increased by 30 points. In the future, when making this food, there is a certain chance to improve the food grade. Is this for me? The little girl showed a joyful expression on her face, staring at the plate intently, and her little nose kept sniffing the fragrance emanating from the air. Here you go. Song Jian handed the plate to the little girl, and watched the little girl grab pieces of meat and put them into her mouth regardless of the heat, and felt a sense of joy inexplicably in his heart. Seeing the little girl eating happily, Song Jian's heart moved. He opened the package and saw that there were still 6 pieces of zombie meat inside. He lit the fire again, poured oil, and Song Jian continued to cook. System: you made white quality food fried meat, and the skill cooking gained 1 proficiency. It took more than 20 minutes to make all 6 pieces of fried meat. Song Jian stacked them all up and stored them in the package. In the absence of healing potions, these fried meats can be used as potions. Although the effect is very weak, it is better than nothing. At this time, the little girl also ate up a whole plate of fried meat. She rubbed her stomach, burped with satisfaction and said, "Burp. So full. So delicious." Song Jian smiled and was about to speak when he heard a prompt from the system. Congratulations to the player for surviving for 12 hours and obtaining the achievement of surviving a disaster. System: players can exit the game within 30 seconds. Once the time is exceeded, the next exit will be 12 hours later. System: please choose a safe area to exit the game. Otherwise you will be responsible for the consequences. Song Jian breathed a sigh of relief when he was able to exit the game. But after looking at the little girl next to him, he began to hesitate. Chapter 13 Villa. Such a young girl was actually tricked into this game. The person who sold the game to her was really guilty. It must be because the little girl was too young. So the system gave her a silver quality novice weapon, which was also to balance the difficulty of the game. But if this little girl was really left here alone, even with a silver quality novice weapon, it would be difficult for her to survive. The full little girl seemed very satisfied. Seeing Song Jian looking at her, she smiled sweetly at Song Jian. "What's your name?" Song Jian asked. "Kuer." The little girl hesitated for a while and said softly, but she quickly added, "My mother doesn't let me tell strangers my name casually. But uncle is a good man. It doesn't matter if I tell you. Just don't tell my mother that I told you my name." Song Jian smiled slightly, nodded, and continued to ask, "How long will it take for you to leave the game?" There is a countdown on your attribute interface. Take a look. After a while, Kur sighed and said, there are more than 3 hours left. Song Jian frowned slightly, and a hesitant look appeared on his face. The 10-second countdown was already ringing in his ears. If he missed this time, he would have to wait another 12 hours to leave the game. I haven't found a safe place yet. I will leave the game when I find a safe place. Song Jian finally made a decision. After letting the countdown end, Song Jian said to Kur calmly, let's leave here first. There is a Doomsday Supermarket in Camel Square. There are many things in it. I will take you to apply for a membership card. And you can buy a lot of delicious food there. Really? Kur's eyes lit up, but soon frowned again, holding her stomach and said, I'm too full. And now I can't eat anything. Song Jian hesitated for a while, and reached out to pull Kur's little hand. Kur was stunned. Then she extended her right hand to Song Jian with a smile. The two walked towards the Doomsday Supermarket together. It was already bright. The sun was rising, and the zombies were hiding in dark corners. At this time, the attributes of the zombies had been halved, even if there were more than a dozen mutant zombies at the same time. With Kur's participation, Song Jian had the confidence to kill all the zombies 10 meters away. Holding Kur, the two walked to the edge of Camel Square. Song Jian looked forward and his face changed drastically. At this time, there was no building in the center of Camel Square, only a dried-up fountain. No, it shouldn't be like this. The Doomsday Supermarket is clearly here. Song Jian looked at the fountain pool full of debris and couldn't believe his eyes. It disappeared. How could it disappear? Song Jian's face turned pale. He suddenly thought that the Doomsday Supermarket might be a building similar to an adventure in the game. It suddenly appeared and disappeared. If you can't grasp the opportunity, you can only let the adventure slip away. Take a deep breath. Song Jian opened the taskbar and saw that the task that rewards the Doomsday Supermarket membership card did not disappear or fail, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Since it will appear once, it will appear a second time. Sooner or later, this task will be completed. Song Jian thought to himself. Looking at the slowly rising sun, Song Jian suddenly had an idea in his mind, and thought to himself, maybe because of the daytime, the Doomsday Supermarket will only appear at night. When the sun rises, it disappears, and at night, it will reappear. Kur, the supermarket may not appear until night. Song Jian said to Kur. Then let's come back at night. Just in time for my stomach to be full now. Kur said very obediently. Song Jian nodded and began to look around. The most important thing now is to build a safe base first, and then slowly clean up the zombies around. Song Jian thought to himself. Song Jian would not leave if the Doomsday Supermarket was here. Kur had about 3 hours left in the game, so he had to build a safe house in such a short time. When Kur's game time was up, he could leave in the safe house. Taking out the map, Song Jian carefully checked it. This safe house must be near Camel Square, so that he could observe whether the Doomsday Supermarket appeared at any time. After looking for a long time, Song Jian finally chose the residential area across Camel Square from Xinyuan community. Kur appeared here. This community is almost all single-family villas, surrounded by a 6-story building. In the north of this community, there is a villa, located on the edge of Camel Square, and the center of Camel Square can be easily seen. Song Jian decided to use this villa as his safe house, and walked towards the villa with Kur. This villa seemed to have been abandoned for a long time. The outer walls were covered with withered vines. From the gaps, it could be seen that the windows and doors were fixed with thick wooden boards from the inside, blocking out any light. This also made it more difficult for Song Jian to get in. After circling the villa for a few times, he did not find a way to enter the room. Instead, he heard the roars and collisions of mutant zombies in the room. It seemed that there were zombies in the villa, and they had already noticed Song Jian's presence. Zombies have an abnormal obsession with living creatures. Once they find one, they will pursue it relentlessly. The flesh and blood of living creatures are like drugs to them. But when the zombies catch a living creature and start to bite its flesh and blood, they will send corpse poison into the body of the living creature. When the corpse poison spreads throughout the body of the living creature, the mutant zombies will lose interest in the prey they just killed and stop eating it, allowing the prey to become their own kind. After listening carefully for a while, Song Jian was sure that there was only one mutant zombie in the room, and he was relieved immediately. He guessed that this zombie should be the original owner of the villa. The biggest problem now is how to get into the villa. The original owner of the villa blocked the doors and windows tightly, leaving no gaps. It's impossible to block all of them. There must be an exit. Otherwise, how can the people inside come out to search for supplies? Song Jian thought to himself. From the fact that all the doors and windows were sealed, it can be seen that the owner of this villa continued to survive for a long time after the Doomsday. After a careful search, Song Jian found a ladder more than 3 meters long in the small courtyard of the villa. Leaning against a tree, looking towards the villa, there is a glass skylight on the sloping roof of the first floor of this 3-story villa. Because of the long time, it is covered with dirt. So Song Jian did not find it at the first time. It can't be that he entered from that skylight. Song Jian thought to himself. The ladder was brought over and placed diagonally on the outer wall of the villa. Sure enough, the length of the ladder was just enough for people to climb up to the roof of the first floor of the villa. Going up the ladder, I came to the skylight, wiped the dirt on the glass with my hand and looked down. There was also a ladder right below the skylight. But this one was a metal triangular ladder, which was more stable than the ladder in the small courtyard. At this time, the triangular ladder had been knocked down and lay horizontally on the floor. It's not a big problem. The skylight is less than 3 meters away from the ground. If you are careful, you can jump down directly, Song Jian thought to himself, pulling the handle of the skylight and lifting it gently. The skylight was pulled up. At this height, ordinary mutant zombies can't get up, and the original owner of the villa has never locked it. In the living room, a mutant zombie was constantly ramming the walls around it, trying to get out. It had already sensed that there were living people outside, and was eager to eat flesh and blood from the bodies of living creatures. Bang! Song Jian jumped down from the skylight, feeling a pain in his feet. Although he had a little more agility, his current physical fitness was that of an ordinary person, jumping from a height of more than 2 meters. His ankles could not bear it. Sensing Song Jian entering the villa, the mutant zombie immediately pounced on him. Chapter 14. What is that? Bang! Bang! 2 bullets accurately shot into the mutant zombie's head, killing the monster. Although the power of a baseball bat is much greater than that of a pistol, and one hit can kill this zombie with half the attributes, Song Jian really doesn't want to experience the feeling of hitting shit with a baseball bat again. Long-range attack is also safer. Song Jian thought to himself. You died before you even got close to me. It feels pretty cool. After the mutant zombie died, it turned into black ash, and the faint smell of corpses in the room slowly dissipated. 5 or 6 items emitting gray light were scattered around the black ash. Song Jian first set up the triangular metal ladder, went up and brought Kerr in. Okay, this will be our safe house from now on. When your time is up, leave the game from here, Song Jian said to Kerr. Yeah, Kerr nodded, and soon her eyes fell on the items emitting gray light, pointing to the ground and said, meat. Fragrant meat. Song Jian picked up the fallen items and found that they were all zombie meat, and he was speechless. Are you planning to let me develop into a chef? Song Jian thought to himself. Kerr, who had already eaten her fill, was still very happy to see the zombie meat with a faint scent of grass and trees, with a happy smile on her face. After Song Jian put the zombie meat into the package, he began to search the entire villa. It took more than an hour for Song Jian to search the 3-story villa carefully. On the second floor of the villa, Song Jian found a lot of daily necessities, various foods and drinking water, which were enough for 2 people to eat for half a year. But unfortunately, most of these foods and water had already deteriorated, so Song Jian had to throw them all out. In a bedroom on the 3rd floor, Song Jian found a double-barreled shotgun and more than a dozen shotgun bullets. In order to store them, Song Jian reluctantly took out 2 pairs of gold bracelets. Beretta double-barreled shotgun green. 2-handed weapon. Attack 12 to 21. Critical hit +1. Equipment requirements, strength 5 points. Physical strength 4 points. Can it be taken out of the game? No. This shotgun has 2 barrels side by side, which can be loaded with 2 bullets at a time. The reloading time is longer, but the power is much greater than Song Jian's P18C pistol, and it also has an additional critical hit +1 attribute. After Song Jian finished searching, he returned to the living room. Kerr sat obediently on the worn-out sofa, with her hands on the sofa, looking around, looking very well behaved. All the doors and windows of this villa are sealed with solid wooden strips, and no sunlight can penetrate. Heavy furniture is piled behind the wooden strips. Even at night, When the mutant zombies recover their attributes, it will take a long time to break into the window or door. It is very safe. Hey, what's going on? When Song Jian was examining the doors and windows, he suddenly found that a red frame suddenly appeared along the edge of the doors and windows. And there was a line of text next to it. Do you want to modify the door of the room? Next to the text, there is a row of door diagrams that can be slid and viewed. But only the first door pattern in the front is white and can be used. The door patterns behind are all red sealed and cannot be modified. Wooden door. Defense 200 points. Requires 35 wood. Song Jian's eyes were fixed on the first door pattern. And so, the materials needed to build this door appeared in front of Song Jian. Behind the wooden door, there is also a stone door. Defense 500 points. Requires 50 stones. But the icon of this stone door is red and cannot be built. Now the defense of the door of this villa room is only 98 points. If it is replaced with a stone door, it will obviously be safer. However, Song Jian didn't know how to collect the stone and wood for a while. Then, Song Jian carefully observed other places. Sure enough, like the gate, other places in the room can also be transformed and upgraded to a more defensive building. Windows, walls, stairs, skylights, and even floors can be transformed and upgraded. In this way, can't I build a strong safe house to ensure my physical safety after leaving the game? Song Jian's mouth curled up slightly, and it seemed that a big stone fell from his heart, and he felt much more relaxed. This Doomsday survival game is very strange, and there is always a risk of life. But if you can persist in this game, there are also many benefits. Just the attribute fruit that can increase physical fitness makes Song Jian excited. This is a treasure that can directly improve his physical fitness. Maybe I can get the skills and techniques of flying and hiding in the ground and myths and legends from this game. Song Jian's mind once again appeared the figure of the monster floating in the air and constantly absorbing the essence of the moon. Uncle, let's go out and fight monsters. It's too boring here, Kura suddenly said while shaking her legs. Fighting monsters? Aren't you afraid? Song Jian asked curiously. Mutated zombies are very scary for a 10-year-old girl. Uncle, you are so childish. This is a game, Kura said with contempt. Kura, how long will it take for you to leave the game? Song Jian was silent for a while and asked. He didn't know if Kura understood what it meant to have only one life in the game. About 1.5 hours. Kura glanced at the game interface. Okay. Uncle will take you out to fight monsters. Song Jian smiled and nodded, but we can only fight for an hour. And then we have to return here. When the time is up, you will log off and never enter this game again. Okay? Promise, Uncle. Kura tilted her head, as if thinking about it. After a moment, Kura smiled and nodded, saying, Okay, Uncle, this game is meaningless. Kura doesn't want to play it anymore. I won't play this game after I go out. Song Jian nodded, held Kura and began to climb the ladder, leaving the 3-story villa through the skylight. Outside the villa, there is a small courtyard of 5 or 6 square meters, surrounded by a fence more than half a person's height. However, the surrounding fence has been destroyed and rotted in the mud. The courtyard is also overgrown with weeds. Ivy plants such as creepers have covered several walls outside the villa. The highest one has already overflowed the roof of the first floor and climbed towards the second floor. Kura held the crossbow in both hands, crouched, looked around with a vigilant look, and followed Song Jian closely. Song Jian stuck to the wall of the building and carefully moved forward. Although the attributes of mutant zombies were have during the day, if he accidentally attracted the attention of a large number of zombies, Song Jian was not sure whether he could successfully escape back to the house. Song Jian would never forget how the man with the baseball bat died. Coming to a corner, Song Jian carefully poked his head out. What is that? Chapter 15 Mutated Dog Beast. A few dozen meters away from Song Jian, a monster with rotten skin, revealing dark red muscles and gray-white nerves, was constantly hitting the doors of the surrounding houses with its body. This monster looked like a big dog, more than half a person tall, with 4 claws with octopus-like tentacles, bloodshot eyes, and fishy saliva dripping from its mouth. The fangs in its mouth flashed with metallic cold light. LV3 Mutated Dog Beast Weak during the day. Chi and Blood, 110/220. Special Skill. Ground Teeth Thrust. Special Skill Description. Consume 10 points of Chi and Blood. Condense a canine-shaped gas attack on the ground to attack the target. Fixed damage value 50. With a certain chance of triggering a critical hit double. Attack range 10 meters. Song Jian stared at the monster for a while, and a line of blood-red small characters appeared on its head, showing the name and level of the monster, as well as its health value. There was another line of small characters next to it, showing the skills the monster had. A level 3 monster has skills? Song Jian was shocked. The range is 10 meters. If a fight breaks out, you won't be able to escape. Even if this monster is weak during the day, its health value is similar to that of a mutant zombie in a night environment. In addition, it has a skill. Its real combat power is probably much stronger than that of a mutant zombie at night. Bang! The dog beast slammed its body against the gate of a villa, and the roar of the mutant zombies came from the villa. The sound attracted the dog beast, and the dog beast no longer continued to walk towards the next house, but slammed into the gate of the villa again. This level 3 dog beast was very strong, and it only slammed 5 or 6 times to knock a big hole in the gate of the villa. The gate was open, and 3 mutant zombies rushed out of the villa, pounced on the dog beast, and kept biting and scratching the dog beast. This dog beast was extremely fierce. Even if it was besieged by 3 mutant zombies, it was not at a disadvantage. After slamming a mutant zombie away, it jumped forward directly, jumped high, bit a zombie's neck, and swung it left and right frantically. Song Jian was frightened by the fierceness of the dog beast, and he immediately retreated in his heart. Once this fierce monster got close, even if several Song Jians were tied together, they would not be its opponent. Just when Song Jian pulled Kur and prepared to slowly retreat, the dog beast had killed all 3 mutant zombies. The mutant zombies killed by the dog beast did not turn into black ash, nor did they drop any equipment. The dog beast kept scratching at the corpses of the 3 zombies. After a while, it grabbed the heads of the 3 mutant zombies and gnawed the things in their heads. Boss? This must be a boss. Kur's eyes lit up, grabbed the corner of Song Jian's clothes and pulled hard twice, and pointed at the mutant dog beast with her little finger and whispered, "You can't beat it." Song Jian shook his head and said to Kur. Kur showed a disappointed look on her face, but behaved very well, did not continue to argue, and stayed quietly beside Song Jian. Song Jian pulled Kur and slowly retreated, preparing to retreat to the safe house. At this moment, a man suddenly came out from the alley opposite. He seemed to have also set his sights on the mutant dog beast. Seeing Song Jian and Kur, he raised his hand and shouted loudly, "Hey, buddy, you are also players. Let's team up to kill monsters and get equipment together." The man wore a white t-shirt on his upper body and a pair of jeans on his lower body. He held a bronze long knife in his hand and waved at Song Jian and the others carelessly, attracting their attention. A whoop! A shrill howl sounded from a distance. Song Jian's face changed drastically, and he turned his head to look at the mutant dog beast. The mutant dog beast quickly ran towards the man. Obviously, the man not only attracted the attention of Song Jian and others, but also successfully attracted the attention of the mutant dog beast. Fuck. So fierce? Are the monsters in this game so real? It looks quite scary. The man shouted loudly, with a trace of fear on his face. But he did not retreat, but looked eager to try. "Hey, brother. Let's kill it together and share the things that exploded," the man shouted to Song Jian. For a moment, Song Jian was in a dilemma. If he left like this, the man who had just entered the game would definitely not be a match for the dog beast, and his end would be death. But if he stayed, Song Jian was really not sure that he could kill the dog beast with 3 newcomers who had just entered the game. Swish! A fawn-shaped air mass rushed towards the man along the ground, emitting a milky white light and sliding on the ground at an extremely fast speed. Fuck! What is this? The man was startled, and before he could react, the air mass hit the man hard. With a bang, the man seemed to be hit by a speeding car. He flew up and hit the wall behind him, leaving a human-shaped blood mark. The man lay down listlessly, looking at the dog beast rushing towards him, with despair in his eyes. I can't watch him get killed. Bang, bang, bang. Song Jian raised his pistol, aimed at the dog beast and pulled the trigger. Although he had the bonus of the gun proficiency skill, Song Jian's hit rate was still too low for the high-speed moving dog beast. He only hit 2 of the 6 bullets, splashing 2 small blood flowers on the dog beast. The dog beast's attention was immediately attracted by Song Jian. It stopped, turned its head, and looked at Song Jian, lowered its body, and let out a threatening roar. Its scarlet eyes exuded a bloodthirsty light, and its mouth kept oozing with fishy saliva. Its octopus-like claws kept wriggling on the ground, and it walked towards Song Jian step by step, with a sense of oppression. "Kur! Shoot it!" Song Jian shouted, raised his pistol, aimed at the dog beast, and kept pulling the trigger. The dog beast moved at the moment the gun went off, dodging and rushing towards Song Jian. The P-18C pistol has a continuous shooting function. Song Jian pressed the trigger tightly, and tried his best to control the pistol's jumping. More than a dozen bullets were fired in an instant. However, only 3 or 4 bullets actually hit the dog beast. Kur, who was standing next to him, turned pale and kept pulling the trigger of the crossbow. Every time a crossbow arrow was fired, another arrow would be automatically generated on the crossbow, and the speed was not much slower than Song Jian's pistol. However, Kur's accuracy was not as good as Song Jian's. When the dog beast pounced in front of him, there was only one crossbow arrow hanging on it. Duh. The pistol made an empty sound. Song Jian directly smashed the iron lump in his hand at the dog beast. The pistol hit the dog beast's head hard, but it did not cause any effect on it. The dog beast was extremely fast, and was already close in front of him. Song Jian quickly grabbed the double-barreled shotgun, and the barrel almost reached the dog beast's mouth, and pulled the trigger hard. Bang bang. 2 loud noises, and a beam of fire spurted out from the upper and lower barrels almost at the same time. The dog beast's body was like being hit by a heavy truck, flying backwards 5 or 6 meters, falling on the hard stone slabs of the street, and twitching continuously. Not long after, the dog beast's body made a slight explosion and quickly turned into a pile of black ash. System, you killed the mutant dog beast and gained 180 experience points. System, your experience meets the upgrade requirements. Your level is upgraded to level 3, and you get a few skill points. This is a critical hit? Song Jian was a little confused for a while, looking at the pile of black ash on the ground, and he couldn't believe his eyes. Such a ferocious monster was killed so easily, where the dog beast's body disappeared. A book emitting milky white light lay quietly on the ground. Song Jian's eyes lit up. Skill book? Chapter 16 Microtherapeutic Injections. After spending more than 10 hours in this game, Song Jian has discovered that the drop rate in this game is actually not high, and most of the dropped items are materials, and the drop rate of equipment is even lower. Even if you search for supplies, the probability of obtaining equipment is much higher than that of killing monsters. But when you find and kill a new type of monster in the game, after the first new monster dies, some better items will be dropped. For example, the puppet card dropped when you kill a mutant zombie for the first time, and the skill book dropped when you kill the first mutant dog beast now. Picking up the skill book emitting milky white light on the ground, Song Jian found that this skill book was the skill that the mutant dog beast had just used. Skill book, Earth Teeth Normal. After using it, you can learn the Earth Teeth skill. Earth Teeth active. Level 1. Skill effect. Release a 2-shaped energy to the target in front, causing 45 to 55 points of damage to the target, with a certain chance of causing double critical strike. Cooling time 10 seconds. Skill consumption. 10 points of chi and health. This is also the first skill book that Song Jian encountered in the game. When he stared at the skill book, 2 options of use and destroy appeared on the skill book. Song Jian couldn't wait to learn this skill. After he learned this skill, he suddenly realized that he didn't kill this 3rd-level mutant dog beast alone, but he and Kur killed it together. Kur, I'm so sorry. We killed this monster together, but I took the spoils alone, Song Jian said a little embarrassedly, feeling like a bad guy who robbed a little girl of her lollipop. I promise that I will keep the skill book suitable for Kur in the future. Okay? Song Jian promised hurriedly. Okay. Kur nodded expressionlessly and said, but before that, you have to give me some delicious meat as interest. Song Jian breathed a sigh of relief, and quickly took out all the fried meat and handed it over piece by piece. Seeing so much fried meat, Kur's eyes slowly curved up, and the suppressed smile finally filled her whole face. Ha! I forgive you, Uncle. Just remember to save the good stuff for me in the future. Ha ha. Kur patted Song Jian's arm and said generously, Brother, help me. Ahem. The man leaning against the corner in the distance groaned. Fuck. I almost forgot there was another person. Song Jian picked up the pistol and walked quickly to the man. At this time, the man was covered in blood. It was obvious that he probably had very little qi and blood. He would definitely have many adverse conditions such as fracture, weakness, bleeding. Brother, help me. Help me. The man's body could no longer move. He said to Song Jian, with a pleading look on his face. Song Jian carefully checked his body. The man's legs had been broken, and his left ribs were sunken. He kept spitting out blood. Brother, your injury is a bit serious. How much qi and blood do you have? Song Jian took a breath and asked. The blood of an ordinary person is only 70 or 80 points. The mutant dog beast's ground tooth attack skill can knock out 50 points of blood at a time, which is almost 2/3 of the blood. In addition, he is bleeding continuously. I am afraid that his blood value has dropped to a very dangerous situation. The most important thing now is to stop his bleeding first. Otherwise, it won't take long before his blood will be drained and his blood value will be cleared to 0, and he will die. There are still 18 points. Every 10 seconds, it will drop a little. Am I going to die soon? The man spit out blood foam and whispered, looking like he was dying. I don't have any medicine to treat you now. I only have a piece of fried meat, which can increase the blood recovery speed by 10%. But you are still bleeding continuously. It's useless. For a moment, Song Jian also felt very difficult. The speed of blood recovery in the game is not fast. Song Jian's 12 points of blood value have not been fully recovered yet. Although the wound on his shoulder has stopped bleeding, the 3 scratches are still clearly visible. Use this. The man spread out his palm, and a needle tube flashing with milky white light appeared in his palm. Micro-healing injection white, potion. Use effect. Immediately increase the user's blood value by 20 points. Remove the bleeding effect, and reduce the user's injuries in the next 30 minutes. The man looked at Song Jian nervously, feeling a little uneasy. Such a potion can sometimes really be a life. If he only had a dozen points of blood and qi, and had entered a state of severe injury and weakness, he would not have let Song Jian help him use it. If Song Jian wanted to embezzle his treatment injection now, he would have no way to stop him. Hey, you actually found the treatment potion? You are so lucky. Song Jian seemed to be unaware of the value of the potion. He walked forward, picked up the needle, rolled up the man's sleeves, and stabbed him. The potion slowly entered the man's body, and the man immediately felt relieved. Thank you very much. My name is Wang Qi. I owe you a life. Wang Qi felt a warm current rushing into his body. The continuous bleeding state disappeared, and his qi and blood recovered to nearly 30 points. He was finally away from the state of death, and could breathe a sigh of relief. My name is Song Jian. Song Jian smiled and said, since we have entered this damn game, we must help each other. Yes, help each other. Wang Qi sighed. His body trembled slightly, and his complexion seemed to have improved a little. Here, my name is Kur. This is for you. It can speed up the recovery of blood and qi. Kur walked forward and handed over a piece of fried meat. As soon as she stretched out her hand, she immediately took it back, took out a knife from the parcel column, carefully cut half of it, and handed it over again, muttering softly, I'll just give you half of it. Wang Qi was a little amused, but after seeing the properties of this half piece of fried meat, he still wolfed it down. The player's qi and health can be automatically restored over time, but there is a prerequisite that the hunger and thirst must be above 50%. Once it is below 50%, the qi and health value will not be automatically restored. Uncle, it's almost time for me to log off. Kur pulled Song Jian's sleeve and said softly, okay. Wang Qi's injury will not heal for a while. Take him to the safe house. Song Jian nodded and said, thank you, brother. Wang Qi's heart was finally relieved. In his current state, if he was left here, any monster could eat him. With broken legs and broken ribs, he should have been put on a stretcher and carried away. But now there was only Song Jian alone, and there was no stretcher. So Song Jian had to carry Wang Qi all the way to the safe house. Chapter 17 Horrible Monster. Song Jian finally managed to get Wang Qi into the safe house, and he was sweating all over. Okay, buddy. You are safe for now. When the game time is over, you should quit the game as soon as possible. Song Jian wiped his sweat, and said to Wang Qi, who was lying on the sofa in the living room, thank you, brother. You saved my life. Wang Qi said with gratitude. After lying for a while, Wang Qi propped himself up with his hands, changed to a more comfortable position, and looked around. Brother Jian, you found a good place. Even if the zombies found it, they couldn't attack. But if you encounter the dog beast just now, I'm afraid you're in danger here, Wang Qi said with lingering fear. Compared to the mutant zombies, the mutant dog beast is not only much stronger, but also extremely fast, and has amazing jumping ability. Although it only has half of its attributes during the day, it can easily jump more than a person's height. If its physical attributes are restored at night, it may be easy to jump from the ground to the roof of the first floor of the villa, and then jump in through the skylight. Song Jian's heart sank. This is only a level 3 monster. If a higher level monster appears later, this villa will be vulnerable. If you want to survive, you must have a solid base. Song Jian thought to himself. Okay. Kur. You are ready to leave the game. Wang Qi. How about you? How long will it take to leave the game? Song Jian asked. I just entered the game, and there are still more than 10 hours left. Wang Qi showed a bitter smile on his face. It's about the same as mine. I think we can leave the game together. But I'm going out to find something now. So be careful, Song Jian said and stood up. Uncle, my time is up. My name is Li Kur. I'm in the 4th grade of Xinghui Primary School. I live in... Kur was talking, and her figure began to slowly become transparent. Although I saw her mouth opening and closing from behind, I couldn't hear what she said. After a while, Kur's figure disappeared completely, as if she had never appeared. Huh? Who made this game? If I knew, I would definitely smash the glass of their company, Wang Qi said with an ugly face. With broken legs, he could only lie on the worn-out sofa for 10 long hours. If he breathed a little harder, his ribs would ache. It can be said that the gaming experience was extremely poor. Stay here and don't move. I'm leaving first, Song Jian said, climbed up the metal ladder, and left the room. Leaving the villa courtyard, Song Jian looked back and thought to himself, it is better to build the gate of the villa as soon as possible. Otherwise it will be too inconvenient to climb up and down like this every time. However, Song Jian had no idea how to get stones and wood. He didn't know where to get them. Maybe I can buy them from the Doomsday Supermarket, Song Jian thought as he walked towards the house next to him. For a novice, searching for supplies was the most urgent thing. Song Jian didn't dare to go too deep into the residential area this time. If he encountered more than 2 mutant dog beasts, he would be injured. If he encountered more than 3, he would most likely die. He started by searching the houses on both sides. It took more than an hour to search 4 or 5 villas. Song Jian was sweating. But most of the things he found were miscellaneous items. Although these items were of low grade, they all had game attributes. However, these items were of very low value, and there was no need to take them out of the game. They were better off selling the gold bracelets in Song Jian's bag. The only white-quality item found was a military shovel. The blade looked very sharp and looked exactly like a new one. If there were no other weapons, this military shovel could be used as a weapon. But in fact, its greatest use was to dig the soil. After thinking for a long time, Song Jian decided to take it with him. Maybe it would come in handy when building a safe house in the future. Time passed quickly. In a blink of an eye, it was already around 11 o'clock in the afternoon. At this time, the sun was hanging in the middle of the sky, which was the time when the yang energy was at its peak. The streets around were quiet, and there was no trace of monsters. At this moment, there was a sudden vibration from far away, and even the ground of the street where Song Jian was located began to tremble slightly. This vibration was very rhythmic, just like the vibration caused by a giant walking. Looking back, Song Jian was stunned. He saw a huge skeleton over 100 meters tall walking slowly in the fog outside the viaduct in the distance. Its figure was looming in the fog, and purple gold flames were burning in its 2 eye sockets. Song Jian felt trembling all over. Just a glance, the fear in his heart crawled into every cell of his body. In front of such a terrifying monster, Song Jian didn't even have the courage to run away. It was like meeting a natural enemy, and he didn't dare to move at all. His mind was blank, and he seemed to have lost his soul. It took a long time for Song Jian to wake up from his fear. The huge skeleton monster had disappeared in the fog, and the ground returned to calm. Too scary. Song Jian wiped his cold sweat and said to himself, this should just be a novice village in the game. How could such a scary monster appear? What kind of weapon would be needed to cause damage to such a scary monster? The pistol and double-barreled shotgun in Song Jian's hand might not even break the opponent's defense. There was a series of question marks on the top of the head, and the level and name of this monster could not be seen at all. Song Jian only reacted at this time. At that time, there was only a series of light yellow question marks on the top of the huge skeleton's head. Obviously, this monster was a monster that did not actively attack. The gap between Song Jian and it was too big, and he could not find any useful information at all. After a long time, Song Jian finally got rid of the shadow of the huge monster from his mind. He was afraid that Song Jian would not dare to recall the figure of the monster for a long time in the future. At this moment, a level 3 mutant dog beast appeared behind Song Jian, with saliva in its mouth, slowly walking towards Song Jian. Silently, it was not until it was 5 or 6 meters away that the mutant dog beast let out a low roar, suddenly accelerated, and pounced on Song Jian. Song Jian was startled when he heard the movement behind him. He did not dare to turn around, and quickly rolled to the side to avoid the attack. When he stood up again, the mutant dog beast was only 2 or 3 meters away from him, holding the baseball bat tightly in his hand. Song Jian smashed it hard at the dog's head. With a bang, the baseball bat hit the dog's shoulder blade. The dog let out a scream and stretched out its right claw, scratching a scar under Song Jian's right rib. In an instant, Song Jian only felt a sharp pain in his ribs, and blood slowly seeped out of the wound. Chapter 18 Teeth on the Ground. Song Jian almost threw the baseball bat in his hand due to the severe pain. The mutant dog beast stood up and rushed towards Song Jian. Its 2 front paws grabbed Song Jian's body, and its big mouth full of sharp fangs bit down on Song Jian's neck. Song Jian held the baseball bat horizontally in front of him and stuck it in the dog beast's mouth. He pushed it out hard. The dog beast's mouth exuded a strong rotten stench, which almost made Song Jian vomit. The dog beast's claws were like octopus tentacles, constantly moving on Song Jian's body. There were small suction cups on the tentacles, which tightly attached to Song Jian's clothes. "Get out of here!" Song Jian used all his strength and kicked the dog beast's abdomen fiercely. The dog beast felt the pain and became more and more crazy. Its big mouth opened and closed, biting the baseball bat hard. Its sharp fangs cut the baseball bat, making a crunching sound. Wood chips fell from the baseball bat, and cracks appeared on the surface of the baseball bat. "I can't go on like this. The baseball bat won't last long." Song Jian's heart sank, and his right leg kicked the mutant dog beast's abdomen again. He kicked several times in a row, and soon, the system voice came to his ears. "System, you use your feet to cause effective damage to the mutant dog beast more than 3 times. And you have learned the skill, Kick. Kick active. Level 1. When using the foot to attack, increase the damage by 5%. And there is a certain chance to interrupt the opponent's skills being released. Skill consumption. 5 points of chi and health." Song Jian didn't bother to check the newly acquired skills. He desperately kicked the dog beast with his feet, and held the baseball bat in both hands to resist the dog beast. The mutant dog beast bit the baseball bat and threw it to the side. Song Jian felt a strong force coming, and there was a burning pain in the palm of his hand. The baseball bat slipped out of his hand. Dang! The mutant dog beast shook its head and threw the baseball bat far away. It hit a wall and made a slight cracking sound. Song Jian's heart sank, and his mind moved. The parcel column appeared in front of him. He quickly took out the double-barreled shotgun from the parcel column and pulled the trigger against the mutant dog beast's abdomen. With a loud bang, the mutant dog beast's body was thrown far away by the huge impact force. A big hole was rotten in its abdomen, and the rotten internal organs were scattered all over the ground. This attack directly beat the mutant dog beast to a residual blood. But the huge wound on the abdomen did not seem to have much effect on the mutant dog beast. Soon the dog beast struggled to get up, staring at Song Jian with a pair of scarlet eyes, as if to imprint Song Jian's face in his heart. Song Jian felt frightened by the dog beast's stare. Dog beasts are very vengeful. If he can't kill this dog beast, I'm afraid Song Jian won't even sleep well. Bang! Song Jian aimed at the dog beast and pulled the trigger. The bullet of the shotgun penetrated into the body of the mutant dog beast fiercely. But the power of this shot was much smaller than before. The dog beast's body just shook slightly, and continued to show its sharp fangs towards Song Jian, making a low hum. "System, you used a double-barreled shotgun to cause 3 effective damages to the mutant dog beast. You have learned the skill, Gunpowder Weapon Shotgun Basic. Skill description: when using a shotgun or shotgun to attack, the power of the shotgun or shotgun-type weapons is increased by 5%. Song Jian threw away the double-barreled shotgun without bullets, quickly switched to a pistol, and aimed at the dog beast. Bang bang bang. A series of flames came out of the pistol barrel. The mutant dog beast moved swiftly, dodging left and right, and rushed to the room next door. It knocked open a glass with its body and disappeared. The bullets chased it all the way, hitting the ground, the wall and the glass frame. Splashing sparks. Click. Click. The firing pin of the pistol made a sound of empty collision. And Song Jian frowned slightly. He fired more than a dozen bullets, but none of them hit the dog beast. For a moving target, Song Jian's shooting skills were still a bit stretched. Song Jian suddenly thought that when he reached level 3, he got a skill point, which he had not used yet. He was about to add this skill point to Gunpowder Weapon Pistol Basic, but when he opened the skill bar, facing a row of skills, 5 passive skills, and 2 active skills, Song Jian hesitated for a moment, not knowing where to add this skill point. At this moment, the mutant dog suddenly jumped out of the window and fled to a distant alley without looking back. At this time, it had less than 10 points of chi and blood left. The dirty blood in its abdomen kept falling down as it ran, leaving a trail on the ground. We can't let it escape like this. Otherwise it will be like a maggot on the tarsal bone and will ambush me at any time and any place. Song Jian became anxious. And suddenly, he had an idea and pressed his right hand on the ground. The ground fangs. A hot current quickly surged through the body and gathered towards the right hand pressed on the ground. A ball of milky white chi gathered in his right hand and soon formed a white light with a sharp top and a wide bottom. Whoosh! A sharp sound of breaking through the air sounded, and the fong-shaped gas mass slid towards the mutant dog beast on the ground at an extremely fast speed. With a bang, the mutant dog beast let out a shrill scream, and its body was thrown high up, flying 3 or 4 meters away, and then fell heavily to the ground, twitching continuously. Not long after, the mutant dog beast's body burned with transparent flames and soon turned into a pile of black ash. 2 or 3 items emitting gray light and 1 item emitting white light appeared next to the pile of black ash, staring at the dog beast turning into a pile of black ash. Song Jian felt weak in his body and fell to the ground, gasping for breath. It seems that this skill can only be used as a killer move, not as a regular attack method. Song Jian thought to himself. The power of the Earth Teeth Thrust skill is not bad, but it consumes a lot of energy. It takes 10 points of blood to use it once. Song Jian only has 80 points of blood at full. The last injury has not been completely healed. This time, he was attacked by the mutant dog beast again. In addition, he used the Earth Teeth Thrust once. At this time, there are only 43 points of blood, which is already at the warning line. After seeing the power of the Earth Teeth Thrust skill, Song Jian immediately wanted to add skill points to this skill, but found that active skills cannot be directly upgraded by adding skill points. There is a small plus sign behind the passive skill. If there is a skill point, the plus sign is glowing gold. And if there is no skill point, it is gray, behind the 2 active skills. The skills of Ground Teeth Thrust and Kick. There is a slender proficiency, and then a small plus sign. If you want to use the skill upgrade, you must practice the proficiency to the maximum. Song Jian sighed slightly, and added this skill point to the passive skill Gunpowder Weapon Pistol Basic. Gunpowder Weapon Pistol Basic. Passive. Level 4. Increases the power of short gun weapons by 20%. Accuracy plus 2. Upgrading to level 4 only increases the power by 5%. And no new attributes appear. Song Jian sighed slightly, and walked towards the items dropped by the mutant dog beast. Chapter 19 Stir-Fried Dog Heart. The 2 gray items dropped by the mutant dog beast are Mutated Dog Beast Eyeball and Mutated Dog Beast Heart. Among them, Mutated Dog Beast Eyeball is a material for making potions, and Mutated Dog Beast Heart is a cooking material. After putting the 2 materials into the package column, Song Jian's eyes fell on the white quality items. Dog Beast Leather Armor White, Defense 5 to 8. Equipment requirements, Level 3. Can it be taken out of the game? Yes. Another piece of equipment that can be taken out of the game. Song Jian showed a look of joy on his face. Picked up the leather armor, opened the equipment column, and moved it directly to the equipment column. The moment the leather armor was moved into the equipment column, Song Jian also put on an identical leather armor outside his clothes. After the leather armor appeared on Song Jian felt that it was a bit big and frowned slightly. When he was about to adjust it, the leather armor on the surface of his body began to shrink slightly. And soon it became very fit. Song Jian twisted his body casually and felt very satisfied with this leather armor. When fighting with a mutant dog beast, the safety is greatly increased. You can't rely on the skill of thick skin to defend against attacks every time. After putting on the leather armor, Song Jian walked to the baseball bat, picked it up, and saw that the baseball bat had broken at 1/3 of the way. And the word damaged also appeared in the attributes. What a pity! This blue quality weapon was destroyed after only a few battles. Song Jian threw the damaged baseball bat on the roadside reluctantly. This was the first blue quality weapon Song Jian had ever obtained. But it broke after a short time. The weapons in this game are really easy to break. Song Jian's pistol is not as smooth to use as it was at the beginning. The reason is that he once smashed a dog beast's head with his pistol in a hurry, and it collided with the hard skull of the dog beast. Although the pistol was not directly scrapped, it must have caused some damage to its internal parts. Maybe it will be scrapped and unusable in a short time. Song Jian felt that he might have to put more effort into searching for weapons in the future. Placing the pistol and the tiger-tooth dagger at the waist where it was easiest to grab, Song Jian held a double-barreled shotgun and began to slowly search for monsters. There were only 13 shotgun bullets left, but as long as he aimed at the head of the mutant zombie, he could kill a zombie with one shot. After all the 13 bullets were used up, Song Jian was left with 13 piles of black ashes. Now Song Jian can deal with more than 3 mutant zombies at the same time without being flustered. Compared with the first day, he is much more skilled. Now Song Jian has begun to gradually become familiar with this game. The mutant zombies here are only level 1, and the experience they can provide is starting to decrease. But they are safer, and the explosion rate seems to be getting smaller. 13 mutant zombies only drop 2 pieces of zombie meat and a zombie fawn for the skill of preparing medicine for Song Jian. The sun gradually sank to the west. When Song Jian used up all the bullets in his pistol, his level was finally raised by 1 level to level 4. And he gained another skill point. However, at this time, the shotgun and pistol had become decorations in the parcel column because they had no bullets. Song Jian thought for a long time and finally put this skill point on the talent skill of Shameless. Thick Skin Passive. Level 2. Skill Effect. Self-defense increased by 8%. Resistance increased by 5%. Blood recovery speed +1. And resistance to adverse effects such as taunting, charm, corpse poison, paralysis, dizziness, etc. Skill description. As a salesperson, you already have a certain immunity to those humiliations, rejections, and taunts. At the same time, your ability to resist blows is further improved, and your resistance to adverse effects is also enhanced. Seeing the upgraded talent skills, Song Jian's eyes lit up. His own defense increased by 3%, resistance increased by 2%, and an attribute of blood recovery speed +1 was added. Compared with all skills, skill points are still added to talent skills. From the perspective of cost performance, it is still more cost effective. Seeing that the sky was gradually getting dark, if he wanted to kill monsters again, he would have to use the tiger-tooth dagger and fight the monsters in close combat. Song Jian hesitated for a moment, and finally decided to return to the safe house first, waiting for the night to fall, to see if the Doomsday Supermarket would appear again. After returning to the safe house, Wang Qi was shocked to see Song Jian, whose half of his clothes were stained red. When he struggled to sit up, he was stopped by Song Jian. Lie down well. You haven't eaten for a day. You must be hungry. I'll go make something to eat, Song Jian said, and walked towards the kitchen. Wang Qi kept staring at Song Jian's back and the leather armor he was wearing, looking thoughtful. After entering the kitchen, Song Jian made 2 pieces of zombie meat into fried meat, took out the dog heart, thought for a while, cut the heart into small pieces, and prepared to stir-fry it to see if he could comprehend a new recipe, because there were no side dishes and seasonings. Song Jian cut the dog heart very thin, and in a short while, a plate of stir-fried dog heart was ready. After Song Jian poured the vegetables into the plate, the surface of the stir-fried dog heart actually emitted a light green light. Green quality food? Song Jian was delighted. Stir-fried dog heart green food. Effect. In non-combat state, eating it for 30 seconds can increase hunger by 75 points. and in the next 30 seconds, it will increase the blood value by 1 point per second. If it is damaged, the effect will be interrupted. System, you have learned a new recipe, stir-fried dog heart, and your cooking proficiency has increased by 30 points. When you make this food in the future, there is a certain chance that the food grade will be increased. System, your cooking skill has been increased to level 2. Your physical attribute has been increased by 1 point. This is a pleasant surprise. Song Jian's mouth curled up slightly. Opening the attribute interface, he saw that the physical attribute, which was originally only 4 points, has now become 5 points. And the blood has also changed from the original 80 points to the current 100 points. Unfortunately, the increase in the blood limit cannot replenish Song Jian's missing blood. After thinking for a while, Song Jian picked up the stir-fried dog heart that he had just cooked and ate it in big mouthfuls. After eating, Song Jian's qi and blood value recovered rapidly at a rate of 1 point per second. In a short while, it increased by 30 points. Although Song Jian's qi and blood value was not full at this time, it had reached more than 80%, which was within the safe range. With a slight smile, Song Jian simply packed up and came to the living room with a plate of fried meat. Here, fried meat. Eat it. Song Jian handed the plate and said, in fact, I ate a piece of compressed biscuit at noon. Wang Qi smiled a little embarrassedly. Song Jian left the safe house for 7 or 8 hours, and Wang Qi lay in the safe house for 7 or 8 hours. Extremely bored. Hey, Brother Jian, tell me, what monsters did you see when you went out? Wang Qi looked at the leather armor Song Jian was wearing with some envy and asked, is this leather armor dropped by a monster? Chapter 20 Surgical Treatment. Seeing Wang Qi's eager expression, Song Jian smiled slightly and nodded, not bad. Today I fought monsters all day and only got this piece of equipment. It's not easy. Hey, I also want to go out and fight monsters like Brother Jian. Wang Qi's eyes showed a trace of loneliness, and he glanced at his legs. After Wang Qi left the battle, his blood and qi were slowly recovering. But the fracture attribute could not be eliminated for a while, unless there was some treatment method or a medicine to remove the fracture state. Otherwise, I will try to fix it for you. Song Jian looked at Wang Qi's legs and said suddenly. This is what he suddenly thought of while cooking. Some simple skills can actually be learned by oneself, as long as they can be done once. If Song Jian was not really confused about skills such as clothing making and alchemy, he would even want to try all these skills. As for helping Wang Qi fix his legs, it should be a relatively simple matter. Just aim at the broken bones and fix them with wooden boards and ropes. Is it really possible? Wang Qi hesitated. Try it. If the broken part is not fixed, it is easy to dislocate and cause secondary injuries, Song Jian said, standing up and starting to look for wooden boards in the villa. After dismantling a wooden table, he cut 4 suitable wooden boards with a tiger-tooth dagger, and then tore some cloth strips to act as binding ropes. Song Jian came to Wang Qi's leg, half-squatted, and carefully touched the place where his leg bone was broken. The most difficult part of treating a fracture is to connect the broken bones. Once the connection is not good, even if the fixation is good, the leg will be useless. Song Jian slowly touched the wound. Wang Qi grimaced, kept gasping and shouting in pain. Okay, it should be here. Feeling that the broken bones were connected together, Song Jian immediately clamped the wooden boards on both sides of the leg and tied them with cloth ropes. After waiting for a while, there was no system prompt in his ears, and Song Jian felt a little disappointed. How do you feel? Song Jian asked. It hurts a bit, and it's a bit sore. I can't move my legs. It feels weird. Wang Qi looked weird. Well, there's one more leg. You move it up a little bit. Song Jian glanced at the other leg and said, Brother Jian, why don't you just forget it? I can quit the game in a few hours. Maybe these injuries will be healed by then. Wang Qi said hesitantly. It was really painful when Song Jian was fiddling with his legs. Now Wang Qi has a cold sweat on his back. Try again. This time I have experience. It will be fast. Without saying anything, Song Jian gently lifted Wang Qi's body and put his hands on Wang Qi's other leg. Hiss. Jian. Jian. Be gentle. Be gentle. Wang Qi gritted his teeth. Sweat oozed from his forehead, and the muscles on his face were twisted. Hey. Okay. How about it? Your Jian skills are not bad. This bow is very artistic. Song Jian clapped his hands and stood up. System, You successfully completed a wound bandage and learned the skill, Surgical Treatment active. Skill description: when using this skill, you can restore 1% of the target's chi and health value, and there is a certain probability of removing bleeding, fractures and other adverse conditions. Skill consumption: 3 points of chi and health value. Hey! It worked! Song Jian showed a look of joy on his face. This skill can only restore 1% of the HP value, which is better than nothing. But the biggest effect of this skill is that it can remove bad conditions, which is too important. Moreover, when the skill level is increased in the future, Song Jian believes that the HP value restored will definitely increase. This is a percentage recovery of HP value. When the level is high, it is definitely much better than those recovery potions. Song Jian thought to himself. Hey, Xiao Jian, you are really amazing. Wang Qi suddenly showed a look of surprise on his face and said, the system prompts me that my legs have been treated. As long as I rest for 3 hours, I can fully recover. Haha. I can't lie to you. How about it? Do you believe me now? Song Jian laughed. I believe it. I believe it. Xiao Jian. And here, you can treat it for me too. Wang Qi quickly moved his body, lifted his clothes, and exposed his ribs. I saw that his side ribs were also sunken, and at least 3 ribs were broken. Come on. Let me try again. This is the time to improve the proficiency of skills. It's a waste not to try. Anyway, it's not Song Jian himself who is in pain. Song Jian pressed his hands on the injured part of Wang Qi's ribs, silently chanting surgical treatment in his heart, and saw a ball of milky white light emerging from Song Jian's hands and drilling into Wang Qi's ribs. This time, even the wooden board and cloth rope were not used, and Wang Qi's broken ribs were directly healed. However, this kind of healing only looks fine on the surface. It is still necessary to rest for 3 hours to be completely healed. Great! Great! Xiao Jian. This time it really doesn't hurt at all. And there is a little bit of cool feeling. Hey! It's amazing! Wang Qi shouted with a look of surprise. Not bad. Not bad. Song Jian looked at his blood value and felt a little headache. Why do these active skills consume blood value when they are released? Are my spirit value and blue bar just for decoration? Is this a BUG? Should I report it? Not long after Wang Qi was treated, Wang Qi's game time was about to end. Brother Jian, my 12 hours are almost up. Thank you so much this time. If it weren't for you, I would have died long ago. Wang Qi said to Song Jian gratefully. It's okay. This game is a bit weird. If you can avoid it in the future, don't come in. Song Jian shook his head and said, actually, I think this game is quite interesting. Wang Qi showed a hesitant look on his face. Song Jian glanced at Wang Qi, smiled slightly and said, it's up to you. But if you really decide to play this game, you must be careful. After all, there is only one life in the game. If you die in the game, you will also die in the real world. Well, Xiao Jian, you have to be careful too. Safety comes first, Wang Qi said. Song Jian nodded, watching Wang Qi's figure slowly become transparent, and then disappear. Looking at his interface, there is less than an hour left before he can leave the game. Song Jian took a deep breath and looked out the skylight. At this time, the sky was already dark, and only a little bit of the sun's light remained. In less than 10 minutes, it would sink into the horizon. Song Jian took a deep breath and waited patiently. The Doomsday Supermarket disappeared at the moment the sun rose, and he didn't know if it would appear at the moment the sun set. 10 zombie cores were lying quietly in the package. This was a mission item without any attributes. It had no other use except to complete the task of applying for a membership card at the supermarket. Song Jian climbed to the roof of the first floor of the villa, sat on the roof, and looked in the direction of Camel Square. At the moment when the afterglow of the sun completely disappeared, a colorful light slowly bloomed in the center of Camel Square. Song Jian's eyes showed excitement, and he couldn't help but stand up. Chapter 21 Supermarket Membership. The colorful light condensed for a long time. Song Jian waited patiently. Finally, after more than an hour, the colorful light gradually disappeared, and a 3-story supermarket appeared in the center of Camel Square. Song Jian finally put his mind at ease. During the day, he was always worried whether the Doomsday Supermarket would appear again. If it did not appear again, the 10 zombie cores in his package would lose their function. At the entrance of the supermarket, Song Jian saw the items in the supermarket through the glass door. The goods inside were dazzling. Not only daily necessities, but also various tools and even weapons. There are 2 guns in Song Jian's bag, a pistol and a double-barreled shotgun, because the bullets are all used up. The pistol can only be used to crack walnuts, and the double-barreled shotgun is no different from a fire stick. The Doomsday Supermarket seems to have a certain deterrent range. After it appeared, the monsters that were originally wandering in Camel Square have all run away. One of the important reasons why Song Jian chose the villa where he is now as a safe house is that it is very close to Camel Square. The monster attributes at night have been fully restored. The first level mutant zombies are not bad. If you encounter a mutant dog beast at night, Song Jian, who does not use the earth tooth thrust skill, is only relying on a tiger tooth dagger. He is definitely not a match for the dog beast. Just like last night, Song Jian entered the supermarket and placed 10 zombie cores into the item bin next to the self-service terminal in the lobby. Then, Song Jian selected the complete task option on the screen of the self-service terminal. Soon, the process of applying for a membership card appeared on the screen. According to the process, Song Jian pressed his fingerprints on the screen several times, stared at a camera on the terminal for a few seconds, and a membership card was spit out from the machine. The metal membership card is smooth all around, feels light, and feels very high-end. The membership number on it is A9527. It seems that more than 9,000 people have applied for membership cards in this supermarket, Song Jian thought to himself, and suddenly felt a sense of pressure. The screen began to flash, showing the information recorded in Song Jian's membership card. Below Song Jian's personal information, 2 lines of Doomsday coins 0. Sales points, 1,000 were displayed, just as the supermarket advertised yesterday. As long as you apply for a membership card, you can get 1,000 points. Below the membership information, there are member rules, and each rule has the same sentence behind it. Once you violate this member rule, you will be punished by being wiped out. The 2 words erased were specially marked out, as glaring as blood, and it made people feel cold all over. Holding the membership card, Song Jian walked towards the supermarket where the goods were stored. Before entering, there was a transparent glass door. From here, he could vaguely see the first few shelves, which were filled with various daily necessities, such as rice, flour, fruits, and vegetables. Further back, there were rows of shelves with tools, but the distance was a bit far, and it was not very clear. Further back, there was a row of shelves that seemed to have no end, with various goods on them. Song Jian used his membership card to swipe the magnetic slot next to the glass door, and the glass door opened automatically. After hesitating for a moment at the door, Song Jian stepped in. After entering the real supermarket, Song Jian found that this supermarket was much wider and larger than he had imagined. He could only see a few dozen meters away. Any further was covered by a layer of white fog. But when you walked in front of the white fog, the fog would automatically dissipate. Song Jian was even a little worried that if he walked too far, he would get lost in this supermarket. Rice, 1/kg. Flour, 1/kg. Cornmeal, 1/kg. Apple, 1/kg. Banana, 1/kg. Celery, 1/kg. Tomato, 1/kg. After wandering around the first few shelves for a while, Song Jian was surprised to find that the price of all the food on them was 1 Doomsday coin per kilogram. Song Jian could guess that this Doomsday coin should be a kind of currency in the game, but all the items have the same price, which made Song Jian feel a little strange. Maybe these ordinary items are not worth much in the game. Such a thought suddenly emerged in Song Jian's mind. Thinking of this, Song Jian felt a little excited and walked quickly towards the shelves behind. After 7 or 8 rows of shelves dozens of meters long, the goods that appeared were tools, electric saws, shovels, axes, igniters. The quality of these items was also miscellaneous, and the price was all 1 Doomsday coin. Further on, the surface of the goods on the shelves began to emit a milky white light. From here on, the quality of the goods was no longer miscellaneous, but ordinary. Among the countless white quality items, you can occasionally find a few items emitting green and blue light, which should be considered as small top quality items. The goods here, from weapons to equipment, have everything, and the prices have also increased sharply, from the lowest few Doomsday coins to dozens of Doomsday coins, and even hundreds of Doomsday coins. As the attributes are improved, More and more Doomsday coins are needed. Song Jian felt that he had walked hundreds of meters. But there was still a fog ahead. He had seen a green and blue light flashing in front of him. And even silver and gold light in the distance. But the distance was too far to see clearly. Further on, there was a white fog. Song Jian was a little afraid to go forward. He was really afraid of getting lost in the supermarket. He didn't have any Doomsday coins on him now. There were so many good things. He was greedy. But he couldn't buy them. After a round, Song Jian found that all the equipment here were below level 30. And there was no equipment above level 30. The secret book area? Song Jian's eyes lit up. And suddenly, he saw a shelf full of books. He walked forward and flipped through them casually. And found that these books were all skill books. Black Tiger Fist. Wave Palm. Stone Splitting Kick. Why do these look a bit like the dealer's moves? And to learn these skills, you must also learn the corresponding basic skills. Each skill book actually costs 500 to 800 Doomsday coins. After flipping through a few books, Song Jian showed a look of disappointment on his face. Basic leg techniques. Basic boxing techniques. Basic footwork. Basic body techniques. So expensive. Song Jian found the basic skills of the farmers just now. And found that any basic skill would cost 300 Doomsday coins. And he was speechless. I wonder how much my EP2 can sell for here. Song Jian thought to himself. Although he didn't know the power of these skills, Song Jian felt that most of these skills might not be as powerful as EP2. After wandering around for more than an hour, Song Jian finally found that next to these official products, there was an area with countless products. But the products here were all used and placed in a mess without any rules. Song Jian walked around for a while, and found that the goods here did not require Doomsday coins to buy, but only points. The 1,000 points given by the supermarket were actually spent here. Song Jian thought to himself. It's just that the goods here are a bit too embarrassing. Song Jian frowned and picked up a green fruit that seemed to have been bitten by someone and examined it. Chapter 22, Is the Supermarket So Real? Bitten Attribute Fruit White, Effect. There is a certain chance to increase the agility attribute by 1 point after eating. Item description. This is an attribute fruit that was bitten by someone unknown. I gave up eating it because I thought it tasted bad. Price, 1,000 points. Song Jian looked grim. His 1,000 points could only buy such a bitten attribute fruit. And the effect of this attribute fruit was there is a certain chance to increase agility by 1 point. In other words, there is a certain chance that it will not increase after eating. So the 1,000 points will be wasted. After putting down the attribute fruit, Song Jian suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Could it be that all the goods here are so unreliable? Sure enough, after walking around for a while, Song Jian's face turned ugly. All the goods in this scoring area are used second-hand goods. After someone got them, they sold them to the supermarket. And then the supermarket put them out for sale. This place is simply a second-hand wholesale market. Assault Rifle White. Two-handed weapon. Attack 21 to 25. Equipment requirements, Level 1. Endurance, 8/30. Charge Shield White. One-handed shield. Defense 25 to 30. Equipment requirements, Level 1. Endurance, 6/50. Almost all the equipment here has a durability below 10. Only some tools have not used up much of their durability. Song Jian shook his head and thought to himself. In addition to weapons and equipment, there are many other products with special effects. But these effects are the same as the attribute fruit just now. Either the effects are incomplete, or there is a certain probability of triggering. Skill, Diamond Leg Fragmented Page. After using it, you can learn the skill Diamond Leg First Style. Who would spend money to buy these things? Song Jian picked up a page on the shelf and took a breath after reading it. In Song Jian's opinion, practicing martial arts secrets is the most rigorous thing. With such a fragment, not only can one not fully exert the power of one move, but there may also be other hidden dangers. There is a complete version of the Diamond Leg in the merchandise area next to it, which only costs 600 Doomsday coins. This fragment. 3,000 points. Song Jian shook his head and put the fragment back. After wandering around for a long time, most of the goods here are like this. Like chicken ribs. Which makes Song Jian very disappointed. In the end, Song Jian could only buy a pickaxe and a stone axe. These two pieces of equipment are white quality, and they are durable and not used much. These two pieces of equipment allow Song Jian to collect stones and wood. so that Song Jian can upgrade and reinforce the villa, making it more solid. However, Song Jian didn't know where to collect them, so he could only take it one step at a time. After leaving the points area, Song Jian looked back. This place was simply an abandoned garbage dump. But as long as you are willing to spend some time and energy, plus some luck, you can still find some good things. Of course, the premise is that you have enough consumption points. Where did the supermarket buy these second-hand items? Did they buy them from other players? Song Jian suddenly had such a thought in his mind. The more Song Jian thought about it, the more he felt that this possibility was very high. He walked quickly to the front hall of the supermarket and walked towards the service terminal. There was an item recycling cabin there. The 10 cores of the mission were placed there and then recycled by the supermarket. Walking to the recycling cabin, Song Jian tentatively put a zombie fong into the recycling cabin. Soon, the service terminal next to it made a crisp beep sound, and a few lines of big words appeared on the screen. Found zombie fong. White quality. Potion material. Recyclable. Recycling price. 1 Doomsday coin. Recycling? It's really possible, Song Jian said to himself, with a smile on his face. But then frowned. But this recycling price is a bit too low. There are many similar materials in Song Jian's package, all dropped by monsters. These items would be very useful if he had relevant skills. But for Song Jian now, exchanging them for Doomsday coins is probably their only value. Soon, Song Jian emptied the materials in the package and finally exchanged more than 70 Doomsday coins. Then, Song Jian tried to put a pair of gold bracelets into the recycling cabin. Who knew that this time? The service terminal issued a harsh beep and flashed a dazzling red light. Worthless items. Cannot be recycled. A line of big words appeared on the screen. It really doesn't work. It looks like I can only exchange it for money in the real world. Song Jian sighed and took out the gold bracelet again. Such a pair of gold bracelets weighs at least more than 30 grams. Even if it is sold as gold in reality, it can be sold for more than 10,000 yuan. If the production process is included, it is worth at least 20,000 yuan in an ordinary gold shop. But here, it is a worthless item. Then, Song Jian put another piece of cooked fried meat into the recycling cabin, and the recycling price was displayed on the service terminal screen. It's worth so much. Song Jian looked at the 32 Doomsday coins displayed on the screen and was a little surprised. One piece of zombie meat can only be recycled into 1 Doomsday coin. But after being made into fried meat, the value has increased by 32 times. This is too incredible, Song Jian muttered to himself. After thinking for a long time, he finally had some guesses in his mind. The value of unprocessed materials is much lower, but the value of the finished products will soar. Thinking of this, Song Jian suddenly felt a pain in his flesh. If he learned the corresponding skills and made all the materials that have been recycled by the supermarket into finished products, how much money could he sell them for? For a moment, Song Jian actually felt like he had missed out on 100 million yuan. And he felt very distressed. All the items that had been recycled disappeared and could not be taken back. Otherwise, Song Jian would have rushed into the recycling cabin as soon as possible and snatched back all the materials that had been put in. It's a big loss. It's a big loss this time, Song Jian muttered to himself. His face was uncertain. After standing in the recycling cabin for a while, he gritted his teeth and turned around and walked towards the supermarket shelves. After a while, Song Jian took a book and swiped his membership card at the front desk. Great! Congratulations to member A9527 for his first purchase in the Doomsday Supermarket. This time the consumption amount is 100 Doomsday coins, and 100 points will be given. Welcome to come again next time. Love you. A cute girl's voice came from the service counter. The attitude of this supermarket before and after consumption is completely different. Is it so real? After spending money here, the service quality has gone up in levels. Song Jian looked at the empty service counter and was a little speechless. At this time, the book in his hand was originally in the sealed state. After paying, the sealed state began to slowly disappear, and he could study. Chapter 23 Back to Reality. The skill book in Song Jian's hand is a life skill book called Pharmacy, which can be used to make various medicines after learning it. Among the materials sold by Song Jian, the number of medicine materials accounts for at least 2/3, which is why Song Jian first chose the life skill Pharmacy. Another reason is that the price of the skill book of Pharmacy is relatively cheap. His eyes were fixed on this skill book, and after choosing use, the skill book turned into a bunch of white light spots and drilled into Song Jian's eyebrows. The words pharmacy appeared in the skill column. Pharmacy active. Level 1. Use pharmaceutical materials to make corresponding medicines. Increase the success rate of pharmaceutical production by 5%. Skill description. To use this skill, you must learn the corresponding potion formula. Song Jian looked at the skill description of the pharmacy in the skill column and was stunned. Oh my god! Why is this pharmacy so cheap? Only 100 Doomsday coins. It turns out that I just learned pharmacy, and it's useless, and I have to collect potion formulas. Song Jian cursed in his heart. At least give me a primary formula. Of course, there are potion formulas in the supermarket. But Song Jian saw that the cheapest potion formula cost 1,000 Doomsday coins. He didn't think much of it at the time. But now it seems that this is simply a huge pit. There were still a dozen Doomsday coins left. So Song Jian simply spent them all, and bought 50 rounds of double-barreled shotgun bullets, and 300 rounds of general-purpose pistol bullets. For these consumables, the price is quite affordable, and it is relatively cheap. But the consumption of ammunition is a long-term process. It looks small, but it can't withstand the consumption too fast. I'm afraid that the bullet Song Jian bought can only last for one more level at most. It seems that I still need to learn some cold weapon fighting methods. Otherwise, the future will be greatly restricted. Song Jian thought to himself. Song Jian spent all the Doomsday coins on him, and only a few gold bracelets were left in the parcel column. The rest of the sundries were all emptied. He looked back at the supermarket shelves reluctantly. The dazzling shelves were a temptation. If I were to... Song Jian shook his head, dismissed the bad thoughts in his mind, and walked out of the supermarket. At this time, Song Jian could leave the game not long. Less than half an hour. Song Jian was ready to return to the safe house and wait for the time to end and leave the game. Lying on the bed in a bedroom of the villa, Song Jian looked at the countdown in the interface, and the expression on his face became a little complicated. This game is too realistic, giving people an immersive sense of time travel. And the items here can be taken out of the game, which is incredible. Originally planned to leave and never enter the game again. But at this time, Song Jian hesitated. Hey, we'll talk about it later, Song Jian muttered to himself, staring at the countdown, not knowing what he was thinking. At the moment when the countdown was reset to 0, the system's voice rang in his ears. Your game time has expired. Do you want to leave the game? Please make a choice within 30 seconds. If you do not make a choice, it will be assumed that you will not leave. The next time you leave the game will be in 24 hours. Leave. Song Jian made a choice quickly. A white light appeared in front of his eyes, and the white light became more and more intense. Song Jian could not help but close his eyes, feeling a state of weightlessness, as if his body was being carried by something and flying quickly. Soon, the weightlessness disappeared. Song Jian slowly opened his eyes, and found himself lying on the bed in the rental house. At this time, the electronic alarm clock on the bedside table began to ring. Turning his head, he saw that it was 7:30 the next morning. How is this possible? I clearly spent 24 hours in the game. Why? Could it be that the time in the game is not synchronized with the real world? Song Jian was shocked. But this is also good. At least it will not affect the things in the daytime in reality. Package column, Song Jian muttered in his heart. After a moment, nothing happened. This is a bit embarrassing. Song Jian scratched his head and tried the personal attribute interface, taskbar, equipment bar, and found that the system in the game disappeared in reality. Nothing appeared. If he could not feel that his body at this time was the same as when he added attribute points in the game, and all the skills could be used and displayed at any time, he would have thought that everything in the game was just a dream he had. What's going on? Some of the equipment in the game can be brought back to the real world. Now the system is gone, and the package bar can't be opened. How can I take out this equipment? Song Jian frowned. He was still thinking about those gold bracelets. When he stood up from the bed, he found that his pockets were a little heavy, as if there was something in them. He casually touched his shirt pocket and took out a pair of gold bracelets, each weighing about 30 grams. This is the gold bracelet I got in the game. Song Jian was surprised and at a loss for a moment. Looking at the pair of gold bracelets blankly, Song Jian was a little puzzled. You know, there were at least 7 or 8 pairs of gold bracelets in his parcel column, but now there was only one pair. Song Jian quickly turned over all his pockets, wishing to take off all his clothes to check, but found that there was only this pair of gold bracelets on his body. Suddenly, Song Jian had an idea. He remembered that there were 16 boxes in the parcel column, 15 of which were gray bordered, and only the last box was gold bordered. In that box with a gold border, there was also a pair of gold bracelets, which seemed to be exactly the same as the one in front of him. Could it be that only the box with a gold border can bring out items with game attributes? Song Jian guessed in his heart. If this was the case, then every time he entered the game, he could only bring out one item, which made Song Jian a little disappointed. What disappointed Song Jian even more was that in the real world, he could not summon the system, so he had no way to bring items from the real world into the game. If he could bring items from the real world into the game, then the difficulty of the game would obviously be reduced exponentially. Jumping off the bed, Song Jian suddenly felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. He lifted his clothes and saw 3 red lines more than half a foot long on his left shoulder, as if he was scratched by something. This is the part where I got injured in the game. Song Jian was shocked. It turned out that getting injured in the game would really be reflected in the real world. Song Jian knew that if he died in the game, he would be killed in the real world, but he didn't expect that getting injured in the game would also be brought to the real world. Song Jian's heart sank, and he felt a little panic inexplicably, looking at the icon in the Doomsday City game on his phone. It turned gray. Song Jian hesitated and struggled in his heart. Should he continue playing? Chapter 24 Landlord. After hesitating for a long time, Song Jian finally sighed and put away his phone. For him who suffers from decision-making difficulties, he often procrastinates unless he has to make a decision. Today is Sunday, and he doesn't have to go to work. After getting up and washing up, Song Jian took the gold bracelet and prepared to go out. There were only a few dozen yuan left in his wallet, and only 3-digit deposits in his bank card. The first thing he did when he went out was to find a pawn shop and sell the bracelet for some money. As soon as he locked the door of the rental house, Song Jian heard the sound of high heels stepping on the stairs behind him. Turning his head, he saw that it was the landlord. Gu Shujia. This is a woman in her 30s. Very beautiful. Sometimes, it is difficult to describe her with the word beautiful. It should be said that she is very delicate. Perhaps because she had just taken a shower. She exuded a faint fragrance all over her body. Her hair was still wet, and her face was as white as white jade. There was no tiny pores. In particular, her figure was very good. The skin all over her body was elastic. Under the sunlight, it exuded a charming luster like ivory. Such a beautiful woman is worth a lot of money. But she is still single. When she first moved in, Song Jian even had a fancy for her. But after spending a long time with her and knowing her mean and poisonous side, Song Jian had no idea about her. He was still a little afraid. Seeing Song Jian locking the door, Gu Shujia groaned and said with a smile, Xiao Jian, today is Sunday. You went out so early in the morning. You are not avoiding me, are you? Song Jian was slightly embarrassed. Landlady, why are you here? What do you want to talk to me about? Hee hee. Are you pretending to be stupid? What can I do with you? Collecting rent. Gu Shujia took out a calculator from somewhere and started clicking it. Very skillfully. This month's rent, plus water, electricity, gas. I have calculated it for you. The total is 2,376. I will round off the decimal and count it as 2,380. Xiao Jian, I have treated you very well because you are a college student and have just graduated. Look at other people. Which one doesn't pay 1 deposit and 3 payments? I let you pay once a month, and you don't have to pay a deposit. How much discount do you get? Don't make it difficult for your sister, Gu Shujia said, poking the calculator at Song Jian's face. Song Jian smiled bitterly and said, Auntie-landlord, isn't tomorrow the day to pay the rent? Tomorrow? Gu Shujia was stunned. Her eyes rolled, and she immediately said, Don't you have to go to work tomorrow? I'm afraid of delaying your work. What's the problem with a day or two? You don't have money, do you? After that, Gu Shujia looked up and down at Song Jian suspiciously, and her eyes fell on the gold bracelet he was holding in his right hand, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Hey, your bracelet is a nice style. Where did you get it from? Let me see it. Gu Shujia stretched out her big hand and said unceremoniously, Auntie-landlord, this is me. Song Jian hadn't finished speaking when Gu Shijia's face suddenly changed, as if she thought of something, and said to Song Jian earnestly, Song Jian, you don't have money. But don't go astray. Talk to your sister. Did you steal this bracelet? Song Jian was shocked. But he looked aggrieved and said, Auntie-landlord, look here. Besides you, who has the money to buy such an expensive gold bracelet? Look at the workmanship and weight. After that, Song Jian handed the gold bracelet to Gu Xiaojiao without making a sound. This is my family heirloom. My mother said she would leave it to my wife. But I'm short of money recently. I want to mortgage it and get some money to spend. Isn't it just right to pay your rent? Song Jian said. Mortgage? Gu Xiaojiao frowned slightly, looked at the bracelet carefully, then weighed it in her hand, and felt the surface of the bracelet carefully with her fingers. With her eyesight, she could tell that this bracelet was brand new, without any wear and tear. In addition, the style and shape had never been seen on the market before, so Gu Xiaojiao liked it at first sight. Okay, don't go out to pawn it. Just pawn it to me directly. This bracelet weighs only about 60 grams. I'll give you 20,000 yuan. I'll wear it when I have nothing to do. When you have enough money, you can redeem it from me. How about it? Gu Xiaojiao said. 20,000 yuan. Song Jian was shocked and asked. Yes. 20,000 yuan. What? Do you think it's too little? Gu Xiaojiao stared at Song Jian and asked. No. No. Auntie-landlord. I'll just mortgage it to you first. Song Jian said hurriedly. In fact, Song Jian was going to take the gold bracelet to the pawn shop to pawn it. But it's easy to know that the pawn shop would be very hard to bargain for it, even if it was a pawn. The manager of the pawn shop was very kind to give Song Jian 8,000 yuan for it. Gu Xiaojiao wrote a mortgage contract, took 20,000 yuan in cash, and sent it to Song Jian's house, and happily put the gold bracelet on her wrist. Come to me to redeem it when you have money. By the way, pay the rent for this month first. Gu Xiaojiao greeted, and a charming smile bloomed on her beautiful face. She counted out more than 20 bills from the 2 piles of money, folded the rest together, gave them to Song Jian, and turned and walked out, looking at the thick pile of brand new banknotes in his hand. Song Jian suddenly felt unreal. He earned 20,000 yuan just by playing the game for a night. In his package, there were 5 or 6 similar gold bracelets, as well as the gold ornaments in the gold shop. Although they were sundries, and had no use in the game, most of the gold ornaments could bring out the attributes of the game. I'm rich. Song Jian showed an excited look on his face. At this moment, Song Jian's phone suddenly rang. Hey, Xiao Jian. Are you up? Come to the east entrance of Doomsday Supermarket quickly. Today, your brother will take you to a good place. Xiao Yu's excited voice came from the phone. Doomsday Supermarket is located in the center of the largest business district in Linhai City. It is the most prosperous area in Linhai. The Xinghui Primary School mentioned by Liker is also near this business district. But Xinghui Primary School is a national chain of aristocratic primary schools. Song Jian is not sure that Liker is in the same city as him. With a bulging wallet, he felt confident walking on the street. He held his head high and took a taxi. Soon, Song Jian arrived at the east entrance of Doomsday Supermarket. Xiao Yu stood at the east entrance of the supermarket, constantly raising his wrist to show the Vacheron Constantine on his wrist. He seemed to be checking the time. But every time he checked the time, it was when a beautiful girl passed by. Song Jian smiled slightly. Xiao Yu came from a wealthy family, and was just bored when he came to work. He was more of a playful person, and had a more casual attitude. Most of his colleagues in the company looked disgusted with him. But somehow, he became friends with Song Jian. Xiao Yu. Here. Song Jian raised his hand slightly, and shouted loudly. Chapter 25 Free Fighting Hall. Hey, Xiao Jian. Why are you here so late? Xiao Yu stared at the buttocks of a girl who passed by and called Song Jian. Why did you call me here so early in the morning? What fun place did you find this time? Song Jian asked. After spending more than a month with Xiao Yu, every time Xiao Yu found a fun place in Linhai City, he would call Song Jian and take him to see it. This time I found a beauty concentration camp, with all kinds of beauties, which will definitely feast your eyes. Come with me, Xiao Yu said, pulling Song Jian directly to a high-rise building next to Doomsday Supermarket. Beauty concentration camp? What exactly is that place? Song Jian asked curiously. You'll know when you get there. Xiao Yu looked mysterious. After bypassing the tall building next to Doomsday Supermarket, Xiao Yu directly took a taxi and reported an address. The taxi drove towards the east of Linhai. The address Xiao Yu reported was a landmark building on Wahai Street. This is where the rich people in Linhai spend their money. Song Jian rarely comes here. Black Panther Free Fighting Gym? Song Jian looked at the sign on a 3-story shop with a surprised look on his face. Read it softly, turned his head and asked, "Is this the beauty concentration camp you mentioned?" Yes. Yes. It's here. Don't talk. Just follow me in. I have 2 experience coupons here. You can go in and experience for 2 hours. Xiao Yu waved 2 printed papers and handed one to Song Jian. He took it and saw that half of the experience coupon was printed with a beautiful woman wearing a camouflage tights. And the slogan was also full of ambiguity and temptation. Do you believe such an advertisement? Song Jian said speechlessly. Go up and take a look. Anyway, it doesn't cost money, so you can't lose anything. Xiao Yu pushed Song Jian towards the gym. This gym is well decorated. The entire first floor is the lobby, which is decorated like a 5-star hotel. On the left is the leisure area, where several sofas and coffee tables are placed. On the right is a publicity area, where some trophies and photos are placed. Opposite the main door was a large service counter, where 2 18 or 19-year-old girls stood. They were very pretty, one with a ponytail and the other with short hair. Seeing Xiao Yu and the other 2 coming in, the 2 girls bowed together and said, "Welcome to the Black Panther Gym." Sweet voice. Xiao Yu gently nudged Song Jian with his right elbow and smiled ambiguously. "We are here to experience it. What does your gym have?" Xiao Yu asked, waving the experience coupon in his hand. "Please go up the stairs on the right to the 2nd floor. Someone will be there to receive you." The girl with a ponytail smiled sweetly and pointed to the stairs next to her. Xiao Yu didn't seem to want to leave yet, and was ready to continue chatting with the 2 girls. Song Jian directly pulled his arm and walked towards the stairs. "Hey, wait, I haven't got their WeChat ID yet," Xiao Yu complained in a low voice. "You look like a pig, so people won't give you their contact information." Song Jian glanced at him and said, "You don't understand this. As the saying goes, a strong woman is afraid of a clinging man, and a beautiful woman needs more contact." Xiao Yu said incessantly, "You are so powerful. Why haven't you found a girlfriend yet?" Song Jian asked curiously. Xiao Yu suddenly stopped silent, staring at Song Jian's face, and said after a while, "It hurts, my friend." The 2 of them went up the stairs to the 2nd floor, walked 5 or 6 meters along the corridor, and stopped in front of a glass door. Looking through the glass door, the entire 2nd floor was a hall similar to a square, with various training equipment placed along the wall. In the center of the hall, there was a formal ring, and at this time, a man and a woman were practicing against each other on the ring. "Hey, look, look, I said this is a beauty concentration camp. There are so many beauties." Xiao Yu opened his eyes wide and whispered. Song Jian looked around and saw that there were more than a dozen people working out in the gym. Most of them were women, and they all had good figures and good looks. The 2nd floor is well decorated and soundproofed. The 2 people standing outside the door could only vaguely hear the sound inside. They could not hear it at all after taking 2 steps back. The girl closest to the glass door found Song Jian and the others and pressed the controller next to the glass door. The glass door opened, and the girl came out and asked politely, "Hello. May I ask what can I do for you?" "We are here to experience the fitness content of the Black Castle Gym." Xiao Yu looked the girl up and down and handed over the experience coupon. Song Jian also handed it over. The girl took the experience coupon and looked at it and said, "Sure. You can experience the gym for 2 hours. If you are satisfied, you can apply for our membership card." As she spoke, the girl pressed the controller next to the glass door, opened the glass door, and led the 2 into the gym. It was the first time for the 2 to come here, and they didn't bring sportswear. Many of the equipment were not suitable for use, so they could only take a look around for a while. After entering the gym, Xiao Yu winked at Song Jian and walked towards the treadmill next to him. There were 3 or 4 girls there, doing slow walking exercises. Song Jian looked around and was attracted by the 2 people fighting on the central ring. He walked to the ring and looked at it carefully. The boy on the left side of the ring was over 1.8 meters tall, with a burly figure. He wore sports shorts and boxing gloves. His fists were waving vigorously and full of power. His opponent was a girl, a head shorter than him, petite, and without obvious muscles. After watching for a while, Song Jian was surprised to find that it was the girl who was suppressing the boy in the ring. That's our free fighting coach, who has won prizes in national competitions. The girl who had just received the two people came to Song Jian and whispered, "Free fighting coach? Are you talking about the girl on the stage?" Following her gaze, Song Jian realized that she was talking about the girl on the ring. Yes, she's very good. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly remembered that in the game, he had eaten an attribute fruit, which improved his agility attribute a little bit. When he returned to the real world, although there was no attribute interface description, Song Jian could still feel that the improved agility attribute had not disappeared. The attributes and skills in the game can be brought out to the real world. I wonder if the physical fitness in the real world is improved. Can it be reflected in the game? Thinking of this, Song Jian's eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 26 Dagger Fighting. Do you have anyone here who teaches cold weapon techniques? Song Jian suddenly asked. Cold weapons? The girl was stunned, and asked with a strange look on her face, "You mean cold weapons like knives, swords, and daggers?" Song Jian explained. That? There are, but not many people like cold weapons now. I wonder what kind of weapon you like, the girl asked. Song Jian thought of the game, where he always had a tiger-tooth dagger in his bag column. After he learned the passive skill cold weapon dagger basic, he never used it again. Is a dagger okay? Song Jian asked. After a moment's silence, the girl nodded slightly and said, "Yes, but if you practice cold weapons, you need a designated teacher, and the price will be a little higher. In addition, this trial coupon does not allow you to experience the teaching of a designated teacher. You must become a member to experience the teaching of a designated teacher, and then decide whether to choose this teacher's course." How much does it cost to become a member? Song Jian asked. 12,000 a year. Song Jian was stunned. It's so expensive. Can it be cheaper? Song Jian said hesitantly. Sorry. This is the uniform price, the girl said with a reserved smile. The annual membership fee of an ordinary gym is only 1 or 2,000 yuan. But the price here is 10 times that of other gyms. Song Jian hesitated for a moment and nodded. Although it was a bit painful, money was no longer a difficult thing for him now. He asked directly, "Where can I apply for a membership card?" "Please follow me." The girl showed a trace of surprise on her face. Judging from her eyes, Song Jian didn't look like someone who could afford to apply for a membership here. However, her good professionalism made her face show nothing, and she smiled and guided Song Jian to the service desk next to the glass door on the second floor. After getting the membership card, Sun Qian handed over a course schedule and said, "This is the information of all the coaches in the club and the prices of their courses. You can choose any package combination. Muscle bodybuilding training course, 30 classes, 2 classes per week, 400 yuan per class, 2 hours. Free fighting basic course, 10 classes, 1 class per week, 800 yuan per class, 2 hours. Free fighting advanced course, 15 classes, 1 class per week, 1,000 yuan per class. Coach information. Below are rows of courses introducing coaches." Song Jian was surprised to find that this fitness club seemed to have only a dozen people, but the information of coaches inside was more than 20 people. Obviously, many coaches did not stay in the fitness club all the time. If you want to learn how to use a dagger, I personally recommend you to choose Coach Wang Dan. She is a special forces soldier and is good at actual combat, Sun Qian said softly. Members can try the class first. Right? Song Jian nodded and asked. Sun Qian smiled and said, "Of course. We have 7 or 8 coaches who are good at cold weapons, and even a master of Chinese martial arts, with superb swordsmanship. In the game, Song Jian only has a dagger, and now he can only give priority to the use of the dagger. The power of the gun is not bad, and it is a long-range attack, but the consumption is too high. Song Jian can't afford it, so it's more cost-effective to use cold weapons." After getting the card, Sun Qian led Song Jian around the ring and walked towards the separate room at the back. There were 5 or 6 separate classrooms behind the ring, which were only open to members. Soothing music could be heard faintly from some classrooms, and shouts could be heard from others. Sun Qian led Song Jian to an empty classroom and said, "Wait here for a while. I'll go and notify the coach. It will take about 10 minutes." Song Jian nodded slightly, and Sun Qian turned and left, closing the door of the classroom. Although Song Jian had never been to a similar fitness club before, he knew that very few people wanted to learn cold weapons now. What was popular now were boxing, free fighting, karate and other fighting techniques. But most people were still doing fitness for the main purpose of losing weight. After waiting for a while, the classroom door was pushed open and a girl with a short ponytail walked in. "Are you the one who wants to learn dagger fighting?" The girl looked at Song Jian from head to toe and asked. Song Jian looked back and saw that the girl had an oval face and was very beautiful. But her skin was slightly dark. There was a fierce aura between her eyebrows and eyes that could not help but leak out. She looked at Song Jian as if she was staring at her prey, which made Song Jian feel a little uncomfortable. "Yes, it's me. Are you Wang Dan?" "Coach Wang." Song Jian nodded and said. There were photos and names of various coaches in the brochure, so Song Jian already knew her in advance. "Yes." Wang Dan nodded and asked. "Is this your first time learning?" "Yes. I have never learned it before, and I have never been exposed to it." Song Jian nodded. "Why do you want to learn dagger fighting?" Wang Dan pulled out 2 daggers from his waist, handed one of the daggers with the blade facing outward to Song Jian. Song Jian reached out to take it and felt the weight of the dagger, because after leaving the game, without the bonus of the strength ring, Song Jian's strength was only 4 points, which was lower than that of an ordinary adult. But it was no problem to hold a dagger with one hand. Although this dagger is a real thing, it has no blade, which is also to prevent Song Jian from hurting himself when he touches it for the first time. Song Jian weighed the dagger and answered casually, "I am more interested in it." Wang Dan's mouth curled up slightly, obviously not believing Song Jian's answer. But he didn't say anything. "Okay, since you have no basics at all, I will start with the most basic." Wang Dan held the dagger with one hand, raised it to his chest, and the blade was tilted downward. "Let me tell you how to hold the dagger first. There are 4 ways to hold it. The blade is facing down, and the handle is held in reverse. The blade is facing up, and the handle is held in the right position. The saber is similar to the hammer, but the thumb and index finger are used to gently press the blade, and the palm is facing backwards, and the blade is hidden behind the wrist. Each grip has a corresponding body posture. You must remember this." "Okay, I understand." Song Jian stared at the dagger in Wang Dan's hand. "These grips have corresponding basic moves. Now I will teach you a few basic moves. How many you can remember depends on yourself. Look, this is the first move." Wang Dan thrust the dagger forward. Song Jian only felt a white line in front of his eyes, and a cold feeling on the back of his neck. When he reacted, Wang Dan's posture had returned to its previous state. "You can try it yourself." Wang Dan took 2 steps back and motioned Song Jian to learn the moves just now. Song Jian tried to do it himself, but felt very awkward. "Your legs are too far apart. Bring them in a little. Also, remember, don't just use the strength of your arms. You should be good at using the strength of your legs and waist." Wang Dan demonstrated. The trial class lasted only 30 minutes, and it was over soon. Song Jian barely learned a basic forward stab move. "You got the hang of it quickly. It seems that you have some talent for using a dagger. If you want to continue learning, you can apply for my course package. The whole set of basic courses only costs 3,600 yuan. Wang Dan nodded at Song Jian, and after saying that, he took back the dagger, put it back on his waist, and turned to leave the classroom. Chapter 27 Main Quest. In the game, Song Jian has already mastered cold weapon dagger basics. Although it is only level 1, he still has a basic bonus for mastering daggers. Therefore, he quickly mastered the knowledge taught by Wang Dan, which made Wang Dan mistakenly believe that Song Jian has a talent for dagger fighting that is beyond ordinary people. Before Wang Dan left the classroom, seeing that Song Jian had no intention of leaving, he gave Song Jian a practice dagger and told Song Jian to put it on the weapon rack next to the classroom after using it. Song Jian took the dagger and nodded, but did not start practicing immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes slightly and comprehended all the knowledge just taught. After a moment, Song Jian opened his eyes and raised his lips slightly. This gym is really interesting. For the rest of the time, Song Jian was alone in the classroom, constantly practicing the basic moves he had just learned. Soon, an hour passed, and someone wanted to use the classroom, so Song Jian had to leave. On the second floor, he took Wang Dan's dagger fighting course and agreed on the next time. Song Jian said hello to Zhao Yu, left the club alone, and returned home. Zhao Yu didn't care about Song Jian's departure. He was walking slowly on the treadmill, telling jokes with the two beauties, and bursts of crisp and pleasant laughter came from time to time. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before Zhao Yu could get the contact information of the two beauties. On the way home, Song Jian randomly picked a hardware store and bought a fruit knife, preparing to use it as a temporary practice prop, and then went home to order a real dagger online. The fruit knife is too different from a real dagger in terms of weight and shape, so it can only be used temporarily. This time, I just learned a simple way to hold and stand with a dagger, and only learned a simple basic move. However, this simple basic move can also derive several attack methods, which must be mastered and require a lot of practice to eventually form physical instincts, so that when fighting, I can attack like a conditioned reflex. After practicing for a whole day in the rental house, even lunch and dinner were taken out. When Song Jian was completely immersed in practicing the basic dagger moves, time passed very quickly. Soon, the sky gradually darkened, and it was already 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening. Song Jian exhaled a breath of turbid air and suddenly felt a needle-like pain in his right arm, and waves of muscle-twitching pain came from his waist, abdomen and thighs. The intensity of the practice is a bit too high. Song Jian fell on the bed, and his right hand didn't even have the strength to hold the fruit knife tightly. With a clang, the fruit knife fell to the floor. After a short break, he took out his phone and looked at it. The icon of the Doomsday City mobile game was no longer dark gray. You could enter the game now. But Song Jian was a little entangled, not knowing whether to enter the game again. Wait a little longer. This game is too dangerous, and your life will be in danger at any time. Once you die in the game, you will also die in the real world. Death is still too scary for Song Jian now. Lying on the bed, throwing the phone on the table next to him, Song Jian rested his head on his arms, opened his eyes wide, and looked at the ceiling. For a moment, he didn't know how to make a decision. Song Jian was drowsy and unconsciously closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. After an unknown amount of time, Song Jian suddenly felt a bone-chilling chill, as if a basin of ice water had been poured all over him, waking him up from his sleep. He opened his eyes and saw a huge skeleton hand grabbing his collar. How could this happen? Song Jian was shocked. Before he could react, the huge skeleton hand that stretched out from the phone grabbed him and dragged him into the phone. After a slight dizziness, Song Jian suddenly sat up, only to find that he had returned to the game. On the bed in the villa, the power ring and protective suit that had disappeared when he left the game were put on Song Jian again. Song Jian was in the same place where he left the game. It was a simple and shabby room. The bed sheet under Song Jian looked white, but it was actually yellowed. There were some inexplicable stains on it, which looked like dried blood. The furniture next to it was old and simple, and there were even traces of insects on it. The air in the whole room was filled with a smell of decay and mold. I am back in the game again. Song Jian's heart sank. He did not click on the game icon on his phone, but when the time came, he still appeared in the game, as if the game was rooted in his body. Tick, tick. Suddenly, the sound of water dripping was heard in the room. Looking in the direction of the sound, scarlet blood slowly seeped out from the low ceiling and along the wall. The blood seemed to be controlled by someone, and it kept condensing on the wall, forming scarlet words. Gamer Song Jian, welcome to the city of Doomsday. You have successfully passed the game trial period. From today on, you will officially enter the game. Every time you enter the game, a main task will appear. You can only leave the game after completing the main task. Main task, survival. Task introduction. The whole world has begun to fall. This is an abandoned city in the apocalypse. You have just arrived in this apocalyptic city. How can you survive in this city? It depends on whether you have a safe and solid base. Collect surrounding resources. Create and reinforce the base you choose, and make it a safe house every time you enter and leave the game. Task objective. Build a safe house recognized by the system and clear all monsters within a 1 kilometer radius of the safe house. This task must be completed independently. Task tips. Select an existing place, which can save you a lot of time. Collect as many resources as possible. Reinforce the base you choose. Meet the system requirements, and become a safe house recognized by the system. The surrounding monsters may cause damage to the base you choose. After creating a safe house, Strangle all monsters within a 1 kilometer radius. Tip: while collecting resources, you may attract the attention of surrounding monsters. Tip: when building a safe house, you will temporarily be unable to hide in the safe house. You can only enter the safe house after the construction is completed. Tip: when strangling monsters, you may encounter elite monsters. Warning: if you die in the game, your identity in the real world will also be erased. This task can be viewed at any time in the task bar. The blood words on the entire wall were emitting a faint glow. After a few minutes, these blood words began to slowly disappear, as if they had seeped back into the wall. If you can't complete the main quest, you can't leave the game? Song Jian frowned slightly, and suddenly a sense of urgency surged in his heart. Originally, I thought that even if I entered the game again, if I didn't want to face those monsters, I could just find a place and hide for 12 hours. But now it seems that there is no way to play the game passively like this, unless Song Jian is willing to stay in this game forever. Chapter 28: Hammer Zombie. Song Jian left the bedroom and came to the villa hall. He saw Wang Qi lying on the sofa in the hall. Seeing Song Jian coming downstairs, Wang Qi looked at Song Jian with despair. "Little brother, I'm done. What's wrong with you? Has your fracture not healed yet?" Song Jian asked Wang Qi, who was lying on the sofa in the living room. Wang Qi now looked like a patient in the hospital. He was wearing a hospital gown. His legs were in plaster, and he was looking at the ceiling, sighing. Who knew that after leaving the game, my injuries were not healed? I had to call the emergency number, and was busy in the hospital for a day. Who knew that I was pulled into the game again at night? Wang Qi said with a tearful look, "I can't move my legs at all now. If it was before, I could leave the game by lying down for 12 hours. But now there is a main task, and I am. It's a pity that this main task must be completed independently. Otherwise you can also use my place as your safe house." Song Jian said, "Brother Xiaojian, can you please build this place later? I think my wounds heal much faster in the game. Can you build a base after I recover?" Wang Qi asked. "How long will it take to heal completely?" "In the game, it will take about 10 hours, Wang Qi said. He could clearly feel that in the game. His wounds were healing at several times the speed, which made Wang Qi regret leaving the game too early. Otherwise, Song Jian had already straightened his bones, and he only needed to stay in the game for a while longer, and his ribs and leg bones would be completely healed. "Okay, I'll go out and see where I can collect materials to build a safe house. You can have a good rest here." Song Jian said, "By the way, have you seen Kur? She should have entered the game earlier than me. I only saw this." Wang Qi took out a note and handed it to Song Jian. Song Jian took it and saw that it was a message from Li Kur. "Little Jian brother, I'm going out to find a good place to use as a base. When I finish building the base, I will come back to see you." Li Kur. His. This little girl's Chinese grades are probably not very good. There are even typos. My Jian means healthy Jian, not cheap Jian, Song Jian said, touching his chin. "Is it the healthy Jian?" Wang Qi was stunned, then asked, and he immediately felt a cold murderous intent rushing towards him. I guess her Chinese was taught by the physical education teacher. How could this be wrong? "Right. Xiao Jian brother," Wang Qi immediately said flatteringly. "Don't call me Xiao Jian brother in the future. It sounds awkward. Call me brother Song," Song Jian said. "Okay. Little bitch. Brother Song." Leaving the villa through the skylight. It was now daytime, and there was no mutant zombie on the surrounding streets. But Song Jian knew that these monsters were now hiding in the dark corners and rooms around. With a double-barreled shotgun slung across his back and a pistol loaded with bullets at his waist, Song Jian held a tiger-tooth dagger in his hand and began to patrol the streets. On the one hand, he needed to find materials to build a safe house, and on the other hand, he needed to hunt monsters around him to improve his level. Song Jian turned a corner and suddenly heard a strange sound. Dang dang. Dang dang. Following the sound, Song Jian came to a dark alley. The alley was very narrow and could only allow 2 people to pass side by side. The alley was full of garbage, and the walls on both sides were covered with stains, emitting a faint smell of stench. In the alley, there is a lame mutant zombie, constantly walking back and forth. This lame mutant zombie is tall and sturdy, with only a piece of felt on his upper body and a pair of leather pants on his lower body. The exposed skin is iron blue, without any signs of decay. In his right hand, he is dragging a huge hammer. And while limping, the hammer keeps hitting the ground, making the weird sound just now. LV3 Hammer Zombie weak during the day. Chi and blood, 190/380. Very strong. This is a new monster. Even in the weak state during the day, it has nearly 200 chi and blood, and also has an especially strong attribute. It seems to be much stronger than an ordinary level 3 monster. After looking at the dagger in his hand, Song Jian still didn't have the courage to fight such a monster in close combat. After thinking for a long time, he finally released the skill Earth Teeth thrust at the monster at the entrance of the alley. Whoosh! A fawn-shaped milky white gas mass made a sharp sound of breaking through the air and rushed towards the back of the hammer zombie. Bang! With a muffled sound, the milky white gas mass collided with the body of the hammer zombie. The hammer zombie took a step back. A deep scar that could be seen to the bone appeared on the right thigh, and a 38-point damage number floated above his head. Song Jian was shocked. The defense of this zombie was actually much higher than that of the mutant dog beast. The Earth Teeth thrust skill could not be used continuously. There was a 10-second cooldown time. Song Jian drew out his pistol, aimed at the head of the hammer zombie, and started shooting. Bang, bang, bang. After continuously pulling the trigger, only 2 of the dozen bullets hit the head of the hammer zombie, and the remaining bullets hit the body. Even if they hit the head, they did not cause critical hits or additional damage, as if the head was not the weakness of the hammer zombie. A dozen bullets caused a total of more than 20 points of damage to the hammer zombie, which was not as high as the damage caused by a ground tooth. The hammer zombie was slow in movement and limped when walking. After enduring all the attacks, it was still about 5 or 6 meters away from Song Jian. Song Jian put the pistol back into the parcel column, grabbed the double-barreled shotgun, and pulled the trigger twice at the chest of the hammer zombie. Boom! The bullets from the double-barreled shotgun tore a big hole in the leather felt on the chest of the hammer zombie and penetrated into its chest. The huge impact force made the hammer zombie retreat 2 steps. The attack power of the double-barreled shotgun was much higher than that of the pistol, and it directly reduced the health of the hammer zombie to less than 100. Roar! The hammer zombie stabilized his body and roared at Song Jian. His originally scarlet eyes instantly turned purple. Suddenly, Song Jian felt uneasy, as if a huge threat was rushing towards him. Without thinking too much, Song Jian rushed forward. Huh? There was a strong wind above his head, and it seemed that something was flying over his head. Looking up, the hammer in the hand of the hammer zombie had disappeared. And then, there was a boom sound of collapse from behind Song Jian. Looking back, the wall of the shop across the street from the alley was smashed into a hole with a diameter of nearly 2 meters. And brick and stone debris kept falling down. This power is simply too terrifying. Song Jian's heart jumped, and a look of fear appeared on his face. He didn't expect that this hammer zombie had such a terrifying long-range attack ability. If Song Jian was hit head-on by this attack, there is a high probability that he would be killed instantly. Even if he didn't die, he would be in a state of serious injury with residual blood. And the final end would also be hanging here. Chapter 29: The Sword of Corruption. A gun without ammunition is no different from a firewood stick, which is also an important reason why Song Jian wanted to learn cold weapons. In the battle, the enemy will not wait for you to slowly reload the empty gun with ammunition. Pulling out the tiger-tooth dagger inserted in his waist, Song Jian took a deep breath and rushed towards the zombie who lost the hammer. He rushed forward a few steps and came to the front of the hammer zombie. Song Jian held the dagger in his right hand, and when he was 2 steps away from the hammer zombie, he gritted his teeth and rushed forward. Kill! Suddenly, the dagger stabbed forward fiercely. This was the basic move he practiced all day today. The movements were standardized, and there was no fault to be found. Puff! With a slight sound, the dagger pierced the chest of the hammer zombie. The blade penetrated halfway, and could no longer penetrate. Song Jian felt a slight pain in his right hand. The dagger seemed to penetrate into a piece of tough leather. The recoil force made Song Jian almost unable to hold the dagger tightly, and almost slipped out of his hand. Gritting his teeth, Song Jian held the dagger with both hands, and kicked his right leg against the wall next to him, almost pressing all his strength on it. Puff! A stream of smelly blood spurted out from the chest of the hammer zombie. Song Jian used all his strength to slash it downwards, and suddenly pulled out the dagger, rolling from the ribs of the hammer zombie to its back. The iron hammer zombie moved slowly, stretched out its arms to grab Song Jian, but missed. Before it could react, Song Jian, who had already rolled behind it, bounced up high like a spring, holding the dagger tightly with both hands, and stabbed it hard at the back of the Iron Hammer zombie's neck. This time, the dagger easily pierced into the back of the neck until the handle was gone, and purple-black dirty blood, like ink, spurted out crazily, like a faucet that couldn't be turned off. After a while, a large stain was sprayed on the ground of the alley. Hee. The Iron Hammer zombie stumbled forward a few steps, and its body tilted. The back of its neck was like a fountain, and purple-black blood was everywhere around it. Its knees softened, and it fell to the ground. Its body began to twitch constantly. After a while, transparent flames burned on its body surface, and soon the Iron Hammer zombie turned into a ball of black ash. During the battle, Song Jian's mind was blank, and he just followed his body's instinct to attack. After the battle, Song Jian suddenly relaxed, and his whole body was soaked, and sweat was pouring out, except for using the Earth Teeth Thrust skill, which consumed 10 points of chi and health. Song Jian was not injured, but this was the closest time to death. If Song Jian did not follow his intuition when the hammer zombie threw the hammer, he would have been killed instantly if he hesitated for a moment. Thinking back now, he still feels scared. Song Jian's right hand trembled slightly unconsciously, and the dagger he held tightly was like a part of his body. It took him a long time to get rid of the aftermath of the battle just now and look towards the place where the hammer zombie fell. Next to a pile of black ash, 2 items emitting green light lay there quietly. 2 items of excellent quality. Good. As expected, encountering new types of monsters will have a good explosion rate. But the danger is also doubled. Song Jian thought to himself. 2 items of excellent quality. One is a red fruit, and the other is a long sword. The red fruit is a kind of attribute fruit, called strength fruit, which can increase the strength attribute after swallowing. For Song Jian now, this is a treasure that can directly increase physical fitness. So he ate it without saying anything. A warm current spread from the stomach to the whole body, and the dagger in his hand felt much lighter. Song Jian's foundation was too poor, and even if he increased the attribute a little, he could clearly feel the difference. After eating the fruit of strength, Song Jian's strength attribute has reached 5 points even without relying on equipment, which is equivalent to the strength of a strong adult. The other long sword is 1 arm long and 3 fingers wide. The blade exudes a silver metallic light, and the blood grooves on both sides are dark red, which is chilling. The hilt is a black guard, and there is a mark similar to a vertical pupil near the blade. Sword of Corruption green, one-handed weapon. Attack, 11 to 19. Strength +1. Special effect, armor penetration level 1. Equipment requirements, level 3. It's obviously a hammer zombie. Why did it drop a long sword? Song Jian picked up the long sword, took a look, put the tiger-tooth dagger on his waist, and held the long sword in his right hand. In fact, he can hold the sword in one hand and the dagger in the other, but he is not used to this way of attack, which will reduce the efficiency in the battle and may even endanger his life. It seems that the training of long sword in reality should be put on the agenda, Song Jian thought to himself. After obtaining a new weapon, Song Jian wanted to find an ordinary mutant zombie to first comprehend the basic skills of the long sword. Leaving the alley, Song Jian heard the low roar of mutant zombies coming from a residential building. Judging from the sound, there should be about 3 or 4 zombies. Song Jian held a sword in one hand and walked towards the residential building carefully. The door of the apartment building was open. In the dark of the stairs on the first floor, 3 mutant zombies were squatting around a corpse and biting it constantly. Song Jian's heart sank. The only corpse that could attract mutant zombies to bite was a fresh corpse. It seemed that a new player appeared in this game, but was killed by zombies. In one step, Song Jian swung his long sword and chopped at the nearest mutant zombie. The long sword chopped hard on the zombie's head, and suddenly a critical hit number of more than 30 points floated up from its head. After waving the long sword continuously, before the 3 zombies could react, a series of critical hits floated on the head of the zombie closest to Song Jian. After a while, the zombie didn't even stand up, and turned into a pile of black ash. For the first time entering the game, Song Jian's progress is obvious. Ordinary mutant zombies, as long as there are not many of them, can no longer pose a threat to him. After killing this zombie, the system really prompted. System. You use the Sword of Corruption to perform 3 effective damages on the LV1 mutant zombie. And learn the skill Cold Weapon Sword Basic. Cold Weapon Sword Basic, Passive. Level 1. Increase the power of sword weapons by 5%. After learning Cold Weapon Sword Basic, Song Jian put away his long sword and took out a dagger to pounce on the remaining 2 zombies. Although he only mastered a basic move of the dagger, the fluency of the dagger in use was obviously more than 1 level higher than that of the long sword. Soon, the 2 zombies were stabbed by the daggers continuously, and finally turned into 2 piles of black ash. The level 1 mutant zombies gave very little experience, and the explosion rate was also much lower. Only 2 zombie fangs were dropped from the 3 zombies. After picking up the zombie fangs, Song Jian unexpectedly received a system message. System, after a long period of training, the level of your skill Cold Weapon Dagger Basic has been improved. Chapter 30 Felling Technique. Song Jian was confused when he saw the system prompt. He only used a dagger to kill 2 level 1 mutant zombies, and his skill level was increased by 1 level, which was equivalent to saving a skill point. After thinking for a long time, Song Jian suddenly remembered that he had practiced dagger fighting for several hours in the real world. Could it be that training in reality can also improve skill proficiency? Song Jian thought to himself, if I exercise in the real world, will my physical fitness also improve in the game? This possibility is very high. Song Jian was a little impatient, and wanted to leave the game immediately, and go to the real world to verify it. Let's finish the main task first. After walking around the community, Song Jian found that if he wanted to clear all the monsters in the community, he would need at least a few days of sleepless work. Not to mention that the task required all monsters within 1 kilometer of the base. If he searched one by one like now, it would probably take a week or even half a month. For Song Jian, this was too slow and inefficient. Let's find where I can collect wood and stone first. Now I only need these 2 materials to renovate the villa. Song Jian thought to himself. He changed direction and walked towards the highway. On the map, there was a small forest near the highway, where wood should be collected. The highway has actually reached the edge of Doomsday City, and beyond that, it is shrouded in black fog. After leaving the villa community, Song Jian found several poplar trees before he walked a few steps. The surface of these poplar trees emits a milky white light, which is very similar to the light emitted by ordinary quality items. This should be able to collect wood, Song Jian thought, took out the stone axe, and began to cut down these poplar trees. Bang, bang, bang. I don't know if the poplar trees are too hard or the stone axe is not sharp enough. Song Jian feels that it is too difficult to cut down. He needs to use all his strength to leave a shallow mark on the surface of the poplar tree with the stone axe. After chopping for more than 10 minutes, a palm-sized piece of wood was finally shaken out of the poplar tree. After flying out, it turned into a white light, and was automatically received in Song Jian's parcel column. System, you have obtained 2 units of wood. System, you have mastered the passive skill chopping skill. Chopping skill, when chopping trees, the efficiency is increased by 5%. Chopping skill? This is a skill that can only be used to collect wood. This game is really like this. You can master skills in any job. Song Jian stopped and took a break. He chopped for more than 10 minutes in a row. He had to use all his strength every time. Song Jian was sore all over and his arm muscles felt swollen. He opened the parcel column and took a look. There appeared a Chinese-shaped icon of 3 pieces of wood stacked together in the parcel column. And there was a small 2 in the lower right corner of the icon. Looking at this icon, Song Jian knew that as long as he wanted to take out these 2 units of wood from the parcel column, it would become real standard wood. After a short rest, Song Jian continued to chop. He didn't know whether it was an illusion or the chopping technique he had learned. Every 5 or 6 minutes of chopping, a piece of wood dust would fly out, and the standard unit of wood would automatically enter Song Jian's parcel column. The later it was, the easier it was to chop down this poplar tree. Later, almost every 3 or 2 axes would fly out a piece of wood dust, and the tall poplar tree in front of him was getting smaller and smaller. After collecting 27 units of standard wood, the poplar tree finally made a click sound and disappeared, leaving only a wooden stump about 3 inches above the ground. Oh! I'm so tired. Even in the real world, chopping down a poplar tree like this wouldn't be so tiring. Song Jian wiped the sweat from his forehead and whispered. This poplar tree was only as thick as a bowl. But Song Jian chopped it down for more than 40 minutes before he collected all of it. He looked at the durability of the stone axe and found that it had dropped by 3 points. The durability is dropping too fast. Song Jian was a little surprised. Originally, this stone axe was secondhand, and its durability was not full. At this rate, it might not be able to chop down a few trees before the stone axe broke. Song Jian frowned slightly. In the Doomsday Supermarket, a stone axe with full durability costs 100 Doomsday coins. If you want to collect a lot of wood, you will need a lot of Doomsday coins just to buy the stone axe. If collecting wood is like this, then collecting stone will probably not be much cheaper than collecting wood. And the consumption of the pickaxe is another huge expense. If I continue like this, I'm afraid I will go bankrupt soon. Song Jian said to himself, it seems that building a safe house is much more difficult than I thought. After thinking for a long time, Song Jian couldn't come up with any good ideas, so he could only chop down the remaining 2 trees first. It took more than an hour to collect the remaining 2 big trees. The 3 trees harvested more than 50 units of wood in total, and the durability of the stone axe was not surprisingly reduced to 11 points. At most, the wood of 2 or 3 trees can be collected, and this stone axe will be retired. After collecting 3 trees, Song Jian continued to walk towards the ring highway. The highway was equivalent to the edge of the city. Not far away, there was a thick black fog. The road was very empty, with only a dozen abandoned cars lying quietly on the highway. Several of them collided with each other and were burned into empty shells. The rest were rusty and covered with green fungi, which looked like a layer of fluff. The forest outside the highway was not big, only about 5 or 6 acres, and the trees planted were all small trees no more than 10 years old. For Song Jian, this should be good news. What surprised Song Jian was that there were several rocks more than 1 person tall in this small forest, with a milky white halo on the surface. It seemed that not only wood but also stone could be collected here. After replenishing some food and water, Song Jian began to collect. It was already noon, and he had to rush back to the safe house before dark. The night in the game was too dangerous. Even if it was just a level 1 mutant zombie, it would pose a fatal threat to Song Jian, who was now level 4. Not to mention other monsters of higher levels. Hey, what is that? As soon as he approached the forest, Song Jian saw a faint golden light flashing in the depths of the forest. What is that? A treasure chest? Song Jian guessed in his heart. Out of curiosity, Song Jian stopped collecting wood and slowly walked towards the depths of the forest flashing with golden light. Chapter 31, Collecting Wood. Even though he rarely played games, Song Jian knew what the golden light represented in the game. Treasure. High-quality equipment. It can change a person's strength drastically. When he walked deep into the woods, Song Jian found that there was a pine tree about 10 meters tall and as thick as a bowl, only a dozen meters away from him, with a light golden light on its surface. Most of the trees planted in this forest were easy-to-live willow trees. This pine tree emitting a light golden light suddenly appeared in this forest, which seemed a bit weird. Song Jian took 2 steps forward and suddenly felt a creepy fear surge in his heart. Hiss. A strange sound came from my ears. Upon closer inspection, I found that on the pine tree emitting a light golden light, there was actually a 3-foot-long light green poisonous snake. LV5 mutant snake beast. Elite. Blood, 500/500. Characteristics, highly toxic. A level 5 elite monster, with blood alone, is 5 times that of Song Jian. More importantly, it does not have a weak state during the day. You know, in this Doomsday City, all the monsters that Song Jian saw, as long as it was daytime, would be weakened by half of the daytime attribute. Maybe it's because of the golden pine tree? Song Jian guessed. The mutant snake beast on the opposite side also discovered Song Jian. The snake beast wrapped around a tree branch raised its front half of its body high, showing its sharp fangs to Song Jian. And its snake core kept swallowing and spitting out, making a strange hissing sound. The name on the mutant snake beast's head was originally light yellow. As Song Jian approached the golden pine tree step by step, the name on its head began to change. When Song Jian was only 7 or 8 meters away from the pine tree, the name on the snake beast's head had turned pink, and it was ready to launch an active attack at any time. Song Jian held a double-barreled shotgun, with a tiger-tooth dagger and a P18C pistol on his waist. After weighing the strength of each other, Song Jian felt vaguely that he might not be the opponent of this mutant snake beast. After all, the other party was an elite monster with 500 health points. Thinking of this, Song Jian began to retreat slowly. When he retreated 15 meters away, the name on the head of the snake beast turned light yellow again. It began to lazily wrap its entire body around the pine tree, and occasionally glanced at the only pine cone hanging on the top of the pine tree. In that pine cone, there were more than a dozen pine nuts shining with golden light, each of which was the size of a little fingernail. The snake beast's eyes were full of greed, and its body swam slowly. While the snake core was swallowing, it shot towards the pine cone, and rolled out a pine nut as flexibly as a finger, and put it into its mouth. After swallowing a pine nut, the snake beast showed a satisfied look in its eyes, slowly retreated, and wrapped around the branch again, motionless. The pine nut must be a treasure. This snake beast may have grown into an elite monster by eating pine nuts frequently. Song Jian thought to himself. There is only one life in the game. If you die in the game, you will also die in the real world. When traveling in the world, safety is the first priority. Song Jian did not dare to rush forward for a while, and slowly retreated. As long as he did not get close to the 15-meter range, he would not attract the snake beast's attention. Song Jian suppressed his desire to find a treasure, and began to cut down the surrounding trees and collect wood. After only cutting down 3 willow trees, the durability of the stone axe was directly reset to 0, and it broke. Looking at the willow tree, there was only a small part left. Song Jian punched the willow tree trunk hard. This game is too difficult. You only have one life, and there are many fierce monsters. They don't drop coins, and the items are expensive. Even the attribute points don't increase when you level up. How can you play this? It's simply the beginning of the nightmare difficulty of hell. Crack. Originally, only a small section of the willow tree was left. It shattered directly, and turned into a white light, entering Song Jian's parcel column. Hey, can I hit it with my fist? Song Jian's eyes lit up, and he hurried to a willow tree next to him, and punched the tree trunk hard. Hiss! It hurts! He punched the tree trunk hard, and the pain from his fist made Song Jian almost cry. He covered his wrist, and rubbed it for a long time before the pain slowly disappeared. Several joints on his fist were already broken and bleeding. Song Jian gritted his teeth, and punched the tree trunk hard again. System, you have used your fists to carry out 3 effective attacks on the willow tree, and you have learned the skill Barehanded Fist and Palm Basic. Barehanded Fist and Palm Basic, Passive. Level 1. Increases the power of fist and palm by 5%. As expected, another passive skill has been learned. But this basic skill is better than nothing for Song Jian's strength improvement. Gritting his teeth and punching the tree trunk, Song Jian's chi and blood began to slowly decrease. It took more than 2 hours for Song Jian to collect all the wood from a willow tree with his fists. Song Jian's hands were bleeding at this time. His chi and blood value dropped by 13 points. And his face was pale. It was too painful. As an ordinary person, he had to use all his strength to hit the hard tree with every punch, which was simply a self-abuse behavior. Sitting next to the tree stump, Song Jian took out a piece of barbecue, held it in both hands, and started to bite it with his teeth. What's the point of this pain? If you want to be outstanding, you have to fight for your life. I have no chance in the real world. Now this game is my only chance. If you want to be a leader, how can you not suffer a little and endure a little pain? Although Song Jian's hands were in pain and his finger joints were even worn out to look like white bones. This is a game, and the recovery speed is also very fast. As long as you can endure the pain of flesh and blood, you can still collect wood with your fists. In one afternoon, Song Jian smashed 4 willow trees with his fists and collected 67 units of wood. It was already past 5 in the afternoon, and the sun had set. In less than an hour, the sun would set. Song Jian looked at the golden pine tree in the distance with regret, and turned to walk towards his villa. Song Jian returned to the community, and entered the villa through the skylight on the first floor. He saw that Wang Qi could stand up and walk slowly. Wang Qi saw Song Jian coming back, and greeted him with a smile. Xiao Jian, brother Song, you are back. Yeah, you are back. You recovered very quickly. Song Jian was a little surprised. Both legs were broken and 3 ribs were broken. Although he was in a cast in the real world, it would take at least several months to fully recover. But now in the game, it has only been 7 or 8 hours, and Wang Qi can already walk slowly. I don't know why, but I feel that the recovery speed is very fast in the game. I estimate that in another hour or 2, the plaster can be removed. Wang Qi said with a smile. Brother Song, Have you collected enough materials to build a safe house? Wang Qi asked nervously. No. It's more difficult to collect materials in this game than I thought. Song Jian looked a little ugly. He originally thought that as long as he found a place to collect materials, he could collect wood and stone in 2 or 3 hours at most. But I have collected more than 100 units of wood now, which can simply reinforce the doors and windows of this villa. Song Jian said. Really? It's amazing to be able to collect more than 100 units of wood. Brother Song, can you tell me where to collect it? Wang Qi asked embarrassedly. He spent a day in the safe house recovering from his injuries and didn't go anywhere. Not only did he not help Song Jian, but he also had to recover in the villa he found. Now he wanted Song Jian to share the collection location with him, which made Wang Qi feel a little embarrassed. In the game map, there is a small forest near the highway, where you can collect wood and stone, Song Jian said casually. The game map of the novice gift package is a must-have item, and every newcomer will have one. Wang Qi quickly took out the map, unfolded it, and looked at it carefully. After finding the small forest that Song Jian mentioned, he also made a mark on the map there. Thank you, Brother Song. Wang Qi smiled. Song Jian nodded and walked towards the kitchen. Chapter 32 Return to the Supermarket. On the way back, Song Jian hunted a lot of mutant zombies and mutant dogs and obtained a few pieces of zombie meat and dog meat, which could be made into fried meat. It would be dark in a few minutes, and when the Doomsday Supermarket appeared, Song Jian planned to sell all the fried meat in exchange for some Doomsday coins. The pale golden pine tree has been swirling in Song Jian's mind. In Song Jian's opinion, the pine nuts shining with golden light must be good things that can rival the attribute fruits. If he kills the snake beast earlier, he can get the treasure earlier. Otherwise, those pine nuts will be eaten by the snake beast sooner or later. As the night fell, the Doomsday Supermarket appeared in the center of Camel Square as usual. This time, Song Jian was not the only one around Camel Square. In the moonlight, Song Jian could vaguely see that there were more than a dozen blurry figures around the Doomsday Supermarket. These people just watched from afar, and no one approached. Song Jian hesitated for a moment and took the lead in walking towards the Doomsday Supermarket. When they saw him passing by, others began to slowly gather around him. Little brother, do you know where this is? A fat middle-aged man saw Song Jian about to enter the supermarket, and hurriedly ran 2 steps, panting and asked, Supermarket? Song Jian pointed at the 4 large characters on the top of the Doomsday Supermarket building, which were 3 or 4 meters in diameter, and stared at the middle-aged man with a look of concern for mentally retarded children. Seeing Song Jian's eyes, Guiyu almost spit out a mouthful of blood. Of course I know this is the Doomsday Supermarket, but can the supermarket here be the same as the real supermarket? Guiyu cursed in his heart. What are they selling inside? Guiyu smiled, and the fat on his face trembled, as if he was trying his best to suppress something. You will know if you go in and take a look yourself. After saying that, Song Jian continued to walk towards the supermarket door. There were so many players in the game, and Song Jian became a little anxious. There were treasures in the grove in the morning, and he must not let others find them. After entering the supermarket, he only kept 2 pieces of fried meat for himself, and sold the rest, and got 180 Doomsday coins. Song Jian went straight to the martial arts area, wanting to choose a suitable martial arts book. It was too painful to hit the tree with his fist during the day. Seeing Song Jian enter the supermarket, other people came in one after another, looking around like curious babies. It's really a supermarket. Everything is there. Unmanned supermarket. Fully automated management. Awesome. But what is this Doomsday coin? Have you ever killed monsters and got it? No. I killed 5 or 6 mutant zombies today, but none of them dropped coins. Only some materials. Me too. No. No coins. Oh my god. If you want to spend money here, you have to apply for a membership card and do tasks. A group of people were walking around the supermarket hall in a mess, looking into the supermarket through the glass door. And they were all shocked by the space in the supermarket. This is too big. The supermarket was endless, and everyone could only see a few hundred meters away through the glass door. Beyond that, it was covered with white fog. I'll apply for a membership card first. It only costs 10 zombie cores. It's simple. A teenager who looked only 16 or 17 years old and was wearing a school uniform took the lead in accepting the task and walked out of the supermarket. Others also accepted the tasks one after another. If you want to shop in the supermarket, you must apply for a membership card. Many people have seen the products in the supermarket. There are all kinds of things. Many people also saw Song Jian selecting secret books in the martial arts area. They were so jealous that they wanted to hunt 10 mutant zombies immediately. Get the course. Apply for a membership card. And go in to take a closer look. Guiyu did not accept the task like others, but stood in front of the glass door of the supermarket. Tremblingly took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep puff. After working in a state-owned enterprise for more than 10 years, Guiyu did not learn other skills, but he did learn a little about judging people. This young man is a senior. At least, he is much more familiar with this game than others. Guiyu understood it when he saw Song Jian for the first time. Therefore, Guiyu was the first to approach Song Jian and talk to him. As expected, his guess was verified later. This young man had applied for a membership card for the Doomsday Supermarket. Song Jian did not know that there was a middle-aged uncle waiting for him at the door of the Doomsday Supermarket. In the martial arts area, Song Jian felt dazzled for a while. But the prices of the martial arts skills he liked were far beyond the limit he could afford. It seems that I can only choose this. Song Jian picked up a scroll emitting white light and thought to himself, "Young man, you finally came out." Guiyu saw Song Jian coming out of the supermarket and hurriedly greeted him with a smile. "Who are you? Where are the others?" Song Jian asked after looking around. "My name is Guiyu, and I work at Shinshin Heating in Linhai City." Guiyu skillfully took out a pack of yushi, flicked out a cigarette, and handed it to Song Jian. Shinshin Heating Company is a heating company in Linhai City, and Song Jian has heard of it. After waving his hand to Guiyu, indicating that he does not smoke, he asked, "Are you here just to wait for me?" "Yes, little brother. This is my first time playing this game today. I didn't expect it to be like this. If I die in the game, will I really die in real life?" Guiyu asked with a look of fear. Song Jian was silent for a while and nodded. "Is this your first time playing this game? Are there main quests?" "Yes. This is my first time coming in." "From the looks of it, little brother, you have been playing this game for a long time?" Guiyu asked tentatively. "What main quest?" "I just completed a novice quest when I first entered the game, and then I didn't receive any quests." It seems that other players, like Song Jian, will not have main quests when they enter this game for the first time. It is probably to give players an adaptation period. Song Jian pointed at the supermarket service counter and said, "You should do the same as the others. Accept the membership card mission first. Also, use various weapons and make 3 effective attacks. Then you can comprehend the corresponding basic skills. Although it is useless, it is better than nothing. It can still enhance your strength. As for the rest, I have not been in the game for long, so I can't help you much." After saying that, Song Jian walked towards the villa area without looking back. Guiyu looked at Song Jian's back, opened his mouth to say something, but finally shook his head, with a complicated look in his eyes, hesitated for a moment, and walked towards the supermarket service counter. Chapter 33 Supermarket disappears. The danger in the game at night is several times higher. Many players who have just entered the game don't know that ordinary people's bodies can't take advantage of mutant zombies. Even in the villa, Song Jian can hear a few screams and cries for help from time to time. "Song, brother Song, do you think it's okay for me to build a safe house next to your villa?" Wang Chi couldn't help trembling when he heard the screams outside. Looking at Song Jian with a calm face, he asked in a low voice. "Yes, we can take care of each other when the time comes." Song Jian came back to his senses and nodded. When it comes to building a safe house, Song Jian suddenly feels a headache. Originally, he thought that renovating the doors and windows would not cost much stone and wood. But now Song Jian found that if he wanted to transform the entire villa into a safe house recognized by the system, and improve the defense level of the safe house, the wood and stone required would far exceed Song Jian's expectations. It would actually require 3,000 units of wood and 3,500 units of stone, not counting the area outside the villa. Let's see. If it doesn't work, we can only change to another place as a safe house. Song Jian looked at the moonlight outside the window, feeling a little melancholy. Early the next morning, Song Jian got up early and walked towards the grove outside the ring road. Bang, bang, bang. Song Jian's fist hit a willow tree trunk hard. The willow tree trembled slightly, and from time to time a piece of wood chip broke out from the trunk, flew into the air, and turned into white light into Song Jian's parcel column. The scarred part of Song Jian's fist bloomed blood red again. If this was in the real world, if Song Jian did this, his hands would be useless sooner or later. But now it's in the game, and the player's own recovery speed is several times faster than in the real world. So Song Jian dared to do this. As long as the blood value does not drop to a certain level, the injury on the body will recover very quickly. But it really hurts. After collecting a few willows with his fists, Song Jian sat on the stump to rest, and took out a piece of fried meat and a bottle of mineral water with his trembling hands full of blood and ate them in big mouthfuls. Today's efficiency was obviously much faster than yesterday's. In just half a day, Song Jian had collected nearly 100 units of wood, but the number of stones was still 0. After resting enough, Song Jian stood up again, glanced at the light golden color deep in the woods, suppressed the impulse in his heart, and continued to walk towards the next willow tree. In this way, a day passed quickly. Song Jian's back and waist ached. His hands kept shaking slightly, and there were still brown bloodstains on the back of his hands. After a hard day, the total number of wood has exceeded 300 units. Although it is still a long way to transform the villa, Song Jian is pleased that in one day, his skills barehanded fist and palm type basic and cutting skills have been upgraded by 1 level at the same time. The skills, after reaching level 2, are the same as other basic skills. The power of fist and palm attacks is increased by 10%, and the efficiency of felling trees is increased by 10%. The effect is better than nothing, but it speeds up the speed of collecting wood. As night falls, Song Jian looks out the window. He doesn't plan to go to the Doomsday Supermarket again today. Although there are many good things in it, Song Jian can't afford anything. Back to the villa, Song Jian saw Wang Qi busy. "Brother Song, come and try the fried meat I made." Wang Qi came out of the kitchen with 2 plates of fried meat. Wang Qi's injuries have been completely healed. The injuries that originally took several months to fully recover in the real world. In the game, only a dozen hours. Automatically recovered. While Song Jian was collecting materials, Wang Qi tried to go out and hunt a few mutant zombies during the day, raising his level to level 2. At the same time, the zombies dropped some zombie meat, and Wang Qi collected all of it, trying to comprehend the life skill of cooking. In the real world, even if you have the skill of cooking instant noodles, you can comprehend cooking in this game. Cooking is easy to comprehend, but recipes are not so easy to comprehend. The fried meat recipe is the easiest to comprehend, but it is slightly different from the fried meat that Song Jian comprehended. Song Jian's fried meat attribute is to increase the blood recovery speed by 10% for 1 hour, while Wang Qi's fried meat attribute is to increase the blood value by 10 points after eating. "Your fried meat is good. It's like a small blood bottle," Song Jian praised. "Not bad. Not bad. If you need it, I'll give you a few pieces." Wang Qi took out 3 more pieces of fried meat from the parcel column and handed them to Song Jian. Song Jian was not polite and took them directly. Fried meat that directly restores 10 points of qi and health in the early stage is much better than increasing the speed of qi and blood recovery by 10%. "Brother Song, are you going to the Doomsday Supermarket today?" Wang Qi asked. Song Jian shook his head and said, "It's useless to go without Doomsday coins." Wang Qi hesitated and said, "Brother Song, I want to apply for a membership card." Song Jian knew that Wang Qi wanted to apply for a membership card mainly for the 1,000 points he was given, so he didn't stop him. He nodded and said, "Then be careful. There are more and more players now. Don't conflict with others. This is a game that can affect the real world. There are no laws in the game. Everything is the law of the jungle, and the strong prey on the weak. It's just that everyone has just entered the game and is not strong." Song Jian believes that it won't be long before the ugliness of human nature will be fully reflected in the game. "Okay, I know." Wang Qi stood beside Song Jian with a nervous look on his face, looking towards Camel Square. In the darkness around, there were many players waiting for the Doomsday Supermarket to appear. Some of them were new players, and some had completed the membership card tasks and were waiting to hand in the tasks. But for a long time, no colorful light appeared on Camel Square. What's going on? Why hasn't the Doomsday Supermarket appeared yet? Wang Qi was a little nervous. The colorful light appeared at this time yesterday. Could it be that? Song Jian had a bad feeling in his heart. Until 2 or 3 o'clock in the evening, The Doomsday Supermarket still did not appear. And there were cursing voices on Camel Square, especially those who had completed the tasks, but had not yet handed in the tasks. Brother Song, do you think Doomsday Square will never appear again? Wang Qi asked with some disappointment. I don't know. Song Jian shook his head. If he had known that Doomsday Square would disappear, he would have exchanged all the things he didn't need for Doomsday coins, and then bought a secret book of martial arts from them. What a pity, Song Jian whispered. The night passed quickly without a word. The next morning, Song Jian prepared to collect wood early in the morning. Brother Song, let's go collect wood together, Wang Qi suddenly said. Wang Qi's main task is the same as Song Jian's. He needs to build a safe house recognized by the system, and also needs a lot of wood and stone. Song Jian thought about it. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he nodded slightly. The two walked towards the woods together. Chapter 34 Mutated Snake Beast. Song Jian took Wang Qi to the place where several poplar trees grew outside the community, pointed at several poplar trees side by side and said, "This is the place to collect wood." After that, Song Jian stepped forward and punched a poplar tree hard. These poplar trees are just ordinary trees. Even after they are collected, they will reappear after 5 or 6 hours. Only precious trees will disappear forever after they are collected. Bang, bang, bang. Watching Song Jian punching the hard tree trunk, the whole poplar tree trembled continuously. Wang Qi was stunned. Song, Brother Song, is this how it is collected? Wang Qi's lips trembled slightly. I am not well educated. Don't lie to me. Yes, it's a good opportunity to practice skills while collecting, Song Jian said as he hit the tree. After 2 days of adaptation, the pain of hitting the tree trunk with his fist was much less than the previous 2 days, and his fist seemed to have become harder. Can't we use tools to collect? Wang Qi asked. Of course, Song Jian explained. It's just that using tools is too expensive. A stone axe can only collect 17 or 18 trees before the durability is exhausted. It's not as refreshing as using fists. At the beginning, Song Jian used his fist to collect wood, and he could only collect 7 or 8 trees a day. But now it takes more than 20 minutes at most. Song Jian can collect a poplar tree, and his efficiency has improved rapidly. It's the same with wood. But what about stone? Wang Qi's heart sank, and he suddenly thought of the need for stone to build a safe house. I guess it's the same. This is why Song Jian didn't collect stone now. After all, rocks are much harder than trees. I'd better choose a smaller house as a safe house, Wang Qi muttered to himself, shaking his head. Watching Song Jian collecting, Wang Qi also wanted to try it. He took a deep breath, swung his fist, and hit a poplar tree. Ouch! Wang Qi screamed with his fist clenched, and hit with all his strength. The skin on the joint of his fist was directly broken. Blood was flowing, and Wang Qi was in so much pain that tears were about to fall. Persist, Song Jian encouraged. After Song Jian finished collecting wood from a tree, Wang Qi finally collected 2 units of wood. Song, Brother Song, I'd better go kill monsters, earn some money to buy some tools, and then collect again. Wang Qi looked at his bloody hands and said with a sad face, Okay, then you should be careful, Song Jian said indifferently. At this time, his fists were already red, and the pain like needles surged up. But it was much lighter than the pain when he was bleeding 2 days ago. Wang Qi looked back at Song Jian, who was smashing the tree, and he was still a little unwilling. But it was really difficult for ordinary people to persist in collecting wood with fists. It's just a game. Is it necessary to fight so hard? Wang Qi thought to himself, glancing at Wang Qi's back. Song Jian smiled slightly, and a look of disappointment appeared in his eyes. The reason why he didn't take Wang Qi directly to the grove was to see if Wang Qi could endure such hardship. If he could, he would treat Wang Qi as his companion and share with him the secret of the mutant snake beast in the grove. But unfortunately, Song Jian had already realized this game. If he wanted to stand out, he had to work hard, even harder than in the real world. Unfortunately, many people who entered this game did not realize this, and just treated it as a game. For several days, Song Jian went out to collect wood during the day and returned to the villa at night. Soon, the number of wood collected by Song Jian had reached more than 1,000 units. After Wang Qi left that day, he never came back. However, when Song Jian returned to the villa, he saw Wang Qi chose a 1-story shop as a safe house 1 street away from his villa. The snake beast eats a pine nut every day. Now there are less than 10 pine nuts left. We can't let it eat like this. Song Jian looked at the city under the night sky outside the window, and thought to himself. After a few days of use, the mastery of felling and boxing skills has been upgraded by 1 level. Similar basic skills can be upgraded from level 1 to level 2 in just 1 or 2 days of training. It only took Song Jian about 4 days to upgrade from level 2 to level 3 in the game. This made Song Jian regretful. If he had known earlier, he could have saved 3 skill points. He had used the skill points he had gained from the previous upgrade a little too carelessly. Early the next morning, Song Jian left the villa and walked towards the grove outside the highway. The stumps left by yesterday's wood collection had disappeared, replaced by tall trees. Song Jian found that these trees in the game could not only recover quickly after being cut down, but also grow very fast. In a few days, the trunks of these trees, which were originally only as thick as a bowl, had become fatter. Song Jian walked straight into the depths of the woods and stopped 10 meters away from the light golden pine tree. The alert range of the mutated snake beast was 10 meters. Once it entered the 10-meter range, it would stare at the approaching person, and once it approached 3 meters, it would take the initiative to attack. This is the information Song Jian obtained after several attempts. Now there are more and more people collecting wood. The longer the time goes, the greater the probability of people coming to this forest, and the probability of the light golden pine tree being exposed will also increase. Song Jian is unwilling to wait any longer. The mutant snake beast has been staying on the tree. Song Jian's earth teeth can't attack it, so he can only start with a pistol. Bang bang bang. Aiming at the mutant snake beast, Song Jian quickly pulled the trigger, and the bullet drilled into the mutant snake beast's body, causing the mutant snake beast that was entangled on the branch to suddenly wake up, and its body swelled up like a balloon. Whoosh! The snake beast, which had coiled several times on the spot, rushed toward Song Jian like a spring. All the more than 10 bullets were fired, and each shot hit the snake beast, knocking off more than 100 HP of the snake beast. The 4th level gunpowder weapon pistol basic had a much higher hit rate and power. It only took 2 or 3 seconds to fire more than 10 bullets. The snake beast was very fast, and had already approached Song Jian by 3 or 4 meters. Song Jian took back the pistol, grabbed the double-barreled shotgun, and pulled the trigger the moment the snake beast bounced off the ground. Bang! Bang! The double-barreled shotgun was powerful, and had a strong impact. The snake beast that bounced into the air was hit by 2 shots from the front, and was directly blown away. It flew back 3 or 4 meters and hit a willow tree. This attack actually caused a dizziness effect, and a dizziness symbol appeared on the head of the mutant snake beast. Good opportunity. Song Jian drew out his dagger, rushed towards the mutant snake beast, and stabbed it 7 inches below its neck. The tiger-tooth dagger easily tore open the scales under the neck of the mutant snake beast, and inserted until the handle was gone. The snake beast let out a heart-wrenching cry and woke up from the dizziness. Its body, as thick as an adult's arm, whipped Song Jian fiercely like a whip. With a bang, Song Jian felt a sharp pain in the place where his back was whipped. His throat was a little itchy, and a fishy and sweet taste came up in his mouth. Pulling out the dagger, Song Jian leaped forward, rolled on the ground twice, and grabbed the ground with his right hand. Earth Fang. A fang-shaped gas mass flew towards the snake beast at a speed comparable to that of a bullet, and actually hit the snake beast, which had just woken up from a dizzy state, directly into the air, and slammed into a willow tree behind it. The snake beast's previous attack directly knocked away more than 30 points of Song Jian's blood. After using the Earth Fang, Song Jian's blood dropped to half. Looking at the snake beast that was constantly struggling, and had a blood value of nearly 300 points, Song Jian frowned slightly. If he continued to fight like this, he would obviously not be able to beat this snake beast. After hesitating for a moment, he finally gritted his teeth and took out a scroll from the package. It seems that I must use this trump card. Song Jian narrowed his eyes, tore open the scroll fiercely, and threw it towards the level 5 mutant snake beast. Chapter 35 Mutated Pine Nuts. What Song Jian threw at the snake beast was a one-time casting scroll. Originally, Song Jian wanted to buy a skill book in the Doomsday Supermarket to enhance his strength. But in the end, he found that the Doomsday coins in his pocket could not even afford the most basic skills. In the end, he had no choice but to spend all the Doomsday coins on him to buy this one-time casting scroll. Lightning Net Scroll one-time effect. After using it on a single target, It restricts the target's actions for 5 seconds and performs a lightning resistance test on the target every second. If the test fails, it releases lightning damage to the target once, with an initial damage of 120 points, and each time the damage decreases by 20%. Conditions of use. It can only be used on monsters below level 10, and cannot be used on players. The torn scroll flew towards the snake beast. The elite snake beast seemed to be able to sense that this scroll would cause great harm to it. It hissed and twisted its body, moving quickly among the grass, trying its best to dodge the scroll's lock. The scroll disappeared in the air, replaced by a large net with lightning, covering the snake beast. The snake beast let out a terrified cry. No matter how it fled, the lightning could always find its figure accurately. It turned a few times in the air, as if an invisible big hand was controlling the net. In the end, the snake beast still couldn't escape. The lightning net whoosh completely covered the body of the mutant snake beast. Sizzle. A more violent lightning flashed on every longitude and latitude line of the lightning net. The snake beast let out a painful wail, and a light blue 120-point damage appeared on its head. Song Jian held a dagger in his hand, leaped up, and fiercely stabbed the mutant snake beast. At this time, he didn't care whether to hurt the vital parts or not, and stabbed the mutant snake beast's body. The lightning damage of the lightning net seemed to be able to distinguish between the enemy and the friend. The snake beast trapped by the lightning net let out a series of painful hisses, and its body kept twisting and struggling. There were burnt marks on the scales on its body surface. But Song Jian didn't feel any damage when he touched the lightning net. The 5-second action restriction was enough for Song Jian to stab 5 or 6 times, even without the lightning net damage. The snake beast did not have enough blood to withstand so much damage. The snake beast did not last for 5 seconds. It struggled for only 3 seconds before its blood value was 0, and it lay softly on the ground. The lightning net began to slowly disappear, revealing the charred corpse of the mutant snake beast. The snake beast had a big mouth, sharp fangs, a hideous face, and a painful look. Looking at the corpse of the snake beast, Song Jian was very surprised and thought to himself, the power of this lightning net is beyond imagination. Originally, I thought that this disposable item that cost nearly 200 Doomsday coins to buy would at most cause some trouble to the snake beast. But I didn't expect the effect to be so powerful. It killed an elite mutant snake beast so easily. Soon, transparent flames began to burn on the surface of the mutant snake beast's body. After a while, the snake beast's body turned into a ball of black ash, which was blown away by the wind and disappeared without a trace. At the original place, the mutant snake beast left 4 items emitting blue-green light. System: you killed a level 5 mutant snake beast elite and gained 580 experience points. System: your experience points meet the upgrade requirements, and your level is upgraded to ordinary level 5. You gain a skill point. Golden light shone, and a warm current surged through the body. The blood value, that had been reduced to half, was also fully restored. This is the benefit brought by the upgrade, and it can be restored to the peak state. Song Jian didn't care about the upgrade. He had already upgraded his experience to 87% of level 4, so the upgrade was just expected. Song Jian set his eyes on the 4 items dropped by the mutant snake beast. I wonder what kind of items the level 5 elite boss will drop for me, Song Jian thought to himself, picking up the items on the ground one by one. Leather of the mutant snake beast blue material can be used to make leather armor equipment. The success rate of leather armor production is increased by 30%, and after successful production, there is a certain probability of adding an additional attribute. Usage requirements: leather armor production level 2. Snake meat of mutant snake beast green material can be used for cooking. The probability of understanding new recipes is increased by 30%. Usage requirements: cooking level 1. Inner elixir of mutant snake beast green material can be used for medicine. The probability of understanding new recipes is increased by 30%. Usage requirements: medicine level 1. Fawn thorn blue dagger, main hand weapon. Attack 18 to 25. Strength +1. Attack speed increased by 10%. Special effect 1. After causing damage to the target, the target's poison resistance is reduced by 50%. Special effect 2. When causing damage to the target, each time the damage is caused, a layer of poisonous mark is released. Each layer of poisonous mark can cause 5 points/second of poison damage, and the mark can be stacked up to 5 layers. After the poisonous mark is stacked up to 5 layers, the poisonous star can be automatically activated to detonate all 5 layers of poisonous marks, causing 100 plus the basic agility attribute *2 damage to the target. Usage requirements, level 5. Whether it can be brought out of the game, yes. 3 materials, a blue quality top grade dagger, and a level 5 elite monster mutant snake beast brought Song Jian a lot of benefits. And, most importantly, this dagger named Fong Thorn is actually an equipment that can be taken out of the game. In addition to these, there is a better harvest waiting for Song Jian. That is, all the remaining pine nuts on the light golden pine tree. Without the guardian beast, Song Jian easily picked the only pine cone. Many places in the pine cone, as big as a human head, have been shriveled, leaving only 9 pine nuts emitting golden light. Mutated pine nuts light gold. Food. Effect, after consumption. It can increase the upper limit of chi and health by 50 points. Repeated consumption of this item will weaken the effect in turn, and one person can consume up to 3 of this item. It is indeed a treasure like the attribute fruit. You know, even upgrading will not increase the blood value. You can only increase the blood value by improving the physical attribute. Moreover, all of Song Jian's active skills need to consume blood value to release. For Song Jian, the more blood value, the better. He threw a pine nut into his mouth without hesitation. The originally hard shell began to soften automatically the moment it entered the mouth. Finally, the pine nut turned into a ball of heat and entered Song Jian's stomach. A warm current spread from the stomach to the whole body. Song Jian felt as comfortable as if he was soaking in warm hot water. As expected, the HP value increased by 50 points. After eating the second and third pills, the HP value increased by 30 points for the second pill and 20 points for the third pill. This was already the limit. Even if he continued to eat, there would be no effect. Such a magical treasure is of extraordinary value. But now the purchasing power of players is too weak, and selling it in the store will be too loss-making. Song Jian can only put it in the parcel column. Finally, Song Jian's eyes fell on the pine tree emitting a light golden light. I wonder if I can harvest this pine tree with my current strength. Song Jian glanced at his fist and thought to himself. Chapter 36 Radio. Bang. Song Jian punched the pale golden pine tree. But the tough outer bark was as hard as steel and didn't move at all. The recoil made Song Jian's wrist ache and his whole arm numb. Song Jian's expression remained unchanged, and he continued to punch the tree trunk. More than 10 minutes later, the harvest of ordinary trees had been completed. But this pine tree didn't move at all. Just when Song Jian thought that the harvest of this pine tree was impossible, a palm-sized piece of sawdust finally flew out of the pine tree, turned into a white light, and flew into Song Jian's parcel column. System, you collected 10 units of wood. Is it so awesome? Song Jian was pleasantly surprised. Usually, he could only collect 2 or 3 units of wood from willow trees at most. But he collected 10 units of wood from this pine tree at once, which was several times more than that of ordinary trees. For a moment, Song Jian became excited and hit the tree trunk more frequently. The light golden pine tree was extremely tough. It was several times more difficult to collect wood than other ordinary trees. But the wood provided by this pine tree was also very rich. System, you collected 11 units of wood. System, you collected 9 units of wood. System, you have collected 2 units of hardwood pine level 3 wood. System, you have collected 12 units of wood. Each successful collection can bring Song Jian about 10 units of wood. There are too many system prompts. Song Jian simply stopped paying attention and waved his fists at the pine tree with one mind. However, what Song Jian did not expect was that he accidentally checked the parcel column and found that there were already 6 units of hardwood pine in his parcel column. Hardwood pine level 3 wood. Material. Can be used to make furniture and equipment. Cannot be taken out of the game. Furniture? Aren't all the furniture in the safe house ready-made? Do I need to make it myself? Song Jian thought to himself. Although he didn't know how this furniture was made and what it was used for. The words level 3 would still let Song Jian know that hardwood pine is much higher quality than ordinary wood. As Song Jian continued to collect, the pine tree emitting a light golden light began to become smaller and smaller. The trunk that was originally 5 or 6 meters high was now less than 2 meters. At this time, half of the day had passed, and it was 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. After replenishing some food and water, Song Jian stood up and continued to collect pine trees. Such opportunities are rare. There is only this special pine tree in the entire forest. More than an hour later, Song Jian heard a system prompt. System, after hard training, your skill barehanded fist and palm type basic has been upgraded to level 4. System, after hard training, your skill logging has been upgraded to level 4. So quickly upgraded to level 4? Song Jian was a little surprised. Obviously, collecting high quality wood has a certain bonus to the improvement of skill proficiency. Otherwise, it is impossible for the 2 basic skills that are already level 3 to be upgraded by 1 level in such a short time. You know, no matter what skill, the higher the level, the more proficiency is required, and the more difficult it is to improve. Unless you are willing to use skill points. Crack. With a crisp cracking sound, the pine tree, which was about 1 meter long, suddenly broke apart, turned into white light, and flew into Song Jian's parcel column. This pine tree directly gave Song Jian nearly 300 units of wood and 10 units of hardwood pine, and at the same time raised Song Jian's 2 passive skills by 1 level. It won't be long before I can collect stones. Song Jian rubbed his palms, feeling the toughness coming from his finger joints, and thought to himself. The light golden pine tree turned into a stump, and the surface lost its original luster. However, on the stump, another item appeared, which looked like a small box. The surface of this small box is military green, with several obvious buttons and knobs, and an antenna as long as an arm. Civilian radio special item. Effect, can receive and send channel information. Conditions of use, must be placed in a safe house for use. What is this thing? Song Jian touched the metal surface of the radio and examined it carefully. No matter how Song Jian fiddled with it, the radio seemed to be broken and had no response. It seems that it can only be used after a safe house is built. After taking a look at the conditions of use, Song Jian gave up fiddling with it here and put it in the parcel column. Time passed quickly. Before dark, Song Jian returned to the villa. After collecting pine trees, Song Jian collected more than 100 units of other wood. At this time, Song Jian had collected nearly 2/3 of the wood needed to renovate the entire villa. In 2 days at most, he could collect all 3,000 units of wood. At night, Song Jian touched the newly acquired fawn thorn and listened to the roars of mutant zombies coming from outside the villa. Looking thoughtful, Song Jian is now level 5. And with the newly acquired dagger, even mutant zombies with all attributes are not his opponents. Even if he faces several at the same time, Song Jian has the confidence to kill them all. It's a pity to waste the nighttime like this. It's better to go out and hunt mutant zombies, get some materials, and improve skills. Song Jian thought to himself. All active skills must be used frequently. After reaching the proficiency, they can be improved with skill points. Passive skills have no bottleneck. As long as you are not afraid of slowness and do not need skill points, you can also improve. Although the explosion rate of mutant zombies has been reduced a lot now, Song Jian can use them to hone his skills. Thinking of this, Song Jian immediately got up and walked towards the street outside. The shadows on the street are all mutant zombies. As long as you don't make too much noise during the day, you won't alarm these monsters. Therefore, during the day, I always feel that there are few monsters. But at night, Song Jian found that there are so many monsters around him. The main task is to eliminate all monsters within 1 kilometer around the safe house. Now it seems that this task is more difficult than building a safe house. Song Jian thought to himself. As soon as he left the villa, 3 mutant zombies noticed Song Jian's presence, let out a low roar, and staggered towards Song Jian. The speed of the mutant zombies is about the same as that of ordinary people jogging. Not very fast, but they are extremely persistent and have excellent physical strength. They can chase people for several kilometers. Song Jian did not use the skill Earth T thrust, but waved the dagger and rushed towards the nearest zombie. He stabbed it directly into the mutant zombie's head, turned his figure, pulled out the dagger, and cut a line on the side of the neck. Before the zombie could react, Song Jian stabbed another dagger into his back. The series of actions were as smooth as flowing water, as if he had practiced them hundreds of times in his mind without any mistakes. 3 consecutive attacks turned the mutant zombie, whose health was only a little over 100 points, into a pile of black ash. Song Jian didn't even look at the items it dropped, and continued to pounce on the next zombie. Chapter 37 Zombie Core. It took only a dozen seconds for Song Jian to kill 3 mutant zombies with normal attributes. The 3 mutant zombies did not touch Song Jian at all. In Song Jian's equipment column, he held the Fong Thorn in his right hand and the Sword of Corruption in his left hand. His own strength attribute has reached 8 points, which is 3 points higher than that of an ordinary adult man. Even the weightlifting champion in the real world may not be as strong as Song Jian at this time. Compared to the self who just entered the game before, the strength attribute has doubled. So it is natural to easily break the defense of the mutant zombies. The 3 zombies dropped 2 items in total. A crystal ball emitting white light, a piece of cooking material, and zombie meat. Zombie meat has now become the main source of food in Song Jian's game. The food and water he searched for when he first entered the game have been almost consumed. Water is still okay, with 3 bottles of mineral water left. The compressed dry food has been eaten up. At this time, there are only 2 pieces of fried meat left in the package. Song Jian looked at the white crystal ball and felt familiar. He picked it up and saw that it was a zombie core. Isn't this a task item for applying for a membership card at the Doomsday Supermarket? It will drop even without a task. Song Jian was a little curious. Previously, the zombie core obtained by hunting zombies had no other attributes except the 4 words task item. Now, the zombie core in his hand is a white quality item. Zombie core white material can be used in any production process. Belongs to adding catalyst, speeding up the production process. Product mutation +1. Item description: after the mutant zombie's body is infected by the virus, the condensed energy crystal is of high value. Usage requirements: none. Whether to take it out of the game: no. High value. Song Jian played with the crystal ball, thinking to himself, Doomsday Supermarket chose it as a task item, probably because it is very valuable. Putting the zombie core into the parcel column, Song Jian continued to walk forward. The zombies' alert range at night seemed to have become much larger. As long as there was a little movement, it would attract zombies to surround it. Song Jian didn't need to look for it specifically. Just walking slowly on the street, mutant zombies would take the initiative to find him. As he became more and more proficient in using the dagger, Song Jian also began to control his health and use the skills Earth Fang Thrust and Kick, slowly improving his proficiency in these 2 active skills. 3 hours later, Song Jian killed at least hundreds of mutant zombies, and the number of zombie cores in the package increased to 6, as well as some zombie fangs and zombie meat. But none of the real equipment was dropped. Just then, Song Jian heard a cry from afar. What are you going to do? Why are you attacking me? The voice sounds familiar. It seems to be Liqueur? Song Jian frowned slightly and looked in the direction of the voice. The voice startled the mutant zombies around, and many zombies began to slowly surround the direction of the voice. Song Jian took advantage of the darkness, carefully hiding his figure, and followed him. Liqueur held a silver crossbow and looked at the men blocking the alley with a vigilant look. There were 5 or 6 piles of black ash under Liqueur's feet, and there were several items emitting white light next to them. Hey, boss, I'm not wrong. This little girl's weapon is of silver quality. You didn't see that she killed the zombies so fast that the zombies didn't react at all and were shot to death directly. A thin man stood next to a strong man and laughed in a low voice. Wang Chong glanced at the skinny man next to him. A trace of contempt flashed in his eyes, and nodded slightly. Not bad. You have made a contribution this time. It seems that you are still useful. As long as I get that weapon, you will be a member of my Qingling gang in the future. In reality, Wang Chong is the boss of the Green Wolf gang. He manages a dozen gangsters, and usually makes a living by collecting protection fees. Almost no one dares to mess with him in the Yunhua Street area. After entering the game, he also gathered a few people and continued the Green Wolf gang's tactics in the game. And his life was quite comfortable. This time, when he heard his subordinates report that a little girl actually had a silver-quality weapon in her hand, Wang Chong was immediately moved. You know, the best weapon he has now is a white-quality long sword he got when he first entered the game. Little girl, I'm scared. As long as you give me the weapon in your hand, I will let you go. Wang Chong led 3 or 4 people to block the entrance of the alley, looking at the silver crossbow in Liqueur's hand, with a greedy look on his face. Get out of the way, or I'll shoot you. Liqueur raised her crossbow and made a threatening expression. But this expression on her little face had no deterrent effect. Shou Ho, go and grab her weapon. Wang Chong raised his chin and gestured to the thin man next to him. Boss, my name is Wang Bin, not Shou Ho. Wang Bin said, a little aggrieved. You will be Shouho from now on. Wang Chong glared at Wang Bin. And seeing that he wanted to refute, he immediately said fiercely, Do you still want to join the Green Wolf gang? Yes. Yes. Boss. I'll go right away. Wang Bin glanced at the silver weapon in Kur's hand, a little timid, and swallowed in self-protection. He looked back at Wang Chong, gritted his teeth, clenched a short sword in his hand, and slowly moved towards Kur. Little sister, don't be afraid. Wang Bin said softly, with an ugly smile on his face. Swoosh. A translucent crossbow arrow flew out close to Wang Bin's scalp. A chill rushed up the spine to the back of his head. And Wang Bin was so scared that he stood still. A burning pain came from the top of his head. He looked at his blood and found that his blood, which was originally full of 80 points, had dropped by more than 20 points. A look of horror appeared on his face. You know, it was just a graze, not a hit. If it was hit, wouldn't he be killed instantly? Is the attack power of a silver quality weapon so scary? The courage that Wang Bin had finally mustered up quickly collapsed, and he screamed and crawled towards the alley entrance. Boss, she shot me. The attack was very high. I'm dying, Wang Bin said with a sad face. Get out of the way. Useless thing. Wang Chong kicked Wang Bin with contempt, took out a half-man-high iron shield from the parcel column, and blocked himself. Follow me. I don't believe that so many men can't deal with an 8 or 9-year-old girl. Bah! Wang Chong spit on the ground viciously, raised the iron shield, and slowly walked towards Likur. Wang Chong also saw Likur's attack just now. Although the distance was more than 10 meters, it was far beyond the effective range of ordinary crossbows. It only touched the edge, but it caused Wang Bin to lose more than 20 points of health. Even Wang Chong himself was surprised by such an attack. However, this made him more determined to obtain this weapon. He led the way and rushed towards Likur with an iron shield. Chapter 38 Kill? Or not? Likur panicked when she saw Wang Chong rushing towards her with an iron shield in hand. She quickly pulled the trigger of her crossbow, and a series of crossbow arrows shot towards Wang Chong like a line. Ding ding ding. The crossbow arrows hit the iron shield, making a series of light sounds, sparks flying, and the crossbow arrows were bounced and flew out. Seeing that his iron shield blocked the crossbow arrows, Wang Chong suddenly became confident and laughed. Brothers, charge. Her crossbow arrows can't break my iron shield. When she gets close, I will catch her and break her legs. Ha ha. Don't come over here. Likur was also panicked and retreated repeatedly, with a look of fear on her face. Looking at Wang Chong, who was getting closer and closer, Likur gritted her teeth and seemed to concentrate all her strength on the crossbow. Explosive arrow. With a light shout, a faint white light emerged from Likur's body and began to flow towards her arm holding the crossbow. The light quickly gathered on the crossbow along her arm and formed an air mass. Swoosh. A huge arrow-shaped air mass was fired from the crossbow at an extremely fast speed, leaving a white mark in the air and hitting the iron shield hard. Wang Chong felt as if he was hit by a battering ram. He felt a strong force coming from his two arms holding the shield. The bones of his arms made a crackling friction sound. He felt a sharp pain and his hands trembled violently. He almost couldn't hold the shield. He was pushed back 3 or 4 meters by the impact before he stopped. Panicked, Wang Chong felt like he had escaped death. The pain in his arm slowly subsided. Wang Chong calmed down and found that his iron shield seemed to be much lighter. Looking at the iron shield again, there was a pit the size of a human head in the center of the shield. With the pit as the center, countless cracks extended outward around it. Some cracks even spread to the edge of the shield. The durability of the shield was directly reduced to single digits. Flashing red light, close to the edge of scrap. My iron shield. Wang Chong was so distressed. This shield was his biggest trump card. It was because of this shield that he could gather so many people and form the Green Wolf gang again in the game. Who knew that the attack of the little girl on the opposite side almost destroyed this shield? Wang Chong looked at Likur with fear in his eyes. He hesitated in place, not knowing whether to continue attacking or turn around and run away. Just when Wang Chong was timid and ready to run away, Likur sat down on the ground with a look of exhaustion. Wang Chong's eyes lit up immediately, and he smiled, holding the shield, and walked towards Likur step by step. Little girl, that skill must have consumed a lot of energy just now. I'm afraid you don't have much blood left now? Wang Chong looked at Likur's weak appearance and suddenly became excited. You? Don't come over. Li Ker's face became even more flustered, and her eyes were filled with tears. She was about to cry. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a ball of blood spurted out of Wang Chang's thigh, and he staggered and fell to the ground. Who is it? Wang Chang shouted loudly, facing the direction of the bullet, and holding the iron shield firmly in front of him. Boss, there is someone on the wall. A man behind him pointed to the wall on the left side of the alley, and shouted loudly. Wang Chang looked up, and saw a man in leather armor standing on the wall of the alley, with a pistol in his right hand pointing at him. Boy, do you want to get ahead? Wang Chang protected himself with an iron shield, and slowly stood up. Several men immediately rushed up to protect Wang Chang. Song Jian smiled slightly and said, You guys, how can you bully a 10-year-old girl? Boy, take care of yourself. Be careful not to lose your life if you meddle in other people's business. In this game, you only have one life. Wang Chang sneered. Uncle Bastard. No. Little Bastard Brotherly Kier recognized Song Jian, and shouted loudly. Song Jian felt a toothache when he heard this, and his face suddenly turned black. Uncle Bastard. Little Bastard Brother. What kind of names are these? Oh, it seems that you know each other? Wang Chang was shocked and looked around. When he found that there was only Song Jian, he became domineering again. Look carefully. There are 5 of us here. Are you sure you want to intervene in this matter? We only want the weapon in her hand, and you can take her away. Get out of here, or I will be rude. Song Jian waved his hand, and said impatiently, Humph. Brothers, kill him. Wang Chang showed a trace of ruthlessness in his eyes, took out a flying knife from the parcel column, and threw it at Song Jian. Several men behind him also surrounded him. Pistols, magic wands, longbows. Several people actually have long-range attack methods, aiming at Song Jian, and swarming towards him. Kill him. It's in the game anyway. It's not illegal to kill him. This guy's leather armor is nice. I want it. Let's go together. The attacks came one after another. Song Jian jumped down from the wall, put his right hand on the ground, and whispered, Earth Fong 2. And suddenly a fong-shaped air mass made a sharp sound of breaking through the air and flew towards Wang Chang, who was standing in the front. Boom! The air mass hit Wang Chang's iron shield fiercely, and the iron shield broke into pieces with a roar. Wang Chang only felt a strong force coming from his chest, and the whole person flew backwards and hit several people surrounding him. Wang Chang lay on the ground, coughing violently and gasping for breath, and there was a sharp pain in his chest. Song Jian rushed towards several people with a dagger in his hand. A straight stab directly pierced a man's palm, and then his right hand bent forward and hit the other person's cheek with his elbow. Fuck him! A man waved the magic wand in his hand and hit Song Jian's shoulder fiercely. Song Jian took a wrong step, turned around and took out a double-barreled shotgun, stared at the man's chest and pulled the trigger. Boom! A critical hit of more than 60 points floated up from the opponent's head, and immediately hit him seriously, and lost the ability to fight back. This attack frightened the remaining few people, and they took a step back involuntarily. Song Jian stood among them, stepping on Wang Chang's head, holding a double-barreled shotgun and looking around. Those who don't want to die, get out, Song Jian said lightly. Although this is a game, Song Jian has never regarded it as a game, and he doesn't want to kill people in the game. After all, killing people in the game is almost the same as killing people in the real world. Psychologically, Song Jian can't bear it. After hesitating for a moment, Song Jian decided to let these people go. You let our boss go first. The skinny monkey Wang Bin suppressed his fear and shouted loudly. Song Jian smiled slightly, let go of Wang Chang, took 2 steps back, and waved the gun at Wang Chang twice. Wang Bin immediately stepped forward, helped Wang Chang up, and slowly retreated to the entrance of the alley. The mountains remain unchanged. The water flows forever. If you have the ability, leave a name? Behind Wang Chang, a man with a scar on his face stared at Song Jian fiercely and shouted. Wang Chang's face sank. His eyebrows moved, and he turned around again, pressing his right hand hard on the ground. Earth Fangs. Another fong-shaped air mass flew towards the man with a whistle. Boom! The man with a scar on his face was hit by the Earth Fangs, and his body was thrown high into the air. A stream of blood shot out from his body, flew backwards, hit a telephone pole hard, bounced and rolled onto the road, and fainted. The other people were silent. not even daring to raise their heads. And several people carried the injured person and ran away. Song Jian turned around and walked towards Li Keir. Chapter 39 Bar. Xiaojian brother. Thank you for chasing the bad guy away. Li Keir rushed towards Song Jian happily. Keir, why are you here? Song Jian smiled and held Li Keir's shoulder and asked, have you completed your main quest? The main quest is too difficult. And the collection tools are too expensive. I can only fight monsters hard, earn some money, and then buy tools to collect. Li Keir wrinkled her nose and said, buy tools? Song Jian's heart moved. And he quickly asked, do you know where to buy tools? I know. Xiaojian brother. Don't you know? I'll take you there, Li Keir said with eyes wide open. The Doomsday Supermarket has disappeared for a few days. I didn't expect that there are still stores in this game where you can buy items. Come on, Xiaojian brother. Follow me, Li Keir said, looking around, and took Song Jian to the street. The two walked through 2 streets, turned a corner, and came to the middle of a cross street. Along the way, they encountered many LV1 mutant zombies, and even LV3 mutant dog beasts. But with the cooperation of the two, they quickly killed all these monsters. Song Jian only realized at this time that Li Keir had actually reached level 5, and was about to reach level 6, which was faster than his own leveling. Obviously, she had not done anything else in the past few days, but was fighting monsters to level up. The two stopped in front of a commercial building. The building looked a bit shabby. There was a half-broken sign on the first floor door. There was a circle of shabby neon lights on the sign, which was covered with dust. The words * fever bar could be vaguely distinguished on the sign. This commercial building was close to a pedestrian street. There were no monsters on the street. There were messy shops around. Some doors were closed, and some doors were violently smashed open. The first floor bar in front of them had 2 hinged doors. Perhaps they had not been maintained for a long time, and they made a harsh creaking sound when they were pushed open. Little brother, this is the place I plan to use as a safe house, Li Keir said as she pushed the door open. After entering the door, Song Jian found that the bar was unusually clean, as if it had been cleaned by someone. The bar was lit with a soft orange light, which made people feel very warm. There is still electricity now? Song Jian was a little surprised. Yes, there is electricity in many places in this bar, but it can only be powered on for 3 hours a day, and the rest of the time it is dark, Li Keir said. Come, Xiaojian brother. You can buy tools at this bar, but it's too expensive. I can't afford it even if I save for a long time. Li Keir pulled Song Jian to the bar, took out a lot of materials from the package column, and piled them on the counter. Soon, a translucent screen appeared in the air of the bar, just like a 3D projection screen, on which all the items on the counter were listed, and the recycling price was calculated. Song Jian took a look and found that the price given for each material was very low, even lower than the recycling price given by the Doomsday Supermarket. There were at least more than 30 items on the counter, but in the end only 19 Doomsday coins were given. For sale, Li Keir sighed slightly and said seriously, like a little adult. The things on the counter were suddenly covered by a white light and disappeared, replaced by 19 Doomsday coins, which appeared on the counter. Li Keir gathered the 19 Doomsday coins with both hands, counted them carefully again, and then put them into the package. Show me the goods you sell here, Li Keir shouted loudly. Suddenly, rows of items were listed on the screen, and Song Jian was shocked. It turned out that items could be traded here. Staring at the screen, Song Jian was stunned. An ordinary stone axe actually required 500 Doomsday coins. Although it was a brand new stone axe, the price of 500 Doomsday coins was too expensive. It's simply a black shop. This thing is too expensive. Song Jian couldn't help but whispered. Hey, there's nothing I can do. This is a bar. Li Keir sighed, with a helpless expression. Seeing Li Keir's serious expression, Song Jian couldn't help but be amused. He rubbed Li Keir's head, took out a piece of fried meat from the parcel column, and put it on the counter. Soon, the price of this fried meat was given on the screen. 21 Doomsday coins. It's 1/3 less than the Doomsday Supermarket. Song Jian thought to himself. Ah, Xiaojian brother. What is this thing? How can you sell it so expensively? Tell me quickly. Tell me. What kind of monster did you get it from? Li Keir looked surprised, grabbed the corner of Song Jian's clothes and pulled it hard, shouting. This is what I made. If all the materials you sold just now are made into products, each one can be sold at this price, Song Jian said with a smile. Liqueur was stunned for a moment, as if she had thought of something, and a painful expression appeared on her face. She grabbed the clothes on her chest and her body was shaky. It hurt so much. I sold it too cheaply. Wu Liqueur was so anxious that she was about to cry. Okay. It's not that easy to make a finished product. You see, I spent so much time, and I can only cook food and sell it for money. Just pay attention next time. Looking at Liqueur's painful expression, Song Jian remembered how he regretted it in the Doomsday Supermarket, and he felt much better immediately. Woo. But Liqueur doesn't know how to cook. Liqueur stared at Song Jian with her big watery eyes. It's okay. Brother will teach you. It's very simple. Song Jian smiled. Great. Xiaojian brother is the best. I like Xiaojian brother the most. Liqueur jumped up happily and pulled Song Jian to the depths of the bar. After passing through the lobby of the bar, there were boxes behind. Liqueur pulled Song Jian into a box, let Song Jian sit aside, and then walked to a safe and twisted the safe a few times. Liqueur, what is this? Song Jian glanced at the safe and was stunned. The surface of the safe was flashing a layer of obscure transparent light. If you don't look carefully, it is difficult to find the abnormality of this safe. This is a warehouse, which can store items. All the good stuff I get from killing monsters are hidden inside. Liqueur answered casually. Warehouse. Song Jian was stunned, and immediately thought of the radio station he had obtained, and asked quickly, Liqueur, is this warehouse also a special item? Yes, Xiaojian brother. This is the loot I found in the nest of an elite boss after killing it. Liqueur answered casually, and quickly took out a lot of things from the safe and placed them on the ground. Song Jian took a look and saw more than a dozen items flashing green and blue light on the ground, most of which were materials. These are all treasures that I can't bear to sell. Little brother, as a thank you for saving me and teaching me cooking, you can pick anyone from here, Liqueur said seriously. Ahem. How can I be embarrassed to do this? I don't want it. Song Jian blushed a little, feeling like he was cheating a little girl's lollipop. But soon, his eyes fell on a scroll that was flashing green light. Chapter 40 Gambling. Song Jian looked at the items on the floor with envy, and his eyes fell on a scroll emitting green light. Potion formula, weakness potion. Use it to make a weakness potion. Usage requirements. Master the art of making medicine. Weakness potion. Throw an attack on any target within a range of 6 meters, causing 10 points of real damage to the target, and weakening the target's defense by 30%, lasting 60 seconds. This potion formula. Song Jian pointed at the formula and asked, where did you get it? Did it explode from a monster? Formula? Is this what Xiaojian brother is talking about? Liqueur picked up the formula of the weakness potion, glanced at it casually, handed it to Song Jian and said, this is what I won in gambling. Was it won from gambling? Song Jian was a little embarrassed, but he still took it. If it was something else, Song Jian would probably refuse. But the potion formula was exactly what Song Jian had dreamed of. So his face was slightly red, and he learned it directly, because the conditions for use were met. Song Jian directly tore open the scroll and turned into a white light. Under the skill of pharmacy, the words make weakness potion appeared, and the required materials were also listed. To make a weakness potion, you need a potion solution, 2 zombie fangs, and a glass bottle. The potion solution and glass bottle can be purchased at the bar counter of this bar, but the zombie fangs need to be dropped by monsters. 1 Doomsday coin can buy 5 bottles of potion solution, and 5 glass bottles also need 1 Doomsday coin. That is, if there are enough zombie fangs. It only takes 2 Doomsday coins to make 5 bottles of weakness potion. However, what surprised Song Jian was that making potions also required 1 item. That is, the potion making table, which is a special building item. For a while, Song Jian didn't know where to find this thing. It seems that the making of weakness potion will be postponed. After thinking for a long time, Song Jian shook his head and put the making of potions aside. He became very interested in the gambling that Liqueur mentioned. You know, such a potion formula is worth at least 500 Doomsday coins in the Doomsday Supermarket. It is not even sold in stores like this bar counter. It is conceivable that the gambling mentioned by Liqueur should be able to produce a lot of good things. Song Jian believes that these dozen blue-green items in front of him cannot all be obtained by Likier from beating elite bosses. Maybe some of them were earned by gambling. Little brother, there is an underground casino deep in this bar counter. Likier whispered mysteriously. Many things in it are broken, but there is a slot machine that is good and can be used. This potion formula was obtained from this slot machine. Oh, really? Can you take me to see it? Song Jian asked curiously. Of course. But it takes 100 Doomsday coins or a zombie core to play once. I have used up all the zombie cores I have. Does Xiao Jian have any zombie cores? Likier asked. Song Jian was shocked when he heard Likier's words. 100 Doomsday coins or a zombie core. Doesn't that mean that a zombie core is worth 100 Doomsday coins? What is the value of this zombie core? It is so valuable. That Doomsday Supermarket membership card is worth 1,000 Doomsday coins? I have 6 zombie cores on me now, Song Jian said after looking at the package column. That's good. You can play it 6 times. And an item should come out. Likier nodded and said, I have studied this slot machine for a few days. There is no pattern at all. It depends on luck. Sometimes you only need 1 or 2 zombie cores to get an item. Sometimes, 10 zombie cores may not give out a zombie core. Song Jian frowned slightly and said, Then aren't my 6 a little too few? It depends on luck. Even if you don't get any items. At least Xiao Jian brother has seen this slot machine and can play it often in the future. Likier smiled. Song Jian suddenly thought of a picture. Likier was dressed in fancy clothes, holding a handkerchief in her hand, smiling, standing at the door of the bar, waving at Song Jian and saying, Come on, brother. A chill suddenly came over his heart. He dismissed the scene in his mind and followed Likier to the underground casino. After passing through a corridor and turning a corner, the two came to a staircase and went up the stairs to the second floor. The second floor was not as bright as the lobby. There were cracks everywhere on the lime-powdered walls. There were dark brown stains on the walls and warnings painted with various paints. It looked messy and disgusting. There were several gambling tables in the lobby on the second floor. One of them was split in half by something, and the rest was covered with a thick layer of dust. There were various game machines on the surrounding walls. Most of them had been destroyed. There was only one strange slot machine with a circle of neon lights still flashing around it. This slot machine looks no different from other ordinary slot machines. It has an LCD display and a lever next to it. The only difference is that there are 3 icons on the screen of ordinary slot machines, while this slot machine has 4. Little brother, this is the coin slot. You can put in Doomsday coins or zombie cores. Likier excitedly pulled Song Jian and pointed to the coin slot next to the slot machine. After that, Likier looked at Song Jian expectantly, waiting for him to put in coins. No. Zombie cores. Song Jian smiled slightly, took out a zombie core and put it in, and the 4 icons on the slot machine screen began to rotate rapidly. These icons include gold equipment, scrolls, Doomsday coins, materials, and all kinds of icons. Pull this. Pull this. Likier pointed at the lever next to the slot machine and said anxiously. Song Jian laughed, and saw that Likier seemed to be more anxious than himself, reached out and grabbed the lever, and pulled it down hard. Clang. With a crisp sound, the 4 icons on the slot machine screen began to slow down, and finally stopped slowly. Thank you for participating. Oh my god! Why is there still thank you for participating? The reason why the 4 icons appear is to show the 4 words thank you for participating. Song Jian's smile froze on his face, and he pointed at the screen and wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. Are you bullying me for not playing slot machines? Song Jian suddenly had the urge to smash the screen of this slot machine. Go on. Go on. Little brother. Go on. Likier seemed to have seen it many times, but she didn't think it was a big deal. She pulled Song Jian's sleeve and shouted excitedly. Song Jian took a deep breath, calmed down his emotions, took out another zombie core from the parcel column, and stuffed it into the coin slot. Voila! The icon on the slot machine immediately started to rotate again. Chapter 41 Simple Snake Soup. Clang. Song Jian pulled the lever hard again, and the icons on the screen began to rotate. Thank you for participating. Thank you for participating. Song Jian's face was full of black lines. I participated. Your sister participated. I played 5 times in a row, and every time I said thank you for participating. Song Jian felt like he was going to collapse. Are my hands so dirty? What is the probability of this broken game? Even if you give me one material, I will consider it a conscientious game. This slot machine is a pit. Song Jian held the last zombie core in his hand, hesitated, and glanced at Liquor, who was looking at him expectantly. Lost, Song Jian gritted his teeth and stuffed the last zombie core into the coin slot. Anyway, I haven't found any use for zombie cores now, so I'll just throw it away, Song Jian thought to himself. For the last time, the 4 icons on the slot machine began to rotate rapidly. Song Jian pulled the lever again without hesitation, and the icons began to slowly stop one by one. Thank you. Thank you. Participate. A fruit-emitting golden light appeared on the last icon of the slot machine. Win. Win. Xiaojian brother. You win. Li Qiu shouted excitedly. Congratulations. You have obtained the attribute Fruit Gold, and the item will be automatically stored in your parcel column. The neon lights around the slot machine flashed suddenly, accompanied by a burst of celebratory music, and a few lines of large words appeared on the slot machine screen. Attribute Fruit? Golden quality? Song Jian showed a look of joy on his face. Open the parcel column, and a fruit emitting a light golden light was lying steadily in the parcel column. Without even looking at the attributes, Song Jian laughed, grabbed the fruit and threw it into his mouth. The fruit turned into a warm current as soon as it entered his mouth, and rushed into Song Jian's body. This warm current lasted for a long time. Song Jian only felt hot, and soon his whole body began to sweat, and his whole body revealed a comfortable feeling, as if his whole body was more transparent. Very magical. System, you have taken the attribute for gold, and all attributes are increased by 1 point. All attributes increase by 1? How is this possible? Song Jian opened the attribute interface in surprise. Sure enough, all 6 of his attributes increased by 1 point. Little brother, you seem to have become more handsome. Li Qiu stared at Song Jian's face, and said with a slightly red face. Really? Ha ha. Song Jian was so excited that he almost jumped up. I made a lot of money this time. All the zombie cores were used up, and the 2 left the underground casino reluctantly. The bar you chose is really good, but if you want to create a safe zone here, the stones, and would you need maybe an astronomical figure? Song Jian thought for a while, and said. Just now, he explored and found that if he wanted to transform the whole bar into a safe house recognized by the system, the wood and stone needed would be several times more than that of his 3-story villa, and it would take too much time and energy. Yeah, I'm worried too. Li Qiu sighed with a sad face, looking unhappy. Well, in fact, you can first choose a part to create a safe house, and then slowly expand it after completing the task, until the whole bar is expanded into part of your safe house. Song Jian thought for a while, and suggested. Is this okay? Li Qiu raised her head, frowned slightly, and looked thoughtful. Song Jian was amused by Li Qiu's appearance. He rubbed her head and said, try it. For example, turn the room where you put the safe into a safe house. This way it will be much simpler. It only takes more than 200 units of wood and stone, Li Qiu said after calculating in her mind. Well, you don't need to collect wood first. Just collect stone. I will help you collect wood. It will be very fast, Song Jian said. Also, don't buy an ordinary pickaxe. Buy a fine iron pickaxe directly. It will take longer to collect. Among the items that can be sold at the bar counter, there are ordinary pickaxes and fine iron pickaxes. The price difference between the two is only 300 Doomsday coins. The durability of the fine iron pickaxe is the same as that of the ordinary pickaxe, but the speed at which the durability of the fine iron pickaxe drops will definitely be much slower than that of the ordinary pickaxe. In other words, the fine iron pickaxe will definitely collect more stone than the ordinary pickaxe. Really? Li Qiu looked surprised, her eyes twinkling like little stars. In fact, she has been saving money and wants to buy a stone axe and a pickaxe directly. If she only buys a fine iron pickaxe, then Li Qiu's Doomsday coins are more than enough. You can buy a fine iron pickaxe directly, and then I will take you to collect materials and try to build your safe house as soon as possible, Song Jian said with a smile. Little brother is so nice. Li Qiu jumped up, very happy. But before that, I will teach you to comprehend the cooking skills and make some food, Song Jian said. Soon, the two came to the restaurant. Song Jian picked and chose some usable ingredients from the abandoned restaurant locker and started to make fried meat. After making a piece of fried meat, he gave the frying pan to Li Qiu. Song Jian found a big pot, filled it with water, and started to cook. There was also a piece of mutated snake beast snake meat in his package, which could increase the chance of understanding the recipe. Song Jian planned to try to make a pot of snake soup to see if he could understand a new recipe. After the water boiled, Song Jian directly threw the cut snake meat into the pot and waited patiently. There was a lack of everything in the game, even the mineral water for cooking meat. Song Jian only had 2 bottles left. If there was no mineral water in the bar trading system, Song Jian would really be reluctant to cook snake soup. After cooking for more than 10 minutes, a strong fragrance emanated from the pot. After sprinkling a little salt, the snake soup was served. A large pot of water was boiled into a bowl in more than 10 minutes. If it were not in the game, this would never be possible. System, you made simple snake soup, and your cooking experience increased by 100 points. System, you have mastered the recipe simple snake soup. Simple snake soup white. Food. Effect, increase hunger by 50 points within 30 seconds after use. If used for more than 45 seconds, you can get the attack speed +2 status, which lasts for 30 minutes. In these 10 minutes, Liqueur finally successfully mastered the fried meat recipe after scorching 2 pieces of zombie meat, and also mastered the cooking technique. Liqueur was very excited to understand the cooking skills, but after smelling the fragrance of the snake soup, she couldn't help swallowing her saliva, looked at the fried meat in her hand, frowned slightly, turned her head to look at Song Jian, and suddenly a lovely smile bloomed on her face. She ran to Song Jian, handed the fried meat, and said to Song Jian, "Little brother, this is the first fried meat I made by myself. Please eat it." Song Jian, who was about to taste the snake soup, froze, looked at Liqueur, who had been staring at the snake soup, shook his head, handed the bowl of snake soup to Liqueur, and took the fried meat made by Liqueur. Seeing Liqueur's eyes bent with laughter, holding the soup and slurping, Song Jian shook his head and was about to put the fried meat into the parcel column, but suddenly froze, looking at the properties of the fried meat in his hand. Song Jian raised his eyebrows. Is the property of this fried meat so good? Chapter 42 Collection. Fried meat blue, food. Effect, increase hunger by 70 points after consumption. Eating for more than 20 seconds can increase health by 15 points. This is just like a weaker version of a blood replenishing potion. Song Jian was surprised, looking at Liqueur, who was holding a big bowl and slurping snake soup. Song Jian suddenly felt that she was his daughter in the game. "Liqueur, your fried meat is really good. You can actually comprehend such a powerful recipe. It's amazing." Song Jian thought for a long time, but finally couldn't bear to eat it, and put the fried meat into the parcel column. "Really? Haha. I must." Liqueur's eyes curved into crescents, and she drank more happily while holding the big bowl. After learning the art of cooking, Liqueur bought a fine iron pickaxe and followed Song Jian to the grove outside the highway. The pale golden pine tree has never appeared since Song Jian collected it. Unlike other trees, it will grow again after a few hours after collection. When Song Jian and Liqueur arrived at the grove, there were already several people chopping trees with stone axes. One of the men was known to both of them. He was Wang Chong, the leader of the Green Wolf Gang. But Wang Chong looked very embarrassed at this time. Not only did he not have any younger brothers around him, but he was also blind in one eye, with only one arm left, and his body was covered in blood, as if he had just crawled back from the battlefield. Seeing Song Jian and Liqueur, Wang Chong showed a trace of fear in his eyes, and his body couldn't help but tremble. Song Jian just glanced at Wang Chong indifferently, and didn't take him seriously. He took Liqueur to a huge rock and said, "Liqueur, you collect this rock, and I will collect wood." It seems that Wang Chong is now in a miserable situation. All his younger brothers have run away, and he has become a lever commander, and he is seriously injured. "Okay, little brother." Liqueur nodded obediently, took out a small fine iron pickaxe from the parcel column, and chiseled at the rock fiercely. While chiseling, he encouraged himself with "Hey yo, hey yo." Song Jian smiled slightly, chose a willow tree, and punched it hard. After a few days of growth, these willow trees are now as thick as a hug. Others who came here all used stone axes to collect, and only Song Jian used his fists. Song Jian's eccentricity quickly attracted the attention of others. Wang Chong looked at Song Jian punching the tree with his fist, and seemed to think of something. He couldn't help shuddering. He wanted to leave here, but he couldn't bear to leave. Finally, He gritted his teeth and walked to the edge of the woods alone, and started collecting at the farthest place from Song Jian. Hey, do you think that guy is stupid? Someone couldn't help whispering after watching Song Jian smash the tree for a long time. Doesn't he feel any pain? Can the pain value be adjusted in this game? Someone asked curiously, and even called up the system interface to study it carefully. Is he practicing boxing or collecting wood? Someone asked, puzzled. But soon, people saw pieces of wood falling from the trees, turning into white light and entering Song Jian's parcel column. And the speed of the wood falling was very fast, much faster than they could collect with tools. 5 or 6 minutes later, a willow tree was collected by Song Jian, and the skill proficiency of felling and bare-handed fist and palm-type basic was improved a little. But at this time, the two skills were already level 4, and the skill proficiency required was too much, so the effect could not be seen. Fuck. Is this true? You can collect with your fists. Wouldn't that save a lot of money? Many people were shocked to see Song Jian collecting from beginning to end. For a while, many people began to imitate Song Jian and hit the tree with their fists. Fuck. It hurts so much. My hand is broken and bleeding. This tree is harder than stone. The people who hit the tree with their fists twice were grimacing in pain. After hesitating for a long time, these people finally chose to collect with stone axes. After all, this is just a game, and many people have not yet realized what this game means. The durability of the tool fell quickly after cutting down the trees. After more than 2 hours, only Song Jian and Li Qir were left in this small forest. Hey. Although it was a physical job, Li Qir worked very hard. She had already excavated about 1/3 of the huge rock. Li Qir was like a hard-working little squirrel, constantly gnawing on a huge nut. Each willow tree could bring Song Jian 30 to 50 units of wood. In just over 2 hours, Song Jian had collected nearly 500 units of wood. The amount of wood in the package had exceeded 2,000 standard units, and there was only 500 to 600 units away from 3,000 units of wood. Even if Li Qir's more than 200 units of wood were added, Song Jian could collect all the wood in at most 3 hours. After more than 2 hours, Li Qir finally finished collecting all the huge rocks. He wiped the sweat off his head and laughed. Brother Xiaojian, I have collected 50 units of stone, and my mining skills have also been upgraded to level 2. Li Qir shouted loudly, looking like she was coming to praise me. Not bad. Not bad. Qir is great. Song Jian gave Li Qir a thumbs up and praised. Hee. Li Qir looked very proud, seeing Song Jian hitting the tree with his fist. Li Qir said with some heartache, Brother Xiaojian, doesn't your hand hurt? Qir, you don't know this. Song Jian smiled and said, I use my fist to collect wood, which not only saves a lot of money, but also improves my skill level. My current felling skills and bare-handed fist and palm-type basic are both level 4. It won't be long before they can all be upgraded to level 5. Brother Xiaojian, you are really amazing, Li Qir said with admiration. Song Jian looked up at the sky and said to Li Qir, it's getting dark. Why don't we go back first and come back here to collect tomorrow morning? Li Qir nodded and looked at the edge of the woods. A dozen meters away from the edge of the woods, there was a grassland, and further out, there was a black fog, and nothing could be seen clearly. Brother Xiaojian, what do you think is in that black fog? Li Qir suddenly pointed to the other side of the black fog and asked. I don't know either. Why don't we go and take a look? Song Jian looked back and said, okay, maybe we can leave this city and go somewhere else. Li Qir's eyes curved and she smiled and said, it's like this in the game. The place where we were born is just a novice village. When we reach a higher level, we can go to other places. Song Jian pulled Li Qir towards the edge of the woods. The closer they got to the black fog, the more palpitation Song Jian felt in his heart, as if he was walking step by step into the mouth of a prehistoric beast. The two people's steps became slower and slower. When they were 5 or 6 meters away from the black fog, they stopped at the same time. Little brother, I'm a little scared. Li Qir looked panicked. Song Jian stared at the black fog. The black fog, which was originally flowing slowly, began to roll violently as the two approached, as if something was waking up from a deep sleep. Little brother, why don't we go back? Li Qir pulled Song Jian's hand hard and said, okay. Song Jian wiped the sweat from his forehead. Unconsciously, his whole body was soaked with sweat, and his clothes stuck to his body and were very uncomfortable. Just as the two turned to leave, A huge eye suddenly appeared in the rolling black fog, emitting a light golden light, staring at the backs of the two, motionless. Chapter 43 Mutation. Song Jian held Li Ke's hand, and felt that the farther he was from the black fog behind him, the safer he felt. He didn't know that behind him, a huge golden eye with a diameter of more than 10 meters was staring at his back. After entering the grove, Song Jian inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief and felt much more at ease, as if he had just walked out of a beast's lair. Brother Xiaojian, shall we continue to collect stones and wood? Li Ke asked. Song Jian looked at the sun, which was already setting sharply in the west. It might be dark soon, although there were no monsters in this grove, and it looked safe. Song Jian was always a little scared, feeling that something bad would happen in this grove at night. Let's go back first. There's no rush. Song Jian thought for a while, and said. Li Ke was very obedient, nodded and took Song Jian's hand, and the two walked towards the city together. After eating the golden attribute fruit, Song Jian's attributes, except for wisdom, are similar to those of an adult athlete, and his strength is even more outrageous. Counting the equipment bonus, Song Jian's strength attribute is already the highest among all attributes, reaching 9 points. It can be said that in the real world, even the strongest weightlifter is not his opponent. However, his attributes are still much lower than those of monsters of the same level, and are only equivalent to the physical attributes of a level 3 monster at most. This is where the difficulty of playing this game lies. Leveling up does not add attribute points, only 1 skill point, and when a high-level player fights a low-level monster, the experience value is greatly reduced. Now Song Jian is level 5, and he only dares to hunt monsters below level 3. Fighting with monsters of the same level, there is a high probability that he will be injured. You know, this is a game with only 1 life, so Song Jian dare not take risks. As for leaving the so-called novice village mentioned by Li Ke, it may take a long time. Send Li Ke back to the tavern. Song Jian returned to his villa, patiently waiting for the night to fall. Soon, the sunset fell, the night fell, and the monsters in the city began to wake up, roaring and screaming. All the monsters came out from the dark corners and appeared in the open. In the villa, Song Jian habitually glanced at Camel Square, but the Doomsday Supermarket still did not appear. After packing up his equipment, Song Jian came out of the villa and looked at the mutant zombies on the street, sighing slightly. It seems that no matter how hard he tries, these mutant zombies in front of him can never be killed. No matter how many he kills today, the same number of zombies will appear at night the next day. Song Jian sometimes wonders if these are monsters that have been respawned by the system. But if monsters can be spawned, how can he eliminate all the monsters within a kilometer around the safe house? There are still many places to explore in this game, Song Jian thought while holding a dagger and rushing towards a mutant zombie. When Song Jian rushed to 5 or 6 meters, the mutant zombie had already sensed his presence, shaking its body and rushing towards Song Jian. He stabbed straight and hit the zombie's head, and a critical hit of more than 70 points floated up from the mutant zombie's head. He squatted and slashed the zombie's chest with the dagger in his hand, avoiding its 2 dry arms. He crouched and passed under the zombie's ribs, taking advantage of the situation to cut a more than 1 foot long cut on the zombie's waist. Came behind the zombie and stabbed its back with a backhand strike. This strike directly took away the mutant zombie's last dozen points of health, before he could pick up a piece of white quality material dropped by the mutant zombie. 3 zombies nearby sensed his presence and staggered towards him. Song Jian did not retreat but advanced, wielding a dagger, like a butterfly, appearing back and forth between the 3 mutant zombies, white knife marks flashing on the 3 mutant zombies, and damage numbers floating up from the top of the zombies' heads. In a dozen seconds, the 3 mutant zombies turned into black ash. The physical attributes of the complete mutant zombies are much stronger than most humans. Most humans who have just entered the game can only hunt mutant zombies with half the attributes during the day. The mutant zombies, whose attributes return to normal at night, almost completely beat the newcomers to the game. However, in Song Jian's eyes, the mutant zombies at night have become vulnerable monsters. On the one hand, Song Jian had eaten several attribute fruits, and his physical attributes had surpassed those of mutant zombies. On the other hand, even if mutant zombies returned to normal, their joints always gave people a feeling of stiffness, and they always had a very obvious sense of sluggishness when moving. Therefore, Song Jian hunting mutant zombies was as easy as eating and drinking water. In just over half an hour, Song Jian cleared all the mutant zombies on a street, and at least hunted more than 50 mutant zombies. But his experience value only increased by 3%. And the items that exploded were all a pile of materials, without a single piece of equipment. Just as Song Jian was about to change a street to continue to fight monsters and upgrade, a green beam of light suddenly bloomed not far away. This green beam of light pierced from the ground to the sky, and it could be seen clearly no matter where in the city. What is this? Faced with such a strange sight, Song Jian was also shocked and looked up at the beam of light. Soon, Song Jian heard roars and roars. The monsters around the beam of light seemed to be angered by something. They swarmed from all places and ran towards the location of the beam of light. Song Jian was curious and ran towards the beam of light quickly. In the darkness, he could vaguely see that many people were attracted by the green beam of light. After crossing 2 streets and climbing over a wire fence, Song Jian saw that beside a road ahead, in front of a newsstand, a man stood stunned, and the mutant zombies around him rushed towards the newsstand like crazy. What a bummer. Why would I be besieged by monsters when I created a safe house? The main quest didn't mention this. The man standing at the newsstand screamed, with a look of grief on his face. At this time, with the newsstand as the center, the area within a radius of 10 meters was covered by a green light column. All monsters surrounded the green light column and dared not move forward. Some crazy zombies wanted to attack the light column, but as soon as they touched the light column, it was like touching concentrated sulfuric acid. The parts of their bodies that touched it quickly melted away. The monsters roared in pain and retreated repeatedly. The monsters gathered more and more. Looking around, there were at least hundreds of mutant zombies, including dozens of mutant dog beasts, and some monsters that Song Jian had never seen before. But most of them were 2nd or 3rd level monsters. As the light of the light column became more and more intense, this newsstand began to slowly change. Chapter 44: Creating a Safe House. Song Jian looked at the newsstand on the street in the distance in amazement. It was a small booth of only 5 or 6 square meters, and the surface was already modeled. There was even a fist-sized hole on the top of the newsstand, which looked very shabby. This guy used this place as a safe house, probably because this shabby newsstand does not require much stone and wood to renovate. Song Jian thought to himself. Li Jie stood in the green light column with tears in his eyes, watching the hundreds of monsters swarming around him, feeling that he was about to piss himself. He was only level 3, and he added all his skill points to the passive skill Hot Weapon Submachine Gun Basic. This was also because the novice weapon he obtained when he entered the game was a white-quality submachine gun that could be loaded with 35 bullets at a time. Because of this beginner weapon, Li Jie's level-up speed was faster than others. After all, a submachine gun was too convenient for a newcomer who had just entered the game. After a little trial, he could face several mutant zombies whose daytime attributes were halved. It can be said that his start was much better than Song Jian's. However, when he entered the game for the 2nd time, the main task of creating a safe house gave him a headache. Not long after, he found a system trading store in an abandoned convenience store and could buy tools. But these tools were too expensive. Even if he sold all the supplies on him, it was still not enough. In the past few days, Li Jie has been killing monsters and selling all the items he got to the store at a low price. Finally, 2 days ago, he collected enough Doomsday coins to buy a stone axe and a pickaxe. When he really started to collect, he found that these 2 tools were really a rip-off. Every time he collected a tree or chiseled a rock, the durability dropped, which was comparable to the speed of the decline of the CA A-share index during the stock market crash. After a day of collecting, both tools were scrapped and not much wood and stone were collected. But in this city, the materials needed to renovate an ordinary one-story shop are hundreds, which is far beyond Li Jie's ability. If he wants to choose a one-story shop for renovation, Li Jie may have to stay in the game for a long time, which is unbearable for him. When Li Jie felt desperate, he suddenly saw a dilapidated newsstand on the street, which made Li Jie's eyes light up. After trying it, he found that the wood and stone he collected were enough to transform the newsstand into a safe house. And there was still a lot left. This made Li Jie feel lucky that there is always light after a dark period, and he couldn't wait to choose to transform this newsstand into a safe house. Although he knew that this newsstand would probably be the lowest level safe house after being transformed into a safe house. In order to complete the main task quickly, Li Jie had no choice. This place is close to the street, and it will be much more convenient to fight monsters and upgrade in the future. Li Jie comforted himself. However, just as he was undergoing the transformation, the strange vision that appeared immediately made him regret his stupid decision. A beam of light that penetrated the sky and earth was simply telling the surrounding monsters, "Come here quickly. There is food here." Sure enough, before the beam of light lasted long, the monsters within a kilometer of the surrounding area swarmed towards his position. However, the transformation had already begun, and he was in the beam of light and could not leave. He could only watch hundreds of monsters surround him, and not even a mosquito could fly out. "I'm dead now." Li Jie's face showed a look of despair. The newsstand gradually began to decompose in the green light column, starting from the top, and disintegrated into crystal-clear crystals. This disintegration spread from the top to the bottom. In a very short time, the entire newsstand disintegrated into countless fine sand-like particles floating in the air. Then, these fine sand-like particles began to fall evenly to the ground, forming a circle with a diameter of 6 or 7 meters on the ground. Pieces of wood and stone automatically flew out of Li Jie's parcel column and began to change their shapes in the air. A wooden house more than 2 meters high soon appeared in front of Li Jie. This cabin is too small. It is less than 1 meter away from the edge of the circle paved with fine sand. It looks very simple. This is my safe house? Li Jie was stunned, looking at the cabin in front of him. He felt that it was not as solid as the newsstand before. System: the safe house has been built, with an overall defense level of 300. System: you can continue to build defensive buildings for the safe house. The defensive buildings currently available to you are wooden thorn traps, wooden walls, automatic defense arrow towers. Your current safe house level is level 1, and you can only build wooden thorn traps 3. System: you can continue to upgrade the level of the safe house, which requires corresponding materials. As the level of the safe house is upgraded, the security range will also be expanded, and more defensive buildings can be unlocked. The materials you currently have cannot continue to upgrade the level of the safe house. Li Jie heard the system prompt sound, and saw that the construction of the safe house was almost completed. The green light column began to fade and disappear. Li Jie's face was pale, and he shouted, "I want to build a wooden thorn trap." With the remaining materials, Li Jie could only build 3 wooden thorn traps. Soon, 3 red circles with a diameter of about half a meter appeared in front of Li Jie. He could choose any position to place these 3 red circles. Song Jian stared at the construction of the safe house in the distance. Many details that did not appear in the task would be shown one by one in the creation of the safe house this time, which gave Song Jian a little more confidence when creating his own safe house. Originally, when creating a safe house, monsters within a kilometer range will be automatically attracted. You only need to hide in the safe house and kill these monsters, which saves a lot of trouble. However, this way, the requirements for the safe house are also increased accordingly. I am afraid that this guy's safe house will not last long, Song Jian thought to himself. When he saw Li Jie set up the wooden thorn trap, Song Jian's eyes lit up, and he looked thoughtful. The green light column became thinner and thinner, and the monsters outside began to get restless. Some reckless monsters began to hit the light column with their bodies, and while hitting, they let out bursts of angry roars. Damn it! How can I possibly defend this? Li Jie's face was grim. If I had known, I would have collected more materials. System: the safe house has been created. Congratulations. You now have your own little nest in the game. From now on, you can leave the game in the safe house. When the character leaves the game, the safe house will be protected by the system. Bang! With a slight sound, the green light column, which had become almost thin, shattered into crystal fragments all over the sky. The nearest monster roared and rushed towards Li Jie. Chapter 45 Failure. As soon as the green beam of light shattered, Li Jie went into the safe house. There were crazy monsters all around, and only this small wooden house could bring him temporary safety. Song Jian stood in the distance, watching all this indifferently. One monster after another rushed towards the safe house, madly hitting the walls of the safe house with their bodies. Each collision would cause 1 or 2 points of damage to the safe house, and a series of -1, -1, -1 appeared above the safe house. There were too many monsters, and the safe house, with a defense of only 300, was rapidly decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chi. Several mutant zombies rushed into a dark red circle, and countless wooden spikes emerged from the circle. Each of these wooden spikes was more than half a meter long, directly piercing the bodies of the zombies that stepped in and throwing them high up. Because of the high density, a wooden spike trap can kill 5 or 6 monsters at the same time. Whether it is level 1 or level 2, it is fatal in one blow. Only level 3 monsters can still retain a trace of blood. What is this? It's powerful. Song Jian looked at the 3 dark red wooden spike traps with a surprised look on his face. The distance was too far. He could only see Li Jie set up the 3 red circles. But he couldn't check the properties of the 3 circles. Li Jie hid in the empty safe house, like an ant on a hot pot, listening to the roar of the monster outside the safe house, feeling the constant tremors of the safe house, and watching the rapid decline of the defense of the safe house. Li Jie gritted his teeth, took out a submachine gun directly from the parcel column, roared, rushed to the only wooden window of the safe house, and shot at the monster outside the window. Duh. A fire snake spit out from the window of the wooden house, which was more than a foot long. The bullet swept across and directly tore the body of the nearest zombie into pieces. The bullet penetrated the body of the zombie in front and drilled into the body of the zombie behind. Li Jie saw rows of damage numbers appearing in front of him, and he laughed excitedly. Great! This is how you play the game. This is how you kill monsters. A round of bullets was quickly used up, and more than 20 monsters turned into black ash. Li Jie quickly changed the magazine and continued to shoot. His experience value also increased rapidly, and he was about to reach level 4. Outside the house, 7 or 8 items flashing in various colors appeared on the ground. White, green, and Li Jie even saw an item flashing blue. But he could only watch and could not pick it up. It seemed like there was a mouse scratching in his heart, and he wanted to rush into the monster pile immediately to pick up all the spoils into the bag. Crack. Just when Li Jie was enjoying killing monsters, a huge crack suddenly appeared on the wall of the safe house. The crack extended from the roof and scared Li Jie. Looking at the durability of the safe house, in just a few minutes, only a little over 100 points were left, which made Li Jie feel depressed. The green beam of light that Li Jie created for the safe house not only attracted all the monsters within a radius of 1 kilometer, but also attracted many other players. They all stood in the distance, quietly looking at the low wooden house. Song Jian stared at the wooden house, thinking in his heart. Li Jie relied on the defense of the safe house to hunt hundreds of monsters in just a few minutes. Although most of them were LV1 mutant zombies, there were also LV2 and LV3 monsters. Song Jian even saw a LV3 elite small boss, which was killed by the player in the house without damage after scratching the safe house for a minute. This is a shortcut to upgrade. Song Jian's eyes sparkled, but first of all, you need a long-range attack weapon. If Li Jie didn't have that submachine gun, he probably wouldn't be able to kill so many monsters. Just then, a golden light suddenly appeared in the safe house. Is it upgraded now? Song Jian was surprised, but soon relieved. After killing so many monsters, it's time to upgrade. But even if it's upgraded, there's no way to kill all these monsters with the safe house. The defense of the safe house is probably not much. If that guy has a trump card, he won't use it now, and he won't be able to use it in the future. Song Jian thought to himself. A few minutes later, the cracks on the wall of the cabin became more and more numerous and larger, and the defense level had fallen below 50 points. At this moment, a few fist-sized iron lumps were suddenly thrown out from the window of the cabin, and these iron lumps flew directly into the place where the monsters were most densely packed. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions sounded in the monster group. Those iron lumps turned out to be high explosive grenades. Suddenly, a large area of space was cleared in the monster group, and a small mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Hiss! Is this a grenade? Song Jian took a breath. No. Ordinary grenades. I'm afraid they don't have such great power. This power is almost comparable to a shell. Could it be a more powerful high explosive grenade? This guy is really lucky to get such a good thing. The players watching the game also started to get a little agitated. These high explosive grenades killed 50 or 60 monsters directly. If they were used to upgrade, it would be great. Even if the number was limited and they couldn't be used to upgrade, keeping 1 or 2 of them on hand could be used as a trump card to ensure one's life. Currently in the game, no player can withstand such a powerful explosion. High explosive grenades have been released. So will there be RPGs, chariots, tanks, missiles, and other hot weapons in the future. Why don't you talk about nuclear bombs? If you make a nuclear bomb and blow up this city directly, your level will be directly increased by 999. Just when all the players were jealous, Ligia's heart-wrenching roar came from the cabin surrounded by monsters. I found a copy of the arsenal in the game. As long as someone can rescue me, I am willing to share this copy with him. Ligia shouted madly in the cabin. Arsenal copy? This time, not only other players, but even Song Jian, were a little tempted. Soon, some players began to try to attack the monsters besieging the cabin, but they only dared to attract some monsters' firepower in the edge area and did not dare to go deep. At this time, facing hundreds of monsters, no one had the courage to rush into the monster group to kill them. Ligia's safe house did not last until the surrounding players rescued him. It only lasted for another 15 minutes before the newly built safe house was captured by the surrounding monsters. Help! A shrill scream came to an abrupt end, and all the monsters stopped moving at the same time, as if the pause button was pressed, and time stagnated for a moment. In a second, all the monsters magically returned to their calmness and returned to their appearance before the siege. After hesitating for a moment, they began to slowly disperse. In the end, a scorched earth appeared where the cabin was originally, and the entire cabin collapsed, as if it had been hit by a fire, and only a piece of wreckage was left. Chapter 46 Zombie Leader. The first player to create a safe house told everyone that the main quest must be treated with caution by having the safe house destroyed and dying. This made several players, who were originally planning to create safe houses, give up the idea. To withstand the siege of all monsters within a 1-kilometer radius, the defense of the safe house must be at least 1,000, and a large number of defensive buildings are needed. The consumption of stone and wood is an astronomical figure for novice players. It seems that it is far from enough to just collect enough materials to create a safe house. Song Jian looked at the wooden house that had become a ruin, with a thoughtful look on his face. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly saw a humanoid monster covered with purple-black scales and more than 2 meters tall among the monsters. It was mixed in a group of mutant zombies and slowly retreated towards a residential building. Song Jian stared at the monster. It was an elite-level boss. When it attacked the wooden house, its waist was torn open by a submachine gun, and a fist-sized piece was missing. Many purple-black scales around it were broken. Moreover, this boss was injured by the wooden thorn trap. The entire right sole was blown through and split in half. There was also a scar more than 1 foot long on the thigh, which kept using black-green liquid. This LV5 elite boss named Zombie Leader has only about 60% of its HP now, and has the adverse effects of continuous bleeding, weakened defense, and inconvenient movement hanging on its head. This should be its weakest time. The only tricky thing is that there are always 50 or 60 mutant zombies surrounding this boss to protect it. Go and have a look. The brave ones will die of gluttony, and the timid ones will die of starvation. Kill this boss if you have a chance, and give up if you don't. Song Jian gritted his teeth and slowly moved towards the direction of the boss. The probability of ordinary monsters dropping equipment is too small. Most of them only drop some materials. These materials are worthless even if they are sold in stores. They can only be sold at a good price by making corresponding finished products. However, if you want to use these materials, you must learn the corresponding skills and have the corresponding recipes. This is a huge expense for current players. I am afraid that no player can afford this money at present. When Song Jian approached the high-rise building where the boss was hiding, he suddenly found that several players, like him, were planning to kill the injured boss. Isn't that the leader of the Green Wolf gang, Wang Chong? Song Jian squinted his eyes and looked forward. With the help of the moonlight, he saw an acquaintance among the group of people in front. As I remember, he is now a lone commander, seriously injured, and blind in one eye. Now he has gathered so many people again. It seems that he is quite capable. Song Jian quietly followed behind the group of people and observed carefully. After watching for a while, Song Jian found that Wang Cheng, the leader of the Green Wolf gang, seemed to have become another person's lackey, although his injuries have improved a lot. His blind eye has never recovered. Boss, I saw it clearly just now. That elite boss was seriously injured and his right leg was crippled. We can definitely kill it, Wang Chong whispered beside a man. Li Dong glanced at Wang Chong with contempt. This guy with one eye blind was said to have been the boss of a gang. But now it seems that this boss is in a miserable situation. If he hadn't been taken in by himself, I'm afraid this guy would have starved to death in the game. I say, Xiangzi, you were once the boss of a gang. Do you know why you are in such a miserable situation? It's because you don't take the lives of your brothers seriously. Even if the boss is crippled, it's still a boss. You say that we don't even have a skill. How can we fight? In the end, we still have to fight with our lives? Li Dong sneered and said, forgetting the greater good for the sake of small profits. If I were like you, our White Tiger gang would collapse sooner or later. Boss is right. It is because of your kindness that we are willing to be driven by you. A thin boy with dyed yellow hair came over and said with a smile on his face, Boss is kind. Boss is kind. A group of people shouted. Okay. I declare that this fight against the boss is the first gang activity of our White Tiger gang. If we kill it, I will treat everyone to a one-stop service of food, drink and bathing at Xingui Entertainment City. Li Dong shouted loudly. Great. The boss is kind. Unlike some garbage gangs that only care about getting benefits for themselves and don't care about the lives of their brothers. Yes. Following the right person is the most important thing. Wang Chang's face was livid, and he lowered his head with a trace of tyranny in his eyes. Since when? Even such a small character can ride on his head and shit? Li Dong glanced at the silent Wang Chang and felt inexplicably relieved. He waved his hand and said, okay. We are all brothers. Let's not talk about hurting the relationship. Let's move quickly and kill the boss before rewarding. A group of people excitedly rushed towards the tall building. But after a few minutes, the group rushed out at a faster speed. Boss, I'm poisoned. Corpse poison. If there's no antidote in half an hour, I'll become a zombie. Boss, Ergo hasn't come out yet. Ergo is still behind. He's my brother. Boss, go save him. Save him! The team of 7 or 8 people originally had only 2 or 3 people left in just a few minutes. They were howling at the top of their lungs. Wang Chang covered his arm, with a frustrated look on his face. He glanced at Li Dong and slowly retreated. Run away now, while no one notices me, Wang Chang said to himself. Finally, he quietly left the team alone under the cover of night. The White Tiger gang was finished. Only 3 or 4 people escaped. One of them was bitten by a zombie and was poisoned. Without an antidote, he was doomed to die. The remaining one was Li Dong. Another was a teenager of 16 or 17 years old, who looked like he was still in high school. The other was a man who cried, like a tearful man, because his brother had died. This time, Wang Chang was the first to discover that the boss was injured and proposed the attack. Now that he was defeated, Li Dong would definitely vent all his anger on him. While Wang Chang was in a panic, he could still run away. After a while, when everyone calmed down, he would probably point the spearhead at him first. Where's Wang Chang? Where's Wang Chang? Where did that rubbish go? Sure enough, Li Dong, with a grim face, saw that the boss did not chase him out, and immediately yelled in anger, it was him who encouraged us to kill the injured boss. He killed so many of our brothers. I want to kill him. Boss, that traitor ran away as soon as he came out. The man who was bitten by the zombie said with a sad face, Boss, I'm injured. I only have 30 minutes. Can you give me some money to buy antidote? Hearing the man's words, Li Dong hesitated. Chapter 47 Fighting Monsters. Antidotes are sold in the system store. In fact, there are quite a lot of system stores in this game. It depends on whether you can dig them out. The bar counter that Li Kier found is actually a system store. Li Dong and the other members of the so-called White Tiger gang also found a system store. This system store is at the end of an alley. It is a vending machine. Through this vending machine, you can buy some items allowed by the system, including antidotes that can remove the zombie virus. However, one antidote requires 300 Doomsday coins. The man who was infected with the zombie virus could not afford to buy it, so he could only pin his hopes on Li Dong, the gang leader. Xiao Mao, you have to know that the Doomsday coins I have on me now are all from the White Tiger gang brothers. Not from me, Li Dong. If they were from me, I would take them out without saying anything. But, Li Dong said with an embarrassed expression, Li Dong now has more than 500 Doomsday coins on him, which is why he asked everyone's money to be concentrated on him alone. Li Dong was unwilling to take out this money. After playing for so long, Li Dong also found that Doomsday coins were too difficult to earn, and the things in the store were ridiculously expensive. Taking out 300 Doomsday coins to buy him an antidote was like cutting his flesh in Li Dong's eyes. Boss, I'm dying. I'm dying, Xiao Mao cried heartbreakingly. Xiao Mao, I know. But the money I have is everyone's money. I am not qualified to use it. Li Dong said righteously, but I call on all the brothers of the White Tiger Gang to hunt monsters from now on. Sell all the items dropped by monsters. And collect money to buy Xiao Mao a healing potion. Xiao Mao, there are still 30 minutes. I believe that as long as all the brothers of our White Tiger Gang unite, we will be able to collect 300 Doomsday coins within 30 minutes to detoxify you. Boss, you are so kind. The 16 or 17-year-old boy next to him looked at Li Dong with admiration and shouted, I respond to the call of the boss. From now on, all the items dropped by monsters will be sold to buy detoxification potions for Xiao Mao. Xiao Mao's face looked grim. He could feel a strange energy in his body, spreading all over his body, and his body began to feel a little stiff. By the way, Xiao Mao, since you have been infected with the virus, you don't care about those mutant zombies attacking you. Go to the front and hold it. We will try again. This time we must kill the injured boss. Then we will have money to buy you antidote. Li Dong still didn't give up. He had seen the injured boss just now. His blood was only half of the usual, and he was still losing blood. As long as we can kill all the mutant zombies guarding it, we can definitely kill the boss with just a few of us. Li Dong gritted his teeth. What? Let me fight the monsters in front. Xiao Mao shuddered, recalling the scene just now. Each of the mutant zombies surrounding the boss was very strong. When they attacked, they were very crazy. They were completely different from the mutant zombies we usually encountered. No. I can't fight. My upper limit of health value is only 90 points. And now it is only more than 60 points. I can't fight. Xiao Mao said with a sad face. Since you don't want to fight the monsters, how can we help you? Li Dong said with a serious face. You know, we are helping you now. You need antidote, so you naturally have to pay more. Otherwise, I can't explain to other brothers. Boss, be kind. Treat every brother well, and consider all of us comprehensively. The 16 or 17-year-old boy shouted with an admiring expression on his face. Li Dong felt that this guy flattered him at first, but now he had a little doubt in his heart. This kid is not mocking me. You kid, rush to the front with Xiao Mao to fight the monsters. Li Dong patted the back of the boy's head and said, a mob. Song Jian saw the whole scene from behind and couldn't help but sneered. However, as a pathfinder, these people are quite suitable. Song Jian followed closely behind this group of people and slowly moved towards the building. This tall building is an office building. The glass door has long been broken. The lobby on the first floor is dark and emitting a strong stench. There are corpses all around, piled up in all directions. The flesh and blood of these corpses have long been corroded, revealing the white bones inside. They are all waste that cannot be transformed into mutant zombies. They are piled around the lobby like garbage. In the depths of the lobby, there is a large pit with a diameter of 5 or 6 meters. The pit is full of blood and looks like a blood pool. The mutant zombie leader is alone in the center of the blood pool, with only his head exposed, constantly absorbing the power of death in the blood pool to recover from his injuries. There were originally 3 bad conditions on the zombie leader's head. At this time, the bad condition of continuous bleeding has disappeared, leaving only the 2 bad conditions of weakened defense and inconvenient movement. Song Jian's heart sank. He didn't expect that this zombie leader actually had this way to recover from injuries. If time is delayed too long, I'm afraid its injuries will be completely recovered. Xiao Mao, hold on. This is just an ordinary mutant zombie. They are all level 1 monsters. You have been infected anyway. It doesn't matter if you get bitten twice more. Hold on. Li Dong, who was far away, held a small pistol and kept attacking the mutant zombies that swarmed in. Song Jian had already discovered that although these mutant zombies were all level 1, they had a thin layer of gray mist on their bodies, which made them look like they were wearing a protective suit, making them harder to kill. Li Dong and his 4 companions also had a very difficult time killing them. They kept retreating while killing them to prevent themselves from being surrounded and cut off by these zombies. After killing 2 mutant zombies, they didn't care about picking up the fallen materials. The 4 of them hurriedly left the office building. These mutant zombies were also strange. They seemed to only guard the lobby on the first floor. Once the enemy withdrew, they would not continue to chase them, but would just surround the blood pool again. This was one of the reasons why Li Dong had the courage to enter again. Huh? Good. Good. Everyone performed well this time. We rushed too hard last time. Otherwise so many brothers wouldn't have died. Li Dong took a glance and found that except for Xiao Mao who had a few more wounds, everyone else was intact. And he immediately became excited. Xiao Mao. Continue. Go in and pick up the white quality material first. And then lure the two over. Li Dong shouted in high spirits. Xiao Mao's face was gloomy, and a trace of barely perceptible tyranny flashed in his eyes. He lowered his head and muttered, "Yes. Boss." Chapter 48. No one can escape. Xiao Mao had a face full of grief and indignation. Holding a long sword in both hands, roared, and rushed towards the glass door again. The moment he stepped into the glass door, it seemed that the start switch was pressed. Except for the zombie leader, who was soaked in the blood pool. All the mutant zombies in the lobby on the first floor roared and swarmed towards the door like a tide. Go quickly. He can't defend it alone. Li Dong kicked the blue-haired boy's butt and shouted in a low voice. Yes, boss. Boss is kind. The blue-haired boy had a sad face, looking at the mutant zombies swarming in with some fear. But he had to rush up with a small round shield. Li Dong took the opportunity to collect the items dropped by the zombies last time into the bag. And then he and another man began to focus on a mutant zombie. These ordinary first-level zombies were covered with a layer of light gray mist on their bodies, which seemed to make them wear a thick cowhide armor. Originally, one attack could cause 30 to 40 points of damage, but now one attack can only cause more than 20 points of damage. Just this layer of mist made Xiao Mao, who was at the front, complain bitterly. There were a lot of sundries in the hall, such as old sofas, counters, coffee tables, etc., mixed with the corpses that had turned into bones, filling the hall. Xiao Mao also relied on these sundries to block the impact of the zombies. Every time, Xiao Mao only had to face the attacks of 3 or 4 mutant zombies. If other zombies wanted to attack him, they had to take a detour. Therefore, Xiao Mao could only stay in one place for 10 or 20 seconds before he had to move to another place. Otherwise, once he was surrounded, he would not be able to escape even if he wanted to. On the contrary, Li Dong stood far away and could retreat at any time, which was very safe. No, boss. I can't hold on any longer. I only have 26 points of health left. Xiao Mao shouted loudly. While shouting and retreating, Li Dong frowned, looked at the leader in the blood pool, and sighed softly. If he had known this method of advancing slowly earlier, he would not have lost so many lives the first time. Retreat. Let's give up fighting this boss. Li Dong shouted loudly. At this moment, the zombie leader, who had been motionless in the blood pool, slowly opened his eyes, grabbed a handful of rolling blood with his right hand, and raised it high. Boom! With a loud bang, the blood in the zombie leader's hand exploded like high explosives, blowing up the zombie leader's entire arm. The zombie leader let out a painful roar, followed by a blood rain like a meteor shower, covering the entire first-floor hall. The zombie leader, whose blood value had originally recovered to about 60%, now had his blood value dropped directly to below 40%. The blood rain was everywhere. Any object that was touched by the blood rain began to corrode. Soon, a small pit would appear, emitting pungent white smoke and a burning smell. The corrosiveness of the blood rain was even stronger than concentrated sulfuric acid. Soon, the lobby on the first floor was full of potholes, and became even more dilapidated. A ball of blood the size of a wash basin kept twisting and deforming in the air, as if it had its own consciousness. After a while, the ball of blood was like a big insect, stretching back and forth, bouncing and jumping, and pounced towards the glass door of the lobby. Puff! The blood was very sticky, sticking to the wall above the glass door, slowly falling down, and blood threads as thick as fingers quickly wriggling outwards. In an instant, dozens or even hundreds of blood threads spread in all directions. From a distance, it looked like a huge blood net that completely covered the entire door. Be careful. This blood rain is poisonous. Damn. It's so corrosive. My leather armor has been penetrated. Boss. Gang leader. Save me. Save me. Gang leader. Gang leader. The retreat has been cut off. We can't get out? The 4 people still in the hall suddenly panicked. Xiao Mao's health was only a dozen points, and he was dizzy and dazed, and his body was emitting waves of icy energy, making him feel like he was about to be frozen. Why don't you buy me an antidote? Why don't you buy me an antidote? Xiao Mao muttered to himself, his eyes emitting scarlet light. A mutant zombie pounced on Xiao Mao. Xiao Mao was drowsy and had given up all resistance. The long sword in his hand also fell to the ground with a clang, and his body was swaying, as if he was going to fall to the ground in the next moment. The mutant zombie pounced in front of Xiao Mao, suddenly stopped attacking, and roared at Xiao Mao. Seeing Xiao Mao staggering, the mutant zombie turned around and pounced on the blue-haired boy next to him. Fuck. What's going on? The boy was stunned. He was originally carrying 2 zombies, and now Xiao Mao gave up the resistance. All the pressure was immediately on him. Moreover, the scene just now also scared him. Why didn't the zombie attack Xiao Mao? Boss, I can't bear it anymore. I can't bear it, the blue-haired boy yelled and retreated. This retreat allowed more mutant zombies to rush over, and Li Dong's face changed drastically. Hold on. Hold on. If you can't hold on, we will all die. Li Dong's face was pale, looking at the 30 or 40 mutant zombies swarming in, looking at a loss. Boss, run, run, after a man next to him shouted. He rushed directly to the glass door, raised a spear in his hand, and stabbed at the blood net covering the entrance. After just 2 stabs, the man showed a look of despair on his face. Although each blood thread was only as thick as a finger, it was extremely tough. The spear in his hand chopped on it, and it actually set a stronger rebound force, and it was impossible to cut off any blood thread. Boss, boss, save me. Save me. The blue-haired boy was knocked down by 2 mutant zombies before he ran 2 steps. Then, more zombies surrounded him and quickly submerged him. Why don't you buy me an antidote? Why don't you buy me an antidote? Xiao Mao's skin gave off an iron-blue metallic luster. His eyes were bloodshot. He turned around, staggered towards Li Dong, and looked no different from a mutant zombie. Don't come over here. Don't come over here. Li Dong shouted in a timid voice, took out a white rifle from the parcel column, and aimed at the mutant zombie in front. Bang. A loud gunshot. The huge impact force easily tore through the gray fog on the surface of the zombie, and the bullet directly hit the head of the mutant zombie. With a puff, the zombie's head shattered like a watermelon. Kabang! Li Dong pushed out a shell, reloaded a rifle bullet, and continued to aim. Bang! Another shot. This shot did not hit the zombie's head, but directly hit the opponent's chest, directly piercing a fist-sized penetrating wound in the opponent's chest. This shot made the zombie have residual blood, and the bullet passed through its body and drilled into the body of a zombie behind it. Crack. Another shell was ejected. Li Dong reloaded the bullet very quickly, just like a skilled veteran who had practiced for more than 10 years. Bang. Another zombie was hit in the head and killed instantly. While attacking, the zombie slowly retreated, getting closer and closer to Li Dong. 7 meters. 6 meters. 5 meters. Chapter 49 Poison Mark. Don't come over. Don't come over, Li Dong screamed loudly, his eyes full of bloodshot, almost pressing the rifle against the forehead of a mutant zombie, and pulled the trigger fiercely. Bang. The mutant zombie's head exploded, and the smelly body fluid splashed all over Li Dong's face. Fear filled Li Dong's heart. Looking at the zombie in front of him, Li Dong did not notice that in his status bar, there was an unhealthy status of corpse poison, exactly the same as Xiao Mao's at the beginning. Li Dong, who had already comprehended the passive skill of fast reload, was shaking so badly at this time that he could not put the next bullet into the gun. Why? Why don't you buy me an antidote? A familiar voice sounded in Li Dong's ears. When he looked up, Xiao Mao's livid face appeared in front of him. Xiao Mao, brother, let's leave here. I will buy you an antidote. Really? I won't lie to you. I won't lie to you. Li Dong shouted in horror as he stepped back. Why? Don't you buy me an antidote? Xiao Mao kept repeating this sentence, and his body staggered towards Li Dong. A feeling of weakness surged over his body, and Li Dong only noticed at this time that he was actually infected with the zombie virus. Dang. His hands loosened, and the rifle fell to the ground. Li Dong looked at Xiao Mao, who was getting closer and closer, and suddenly a bitter smile appeared on his face. Is this retribution? Roar. Xiao Mao suddenly opened his mouth and rushed towards Li Dong, piercing his neck with his fangs. feeling the blood gushing out. Then, the zombies behind Xiao Mao also surrounded him. Surrounded Li Dong, and kept biting his flesh. Gang? Leader? The last member of the White Tiger gang, who was constantly cutting the blood net with a spear blade, heard Xiao Mao's roar, looked back, and saw the leader being thrown to the ground by a group of zombies, and a look of despair suddenly appeared on his face. Since we can't live, let's die together. He took out a school bag-sized explosive pack from the parcel column, pulled the fuse without hesitation, and rushed towards the zombies holding the explosive pack. Boom! With a loud bang, like rain, the zombies' limbs and arms fell all over the ground. This time, at least a dozen mutant zombies were killed, and a large area was directly cleared. The zombie leader was also startled by the explosion. He opened his eyes and looked at the limbs and arms all over the ground. A human-like heartache appeared on his iron-blue face. Roar! The leader roared, and the remaining 7 or 8 mutant zombies climbed up from the ground, began to carry the corpses of the zombies on the ground, and threw them into the blood pool. Xiao Mao sucked Li Dong's fresh blood and felt a warm current flowing into his stomach. His whole body seemed to be full of strength, and even his consciousness began to gradually wake up. Where am I? What happened to me? Xiao Mao was confused, and suddenly he felt a loud noise in his ears. His ears were actually bleeding. A wave of air lifted him, and Li Dong's body directly into the air. Xiao Mao fell to the ground like a hard stone, bounced twice, and fainted immediately. 2 mutant zombies walked up to Xiao Mao, lifted him up with dull eyes, and threw him directly into the blood pool. Song Jian was standing on the street opposite the office building when he heard a huge roar. The whole building trembled, and then there was silence. It's over, Song Jian thought to himself. At this time, the blood net at the entrance began to slowly dissolve, turning into a pool of blood, flowing back along the ground towards the blood pool. From the entrance, it can be seen that there are only 7 or 8 mutant zombies left, carrying the bodies of several players and throwing them into the blood pool. Those zombies didn't turn into black ash? Song Jian narrowed his eyes and found that the lobby on the first floor was full of dead mutant zombies, some of which were even blown into several pieces, emitting a foul odor. But the bodies of these mutant zombies did not turn into black ash. That area seems a little weird. Song Jian stared at the lobby on the first floor, and felt that the entire lobby on the first floor seemed to be shaking slightly, as if the surrounding air was burning and distorted. There were only 7 or 8 mutant zombies guarding the zombie leader. At this time, they were at their weakest. Song Jian checked his pistol and double-barreled shotgun, holding the Fong Thorn in his hand, and put the Sword of Corruption at the most suitable position on his waist, and rushed towards the office building quickly, passing through the glass door. Song Jian felt as if he had passed through a thin layer of foam, and his skin tightened all over his body. Woo-woo. The zombies that were carrying the corpses suddenly stopped carrying them the moment Song Jian stepped into the glass door, roared loudly, and rushed towards Song Jian. Song Jian quickly pulled out his pistol, aimed at the mutant zombie closest to him, and kept pulling the trigger. The bullets penetrated the zombie's body, splashing dark brown blood. Because the Skill Firearms Mastery pistol has been upgraded to level 4, Song Jian will not be embarrassed by missing the target now. But it is still very difficult to hit the head with every shot. After firing more than a dozen bullets, the zombie was still staggering and had not fallen down. Each attack could only cause single-digit damage to it, which surprised Song Jian. Quickly putting the pistol back and grabbing the double-barreled shotgun, Song Jian pulled the trigger at the mutant zombie that was only 3 or 4 meters away from him. Bang! The strong impact made the mutant zombie lean back violently, and a blood hole as big as a bowl appeared on its chest. This shot took away all the remaining blood of the mutant zombie, and the zombie fell to the ground, exploding an object emitting white light. After firing the remaining bullet of the double-barreled shotgun, Song Jian held a dagger and rushed towards the mutant zombie. Swish! 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 The dagger drew a series of white light, and through a layer of light gray mist. Song Jian felt as if he had pierced into a thick layer of cowhide. But at this time Song Jian's strength had reached 9 points, and this layer of resistance had no effect on him. After 5 consecutive attacks, the mutant zombie's blood was only half left, and a 5-layer poison mark appeared on its head. Explode! With a light shout, a muffled sound suddenly erupted from the mutant zombie's body, and a puff of green mist exploded from the zombie's body. The Toxic Nova skill that comes with the Fong Thorn dagger can be detonated after stacking 5 layers of poison marks, causing more than 100 points of damage to the mutant zombie. At this time, the zombie had less than 50 points of blood value, and was directly detonated by the Toxic Nova. The remaining blood was completely emptied, and the zombie fell softly. Song Jian showed a look of surprise on his face. He did not expect that the Toxic Nova was so powerful, which made him more confident in hunting the zombie leader. Chapter 50 Killing. With the skill Toxic Nova, Song Jian quickly killed all 7 or 8 mutant zombies. After picking up the dropped materials, Song Jian's eyes fell on the zombie leader, who was still soaking in the blood pool. At this time, the zombie leader seemed not to notice Song Jian's arrival. He still closed his eyes and soaked his whole body in the blood pool, with only his head exposed. The blood in the blood pool kept rolling, like boiling water, bubbling, and the blood value of the zombie leader was slowly recovering under the nourishment of the blood pool. At this time, the blood of the zombie leader was only 40%, and his right hand was seriously injured because of the blood net technique. Feeling the breath of Song Jian, the zombie leader began to emit a strong black breath. Song Jian began to load bullets one by one, slowly approaching the blood pool. Bang bang bang. Song Jian stood 10 meters away and shot at the zombie leader. Among the dozen bullets, only 2 missed the target and shot into the blood pool. The others all hit the zombie leader's head, but the damage caused made Song Jian shocked. 2 points of damage. Why only 2 points of damage? Song Jian couldn't believe his eyes. Every bullet that hit the zombie leader's head only caused 2 points of damage. Just breaking the defense. Is the head still its weakness? Song Jian put away the pistol, and his eyes fell on the rifle on the ground. Song Jian had seen the power of this rifle clearly just now, and he was also astonished. The power was too strong, except that the loading was a bit slow. If he had not mastered the skill of fast loading, after firing a round, this gun could only be used as a firewood stick. There were 3 or 4 bullets scattered around the rifle, each of which was about 1 finger long, almost 3 times longer than a pistol bullet. The endurance of this rifle was only 9 points, and it seemed that it would be scrapped soon. He picked up the rifle, pulled the bolt, and loaded a bullet. Song Jian's loading speed was more than twice slower than Li Donglai's. Bang! The rifle bullet penetrated the zombie leader's head fiercely, and a dozen points of damage floated up from the zombie leader's head. Song Jian raised his eyebrows. The power of this rifle was not bad. Almost 10 times that of a pistol. Roar! This attack completely angered the zombie leader. He opened his scarlet eyes, and the black air emanating from the zombie leader became more and more dense. Hua la la! Standing up from the blood pool, the zombie leader strode towards Song Jian. It took only 2 or 3 seconds to reach Song Jian from a distance of more than 10 meters. Compared with ordinary mutant zombies, the zombie leader's movement speed was much faster. Without time to reload, Song Jian swung his rifle with both hands and smashed it towards the zombie leader. Crack! The rifle was completely scrapped, and a big mist floated above the zombie leader's head. Song Jian swung his waist, moved the double-barreled shotgun to his chest, quickly grasped it with both hands, and almost stared at the zombie leader's chest and pulled the trigger. Boom! Boom! 2 consecutive shots. The barrel trembled. Smoke filled the air, and in an instant, all the bullets in the shotgun chamber hit the opponent's chest. The tattered clothes covering the zombie leader's body were torn open, revealing the scales inside that were like metal plates. At this time, the scales on the chest were smoke black, and 2 twisted and deformed bullets were stuck on the scales on the chest. This guy is too thick-skinned. Song Jian frowned, put away the double-barreled shotgun, took out a dagger, bent over, and got past the zombie leader, and slashed his waist hard. Swish! This blow was like scratching on hard metal, making a harsh friction sound, and the scales under the ribs of the zombie leader rubbed out a series of sparks. The Fong Thorn was indeed a blue-quality dagger, with much higher damage than a pistol, and it also cut off several scales under the ribs of the zombie leader. The most important thing was that a layer of poisonous mark appeared on the top of the zombie leader's head. A layer of poisonous mark can make the zombie leader lose 5 points of health per second. Song Jian came behind the zombie leader, swung his dagger, and stabbed the zombie leader's back fiercely. Puff! The dagger dispersed the black fog behind the zombie leader and stabbed into the opponent's back. A fist-sized scale was directly shattered. Song Jian's moves were old, and the dagger only penetrated 1/3 of the way, and it was unable to go deeper. Song Jian raised his leg and kicked the opponent fiercely, pulled back the dagger, and continued to stab at the back. At this time, the zombie leader also reacted, turned around and punched Song Jian in the cheek. Song Jian stretched out his left hand, and with a bang, a strong force came, and he immediately felt a sharp pain in his left arm, as if he was hit hard by a steel pipe. The whole body was also hit to one side by a strong force, and the dagger in his hand stabbed into nothing. Song Jian only learned a basic dagger move, which was to stab straight. He could not see much effect against ordinary mutant zombies with the powerful properties of the dagger, but he was immediately inadequate against the zombie leader. For a while, he could only chop randomly, causing only single-digit damage to the zombie leader, but he also successfully added 5 layers of poisonous marks. Bang! The zombie leader threw another punch, and the wind was whistling. At such a distance and speed, Song Jian only had time to turn his head slightly before he was hit in the cheek. With a loud whoosh, Song Jian's whole body was blown off the ground. After spinning twice in the air, he fell heavily to the ground like a worn-out bag. Song Jian only felt his ears buzzing. His head felt dizzy. Half of his face lost consciousness. His mouth moved slightly twice, and he felt a mouthful of blood, with a few hard objects in his mouth. When he spit them out, they turned out to be a few teeth. At this time, Song Jian felt the severe pain on his cheek, which extended radially in all directions. System, you were attacked by the LV5 zombie leader elite, and lost 45 points of blood. Song Jian turned over and sat up, shook his head, and watched the zombie leader stride towards him. Fuck. Song Jian's eyes flashed a fierce look, and his bloody face revealed a hideous look. The attack of the zombie leader completely released the tyranny in Song Jian's heart. The ground fangs burst. A ball of fang-shaped air was released from Song Jian's hand, pressing on the ground, and rushed towards the zombie leader. Bang! With a loud bang, the zombie leader let out a shrill scream, and his legs seemed to be chopped by a huge machete, making a crack sound. Song Jian spit out a mouthful of blood and shouted, "Explode!" With a bang, the zombie leader, who was lying on the ground and struggling, his body shook violently, like a fish on a chopping board, bounced into the air, and a puff of green smoke exploded from his body. Pulling out the double-barreled shotgun, Song Jian began to load bullets one by one. The zombie leader, who was already inconvenient to move, completely lost the ability to move after his legs were broken, and could only watch Song Jian load the shotgun. Click! 2 bullets were pushed into the gun chamber, aiming at the zombie leader's head. Song Jian's lips moved slightly. Goodbye! Boom! 2 gunshots took away the last bit of blood of the zombie leader. The back of the zombie leader's head hit the floor hard, and his body was motionless. Several items emitting white and green light appeared around the zombie leader's body. Song Jian smiled and began to pick up the spoils. Chapter 51 Side Quest. The zombie leader dropped a total of 4 items. Song Jian quickly checked them, and the properties of the 4 items were displayed in turn. Zombie leader armor green. Male armor top. Equipment effect, physical defense +5. Spell defense +2. Constitution +2. Blood recovery speed +2. Equipment requirement, level 5. One of the zombie leader suits. Can it be taken out of the game? No. Zombie leader gauntlets green. Male armor gauntlets. Equipment effect, physical defense +2. Spell defense +1. Agility +1. Attack speed +10%. Equipment requirement, level 5. One of the zombie leader suits. Can it be taken out of the game? No. Mark of the zombie leader white. Tattoo pattern. Equipment effect, physical defense +3. Spell defense +3. Upper limit of chi and health +50. Equipment requirements, none. Can it be taken out of the game? No. Blood pool construction blueprint white. Special building blueprint one time. After use, you can build a special building, blood pool. Construction requirements, 100 zombie cores. 3,000 units of stone. These 4 items are all good stuff. Song Jian showed a surprised look on his face. The zombie leader armor and the zombie leader gauntlet are both green quality equipment, and they are also legendary suits, which made Song Jian impatient to put on the equipment. After the 2 pieces of equipment were put on, another set attribute of chi and blood recovery increased by 30% appeared. Both the attributes of the armor and the gauntlets are what Song Jian needs most. After wearing them, the overall physical defense reaches 7 points, and the spell defense reaches 3 points, which greatly improves the survivability. Another zombie leader mark. After picking it up, the system directly prompts whether to use it, and Song Jian of course chooses to use it. The system begins to ask to choose a body part tattoo. Song Jian thought for a while, and chose the right shoulder. The zombie leader mark turned into a white light, and flew into Song Jian's shoulder. Suddenly, a burning pain came from the shoulder. The pain came quickly, and went away quickly. After a while, the pain disappeared, replaced by a burst of cool feeling. After removing the armor, a skull tattoo appeared on the right shoulder. At the same time, a cool feeling flowed from the tattoo to the whole body. The overall physical defense reached 10 points. The spell defense reached 5 points. And the upper limit of the blood value reached 250 points. Among the newcomers, Song Jian is now a small boss. Although I smoke, drink and have tattoos, I know that I am a good boy. Song Jian touched the slightly raised tattoo and thought to himself. Soon, Song Jian's eyes fell on the last item. What is the use of this blood pool? Can it be used to cultivate zombies? Song Jian took the scroll of the construction drawing and looked at it for a long time. The building was not built, and the properties could not be checked. Song Jian didn't know what the blood pool was used for. But just hearing the name, it felt a bit evil. As for whether to build it, it would be better to wait until the safe house was created. With the previous experience, Song Jian calmed down completely. Materials cannot be collected only according to the needs of creating a safe house. The more materials, the better. The defense of the safe house must be as high as possible, so as to withstand the monster attacks when it is created. The overwhelming monster tide still makes Song Jian feel frightened. The original idea of building a safe house in advance has disappeared in an instant. Looking at the debris on the ground in the zombie leader's nest, Song Jian's eyes fell on the blood pool that was still bubbling and rolling. It can be seen that the blood in the blood pool is disappearing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. And soon it becomes dry, revealing a thick layer of dense corpse debris on the bottom of the pool. After searching carefully again, Song Jian found nothing else. He shook his head and turned away. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Mao pushed away a corpse in the blood pool, turned over and sat up, his eyes full of confusion. What happened? Didn't I get the zombie virus and die? Looking at his hands, which were bloodless and had a faint metallic luster on his iron blue skin, Xiao Mao was shocked and crawled out of the blood pool in a panic. What happened to me? Am I dead or alive now? In a panic, Xiao Mao finally remembered that he was in a game called Doomsday City. System. Open the personal attribute interface. Xiao Mao shouted in his heart. Soon, a translucent interface appeared in front of Xiao Mao. The 3D figure in the interface was originally his own image, but now it has undergone earth-shaking changes. This character is only 60% similar to Xiao Mao, with red eyes, 2 fangs sticking out of his lips, and a livid skin color on the surface. Full of tyranny, Xiao Mao reached out and touched his lips, touched the hard fangs, and immediately withdrew his hand in fear. I became a zombie? Xiao Mao looked at the race column in his personal attributes. The original human has now become zombie. His mind was blank. He stood at the edge of the blood pool, motionless. At this moment, Xiao Mao's eyes were suddenly attracted by the corpse of the zombie leader. A faint fragrance emanated from the corpse of the zombie leader. For a moment, Xiao Mao suddenly felt that his abdomen was burning. I'm so hungry. Xiao Mao's eyes bloomed with scarlet light. The remaining trace of humanity was suddenly overwhelmed by appetite. He staggered and rushed towards the corpse of the zombie leader. In the early morning, just after the sun rose, Song Jian stood in front of a pile of ruins on the street and stared silently. A few hours ago, this was an abandoned newsstand. After being transformed into a safe house by the player, it could not withstand the test of monster attacks and completely turned into this pile of ruins in front of him. Abandoned safe house ruins. This is an abandoned safe house. Its owner is Li Jie, and now he is nowhere to be found. A safe house can never be built here again. When Song Jian stared at the ruins, the system gave a description of the ruins. Li Jie, the first person to create a safe house in the game, announced to everyone his existence in this way. Just when Song Jian was about to leave, he suddenly found a metal fragment as thick as a finger next to the ruins, which was faintly emitting light. Picked it up and saw that it was a fragment of a grenade. System, you picked up a high-explosive grenade fragment, which will bring you a side quest. Do you accept it? Side quest? Song Jian was stunned. And then a look of surprise appeared on his face. This is really a pleasant surprise. Accept it. System, you have obtained a side quest. Guardian Sorrow. Task name, Guardian Sorrow. Task objective, give the fragment to Dr. Eberstein, the material engineer. For viewing. Mission tips. Dr. Eberstein is hiding in the basement of a villa on 5th Avenue. Every day he goes to the City Waste Collection Center to look for something. Mission tips. You can go directly to 5th Avenue to find Dr. Eberstein. But he is a stubborn and vigilant guy. He is likely to attack you the first time he sees you. Mission deadline, none. 5th Avenue? Song Jian took out the map and began to search carefully. Chapter 52 Garbage Station. The 5th Street is 3 kilometers away from Song Jian's location. But if you really want to get there, you have to walk at least 5 kilometers along the street. There are many hospitals, schools, and supermarkets along the way. The 5th Street is also a pedestrian street, surrounded by 3 high-end residential areas, except for 3 high-rise buildings. The rest are all townhouses or single-family villas. The task suggestion does not specify the specific location of Dr. Eberstein. Even if Song Jian reaches the 5th Street, it may be difficult to find the doctor. The Urban Waste Collection Center, which is what ordinary people call the garbage station, is located on the west side of the city's Ring Road, 10 kilometers away from Camel Square where Song Jian is. Although the garbage station is farther away, you only need to go west along the highway without going through the city. Song Jian still remembers the figure who absorbed the essence of the moon on the tall building in the distance on the first night. The deeper you explore the city, the more ferocious the monsters you encounter. Going to the garbage station is obviously much safer than going to 5th Avenue. I don't know what the doctor is looking for every day at the garbage station. If I knew what he was looking for, I just need to find what he is looking for in advance and try to contact him. Song Jian thought to himself. Finding the place is not the most difficult thing. The difficult part is how to contact this doctor. Humans who can survive in such a zombie city are probably very vigilant against strangers. If you contact them rashly, you will definitely be attacked by the other party. This is also mentioned in the mission suggestion. Song Jian put the high-explosive grenade fragments into the parcel column and walked towards the highway outside the city. The highway was full of crashed cars, piled up in all directions. In the small forest outside the highway, many people were collecting wood and stone. Obviously, the previous experience of players failing to create safe houses made everyone know that the more wood and stone collected, the better. And the stronger the safe house was built, the better. Song Jian climbed onto an abandoned car and looked into the distance. Along the highway to the west, a long section of the highway was unobstructed, with only a few cars crashing on the edge of the road occasionally. Brother Xiaojian, come and collect wood. Come and collect wood. In the grove outside the highway, Li Ke saw Song Jian. Her eyes lit up, and she jumped and waved while shouting loudly. Although Li Ke was young, she was very smart. Although Song Jian had given her 300 pieces of wood, she continued to collect wood, wanting to build her safe house more solid. Song Jian waved at Li Ke, followed the highway, and walked towards the garbage station in the west. Seeing Song Jian leave along the highway, Li Ke showed a look of disappointment on her face, and she became listless in collecting wood. After walking 1 kilometer along the highway, Song Jian suddenly found a pickup truck on the viaduct in front of him. This pickup truck looked like it had just been picked up from a 4S store. It was brand new and shiny. The door was open, and the key was inserted in the ignition socket, as if it was specially prepared for Song Jian. Song Jian laughed. He had never touched a car since he passed the driving test. This time he could indulge in his addiction. The whole highway was his. He could drive it however he wanted. He got in the car and started it. The pickup truck began to tremble slightly. Song Jian drove the pickup truck out clumsily. Fortunately, he was the only one driving on the entire highway, so there would be no problem. Even if there were some crashed vehicles on the roadside, he just had to be careful to avoid them. At first, Song Jian drove a little slowly. After running for a few kilometers, Song Jian gradually became bolder, and the speed of the pickup truck gradually increased from 30 to 40 miles per hour to 70 to 80 miles per hour. Driving all the way to the garbage station, Song Jian suddenly saw an LD3 mutant zombie wandering on the highway in front of him. He suddenly became playful, and not only did not slow down, but stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The pickup truck rushed towards the mutant zombie and knocked it out fiercely. Yeah! Song Jian was very excited and had a sense of unbridled pleasure. System: you killed a LV3 mutant zombie using the vehicle pickup truck and gained 96 experience points. The roar of the car attracted the mutant zombies on the highway. They began to gather towards the highway. Before some zombies could reach the highway, Song Jian ran past them, leaving a cloud of car exhaust. Some appeared in front, and Song Jian drove the pickup truck directly and hit them hard. Along the way, there were more than a dozen mutant zombies killed. Most of these zombies were level 3, which was higher than the level of the zombies around the community when Song Jian entered the game. Comfortable, Song Jian laughed. After a while, Song Jian saw a huge sign: Urban Waste Collection Center, beside the highway in front. This is it. Song Jian slowly slowed down the pickup truck, turned to the side road, and drove towards the garbage station. Soon, Song Jian arrived in front of a metal mesh gate and got out of the car. Suddenly, he felt a strong sense of danger in his heart, as if someone was holding a sniper rifle and aiming at his head. The closer he got to the garbage dump, the stronger this sense of danger became. Could it be that Dr. Aberston, holding a sniper rifle and aiming at me? Song Jian guessed in his heart. Bang! A cloud of dust splashed up 1 meter in front of Song Jian, and a deep pit as thick as a finger appeared in front of Song Jian. Stranger, leave immediately. You are not welcome here. A hoarse voice sounded from a distance. Song Jian looked up and saw that the waste collection center in front of him was piled with several mountains of garbage, and he could not see where the shooter was. Song Jian raised his hands and shouted loudly, I have no ill intentions. I just came to see Dr. Aberston. I want to ask him something. There is no one here you are looking for. If you don't leave, I will not be polite. The voice became stern. Okay, I will leave. Song Jian slowly backed away, took another look at the garbage station, turned around and got on the pickup truck, and turned the car back the way he came. In the garbage station, behind a mountain of garbage, there is a wooden observation tower. At this time, 2 people on the observation tower are staring at Song Jian as he turns his car around and leaves. Boss, why let him go? I think that guy is a fat sheep. Look at his weapons and the pickup truck behind him. This is a lot of money. The slightly younger man's eyes were full of greed, and he whispered to the person next to him. Don't forget why we went through so much trouble to enter this city of death. Don't make trouble. Completing the mission is the most important thing. How do you know that he is alone? The bearded man next to him didn't turn his head back, his eyes always fixed on the 8-fold scope on the sniper rifle. He could feel that when he aimed at the other party, the young man had already noticed his presence. The young man was a little unconvinced, but he didn't dare to argue. He pouted slightly and looked at Song Jian with a telescope. Chapter 53: Finding the Doctor. Song Jian drove away from the garbage station, but did not go far. Instead, he stopped a few hundred meters away from the garbage station and waited quietly for the night. He wanted to enter the garbage station to search in the dark. If he could not find Dr. Aberston, he would have to risk searching on 5th Avenue. The danger level there was not comparable to the garbage station on the edge of the city. They are not players, but NPCs in the game. Moreover, they must not be in the same group with Dr. Aberston. If they were in the same group, they would at least ask the doctor when they heard that I was looking for him. Instead of refusing directly like this, Song Jian leaned on the pickup truck, looking at the garbage station in the distance, thinking to himself. It was still early, and this time could not be wasted. Song Jian chose a forest outside the highway and began to collect wood with his fists. There were many such forests on both sides of the highway. Some places were large forests, and some places had only 3 or 5 trees. Now Song Jian's fists were very hard, and he could no longer feel pain when hitting the tree trunks. The wood was collected very quickly. In 3 or 4 minutes, he could collect all the wood from a whole tree. At the beginning, I endured the pain, and it took more than an hour to collect 1 tree. Song Jian looked at the calluses on the knuckles of his fists and thought to himself. There were still 3 or 4 hours before dark, and Song Jian had collected nearly 2,000 units of wood. At this time, the wood he had collected had exceeded 3,000 units, nearly 4,000 units. The extra wood, even if sold to the system store, would be a good harvest. However, for the sake of the safe house, Song Jian would not sell the wood. When building a safe house, The more materials the better. The wood was almost collected. Song Jian touched his fist, and his eyes fell on a huge rock that was more than one person tall. Maybe it's time to collect stone. Thinking of this, Song Jian walked to the rock and punched it hard, feeling the slight recoil from his fist. Song Jian smiled. It's not as painful as I thought. It seems that my fist has been trained. Bang, bang, bang. Song Jian used all his strength in every punch, and only felt a slight pain in his fist. Song Jian didn't care about this pain. After collecting more than 500 units of stone, the sky finally got dark. Song Jian began to recover his hunger and thirst, rested for a while, checked his equipment again, and walked towards the garbage station. The garbage station has no walls around it, but is simply surrounded by barbed wire. When the wind blows, the barbed wire will make a rustling sound, which can just cover up the noise Song Jian accidentally made. Song Jian used the sword of corruption to make a big hole in the wire mesh, and crawled through the hole to enter the garbage station. This garbage station covers a large area, and most of the area is filled with large and small garbage mountains. There are only a few bungalows near the edge of the exit, and 2 of them are dimly lit. Song Jian sneaked over, and in one of the bungalows, there were bursts of cheers and noises. Song Jian approached a small window in the room and looked inside. There were 5 or 6 men in the room, surrounding a pile of jewelry and gold bricks, and cheering wildly. I'm rich. It's true what the boss said. This city of death is a huge treasure. Captain, how much do you think we can get this time? Can I marry Susanna, the dancer from Old Henry's bar? Haha, little Robin. Even if you can't marry Susanna, at least you can sleep with her for a few nights. Song Jian's eyes were also firmly attracted by the pile of gold bricks and jewelry in the middle of the room. He had never seen so many jewelry before, and there were piles of gold bricks, at least 40 or 50 pieces, heavy, emitting a faint glow under the dim light. Okay, are you so out of control with just these things? A sturdy man stood up and shouted, this is just the inventory of a branch of Bohai Bank. Don't forget that there is a central bank vault in this city. Half of the country's gold is stored here. Buy then, let alone a bar dancer. You can buy 10 of Old Henry's bar. After hearing the captain's words, everyone excitedly raised their glasses and cheered like wolves. Song Jian looked at the strong man who stood up and found that he was also a level 5 elite NPC. He was nearly 2 meters tall, with muscles bulging all over his body. Standing there, he looked like an iron tower. What surprised Song Jian the most was that his right arm was cut off at the root, replaced by a metal arm emitting silver-white light. Song Jian quietly retreated. These people all had guns in their hands, and there was also a level 5 elite. If he rushed in rashly, he would only die. Although the pile of gold bricks and jewelry in the room were very tempting, it was not worth Song Jian's life. A bungalow 3 or 4 meters away from this house also had dim lights on, but there was no noisy sound coming from it. It was very quiet. There were 2 men standing guard at the door of the room, holding an old-fashioned rifle. Song Jian did not dare to get too close, for fear of disturbing them. Huh? This damn weather. I also want a cup of warm water. The guard on the left looked at the bungalow next to him with envy and whispered, in another hour, it will be time to change shifts. Just bear with it. Another person yawned and muttered, what's so good about this dead old man? Wouldn't it be okay to just shoot him? We still need 2 people to guard him. I heard that he is a doctor. He can be sold for a high price. Maybe he can even be related to the Queen of Pain. If that's true, then we will be rich. No amount of money can replace it. Queen of Pain? How is it possible? He is just an old man who is about to die. Who knows? Anyway, that's what the captain said. Why don't you ask the captain? I don't want to die. The 2 chatted casually to kill time. Song Jian listened to it, and his heart moved. Could it be that the doctor they are talking about is the Dr. Burston I am looking for? Looking inside through the broken glass window, Song Jian saw an old man with white hair lying motionless on a simple single bed. If it weren't for the slight rise and fall of his chest, Song Jian would have thought he was dead. My stomach hurts a little. I'm going to the toilet. Hurry up. If the captain comes to check, I won't cover for you. Okay. The captain won't come to check now. Soon. Song Jian saw someone walking towards the distant weeds, and his heart moved. He glanced at another guard, who was dozing with a rifle, and Song Jian slowly moved towards the weeds. Chapter 54 Issue the mission. The guard mumbled, holding his stomach with one hand, and pushed aside the grass with the other hand to get in. He wore a cap on his head, and a gray leather jacket with frayed cuffs. His brown trousers were now dirty and black. The canvas shoes on his feet looked like they had just been picked up from the garbage dump, with a finger-sized hole on the upper. After getting into the grass, he found a place near the wire fence with less grass, unbuttoned his pants, and squatted down. Song Jian slowly moved along the wire fence. When he came out to use the toilet, the guard did not take his gun. Hearing the clattering noise coming from the wire fence behind him, he suddenly felt irritated. At this moment, he suddenly felt a chill on his neck, and a sense of danger surged in his heart, as if there was a beast standing on his back, staring at him with a fierce look, and the hot breath sprayed on the back of his head. He stood up without even pulling up his pants, and wanted to shout loudly, but a big hand covered his mouth. Before he could struggle, he felt a chill on the back of his head, followed by a sharp pain, and his eyes went black, and he fainted immediately. Song Jian pulled out the dagger, and seeing that the body of the guard had not turned into black ash, he could not help but lean over and stabbed him in the throat again. System: you killed LV-3-101 Gathering Militia with a dagger and gained 190 experience points. Your 101 Gathering reputation dropped by 5 points, and your relationship with 101 Gathering is now indifferent. Song Jian glanced at the system battle prompt. He didn't care about this 101 Gathering. He just wanted to confirm whether the old man in the room was Dr. Aberston he was looking for. The body of the militiaman still did not disappear. Song Jian thought about it and began to take off his clothes. The night was very quiet. The noise from another room came, which made Ollie, who had been blowing the cold wind, full of envy. He yawned again and felt very tired. He had been searching nearby all day. Now his whole body seemed to be rusted, and he didn't want to move at all. After a long while, he glanced at the rifle on the door frame and suddenly realized, why hasn't Cook come back yet? Ali immediately became alert. All the sleepiness on his body disappeared. Picked up the rifle, turned on the safety, looked towards the distant weeds, and was about to shout loudly when he saw a figure standing up from the weeds. Damn! Cook! I thought you fell asleep on the shit! Ollie cursed in a low voice. Cook waved his hand casually, mumbled twice in his throat, and walked towards this side slowly while fastening his pants, with his cap covering most of his face. Ollie snorted in dissatisfaction, continued to hold the rifle, and dozed against the wall, his head tilted to one side, his eyes half closed, watching Cook passing by him. He suddenly felt something was wrong. Why does Cook look shorter? Ollie suddenly opened his eyes, only to see a flash of white light passing by, and then heard a hissing sound of blood spurting. He wanted to open his mouth to shout, but could only make a ho-ho sound of leaking air. Then, there was another sharp pain in his chest, and all the strength in his body seemed to disappear at once. His body fell softly and fell into darkness. System: you killed LV-4-101 Gathering Militia with a dagger and gained 280 experience points. Your 101 Gathering reputation decreased by 5 points, and your relationship with 101 Gathering is now indifferent. Song Jian supported the body of the militiaman, slowly sat down, leaned against the wall, pretended to be asleep, opened the door, and flashed into the room, looking at the old man on the bed. Song Jian whispered, Dr. Aberston. Are you Dr. Aberston? The old man was a white man, about 60 years old, with deep wrinkles on his cheeks and thin lips. Even in his sleep, his brows were tightly furrowed. When the old man heard someone calling his name, he suddenly opened his eyes, turned over and sat up, looked at Song Jian, and snorted coldly, What do you bandits want to do now? Dr. Aberston, I'm here to save you. Song Jian whispered. Save me? Aberston obviously didn't believe what Song Jian said, and said coldly, I'm just an old man who is about to die. I have no value, and I'm not worth saving. Looking at Dr. Aberston's expression of keeping people away, Song Jian directly took out the fragment of the grenade, handed it forward, and asked, Doctor, do you know what this is? Dr. Aberston glanced at it, then turned his head away and snorted indifferently. But his suddenly clenched fist betrayed his thoughts at the moment. Song Jian smiled and said, Doctor, this is a grenade fragment I accidentally found. I think you should know the story behind it. Can you tell me? Boy, do you think you can make me speak like this? You are insulting my IQ. There is no word surrender in my dictionary. Dr. Aberston snorted coldly. with a look of impatience, and said, "Don't you want to sell me for a good price? If I die from lack of sleep, you will suffer heavy losses. So, you robber, get out of my room now." Dr. Aberston, "I think you misunderstood. I just killed the 2 robbers you mentioned. They are the 2 guards guarding you. You just need to go out and take a look to know." Song Jian shrugged his shoulders and said. The task prompt said that Dr. Aberston was a stubborn and vigilant person. It seems to be true. Hearing Song Jian say that he killed 2 guards, Dr. Aberston's face became relaxed. But there was still some disbelief on his face. He stared at Song Jian's eyes and asked, "What you said is true. You are not in the same group with them? Did you really kill the 2 guys at the door?" "Of course. I think we should leave here before alerting others. What do you think?" Song Jian said. Aberston stood up suddenly, hesitated for a moment, and then sat down again. "Little guy, I know the fragment in your hand, but if you want to hear the story behind it, you must kill all the robbers standing on this garbage. Otherwise, I will not go with you, nor will I tell you the story behind this fragment. System, Dr. Aberston issues you a task, extermination. Task description, you must kill all the militias in the 101 gathering places in the City Waste Collection Center. Task reward, Dr. Aberston's favorability increases by 50. His. Your operation is simply suffocating." Song Jian took a breath and thought to himself, the NPCs in this game are really good at playing. It's just a trick. And it's a chain. One after another. If Dr. Aberston's mission is not completed, then the side missions that were accepted before will obviously not be completed. And Dr. Aberston obviously hasn't found what he wants to find in this garbage dump yet. In order to facilitate the search in the future, he asked Song Jian to kill all the people occupying the garbage dump. Song Jian felt like he was forced to eat a green-headed fly. He nodded with an ugly face and accepted the mission. Seeing that Song Jian accepted the mission, Dr. Aberston seemed to be relieved. After a moment, he showed an impatient look on his face and waved at Song Jian, saying, "You should complete the mission first. When you complete the mission, come back to me." As he said that, Aberston turned over and lay down on the bed again. Chapter 55 Sneak Attack. If possible, Song Jian really wanted to kidnap this stubborn old man like the militiamen in Base 101. But the mission was not about this old man, but about the story behind this grenade fragment. Song Jian guessed that this should be a serial mission, and this grenade fragment was just a trigger. So it would be better not to offend Dr. Aberston. Seeing Dr. Aberston's fearless look, Song Jian looked grim, but finally nodded and turned to leave the room. From the conversation between the 2 guards at the door, it was learned that someone would come to replace the shift in a while. And I wonder if I can take the opportunity to kill 2 more. There were too many people in the room next to them. And the captain was obviously a level 5 elite boss. With guns. If we rushed in rashly, we would be beaten into a hornet's nest by them. Wait until they get drunk. That will be the best time for me to take action. Song Jian thought to himself. After killing 2 guards, only a bottle of mineral water and a can of beef were dropped. And there was nothing left. Although the clothes and their weapons and rifles were all there, they had no attributes and were scene props. The clothes could be worn to disguise, but the rifles could not even be used for shooting, so they could only be held in their arms as firewood sticks. Song Jian waited patiently, and after more than half an hour, the door of the room next to him was pushed open, and 2 drunken people used the rifles as crutches, propped up the rifles, and staggered towards Song Jian. "Ally. Cook. You 2 must be waiting impatiently." "Haha. Don't worry. We left a lot of good things for you. There are still several barrels of beer. Enough for you to drink." "Shit. These 2 guys are actually both asleep. Dare to sleep while on guard. If the captain knows, he will definitely whip you." "Ally. You idiot. You are still sitting on the ground." Song Jian held the rifle, pulled his cap down very low, covering most of his face, leaned against the door frame, and closed his eyes slightly to pretend to sleep. Ally next to him was put in a sitting sleeping position by him. Hearing the 2 people's whispered curses, Song Jian was very nervous. If the 2 found any clues and screamed, it would be much more difficult for Song Jian to complete the mission. And there was even a possibility that the mission would fail. Song Jian took a deep breath, and all his muscles were tense, ready to deliver a fatal blow at any time. 5 meters. 4 meters. 3 meters. The 2 were getting closer and closer, and Song Jian glanced at them from the corner of his eye. They looked to be in their 30s or 40s. Their faces flushed from drinking. Their eyes almost unable to open. And they were almost walking forward with their eyes half closed, looking like they would fall down at any time. Can such people come out to stand guard? Song Jian bet that even if they changed shifts, the two would sleep like dead pigs in 5 minutes at most. When the two were 1 meter away, Song Jian yawned, as if he had just woken up and stretched. Clang. Song Jian pretended not to hold the rifle in his hand and threw the useless rifle to the ground. Cook! You bastard! You are standing guard. The man closest to Song Jian laughed and cursed, and stretched out his hand to pat Song Jian's shoulder. Song Jian took advantage of the situation and pulled his hand into his arms. With the other hand, he held the dagger tightly and stabbed it into the other's chest. Puff, puff, puff. Alcohol paralyzed the nerves of this militiaman, and his reaction was very slow. After 3 consecutive stabs, his body only instinctively twitched slightly. Before he could react, he lost all his strength. As soon as Song Jian let go, the militiaman fell softly to the ground. Seeing his companion lying on the ground, the other man didn't notice any danger. He grumbled twice and bent down to grab the other's collar. Don't play dead. Eric, do you want me to stand guard alone? Seeing that the man in front of him had no vigilance at all, Song Jian didn't hesitate and directly cut his throat with a dagger, and then stabbed the dagger into the other's neck, blood spurting out. After a while, Song Jian stood there covered in blood, with 3 corpses lying at his feet. The cold wind blew, and Song Jian couldn't help shivering, with an inexplicable expression on his face. Is this the feeling of killing someone? I killed someone. This game is too real. Although Song Jian kept telling himself that the other party was just an NPC in the game, he still couldn't let it go. He felt that there was no difference between killing people and killing people in reality. After standing there for a while, Song Jian sighed and dragged the body of one of them into the room where Dr. Aberston lived. Then he put the remaining 2 bodies in a position where they were sitting on the ground with guns and leaning against the door frame and sleeping. System: you killed LV3-101 Gathering Militia with a dagger and gained 190 experience points. Your reputation in the 101 Gathering dropped by 5 points. At this time, your relationship with the 101 Gathering is indifferent and hostile. Dr. Aberston's favorability towards you increased by 10 points. Your relationship with him is now normal. Song Jian was slightly stunned by the 3 consecutive system prompts. The relationship with the 101 Gathering place has declined too quickly. Just because I killed 4 of them, the relationship has been reduced to hostility? Song Jian thought to himself. However, after killing 4 militiamen, the relationship with Dr. Aberston has improved slightly, which is obviously a good start for the side quest. There are still 4 people, one of whom is an elite boss. There are more people than me, and they are armed. If I fight head-on, I have no chance of winning. A sneak attack is the best choice. Song Jian calculated secretly in his heart. The rifles held by these militiamen looked old-fashioned, but they were not weak at all. Song Jian had seen the leader of the White Tiger gang use this rifle, which had extremely high damage. Although he now had more than 200 points of health, he would die if he was hit by 3 or 4 shots in a row. Be patient and wait until they are all drunk. Then I can kill them all without any effort. Just then, a shout suddenly came from the room. Why haven't those 2 guys, Cook and Ollie, come over yet? If they don't come over, I won't leave these 2 barrels of beer for them. Song Jian's heart sank. It seemed that he couldn't wait until all these people were drunk before taking action. Raven, go see what those 2 guys are doing? A hoarse and deep voice sounded from the room. Bring the weapons. Okay, Captain. Bang. The door was pushed open, and a burly man walked out of the room with a long knife in his right hand and a rifle on his shoulder. Chapter 56: Fierce Fighting. Raven was strong, and although his face was flushed, his eyes were not at all blurred, as if an eagle was actually gleaming in the dark night. Eric, you 2 bastards. Damn it. I knew that you 2 alcoholics would definitely fall asleep while on guard. Raven looked at the 2 people sitting on the ground, leaning to one side, and suddenly became furious. Cook, Ollie, you 2 bastards. Come out quickly. Otherwise don't blame me, Raven, for being rude to you. Raven roared. While shouting, Raven tightened his long knife in his hand and walked forward. The surroundings were empty, and the air was filled with a foul smell, apart from the noise coming from the room behind him. Raven could only hear the sound of the wind and the rustling of the wire. He shouted to Cook and Ollie twice, but there was no response. A hint of doubt appeared in Raven's eyes. Usually, even if these two people were asleep, as long as Raven shouted, they would wake up and respond immediately with trembling all over. At this moment, Raven suddenly felt a sharp wind coming from behind him, like the cold current in Siberia, which made the hairs on his neck stand up. Huh? Raven turned around suddenly, swung the long sword in his hand, and slashed fiercely behind him. Ding! With a crisp sound, sparks flew everywhere, and Raven felt a strong force coming from the long sword. And he was actually pushed back a step by this force. Who is this person? How can he be so strong? Such a thought suddenly flashed through Raven's mind. Looking carefully, it turned out to be a thin man who was a head shorter than him, holding a dagger and stabbing at him. His long sword just blocked this blow. Counting the bonus of equipment, Song Jian's strength has reached 9 points, far exceeding the strength of the heavyweight weightlifting champion on Earth. Although Raven is burly, his strength attribute is at least 2 points lower than Song Jian. Who are you? Raven roared, waving his long knife and slashing at Song Jian again. Failed to sneak attack. Song Jian could only force himself. Facing Raven's slash, Song Jian did not retreat but advanced, roared, and stabbed forward with the dagger tightly. This attack pierced Raven's chest. Song Jian could even feel the dagger piercing through the opponent's thin clothes, and a slight pause when it touched the opponent's skin. And then the tip of the dagger easily tore through the opponent's body defense and pierced into the flesh and blood. This kind of refreshing feeling even made Song Jian feel a little obsessed. Dang! Raven's long sword hit Song Jian's shoulder fiercely. Raven thought he could easily split him in half, but suddenly found that the long sword could not go any further when it reached an inch above the opponent's shoulder. At this time, Raven felt a sharp pain in his chest. How could this happen? Raven looked at the metal scales on Song Jian's shoulder, and a look of relief appeared in his eyes. God's favored one, Raven muttered, and was about to distance himself from each other, but suddenly felt a series of stabbing pains in his chest and abdomen. Blood gushed out, and the strength of his whole body seemed to disappear quickly with the blood flowing out. Although the knife was protected by the zombie leader's armor, Song Jian's health value suddenly dropped by more than 50 points. Enemy attack. Raven used up the last bit of his strength and shouted loudly. After being stabbed several times in a row, Raven finally let out a long and helpless groan in his throat, and his whole body collapsed. System, you killed LV5-101 Gathering Militia with a dagger and gained 320 experience points. Your 101 Gathering reputation dropped by 5 points, and your relationship with the 101 Gathering is now hostile. System, Dr. Aberston's favorability towards you increased by 10 points, and your relationship with him is now normal. Song Jian looked back and found Dr. Aberston standing at the door and looking at him. Seeing Song Jian looking back, Dr. Aberston snorted coldly and returned to the room. Bang! Song Jian felt a shock on his shoulder and subconsciously rushed to the side. Damn it! He killed Raven. Kill him! Raven's last roar startled the 3 remaining people in the room. A militiaman wearing leather armor rushed out of the door and saw Raven slowly falling in Song Jian's hands. He immediately raised the rifle in his hand and pulled the trigger at Song Jian. Song Jian quickly hid behind a low wall. Bang! 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 For a moment, the sound of gunfire was loud and continuous. The bullets hit the walls of the house and the garbage and waste, and the bricks and stones suddenly broke, and the soil splashed, pressing Song Jian so hard that he couldn't even lift his head. Song Jian leaned against the wall, holding P18C in his hand, taking a deep breath, waiting for an opportunity. Bang! A sudden gunshot, sandwiched in the continuous shooting, seemed so harsh. Ah! I'm shot. That guy has a gun. A drunk militiaman screamed, and for a moment, the gunshots became less intense than before. The 3 men found shelters and no longer exposed themselves to Song Jian's gun. System, you used a pistol to cause 54 damage to LV3-101 Gathering Militia. The opponent had armor and was immune to 30 damage, so the actual damage caused was 24 points. Looking at the battle record, Song Jian shook his head. Unfortunately, the power of the pistol is still too small. If I had a rifle like theirs, I'm afraid that person would have been killed by me now. Song Jian's skilled gunpowder weapon pistol basic is the highest level among all skills. It not only increases the power by 20%, but also increases the accuracy by 2 points. Even in such a fierce gunfight, it is difficult to miss the target. Bang bang. 2 more shots. After being shot once, Song Jian hit a militiaman in the head with 2 shots. 2 consecutive weak spot critical hits killed the militiaman directly. Damn. That guy's shooting is so accurate. This guy has good armor. I shot him twice, but it seems nothing happened. 2 militiamen shouted and cursed in front. Song Jian looked at his health value, which was only more than 90 points. If he had not eaten the gold quality pine nuts before, and if he had not obtained the zombie leader suit, Song Jian would probably have become a corpse now. After the gunfight lasted for a while, the captain with a metal arm suddenly shouted to his companions, "That guy only has a small pistol. Robin, you go out and lure the guy out." "Boss, you can't do this. His shooting is very accurate. I will be killed by him." Robin trembled all over and said with a pleading look on his face, "Put on this helmet. As long as you are not hit in the head, you can at least withstand 3 or 4 bullets. But as long as he dares to show his head, I can kill him with 1 shot. Don't you believe in my shooting?" Vulture Eric waved his metal arm, and the submachine gun in his hand was intentionally or unintentionally aimed at Robin, staring at Robin's thin body with fierce eyes. "Okay, Captain, you must kill that guy." Robin took the helmet from Eric's hand and put it on his head, gritted his teeth, and rushed out of the bunker. Chapter 57. Eric the Vulture. Song Jian was stunned when he saw a young man in leather armor and a helmet running towards him like crazy. "Come and hit me!" The young man shouted at Song Jian behind the wall while running with a ferocious face. "Bait? You must be a fool." Song Jian sneered and pressed his left hand on the ground. Ground teeth. Swoosh. A fong-shaped air mass flew towards the young man close to the ground. "Well done, Robin. That's it. Provoke him. As long as he dares to show his head, I will shoot him." Eric the Vulture behind him showed a happy look on his face, waved his right arm, and shouted in his heart. Bang. Robin, who was running, suddenly flew into the air, as if he was hit by an invisible heavy armored vehicle. Ah! With a scream, Robin's legs made a crisp crack sound of fracture, and the whole person fell heavily from the air on a pile of gravel like a tattered bag, and the blood gushing out of his mouth was like a flood. This kid is so unlucky. He actually got a critical hit? Song Jian took a look at the damage number floating above the boy's head, and sucked in a breath of cold air with his teeth clenched. Vulture Eric's happy smile froze. His eyes followed Robin's flying figure, watching him fall hard on a pile of gravel, and he felt so painful for him. What happened? Eric's face was full of doubts. He only saw Robin rush forward for a while, and then suddenly his whole body flew into the air, feeling like acting. Is this kid lying to me? Eric stared at Robin, who was struggling in pain, and his first reaction in his mind was this. After a while, looking at Robin covered in blood and with his legs bent in a strange angle, Eric finally believed that Robin was not acting. Robin, what's wrong with you? What happened? Vulture Eric shouted loudly. Robin struggled to get up, but his legs felt unbearable pain, and he couldn't move at all. He could only rely on his hands to slowly roll down from the rubble. He wanted to answer the captain's words, but when he opened his mouth, blood kept gushing out, and he could only make a ho-ho groan that only he could hear. This Dia2's skill is really awesome. Song Jian looked at Robin's head with 5 or 6 adverse effects such as fracture, continuous blood loss, and inconvenient movement. Seeing Robin, who originally had little blood, slowly approaching death, he was very satisfied with Dia2's skill, except that it can only attack ground targets. This skill is also superb. Song Jian thought to himself. The basic damage of Dia2 is 45 to 55 points. But once the critical strike effect is triggered, the damage is doubled. The blood value of ordinary people is only 80 or 90 points at most. Robin can hold on until now, which is already considered to be one of the people with outstanding physical fitness. System, you use the skill Ground Teeth to cause 48 damage to LV-4-101 Gathering Militia, triggering the critical strike effect, doubling the damage. The opponent's resistance is 0, and the actual damage caused is 96 points, triggering the bleeding effect, losing 3 points of health per second. System, you killed LV-5-101 Gathering Militia, gain 320 experience points. Your 101 Gathering reputation decreased by 5 points, and your relationship with the 101 Gathering is now hostile. System, Dr. Aberston's favorability towards you increased by 10 points. And your relationship with him is now friendly. Robin finally didn't hold on. And his body rolled down from the rubble, and he died directly. Next to his body, an object emitting white light slowly emerged. Song Jian took a look, and it seemed to be the helmet that Luo Bing had just worn. Lucky. The equipment exploded. Song Jian smiled slightly. But Luo Bing's body was 5 or 6 meters away from him. If he left the bunker to pick up things now, he would just be a target for another person. Hey, Metal Man, all your team members are dead. You might as well commit suicide. The most important thing for a family is to be together. Song Jian shouted loudly. Asshole. You have offended our 101 gathering place. Don't even think about surviving. Even if you hide in this city of death for your whole life. Our punishers will find you and kill everyone related to you. Your relatives. Your friends. They will all die. Vulture Eric was almost mad. This mission was originally completed very well. And there were even unexpected gains. But because of Song Jian, not only did all the team members die, but even the mission was probably going to fail. No one wants this to happen. Song Jian heard that there was actually a Punisher in the 101 gathering place. The name sounded like a powerful character who specialized in hunting down and revenge. He was immediately a little panicked. I have no grudge against you. It's actually because of Dr. Aberston that we are in this situation now. He hates you too much. If you want revenge, please don't. Song Jian shouted loudly. System, because you made inappropriate remarks. Dr. Aberston's favorability towards you has dropped by 30 points. Your relationship with him is now normal. Song Jian shouting stopped abruptly, looking at the system prompt floating in front of him. He was stunned. What's going on? I killed so many people and only raised my favorability by 30 points. But it's all gone in an instant? Song Jian looked back in disbelief and saw Dr. Aberston sticking his head out and staring at him fiercely, his eyes full of anger. Seeing Song Jian looking back, Dr. Aberston snorted heavily and made a humiliating gesture towards Song Jian. You old man. If it weren't for the side quest, I would have shot you. Song Jian curled his lips and was about to turn around and continue to persuade Eric to let them target their revenge on Dr. Aberston, but suddenly found that Vulture Eric was rushing towards him with his metal arm protecting his head. Oh my god. You are too rude. Song Jian stood up, holding the gun with one hand, and quickly pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang. The bullets penetrated Eric's body fiercely, but only made him make a muffled sound. And the speed did not decrease at all. Ding ding. Several bullets hit Eric's metal arm, only scraping a bunch of sparks, and did not cause any damage to him. Song Jian looked at his own blood value, which was only more than 80 points left. He gritted his teeth and pressed his right hand to the ground again, targeting Eric, who was charging. Earth Teeth. Before the skill was released, Eric's speed suddenly became much faster, and he actually left a shadow while running. His metal arm was slightly bent, and his elbow bulged outward, covering most of his face, revealing only a pair of eyes full of hatred and anger. Boom! Eric's body hit the wall where Song Jian was hiding, creating a 2-meter diameter hole. Although Song Jian tried his best to dodge, he was still hit hard by the aftermath of the collision and flew backwards. Chapter 58 Killing. System. LV5-101 Gathering Militia Elite Vulture Eric uses the skill Rush on you, causing 64 points of health damage. Your innate skill Thick Skin is triggered. Immune to 5 points of damage. You have the Zombie Commander armor set. Immune to 26 points of damage. The Zombie Commander mark is triggered. Immune to 6 points of damage. And the final actual damage caused is 27 points of health damage. Song Jian struggled to stand up from the ground. He was caught off guard and was hit hard. If it weren't for the wall that took most of the damage, this attack would at least be able to beat Song Jian to a low health and make him lose the ability to resist. Song Jian couldn't help coughing because his throat was a little itchy. His mouth was full of bloody taste and his chest and abdomen were aching. He looked at the less than 50 points of chi and blood left. Song Jian looked up at Eric and showed a ferocious look like a lone wolf. A flash of blood flashed across his eyes. Ground Fang. Song Jian pressed his right hand on the ground again. The fang-shaped air mass made a sharp whistling sound and rushed towards Eric. At this time, Eric was in a dizzy state after using the skill Collision. He was completely defenseless and was hit hard by the ground Fang. Even as strong as he was, he couldn't help but retreat again and again. and his back hit the broken wall hard. Song Jian clenched the fong thorn in his hand and rushed towards Eric. There was a trace of cruelty and coldness in his eyes. He looked at Vulture Eric as if he was looking at a dead person. Even Eric couldn't help shuddering when looking at such a pair of lifeless eyes. And a chill came out from the bottom of his heart. If someone familiar with Song Jian saw Song Jian at this time, he would definitely not associate the man in front of him who exuded a strong murderous intent with Song Jian. Even if they looked exactly the same. The current Song Jian and the cosmetic salesman in reality are completely two different people with two different personalities. Originally, he wanted to continue to say some threatening words. But seeing Song Jian's eyes at this time, Eric couldn't say anything. Facing such an enemy, any extra threats were meaningless. Kill. 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 Between him and me, only one person can survive today. Eric had an epiphany in his heart. Without saying a word, he drew out a heavy sword and slashed at Song Jian fiercely. Dang. A sound of metal collision sounded. Sparks flew, and the legs of the two men were fiercely inserted into the mud. In the fight, no one retreated. The energy spread in all directions. Both sides tried their best and pressed all their strength on their weapons. There were only a few dozen centimeters between Eric and Song Jian. Eric's angry eyes full of bloodshot met Song Jian's cold eyes, and his heart couldn't help but tremble. Why? He holds a dagger, and I hold a heavy sword. Eric howled in his heart. Feeling the pressure from the heavy sword, Eric had an impulse to run away immediately. The suppression of power almost made Eric think he was hallucinating. Song Jian let out a low roar, and his left hand suddenly pushed the handle of the dagger, using all his strength to press forward. Puff. Pressing Eric's heavy sword, the dagger pierced Eric's shoulder blade fiercely. Almost half of the blade was immersed. The severe pain made the muscles on Eric's face begin to twist. His face was hideous, and a beast-like roar came out of his throat. A dazzling red light suddenly burst out from the surface of his body, as if triggering some skills. Bang! Just when Eric was about to use the bloodthirsty rage skill, Song Jian suddenly kicked him hard. Kick! This kick hit Eric's crotch. Song Jian's instep even felt the intense pain of two oval objects exploding into a mess in an instant. Eric's roar was as if he was suddenly grabbed by the neck, and it stopped abruptly. The red light on the surface of his body slowly dissipated, and his originally pale face turned red in an instant. His eyes, which were originally full of bloodshot, were now even scarlet. Song Jian pulled out the dagger, rotated his body 360 degrees, and quickly turned to Eric's back. During the rotation, his right hand was like a soaring wing, spreading to its maximum. His body drove his right hand, and the dagger drew an arc and stabbed Eric's back fiercely. Puff. The dagger easily broke through Eric's defense and stabbed into his flesh until the handle was gone. Eric's body shrank involuntarily, and the muscles on his back clamped the dagger tightly, and the whole person became more crazy like a wounded beast. He suddenly turned the heavy sword upside down and stabbed it back along his ribs. Eric's movements were so violent that he even cut a long sword mark on his ribs, and blood was pouring out. But Eric didn't care about this little injury at all. He just wanted to use the most crazy and brutal means in the world on Song Jian. Feeling the tightening force of Eric's back muscles, Song Jian's eyes flashed with a sneer, and he grabbed the dagger with both hands and pulled it out fiercely. Puff. Another blood arrow shot out from the wound. Just then, Song Jian suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest and abdomen. He looked down and saw a heavy sword hitting his body. A touch of scale armor emitting green light appeared and disappeared, and the zombie leader armor still played its due role. The originally fatal blow only caused Song Jian a dozen points of damage, although his blood and chi had fallen below 30 points. Song Jian still remained calm. The dagger was originally held straight, but suddenly changed to a reverse grip, and stabbed fiercely at the back of Eric's neck. One time, it broke Eric's epidermal defense. 2 times, it tore Eric's flesh and blood defense. 3 times, Song Jian felt the tip of the dagger had already collided violently with Eric's cervical vertebrae. 4 times, the dagger finally entered without a handle, and even a small section of the dagger's tip was exposed at Eric's throat. Pulling out the dagger, Song Jian retreated violently and avoided Eric's heavy cut. Ho-ho, Eric was covered in blood, and the roar he wanted to make turned into a leaking sound because of the injury to his neck and throat. Dragging the heavy sword, Eric slowly moved towards Song Jian step by step. Even if he only had one breath left, Eric would kill Song Jian here. He is only level 5. His injuries are not much lighter than mine. He must have less blood and energy left now. Maybe I can kill him with my next strike. Eric's steps became more and more firm. Looking at Eric walking towards him step by step, Song Jian showed his bloodshot teeth. His lips slightly raised, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. Explode. A crisp syllable came out of Song Jian's bloody mouth. Puff. With a muffled sound, Eric's body shook suddenly, and a puff of green smoke exploded from the surface of his body. A 110-point damage floated up from Eric's head. Eric's eyes were full of disbelief. His body softened, and he fell to the ground. System. You use the weapon's built-in skill Poisonous Nova to cause 110 points of damage to LV5-101 Gathering Militia Elite Vulture Eric. And the target dies. Chapter 59 Harvest. Until Vulture Eric fell, Song Jian sat on the ground, gasping for breath. The chi and health value was less than 30 points. And there was no part of his body that didn't feel pain. His body was covered with blood, some of which were his own, and more of which were those of the militiamen. His mouth was full of blood, and it was very uncomfortable. System. You have killed all the 101 Gathering Place militiamen in the City Waste Collection Center. Dr. Aberston's favorability towards you has increased by 50. At this time, your relationship with Dr. Aberston is friendly. How is it? Is he dead? Dr. Aberston saw that the battle was over, slowly came out of the room, walked to Song Jian, and gently kicked Song Jian and asked, I'm almost dead. If you keep kicking me like this, you'll have to collect my body later. Song Jian snorted coldly, gritted his teeth, and struggled to get up. There were still spoils to collect. First, he picked up the white quality helmet next to Luo Bing, who was acting as bait. 101 Tactical Helmet White Helmet. Equipment effect. Physical defense +3. Equipment requirements. Strength 3 points. Can it be taken out of the game? No. Although the attributes are average. The head position in Song Jian's equipment column is still empty. Just right for equipping. By the way, the equipment in this game, after being put into the equipment column, will have the functions of hiding and transmogrification. After choosing to hide, the appearance of this equipment cannot be seen from the outside. Just like the zombie leader suit on Song Jian's body, which is in a hidden state. It will only appear for a moment when the equipment has a defensive effect. The clothes Song Jian usually wears outside, although they have no attributes, can only serve as a cover, similar to the fashion in other games. After equipping the helmet, Song Jian continued to walk towards the body of Eric the Vulture. This is the main battle. The opponent is a level 5 elite small boss. Song Jian is full of expectations for him. Next to Eric's body, there are 3 gray items, 2 white items, and 1 blue quality item. The 3 gray items are Jewelry, Flame, Jewelry, Azure Heart, and Doomsday Coin 99. Song Jian's eyes first fell on Doomsday Coins 99. Looking at the 99 Doomsday Coins, Song Jian was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes. Oh my god! The monsters in the game finally dropped money. This game is really too difficult to play. Not only is there a risk of life at any time, but monsters will not drop coins. Only materials. However, if you don't have the corresponding life skills, these materials can only be sold to the system store at an extremely cheap price. The ordinary items sold in the store are too expensive. Most players can't balance their income and expenditure and have been in dire straits. Recalling the scene when he smashed the tree with a pair of bloody fists, Song Jian showed a sighing expression, as if he couldn't bear to look back on the past. After the Doomsday Coins were collected, there were 2 gray items left, both of which were jewelry. Jewelry. Flame was a ruby bracelet consisting of 38 tiny rubies and a 38-carat red diamond in the middle. The whole bracelet was dazzling, emitting pure red light even in the moonlight, and when worn on the wrist and shaken slightly, the light shone as if there was a flame burning on the wrist. Jewelry. Flame gray. Valuable item. Effective use. Can be given to game plot characters to improve the other party's favorability. Item description. This is a dazzling diamond bracelet, which was worth tens of millions before the Doomsday and was sought after by many people. After the Doomsday, it is not even worth a piece of bread. However, there are still many bigwigs who like to collect such items. Can it be taken out of the game? Yes. Song Jian took off the diamond bracelet and his eyes fell on the last line of the item description. Can I take it out of the game? Yes. and his heart couldn't help but beat violently twice. And a bright smile bloomed on his face involuntarily. I'm rich. Song Jian's eyes were shining with golden light. If you look closely, there must be $2 symbols in his pupils. Looking at jewelry, Azure Heart. The properties are similar to jewelry, flame. But Azure Heart is a more luxurious necklace. The sea blue diamond pendant alone is 45 carats. Just like the legendary Heart of the Ocean in reality. But from the design and shape, jewelry, Azure Heart is more gorgeous and dazzling than the Heart of the Ocean. After all, the age of Doomsday City has lasted hundreds of years longer than the real world. These two pieces of jewels are great. They must be the finest pieces they robbed. These robbers. Dr. Burston's eyes lit up. And he looked at the two pieces of jewels with envy and said, if my granddaughter sees them, she will definitely like them. Is your granddaughter beautiful? Song Jian suddenly asked. Dr. Burston was stunned. And then his wrinkled face showed a bright smile like a chrysanthemum. My granddaughter is a top student at Iverson University. She is not only excellent in character and learning, but also a great beauty. Let me tell you, the people who pursue my granddaughter can go around this city 3 times. Since your granddaughter is so beautiful, don't think too much. Song Jian interrupted Dr. Burston and put away the 2 pieces of jewels. What a joke. These 2 pieces of jewelry can be taken out to the real world, which is much more valuable than those gold bracelets. Any one of them is worth tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. Dr. Burston was speechless. His face was flushed. His lips trembled. He glared at Song Jian fiercely, snorted coldly, and turned his head away. Song Jian then looked at the 2 white quality items. These 2 white quality items are supplies. One is a 5-liter barrel of mineral water, and the other is a piece of grain snack. Grain snack white, food. Use effect, increase hunger and thirst by 40 points. Restore 30 points of blood value within 30 seconds. Song Jian didn't care at first, and was about to put the 2 pieces of food into the parcel column. But suddenly realized something. Took another careful look at the properties of the grain snack, and showed a look of shock on his face. This snack can be used in battle? The biggest effect of general food is to increase hunger and thirst. And when using it, it must be done in a non-combat state. Once in a combat state, the effect will be interrupted. However, this grain snack does not require it to be used in a non-combat state. For Song Jian, who is now short of medical care and medicine, this snack is simply a life-saving snack. Although Song Jian's HP was only over 30 points, he was reluctant to use the snack immediately, but put it into the parcel column solemnly. 30 HP can allow me to release 6 kicking skills and 3 ground tease skills. Most importantly, it can restore my HP in battle. This will become one of my trump cards. Song Jian's mouth curled up slightly, with a satisfied look on his face. Isn't it just a broken snack? I can have as many of these as I want before the end of the world. I can eat them until you vomit. Humph! Dr. Burston saw that Song Jian was so serious about his snack, and immediately mocked him. Song Jian turned a deaf ear to him, pretending that Dr. Burston didn't exist, and picked up the last item dropped by Eric the Vulture, which was also the highest quality item. Chapter 60 Gold Brick. Fuck. How could this thing come out? Song Jian's face was full of surprise, looking at a key emitting blue light in his hand. Motorcycle key blue, vehicle. Use effect. Can summon a motorcycle with a defense of 100. Instructions. This item can be reused, and the summoned vehicle will be destroyed when the defense is 0. And the destroyed vehicle cannot be summoned again. With the equipment repair skill, you can repair the vehicle with insufficient defense. Good stuff. Good stuff. Song Jian held the motorcycle key and couldn't let it go. The car vehicle found on the highway before had already surprised and delighted Song Jian. If you want to explore this metropolis, a vehicle is a necessity. But the random vehicles found on the road cannot be put into the package column. In this way, safety cannot be guaranteed and anyone may drive it away. But the item that fell now does not have such a shortcoming. You can drive it and go. When you don't need it, it can be turned into a key and put into the parcel column. It is so convenient. Open! Song Jian took the key and said silently in his heart. Soon, a brand new motorcycle appeared in front of Song Jian. It's so beautiful. Song Jian touched the smooth paint surface of the motorcycle and couldn't help but admire it. Isn't it just a KTM off-road motorcycle? It's an old model. Look how precious it is to you. Dr. Burston couldn't help but sneer, such a junker. Even if it is given to me for free before the end of the world, I won't take it. It's too ugly. That's great. You can walk away from here later. I won't be there to take you there, Song Jian said casually. Boston was stunned, and a trace of anger appeared on his face. He wanted to argue, but he didn't know what to say when he opened his mouth. In the end, he snorted coldly and stopped talking. With this motorcycle, Song Jian could move more conveniently. After admiring it for a long time, he restored the motorcycle to the car key and carefully placed it at the first place in the parcel column. Let's go and take a look at the place where they celebrated. I remember they robbed a lot of good things, Song Jian said in high spirits. Although he almost died this time, the harvest was also huge. The 2 pieces of jewelry alone made Song Jian feel that it was really worth it. Not to mention that there was also a blue-quality motorcycle vehicle. The 2 of them came to the room where Vulture and his friends had just reveled. When they pushed open the door, Song Jian and Dr. Aberston exclaimed at the same time. Buy the FO, Dr. Aberston exclaimed. I've made a fortune. Song Jian's eyes lit up. In the middle of the room, there was a pile of jewels. Pearl necklaces, jade rings, diamond bracelets, more than a person high. Next to this pile of jewels, there was a neatly stacked pile of gold bricks, each of which was a standard kilogram, more than half a person high, at least 40 or 50 pieces. It was called gold bricks, but it would be more appropriate to describe it as gold bars. Song Jian rushed to the pile of gold bricks first. When Dr. Aberston saw Song Jian rushing to the gold bricks first, he couldn't help but frown slightly, with a look of contempt in his eyes. He snorted coldly, walked to the pile of jewelry next to him, carefully picked up a pink diamond ring, and observed it in the dim light. Picked up a gold brick. Song Jian carefully examined it, paying special attention to whether it could be taken out of the game. Sure enough, these gold bricks all have the properties that can be taken out of the game. Song Jian's lips trembled slightly. His eyes emitted a strange light, and the whole person was about to have an epileptic seizure. Muttering to himself, I'm rich. I'm really rich this time. In fact, the value of any of the 2 pieces of jewelry Song Jian just obtained is not necessarily much less than this pile of gold bricks, and may even be much higher. However, no matter what, it is not as shocking as the 40 or 50 gold bricks neatly stacked in front of him, because these gold bricks have the same standard specifications. They can be received in one parcel box. Song Jian quickly put all the gold bricks into the parcel column. 54 gold bricks, each weighing 1 kilogram. Let me calculate. The current gold price is 360 yuan per gram. 1 kilogram is 360,000. Here are 54. A total of. Song Jian thought for a while, took out the dagger, and began to calculate on the ground. A total of 19.44 million. Dr. Aberston showed a look of contempt on his face, and snorted coldly. 360 yuan per gram of gold. What was the price at that time? After wiping off the saliva left, Song Jian waved his hand, put the dagger back into his waist, and said, Don't worry about it. I can't explain it to you clearly. Soon. Song Jian walked to the pile of jewelry next to him. Dr. Aberston hesitated for a moment, shook his head slightly, and threw the pink diamond ring in his hand back into the pile of jewelry. Before the end of the world, this batch of jewelry was worth dozens of times more than that pile of gold bricks. Even now, some bigwigs are very keen to collect these treasures, Dr. Aberston said lightly. In Dr. Aberston's opinion, everything here is Song Jian's spoils of war, and he should be the one to distribute them all. Song Jian picked up a pearl necklace casually. The diameter of each pearl in this necklace is exactly the same. Holding it in his hand, he actually felt as warm as jade. This is a South Sea rolling pearl. Each pearl is more than 16 millimeters in diameter and is worth a fortune. Aberston seemed to see that Song Jian didn't know the goods, and couldn't help but speak. Song Jian looked ugly, pinched the pearl necklace, threw it back casually, and picked up another piece of jewelry. Seeing Song Jian throw away the pearl necklace like a worn-out shoe, Dr. Aberston showed an ugly look on his face, and couldn't help shaking his head, feeling quite sad that a pearl was thrown away in the dark. Song Jian was very fast. He picked up a piece of jewelry, glanced at it, and threw it back. In a short while, dozens of pieces of jewelry were thrown all over the floor by Song Jian. Garbage. Garbage. All garbage. Song Jian muttered to himself while picking. Idiot who doesn't know the value of things. Dr. Eberstein was stunned. He watched Song Jian rummaging through the whole pile of jewelry, as if he was rummaging through garbage. Suddenly, he felt a dull pain in his heart. After rummaging through the last piece of jewelry, Song Jian couldn't help but scream like crazy, "Ah! All garbage! Garbage! None of these jewels have the attribute of can be taken out of the game. They cannot be taken out of the game. No matter how valuable these jewels are. They are just a pile of useless garbage to Song Jian. You. Dr. Eberstein covered his heart with one hand and pointed at Song Jian with the other. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Although Dr. Eberstein is a doctor of polymer materials, he likes jewels with a long history in private. His research and knowledge of jewels are not inferior to any jewelry master, seeing that any of them can be used as a treasure of the family. But they are so ruined by Song Jian. Dr. Eberstein suddenly has the urge to pick up a gun and shoot the bastard in front of him. However, in the next moment, Song Jian's words made Dr. Eberstein's mood suddenly go from hell to heaven. Since you like it so much, then take all these rubbish away, Song Jian said lightly. Chapter 61 Serial Tasks. Looking at the pile of precious jewels in front of him, Dr. Eberstein could not help but be greedy. But the quality and moral principles he had cultivated for a long time prevented him from committing acts of corruption. Although he was full of envy, he did not reach out to take a piece of jewelry, even if Song Jian threw these jewels everywhere like garbage. In the eyes of Dr. Eberstein, these jewels were Song Jian's spoils of war, and should be left to him to dispose of. You? What did you say? Dr. Eberstein looked at Song Jian with a surprised look on his face, and he could not believe his ears. This is a jewel worth billions. Even now, it is still very valuable. Any one of them can make you a permanent resident of any gathering place. Don't you want to leave this damn city of death? Dr. Eberstein couldn't help but say. I said, if you like it, I'll give it to you. These things are useless to me, Song Jian said calmly, not caring about the jewels worth billions in front of him. Dr. Eberstein looked at Song Jian. A trace of admiration flashed in his eyes, and shook his head and sighed. I didn't expect that a young man like you would have such vision. Such jewels. 1 or 2 are precious treasures, but too many are the source of disaster. Without strong strength, these jewels will only lead people into the abyss of despair. Song Jian looked at Dr. Eberstein in surprise. He didn't want these jewels because they couldn't be taken out of the game. He didn't expect Dr. Eberstein to think so much. This old man is also stupid because of reading. His brain is broken. Song Jian shook his head and thought to himself. Okay, old man, tell me the story behind this grenade fragment quickly. I still have a lot of things to do. Song Jian showed an impatient look on his face, took out the grenade fragment, and handed it to Dr. Eberstein. Hey, okay, I'll tell you everything I know. This is a shell fragment of AT-11 high-explosive grenade. It is a special metal alloy, and the formula of this metal alloy is invented by me. This time, Dr. Eberstein did not refuse. He held the grenade in his hand and fell into deep thought, talking to himself. When I found this metal alloy fragment, I wrote several papers. The characteristics of this alloy are a particularly contradictory collection. The molecules that make up this alloy are always in high-speed motion. Originally, such a molecular combination should exist in the form of liquid or gas. But strangely, it exists in the form of solid. And the physical properties of this metal alloy are 8 times that of titanium alloy. But this metal alloy cannot encounter strong impact. If the impact force exceeds the explosive equivalent of 30 grams of TNT, the molecular motion of this metal alloy will instantly accelerate 100 times and explode towards the surroundings in a semi-liquid and semi-solid state. Finally, I gave the formula of this metal alloy to my best friend, Robert Irwin, who was the guardian of the city at that time and the most powerful supernatural being in the city. The high-explosive grenade made of this metal alloy became Robert's favorite weapon. He used it to protect the city until it became a city of death. Robert died in the end. Died in this city. I don't even know where his body is. Eberstein took off his glasses, wiped the corners of his eyes gently, and said, Robert fulfilled his oath and will always protect the city until his death. Since this kind of high-explosive grenade has appeared again, it means that someone must have found Robert's arms collection room. I can't imagine that this thing will appear anywhere else except there. Eberstein said at last. System, you successfully obtained information about the T-11 high-explosive grenade from Dr. Eberstein. System, side quest Guardian Sorrow first ring completed. System, Do you want to end the task now and get the task reward, or accumulate it in the next round of tasks? Task tip: if you choose to accumulate, but the second round of tasks fails, you will lose all the task rewards. Please choose carefully. This side quest is actually a serial quest. Song Jian was a little surprised, but he quickly made a choice. Accumulation. Even though he rarely played games, Song Jian knew that it was best to complete all the quests before claiming the rewards, as the rewards would be much more generous. System: you chose to accumulate the quest rewards to the next step. System: you start the side quest Guardian Sorrow's Second Ring Mystery. Second Ring Quest Name: Mystery. Second Ring Quest Objective: find the last place where Robert Irving, the guardian of the zombie city, fell. Second Ring Task Prompt: Guardian Robert Ivan died to protect the city. His powerful body was used by the enemy and transformed into the first generation of zombies. Robert, who became a zombie, wanders around the city every day. Second Ring Task Suggestion: Robert, who became a zombie, is very powerful. It is recommended that the player reach level 10 before contacting the opponent. His level 10? Song Jian scratched his head. He is only level 5 now. If he wants to reach level 10, it may not be achieved in a short time. Seeing the task prompt, Zombie Robert likes to wander around the city. Song Jian inexplicably remembered the huge skeleton that he had seen in the city, which was more than 10 meters tall. Since he saw it once, he has never seen it again. This skeleton with question marks in its attributes also likes to wander around the city. I don't know if there is any connection between the two. Okay, old doctor. Since all the robbers here have been killed and you are safe, I will leave. We will meet again. Song Jian looked at the 54 gold bricks and the 2 pieces of jewelry in the package and said contentedly, Okay, young man. We will meet again. Do you really not want these jewelry? Dr. Burston couldn't help asking again. No. No. I will give them all to you. Song Jian waved his hand and said imposingly, watching Song Jian walk out and disappear into the night. Dr. Burston actually pulled out a necklace from his collar. The pendant of this necklace was a small metal ball, only the size of a fingernail, and the surface seemed to be cut with hundreds of interfaces. Under the dim light, it flickered with a strange light. He took off the metal ball pendant and pressed it lightly. The ball began to change rapidly, and the surface section kept moving. Dr. Burston threw the ball forward. The ball floated in the air and soon turned into a huge plane, like a silver white cloth. This silver metal plane, which was 6 or 7 square meters, floated tightly in front of the doctor, completely violating all physical laws. The doctor put all the jewelry one by one on this silver metal plane, and lightly pressed it again. This silver metal plane began to curl inwards, and soon it turned into a metal ball again. The doctor hung the ball back on the necklace, looked back at the vast night, and whispered to himself, the boy is good, but it's a pity. I don't know if I can find that thing in this garbage station. If I can find it, maybe I can create a second city guardian. Chapter 62 Upgrade. The second ring of tasks has no time limit. Robert is a wandering boss in this city. If you deliberately look for him, it will be time-consuming and laborious, and you may not be able to find him. More importantly, although this task is just a suggestion, it is obviously a necessary condition to complete this task at level 10. If you rush to complete it before level 10, then even if you encounter this patrolling boss, you will not be able to defeat it, and you will lose your life in vain. Song Jian is only level 5 now, and he needs a lot of experience points to reach level 10. The experience points in this game increase in a step-by-step manner. The first few levels are easy to say, but after level 5, more and more experience points are needed to upgrade the level. It will probably take a long time for Song Jian to reach level 10. After leaving the garbage dump, Song Jian did not summon his motorcycle, but found the place where he hid the pickup truck and drove the pickup truck onto the highway. There were more mutant zombies on the highway at night. Song Jian stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the pickup truck roared and rammed the mutant zombies on the road. System: you killed a LV3 mutant zombie using the vehicle pickup truck and gained 96 experience points. The mutant zombies at night are stronger than those during the day, but in front of the pickup truck with a speed of 110 miles, they are still as fragile as raccoons and are directly knocked away or crushed. Song Jian only felt a slight bump, and then he ran over a zombie. This upgrade was extremely fast, and there was a sense of pleasure in violence. The only regret was that he could not stop to pick up the items dropped by the zombies. Once the pickup truck slowed down, it would be very difficult to accelerate again on this road full of zombies. It was easy to be surrounded by zombies. With Song Jian's current strength, being surrounded by so many zombies, no matter how thick-skinned he was, he would only end up dead. The pickup truck was spewing thick smoke and speeding on the highway. Looking at the flashing items on the ground along the way, Song Jian felt as if his heart was being pulled. System, your experience value is full, and your level is upgraded to level 6. You get 1 skill point, and your lost health value is fully restored. The level has been upgraded, which is expected. Song Jian's experience value at level 5 has already increased by more than half. Now, there are at least hundreds of mutant zombies killed along the way. It is time to upgrade. It was dark at night. Even with the headlights on, you could only see a dozen meters ahead, and you can't see the left and right. Song Jian drove all the way, and after driving more than 10 kilometers, he finally stopped slowly. It's not that he doesn't want to keep driving and upgrading, but the highway ahead is blocked. Hundreds of cars collided with each other in the middle of the road, spreading for hundreds of meters. If Song Jian had a better driving skill, he could turn the car around quickly with just a drift. But it was obvious that Song Jian's current level was not up to the standard. So he could only stop slowly and turn around slowly like a rookie with a new driver's license. At this time, the zombies around him began to slowly surround him. The pickup truck made a loud noise, and Song Jian turned on the headlights, so even zombies beyond the warning range would be attracted. At this time, a large group of zombies were attracted to stagger over from a few hundred meters behind him. Once time passed, Song Jian would be surrounded by zombies. After carefully turning the pickup truck around, Song Jian took out his pistol and pulled the trigger at the zombies that were already close to the pickup truck. Bang, bang, bang. Every shot hit the zombie's head. The 4th level gunpowder weapon pistol basic gave Song Jian extremely strong accuracy, almost comparable to a soldier who had practiced for more than 3 years. The zombie that was hit in the head had a thick liquid spurting out from behind its head, and its body fell down softly, turning into black ash. He killed a dozen zombies that were attracted from the surroundings one by one, got off the car, picked up a few white quality materials and zombie cores, and got on the pickup truck again. At this time, more zombies surrounded him. Song Jian didn't even look at them. He stepped on the accelerator to the maximum. The pickup truck trembled violently, making waves of crazy roars. The speed soared to the extreme in a few seconds and rushed forward like an arrow. It's not that Song Jian didn't want to continue upgrading, but the large wave of zombies behind him was about to surround him. There was not much distance left for him to speed up. Once the pickup truck couldn't speed up, Song Jian could only choose between dying miserably and dying more miserably. Wu, Song Jian shouted, driving the pickup truck fiercely into the zombie group. For a moment, the pickup truck trembled violently, as if it was driving on a rugged mountain road at high speed, and it was possible to overturn and roll down the cliff at any time. Song Jian felt like he was driving a small sailboat on a rough sea. If he was not careful, he would capsize and sink to the bottom of the sea. This kind of life and death excitement made Song Jian's adrenaline surge, and he became extremely excited. His hands were like iron, tightly grasping the steering wheel to control the direction. Dong dong dong. The pickup truck swayed greatly at the speed, and it looked like it was about to overturn at any time. Ha ha ha. So cool! Song Jian shouted and rushed out of the zombie group, leaving behind only a dozen items emitting white light and a large number of mutant zombies that he had not hit. This violent collision directly reduced the durability of the pickup truck by a quarter, and the front bumper was deeply dented. The whole car began to emit faint black smoke. It seems that this method will not last long, Song Jian thought with some regret. In just over 10 minutes, the experience value of level 6 increased by 1/3. This upgrade speed is already very fast. Usually, when seeing such a large group of zombies, Song Jian would just turn around and kill them one by one. If he wants to increase the current experience value, he must hunt for at least 30 hours continuously. After rushing through this wave of zombies, the road ahead suddenly became empty. It seems that all the zombies around have been attracted and mixed into the large wave of zombies. After driving forward for a while, Song Jian slowly stopped, picked up the items dropped by the zombies, turned around, and rushed towards the large group of zombies chasing him. After driving back and forth 3 times, The durability of the pickup truck has dropped to an extremely dangerous level. The thick black smoke is getting bigger and bigger, and flames are even starting to come out from the rear of the car from time to time. Song Jian jumped out of the car with some regret and walked away. Took a look at the experience value, which had just been upgraded to level 6. At this time, the experience value has reached 82%, and it will soon be upgraded to level 7. It only takes more than half an hour. This car is useless, but it's worth it. Song Jian closed the personal attribute interface, pulled out the dagger, and slowly walked towards the scattered mutant zombies behind him. After several rounds of collisions, most of the zombies had been eliminated. Now there are only a few mutant zombies left on this section of the highway. They can no longer threaten Song Jian. Now is the time for Song Jian to harvest the spoils. Just as Song Jian rushed towards the zombies, with a bang, the pickup truck behind him suddenly exploded. Flame shot up into the sky, and a wave of air spread in all directions. Just then, a system prompt appeared in front of him. System, you have been trying to drive the pickup truck for more than 30 minutes. And you have learned the skill, vehicle driving. Vehicle driving, passive. Level 1. You can skillfully drive a C-class small car, and the driving speed is increased by 30%, and the vehicle stability is increased by 10%. Chapter 63 Mutated Tree Roots. Another skill? Song Jian was stunned. After taking a look at the newly learned skill, he continued to walk forward with a blank expression. Although this game does not increase attribute points every time you upgrade, some basic skills are still easy to understand, which can slightly enhance the strength of some novice players, at least allowing people to enter the game without being unable to move forward. After hundreds of hours of practice, Song Jian is now very good at using the dagger. The basic action of straight stabbing has almost been engraved in his bones, and has become an instinct. Combined with flexible steps and body movements, Song Jian has become a death-like existence in front of the slow-moving mutant zombies. After killing a dozen or so mutant zombies, Song Jian's experience value increased to 89%. The highway was very empty at this time. Every few meters, there would be one or more glowing items placed on the road, waiting for people to pick them up. Song Jian rode his motorcycle along the highway, picking up items dropped by mutant zombies as he walked. That night, Song Jian killed at least a few hundred mutant zombies. Even if the chance of explosion was small, Song Jian's baggage column was gradually enriched. However, most of the items he picked up were some zombie materials and zombie cores, and there was no particularly precious equipment. At least, we have collected enough zombie cores for the construction of the blood pool. Song Jian glanced at the parcel column and shrugged his shoulders to comfort himself. As we walked along, the sky gradually brightened. Looking at the map, we were still about 3 or 4 kilometers away from the grove where we collected wood before. There are more wood and stone here. If we go to that grove now, there will be more people robbing. It's better to collect here. Song Jian glanced at the woods on both sides of the highway and thought to himself. The grove before was the closest collection point to the birthplace community. With the current strength of the players, they dare not leave too far. Everyone crowded in that grove to collect wood. Many people saw the failure of the first person to build a safe house. Now no one is willing to build a safe house immediately. They all hope to collect as many materials as possible, build a higher defense, and have more defense measures. All of this is inseparable from a large amount of materials. Some people have even started shouting to buy materials at the edge of the grove. The price of 1 unit of wood has reached 1,000 renminbi, but there are very few people selling. On the one hand, these materials need to be used by themselves, and on the other hand, there is no credit supervision system. If you want to trade, you must first give the other party the materials in the game, and then leave the game before the other party can trade RMB. Once the other party loses trust, the person selling the materials will lose both money and materials, which is too risky. As for trading with the Doomsday coins in the game, the buyers are not willing to do so. Most people are saving money to buy tools for collection, and they are simply spending more than they earn, so they are reluctant to use Doomsday coins. It's here. The area of this forest looks at least twice as large as before. Song Jian walked along the highway, looking around, and saw a forest. His eyes suddenly lit up. This forest is very dense, and the thinnest tree is as thick as 2 people hugging, and the diameter of the largest tree probably requires 4 or 5 people to hug. The area is very wide, and there is no end in sight. The forest has even spread to the black fog on the edge of the city. Just what can be seen is already several kilometers in range. After getting off the highway, Song Jian came to the edge of the forest and randomly picked a tree. He swung his fist and hit it hard. Bang, bang, bang. In the quiet forest, there were bursts of hitting sounds. A few minutes later, a big tree disappeared out of thin air and turned into wood and automatically flew into Song Jian's bag. Not bad. Not bad. It actually gave me nearly 100 units of wood. Not bad. It seems that the thicker the tree, the older the tree, the more wood can be collected. Song Jian nodded with satisfaction and walked towards the next big tree. This forest is very strange. There are only big trees, but no rocks, which makes Song Jian, who wants to start collecting rocks, a little disappointed. What Song Jian didn't realize was that this forest was unusually quiet. Although other forests were also very quiet, there were always some insects and birds chirping, and even some small animals like squirrels and rabbits. But in this forest, apart from the big trees, there was no other life. So naturally there would be no other noises. No one in the whole forest competed with Song Jian. And Song Jian cut wood very quickly. In a short while, more than 1,000 units of wood had been stored in his parcel column. It's so comfortable. The whole forest is mine. Ha ha. Song Jian smiled. Now there are nearly 5,000 units of wood. But Song Jian is still not satisfied and wants to collect more. Just as Song Jian was walking deeper into the woods, he suddenly felt a slight tremor coming from the ground under his feet. He immediately had a bad feeling in his heart and quickly jumped to the side. Swoosh! A wooden thorn as thick as an arm suddenly pierced out from the ground. The surface of the thorn was mottled, and the tip was sharp like a spear. It looked like a tree root. If Song Jian hadn't reacted quickly, he would have been pierced into a candied hawes. Soon, the ground kept rolling, and the tree roots, like earth dragons, pierced towards Song Jian. What the hell is this? Song Jian said in surprise. In Song Jian's eyes, these tree roots were like monsters, with their own names and health values. LV1 mutant tree roots. Ordinary. Health, 10. Level 1 monsters? But this number is a bit too much. Song Jian retreated repeatedly, thinking in his heart. Swish. Waving the dagger, he cut off several tree roots that stabbed at him, with a health value of 10 points. Song Jian could cut it off with one strike. But there were too many tree roots, which made Song Jian a little overwhelmed for a while. The cut tree roots, like dead snakes, bounced on the ground twice and then stopped moving. After a while, the ground was covered with a thick layer of tree roots about 1 foot long. Poof! There were too many tree roots, and finally one of them bypassed Song Jian's wielding dagger and stabbed his shoulder. At the moment when the tree root stabbed his shoulder, a small piece of the zombie leader's armor emerged to resist the attack of the tree root. This attack only caused 2 points of damage to Song Jian. For a moment, Song Jian was very calm and rushed forward instead of retreating. Suddenly, dozens of tree roots swept towards Song Jian from all directions, like a beast opening its bloody mouth, wanting to swallow Song Jian in one gulp. Chapter 64 Mutated Tree Spirit. Swish, swish, swish. A few silver lights flashed, and dozens of tree roots around Song Jian were all broken and fell around him, constantly jumping. And soon there was no sound. Boom. 7 or 8 meters away from Song Jian, a thick and lush tree trembled violently, as if trying to break free from the earth shackles and drill out of the ground. On its gully-filled trunk, an old human face slowly emerged, looking very strange. Bang bang. Countless tree roots, surrounding this big tree, drilled out of the ground one after another. This big tree was like a big octopus with countless tentacles, buried underground. Song Jian looked intently, and above the tree, a property description with a red glow appeared. LV5 Mutant Tree Spirit. HP 320/320. Features: Tree Root Mutation. Super Recovery. Song Jian took out his pistol, aimed at the mutant tree spirit and pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang. The bullets hit the mutant tree spirit, and it was like hitting steel, with tiny sparks emitting, and several single-digit damage floated above the mutant tree spirit's head. The mutant tree spirit was hurt, and struggled even more frantically, and soon drilled out of the soil, with countless mutant tree roots entangled with each other, forming 2 thick thighs. At first glance, it looked like a strong human being 7 or 8 meters tall. Its skin is quite thick. Song Jian felt a toothache, The pistol bullet could only cause 5 or 6 points of damage. For the mutant tree spirit with more than 300 points of health, this amount of damage was similar to 2 mosquito bites. Moreover, it also had a quick recovery feature. If the damage did not reach a certain power, it would not be able to kill the monster at all. Ground Fangs. Song Jian used his only long-range attack skill. A fang-shaped air mass made a sharp whistling sound and rushed towards the mutant tree spirit from the ground. With the slow speed of the mutant tree spirit, it had no time to react and was hit hard. Bang! Large pieces of wood chips flew in all directions. One of the mutant tree spirit's legs was actually broken into 2 pieces. Dozens of entangled tree roots exploded and scattered all over the ground. Boom! One of the mutant tree spirit's legs could not support its huge body at all, and it fell directly to the ground with a roar. Puff! The mutant tree spirit's other leg also suddenly spread out, turning into dozens of mutant tree roots, sweeping towards Song Jian. Song Jian did not retreat but advanced, waving a dagger while cutting the mutant tree roots and approaching the tree spirit's body. The mutant tree spirit struggled and wanted to stand up again, but it lost half of its roots. It was simply impossible for a 7 or 8 meter tall tree to stand up again. Song Jian wielded the dagger, and each strike could cut off 5 or 6 tree roots. But more tree roots rushed towards him, and for a moment, he was a little flustered. Clang, clang, clang. Some mutant tree roots that escaped the net stabbed into his body like spears, but were blocked by the zombie leader armor. Single-digit damage emerged from the top of Song Jian's head. For Song Jian, who had 250 points of blood, this amount of damage was not worth mentioning. Song Jian rushed to the tree spirit, wielding the dagger and stabbing it hard at the hard tree trunk. Clang! The blade of the dagger only penetrated 1/3 of the way, and it could not go in any further. A dozen points of damage floated up from the top of the tree spirit's head. Song Jian frowned slightly, turned over and rode on the tree spirit, constantly stabbing at the tree trunk. The mutant tree spirit roared and rolled its huge body, trying to throw Song Jian off. There were still a dozen tree roots left, which kept harassing it. For a moment, Song Jian felt a little irritated. Jumping down from the tree spirit's trunk, Song Jian rushed to the roots of the tree spirit, wielding a dagger, and cut off all the remaining dozen mutant tree roots. This time, the roots of the mutant tree spirit were bare, and the longest root was no more than 1 foot long, which no longer posed any threat to Song Jian. Although the mutant tree spirit was only a level 5 ordinary monster, it had high defense and fast blood recovery. There were also a group of mutant tree roots similar to small monsters. Its strength was not much different from that of ordinary elites. The only disadvantage was that its attack was not high enough, and it did not have many means of attack. Song Jian wielded the dagger and chopped the tree trunk continuously. Ding 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 ding. Explosion. After 5 chops and 5 layers of poisonous marks, Song Jian released the dagger's own skill Poisonous Nova, which directly caused more than 100 points of damage to emerge from the mutant tree spirit's head. After 2 consecutive poisonous novas, the mutant tree spirit's blood was only about 20 points. At this time, a burst of green light suddenly appeared around the mutant tree spirit, and the blood was rapidly increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a short while, it increased to 50%. And this time, it was not without cost. Almost all the leaves on the mutant tree spirit's body withered and fell off, and even the branches became dry and fragile. Still breathing, Song Jian hummed, and continued to swing the dagger at the tree spirit. The tree spirit's recovery this time only delayed its death. In the end, it could not withstand Song Jian's attack. Its blood and chi were 0. The mutant tree spirit let out a low wail, and the light in its eyes dissipated. The whole tree turned into a dead tree lying on the ground. The moment after the mutant tree spirit died, several balls of light flashing with light jumped out of its body and scattered around its body. 3 blood and chi recovery fruits, a tree spirit seedling that can be planted, and 500 units of wood. Hiss! This tree spirit is awesome. It dropped so many things? Song Jian looked at the items on the ground and his eyes lit up. Although all of these items are white quality items, they all have their own uses. Blood recovery fruit white. Food. Use effect. Can restore 50 blood points after use. Use requirements. None. Can be taken out of the game. Yes. Tree spirit seedling white. Rare item. Use effect. Can be planted in the spiritual land, occupying 2 standard spiritual lands. Can grow into a tree spirit, and there is a very small probability that it can grow into a dead tree guard. Use requirements. Have a safe house. Spiritual land 2. Can be taken out of the game. Yes. These 2 items made Song Jian very happy. The blood recovery fruit can be used as a potion in the absence of blood replenishing potions. And the tree spirit seedling can improve the defense of the safe house by a level. And it is more certain to complete the main task. As for the 500 standard units of wood, they were no different from what Song Jian had collected before. So they were simply stacked together and stored away. I'm afraid there is more than one mutant tree spirit in this forest. Song Jian looked into the depths of the deep and dark forest, with a meaningful smile on his face. Chapter 65 Trading. Song Jian continued to collect wood. But this time, he became more cautious during the collection process, and was always on the lookout for unusual movements around him. After collecting more than a dozen large trees, the ground shook slightly again, and Song Jian showed a look of joy on his face. Looking around, 5 or 6 meters away from his right hand, the outline of a human face slowly emerged on the trunk of a large tree. It's you? Without waiting for the mutant tree spirit to attack, Song Jian directly released the earth teeth thrust, and then his figure flashed, rushing towards the mutant tree spirit. Chi chi chi. A series of tree roots pierced out from the ground, but they could not catch Song Jian's figure at all. This time, Song Jian did not cut off the tree roots first, but went straight to the mutant tree spirit. The mutant tree spirit had few means of attack, and could not effectively attack Song Jian at all. Only the tree roots kept harassing him, and Song Jian focused on waving his dagger and releasing Toxic Nova. After 3 or 4 consecutive rounds of Toxic Nova, he directly killed the mutant tree spirit with only more than 300 points of health. As long as you are familiar with the attack method of the tree spirit, it is actually quite easy to hunt it. Song Jian exhaled and said to himself. As long as players are familiar with the monster's attack method, they can find the most efficient way to kill monsters. The first time they encounter a new monster, they are always cautious. But when they encounter it again, the opponent will become an experience pack and a material delivery team. This time, Song Jian only lost more than 20 points of chi and health, which is less than the first time. The main reason is that most of the tree roots have not had time to stretch out from the ground. The body of this mutant tree spirit has not even completely separated from the earth, and it was killed by Song Jian and turned into a dead tree that is still planted. This time, the explosion of the tree spirit was significantly reduced, and only 2 items were dropped. One was more than 800 standard units of wood, and the other was a chi and blood recovery fruit. Although they were all what Song Jian needed, he was still a little disappointed. In this way, a day passed, and in the evening, Song Jian finally stopped collecting, summoned a motorcycle, and drove back to his villa. The wood collection is almost done. Starting tomorrow, I will start collecting stone. Song Jian looked at the more than 10,000 units of wood in the parcel column, smiled slightly, and said to himself, at this time, Song Jian's level has reached level 7 and 23% more experience, and he has accumulated another skill point. Now Song Jian has 3 unused skill points. The amount of wood collected today is several times the amount collected before. Each big tree can collect 1 or 200 units of wood, but killing a mutant tree spirit can drop about 500 to 800 units of wood. This is why Song Jian collected so much wood today. Song Jian also collected more than a dozen chi and blood fruits. Although not every mutant tree spirit can drop chi and blood fruits, the chi and blood recovery fruit has a relatively good rate of explosion. During the battle, Song Jian still ate the grain snack, but he was reluctant to eat any chi and blood recovery fruits, resulting in Song Jian's chi and blood only being 50 or 60 points now. However, in the game, chi and blood loss can be fully recovered by sleeping for 5 or 6 hours. So Song Jian was reluctant to consume chi and blood recovery fruits and save them all. No one spoke that night. The next morning, Song Jian came to the small forest near the community. At this time, there were already more than a dozen people in the forest cutting down trees. Song Jian saw Li Ke and smiled at her. Brother Xiao Jian. Li Ke was very happy to see Song Jian. She waved her hand vigorously and said hello to him. Brother Xiao Jian. Where did you go yesterday? I went to do a task and got some good things, Song Jian said, and applied for a transaction with Li Ke. On the transaction interface, Song Jian put a few blood recovery fruits and 3,000 units of wood. Wow, Brother Xiao Jian, you've made a fortune. Li Ke looked at the 3,000 units of wood and was stunned. Liqueur was reluctant to use her delicate hands to collect wood. Every time, she had to spend several days to fight the first-level mutant zombies, and then sell the dropped items. After accumulating for a long time, she could buy a tool to collect here. Each time she collected, she could only collect for most of the day, and the tool was scrapped, and she had to continue to fight monsters to save money. This process is really hard. There is no fun in playing games at all. Just like working. Liqueur has a strong willpower to persist for so long. But even so, Liqueur has only accumulated less than 1,000 units of wood. Next time, brother will take you to a good place where you can quickly collect wood. Song Jian smiled and touched Liqueur's head and said. Hearing Song Jian's words, the eyes of the people around him lit up, and some even showed malicious looks in their eyes. But seeing the level shown by Song Jian, these people shrank back one by one, fearing that their eyes would be noticed by Song Jian. Most people's levels are around level 3 now, and Song Jian's level is obviously much higher than theirs. And he is obviously an expert. Personal information can actually be hidden. But in order to deter others, Song Jian did not hide his level and showed it openly. Expert, are you interested in doing business with me? Just then, a slightly fat middle-aged man in his 30s slowly came to Song Jian's side, looked around like a thief, and asked in a low voice. Business? Song Jian narrowed his eyes and looked up and down at this person. The other party's level was only level 2, holding a simple stone axe in his hand, sweating profusely, staring at Song Jian with a pair of small eyes, with an expectant look on his face. What kind of business do you want to do with me? Song Jian asked. Anything is fine. I accept everything. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, equipment, weapons, skill books, wood, stone, doomsday coins. I accept them all, and you can settle with RMB. Don't worry. I am Zhao Sihai, the chairman of Sihai Group, and I will never take things without paying. Sihai Group is the largest listed company in Linhai City. It is said that Zhao Sihai, the chairman of Sihai Group, is worth more than 1 billion and is the richest man in Linhai City. Such a person, Song Jian, let alone knowing him in the real world. Even if he approaches, he will probably be driven away by the bodyguards as someone with bad intentions. Sorry, I'm not interested in RMB. You can either trade with me with Doomsday coins or trade with me with items that I'm interested in. Otherwise, forget it, Song Jian said calmly. Chapter 66 Boss Coordinates. Hearing that Song Jian was unwilling to use RMB for transactions, Zhao Sihai smiled bitterly. Brother, you are making things difficult for me. Doomsday coins are too hard to earn. No one is willing to use Doomsday coins for transactions. As for barter, I'm afraid I don't have anything that you are interested in. Zhao Sihai looked at the words level LV4 on Song Jian's head and shook his head gently. Then there is nothing I can do. Song Jian's mouth curled up slightly. His shoulders shrugged, and he made an indifferent gesture. Song Jian did not think that other players in the game would have something that he was interested in. After all, the levels of other people were too low. Song Jian is different from other players. When other players are afraid, Song Jian adjusts his mentality immediately. When other players hide in the room and tremble, Song Jian has already taken his weapon to the street to hunt monsters. When other players are afraid of pain and are unwilling to collect wood with their fists, Song Jian's hands are already bleeding, and there is not even a piece of good skin on the back of his hands. When other players dare not leave the vicinity of the novice residential area, Song Jian has already driven a car and ran to a place dozens of kilometers away to complete the side quest. Until now, there are still many players who are playing the game with a casual mentality. But Song Jian knows that this game is more cruel than reality. In the real world, Song Jian had just graduated and had been waiting for an opportunity. But as an ordinary person with no background and no connections, it was too slim to wait for such an opportunity. Until the appearance of this game, Song Jian realized as soon as he entered the game that the opportunity he had been waiting for was this game. Now, he just needs to firmly grasp this opportunity. Seeing Song Jian's indifferent and contemptuous smile, Zhao Sihai's face darkened slightly. He even forgot when he last saw such an expression. And what happened to that person now? Zhao Sihai felt that his dignity was offended, and he wanted to teach this ignorant boy a lesson. I know the location of a level 5 elite boss. I wonder if I can trade it with you. Zhao Sihai took a deep breath and said with a look of surprise. The location of the level 5 elite boss? Song Jian's expression moved. He knew that the elite boss meant better equipment, better items, and of course, greater risks. But now, he is no longer afraid of the level 5 elite boss. Although his level is a few levels higher than mine, this game upgrade does not increase attribute values. Even if he has a few more skill points than me, his strength will not be significantly improved when he encounters a level 5 elite boss. Zhao Sihai sneered in his heart, but did not show it on his face. What do you want? Song Jian pondered for a moment and asked. Doomsday coins? Zhao Sihai blurted out. How much? Song Jian asked. 50. No. 30 is fine. Zhao Sihai quickly changed his words. 30 Doomsday coins are equivalent to 30 pieces of white-quality zombie materials. If you hunt by yourself, you have to hunt at least 100 zombies to drop so many materials. For a novice player, it is also a small fortune. 30. Song Jian pondered for a moment, nodded and said, okay. But you have to sign a system contract. The system contract is part of the game trading system. When two people are trading, they can apply to the system, and the system guarantees the authenticity of the items traded by the two people. For those who trade information like Song Jian, the system can even verify the authenticity of the information in advance based on the content of the transaction. Soon, a trading interface appeared in front of Song Jian and Zhao Sihai. Song Jian only needed to put 30 Doomsday coins on it, while Zhao Sihai had to clearly mark the coordinates of the level 5 elite boss on the map provided by the trading system. And the error rate could not exceed 3%. Otherwise the system would consider it as deception, and the credit value would decrease. After a while, Song Jian saw a line of system prompts on the trading interface. The information provided by the other party has been confirmed by the system, with an accuracy rate of 92%. And the transaction can be carried out. Song Jian clicked the confirmation button, and the 30 Doomsday coins disappeared. A virtual map appeared in front of Song Jian, with a yellow water drop-shaped figure on it, indicating the location of the level 5 elite boss. Although the system ensures the authenticity of the transaction content between the two parties, such a transaction is not without loopholes. If Zhao Sihai defeats the level 5 elite boss in advance after the transaction is completed, Song Jian will lose 30 Doomsday coins in vain and get nothing. After the transaction was completed, Zhao Sihai did not leave, but continued to pester Song Jian. Master, are you really not going to trade in RMB? How about exchanging one Doomsday coin for 10,000 renminbi? Zhao Sihai asked without giving up. From Zhao Sihai's point of view, from the clothes Song Jian is wearing now, it can be seen that Song Jian is not very rich in the real world. Or in other words, he lives in a very difficult situation. Song Jian was a little impatient, frowned slightly, glared at Zhao Sihai, and said, no need. Every character in the game can put the game equipment into the game bar after obtaining it. The equipment in the game bar can be hidden and not displayed. If you choose to display it, then what you wear is the appearance of the game equipment. If you choose not to display it, then what the player wears is what he wears in the real world when entering the game. Song Jian, who has hunted thousands of mutant zombies and even killed NPCs in the game himself, already has a slight murderous aura on his body. When he glared at him, Zhao Sihai felt terrified, as if he had met a natural enemy. With a flattering smile on his face, Zhao Sihai bent down slightly and slowly stepped back. After glancing at the players on his left and right, Zhao Sihai took out a stone axe from the parcel column and began to collect wood. After saying hello to Likir, Song Jian began to collect stones with his fists. Bang bang bang. Song Jian felt a slight pain as his fists hit the hard rock. His hands, which had no feeling when collecting wood, felt pain again. But this time, it was much better than the first time he collected wood, at least after hitting it more than a dozen times. Song Jian's fists were only slightly red, and even the skin was not broken. With a slight smile, Song Jian smashed the rock fiercely under the stunned gaze of everyone. Pieces of rock shattered, turned into white light, and automatically flew into Song Jian's bag. With his bare hands, Song Jian's collection speed was faster than that of others with pickaxes. For a moment, the people who were collecting stones around were jealous. Soon, Song Jian understood the quarrying technique, and the efficiency of stone mining increased by 5%. Just then, the sky gradually darkened, and it was less than half an hour before night. Chapter 67 Zombie Bloodline. Night is about to fall, and many people begin to pack up their tools, replenish food and water, and prepare to leave the grove and spend the night in the safe house of their choice. Only a few brave and careful players dare to go out hunting at night. Most ordinary players hide in their rooms, block the doors and windows tightly, and pray that monsters will not come. And those players who dare to go out hunting at night are also the ones who die the fastest. The danger at night is several times that of the day. Many times, a player is seen going out at night, and he is no longer seen the next day. Big brother, it's dark. I have to go back. Li Qiu looked at Song Jian, who was still collecting, and said with some concern, "Okay, Qiu, I'll take you back." Song Jian smiled and rubbed his wrist and said, "Bang." The last punch hit the rock hard, and only a small half of the rock was left. It broke into pieces and turned into white light and flew into Song Jian's bag column. In just less than an hour, Song Jian collected nearly 200 units of stone, which was much faster than those players who used pickaxes. And Song Jian also felt that his skill unarmed combat fist and palm basic seemed to have improved rapidly. After sending Li Qiu back to the safe house she chose, it was completely dark and the moon rose in the sky. Looking at the crescent moon in the sky, Song Jian suddenly thought of the figure that he saw swallowing the essence of the moon at night. Since he saw it once that night, Song Jian has never seen that figure again. But the figure who stepped on the void and absorbed the essence of the moon had been deeply imprinted in Song Jian's mind. And he could not forget it. If I could reach that level someday, that would be great. Song Jian envied in his heart. Just when Song Jian was about to return to his safe house, he suddenly saw a hunched figure on the street, killing zombies quickly. What was surprising was that this figure actually went deep into the zombie group, and the zombies around him ignored him. Even the zombie he attacked just roared and kept resisting and escaping, and did not attack him. Song Jian hid behind a half-collapsed wall and watched carefully. After observing for a while, he found that the attack method of this figure was very similar to that of a mutant zombie. If the target of his attack was not a zombie, Song Jian would have determined that he was a mutant zombie. Strange. Why can't I check his attributes? Song Jian frowned slightly. You know, in the game, whether it is a monster or an NPC, the name and level will be on the top of the head and cannot be changed. But the zombie in front of him, who attacked the zombie, has a bald head. Could it be that this guy is a player? Song Jian showed a surprised look on his face. If all the impossibilities were ruled out, then the remaining answer, even if it was outrageous, could only be the truth of the facts. Roar. While attacking the zombies, the figure suddenly went crazy. After a roar, he hugged the zombie's body and kept chewing and sucking on its neck. Song Jian's eyes twitched. This guy was too cold. He originally wanted to get in touch with the other party, but his desire faded. In Song Jian's eyes, this player was no different from a zombie, both in terms of habits and actions. I hope he can return to normal when he returns to the real world, and never bring this habit back to the real world. Song Jian silently glanced at the figure and quietly retreated back to the villa. The player who looked no different from a mutant zombie was the only player from the White Tiger gang who survived and got the zombie bloodline. Xiaomao. Xiaomao's full name is Wang Xiaomao. He is only 16 years old. He dropped out of school in the first grade of junior high school. He wandered around in society every day, frequenting internet cafes and karaoke bars. Although he did not formally join any gang, in the eyes of people around him, he was no different from those gangsters in society. After Wang Xiaomao got the zombie bloodline, he always had a bloodthirsty impulse in his heart. After eating the corpse of the zombie leader, this impulse became stronger. This impulse is especially strong during the battle. As the battle continues, this impulse will become stronger and stronger. As this bloodthirsty impulse becomes stronger, Wang Xiaomao's combat power will also become stronger. After obtaining the zombie bloodline, Wang Xiaomao's physical attributes have also been enhanced to a certain extent. Although not high, he has a special talent that his attributes will not be halved during the day, but will be doubled at night. Therefore, Wang Xiaomao, who has obtained the zombie bloodline, is much higher than other players at the starting point. But his disadvantage is also obvious. That is, the bloodthirsty impulse in his heart. If a person with a strong will obtain such a bloodline, he will probably become the protagonist of any book, and will become stronger when he encounters strong people all the way, and reach the peak of his life. But it is obvious that Wang Xiaomao's willpower is not up to the standard. When Song Jian met him, he had already begun to be gradually corroded by the bloodthirsty impulse in his heart. It is likely that it will not be long before he will become another zombie leader and be completely lost in this game. Song Jian didn't know all this, but he had a faint feeling of rejection towards Wang Xiaomao. Seeing Wang Xiaomao's fighting style, Song Jian, as a human, had a natural resistance in his heart. After returning to the villa, Song Jian didn't rest immediately. His blood and qi were maintained at more than 80%. With such a high blood volume, even if he didn't sleep at night, it would slowly recover to full value as time went by. Although I can't go out to hunt monsters, I can't waste the night time, Song Jian thought to himself. Walking into the kitchen of the villa, Song Jian began to practice cooking, turning pieces of zombie meat into fried meat. At the same time, he was also trying to develop new recipes. But unfortunately, he failed in the end and lost a lot of cooking materials. After spending more than 3 hours to use up all the cooking materials in the parcel column, Song Jian looked at the hundreds of zombie fangs in the parcel column and shook his head helplessly. To refine the medicine, you need a set of refining equipment. And this refining equipment has the same properties as the radio that you accidentally obtained at the beginning. It must be placed in a safe house recognized by the system before it can be used. Song Jian not only has no refining equipment, but also has not built a safe house. If this continues, I am afraid that his 16 parcel columns will not be enough. I must speed up the collection of stones in the next few days to build a safe house, Song Jian said in his heart. The main task is to create a safe house recognized by the system, which is really a very dangerous thing. With monsters besieging within a kilometer, it is definitely not possible to build a simple safe house. But to build a solid safe house, too many materials are needed, and it is difficult to find a balance between the two. Song Jian has been in this game for more than a week. The style of the game is Doomsday style, which is gloomy. After staying for a long time, it feels like a big stone is pressing on my heart, making me breathless. Before creating a safe house, I may be able to transform some other buildings first. Song Jian looked at the fence surrounding the villa with a thoughtful expression. Chapter 68 Recharge. Song Jian came to the villa courtyard. His feet were muddy, and the courtyard was covered with a thick layer of fallen leaves, some of which were rotten and emitted an unpleasant smell. The courtyard was surrounded by a circle of fences more than half a person high, close to the stone road in front. Many of the fences were damaged, and at the easternmost part of the villa, they even collapsed for more than 3 meters. Such an existence could not play any defensive role. Song Jian stared at a section of the fence for a while, and the attributes of the fence appeared in front of him. Damaged fences can be transformed. On the fence transformation interface, a 1.2 meter high wooden wall appeared. You can choose to replace a section of the fence with a wooden wall. If you replace it with a wooden wall, you will need to consume 5 units of wood. Song Jian selected the wooden wall, and then the system prompt appeared in front of him. Do you want to transform it? Yes. Boom. A solid wooden wall fell from the sky, and at the same time, the wood in Song Jian's parcel was reduced by 5 units. After the transformation, the system prompted again. Do you want to transform all the broken fences into wooden walls? Song Jian was slightly stunned. It seems that this game system is quite user-friendly, and he doesn't need to transform it section by section. Yes. After the selection, a series of virtual wooden walls fell from the sky, and the wood in the parcel was reduced by nearly 200 units. After the wood was deducted, the virtual wooden wall became solid in an instant. Wooden wall. Level 1. Defense 100. After the transformation, the properties of the wooden wall are obviously much stronger than the fence just now. Level 1 wooden wall. Could it be that this wooden wall can be upgraded to level 2? Song Jian was slightly stunned, and the corners of his mouth gradually curled up. Keep improving. Soon, all level 1 wooden walls were upgraded to level 2, and the defense increased from 100 to 200, and the wood consumed reached 800 units. After the level 2 wooden wall, there is the level 3 wooden wall, with a defense of 300 and consuming 3,000 units of wood. The wood consumed by the level 3 wooden wall alone is already higher than that of the safe house transformation. After the 3rd level wooden wall, if you want to continue to upgrade, you have to transform it into a 1st level stone wall. However, if you want to transform all of them into 1st level stone walls, you need to consume more than 300 units of stone. Song Jian only has more than 100 stones in his parcel column, so he can only transform the walls in some places into stone walls. and the rest are still third-level wooden walls. I didn't expect that the materials needed for the transformation would be so much. Song Jian frowned, looking at the less than 7,000 units of wood in the parcel column. His heart sank. Originally, I thought that more than 10,000 units of wood were more than enough to transform a safe house. But just one wall consumed more than 3,000 units of wood to upgrade. If you want to transform an ideal safe house, the amount of wood you need may be an astronomical number. As for the stone, Song Jianshan shook his head. It seemed that he would need to stay in this game for a long time. The walls can be upgraded individually, but the villa cannot be upgraded. Before, Song Jian could renovate the whole villa, or only renovate a door or a window. But now when Song Jian is ready to renovate only a door or a wall, the system will issue a prompt. Do you want to renovate this place as a safe house? If you choose yes, then the whole villa will be renovated. If you choose no, you will exit the renovation interface and cannot make scattered renovations. At this time, a white edge has appeared on the horizon, and the sun is about to rise. The monsters on the street are also beginning to become weak, hiding in the dark alleys. Song Jian left the villa and walked towards the grove. Along the way, he encountered scattered trees and rocks. Song Jian did not miss any of them and collected them all. Now Song Jian's collection speed is very fast. It only takes 3 to 4 minutes to collect all the big trees. It takes no more than 5 minutes to collect a rock that is more than 1 person tall. The efficiency is very high. When Song Jian came to the grove again, there were nearly 100 units of rocks and 500 units of wood in his bag. After entering the grove, Song Jian began to collect. After a while, players began to come here to collect. The scene in front of him gave Song Jian the feeling of working in a company. Soon, Song Jian saw Li Ke rubbing her eyes and yawning while walking. Ke, here. Song Jian waved. Li Ke's eyes lit up when she saw Song Jian, and she ran over happily. Little Jin brother. Seeing Li Ke, Song Jian was unwilling to stay in this small forest any longer. There were too few trees here. Only more than 300. With Song Jian's current collection speed, he could collect all the trees in this small forest in a few hours, so that the remaining novice players would have nothing to collect. There are already 20 to 30 people collecting in this small forest. If Song Jian really did this, he would probably offend the public. Moreover, Song Jian was unwilling to compete with these people, so he pulled Li Ke and walked towards the highway. Seeing Song Jian and Li Ke leave, several people looked at each other, put away their tools, and quietly followed. The name of Master Song Jian has spread in this area, when others are only level 3 or 4. Song Jian, who is level 7, is already a person that many people look up to. Seeing Song Jian leave with a little girl, some smart people began to wonder if there was any advantage to be taken, and quietly followed. As a result, when they followed to the highway, these people were surprised to find that Song Jian actually summoned an off-road motorcycle, put Li Ke on the car, jumped on the motorcycle, and drove away. Fuck. Are we playing the same game? A group of people looked at Song Jian, who was driving away on a motorcycle. Stunned. Krypton gold. This guy must have recharged money. A big dog. How is it possible? You can recharge money for me and take a look. Can you find the recharge interface? A group of people stood beside the highway and discussed loudly. Someone actually shouted to the air, System. I want to recharge. System. Show the recharge interface. Wow. Little brother. So fast. Haha. Li Ke opened her 2 little hands, made a hug gesture, and laughed. She was not afraid at all on the speeding motorcycle, but was amused and very happy. Brother will take you to fight the boss. Xiao Jian shouted loudly. Boss? Okay. I like fighting the boss the most. Haha. Ke laughed like a silver bell along the way. The purpose of Song Jian's trip was to get the information about the location of the boss that he traded with Zhao Sihai yesterday. He originally planned to kill the boss overnight, but after thinking about it, Song Jian decided to go the next day. Once the boss's lair is determined, it is difficult to change, and there is no rush. The motorcycle was very fast, and in a short while, the two came to a park. It is only 5 kilometers away from Camel Square in a straight line. I'm afraid that Zhao Sihai also discovered this boss accidentally. Song Jian opened the map and took a look, thinking in his heart. Chapter 69, Unbreakable Defense. The name of this park marked on the map is Steel Forest Park. It is located in the southwest of Camel Square. The layout of the park is 2 gardens. The north garden is Fushan Steel Forest, and the south garden is Three Pine Steel Forest. The area of the entire park is about more than 10,000 square meters. The boss location marked by Zhao Sihai is in the Three Pine Steel Forest in the south garden. If you come from Camel Square, you need to take a long detour. But if you get off the highway, you can directly reach the entrance of the south garden. Before approaching the park, Song Jian heard the howling of mutant zombies coming from the Three Pine Steel Forest. Strange. Zombies should be very quiet during the day, only so crazy at night. Song Jian frowned slightly, put away the motorcycle, took Liquor's hand, and walked towards the gate of Sansong Steel Forest Park. The gate of the park was open at this time. The building of the ticket office next to it had collapsed, and there were weeds all around. It seemed that no one had been here for a long time. Entering the gate, Song Jian felt as if he had penetrated a thin membrane, and felt like entering a soap bubble. Hey, the air here seems to be much fresher than outside? Song Jian's eyes lit up, took a deep breath, and noticed something unusual. Brother, the air here smells so good. Liquor raised her head and sniffed hard, looking intoxicated. Hee. Be careful. The monsters here might be a little weird. Song Jian's heart became slightly alert. Opposite the entrance of Sansong Steel Forest Park, there is a row of dilapidated bungalows. At this time, in a bungalow with a window facing the park entrance, Zhao Sihai's eyes were red, staring at the park entrance. Seeing Song Jian and Liquor enter the park, Zhao Sihai showed a smile of evil plan succeeded on his face. Hey, I knew you would come to hunt this boss. Zhao Sihai wiped his face hard, rubbed his numb face, and slowly stood up. After the deal with Song Jian, Zhao Sihai stayed here all night without sleeping. His eyes were almost bleeding. However, God will not let those who work hard fail. Finally, he waited for Song Jian. Zhao Sihai just looked at the boss in Sansong Steel Forest Park from a distance, and felt trembling all over. The bloody smell on the other party was too strong, so Zhao Sihai did not dare to approach it at all. Moreover, there were many younger brothers guarding around the boss. With Zhao Sihai's ability, he couldn't even deal with the monsters in Sansong Steel Forest. No matter how high your level is, and how strong your strength is, it is still uncertain who will kill the boss in the end. Zhao Sihai sneered and took out a huge gun over 1 meter long from the package. M24 sniper rifle. This rifle exudes a cold metallic luster, with a body of more than 1 meter, a capacity of 5 rounds, a total weight of 5.27 kilograms, a range of up to 1 kilometer, and uses the M118 7.62mm special bullet. This sniper rifle can be equipped with 4 accessories: muzzle accessories, aiming accessories, cheek rests and magazine accessories. Zhao Sihai only found an 8-fold scope, which was now installed on the sniper rifle. Song Jian's back can be clearly seen through the 8-fold scope of the sniper rifle. Zhao Sihai trembled all over, looking at the back of Song Jian in the 8-fold scope, and almost couldn't help but pull the trigger. This M24 is extremely powerful. Even at night, it can kill a mutant zombie in one shot by hitting its head. If it is a player without any protective gear, the M24 can also kill the opponent directly with one shot. However, Zhao Sihai does not believe that a level 7 high-level player will not have any defense. If this shot cannot kill the opponent in one shot, then he may be the one to die. The M24 sniper rifle has a fatal flaw, which is that it cannot fire continuously. After each bullet is fired, the bolt must be pulled again. For ordinary players, this interval is the time to find cover. But for high-level players, it is the time to find the target and counterattack. Zhao Sihai did not pull the trigger until Song Jian took Liquor's hand and entered the park. I will use him to kill the boss. His head will be stored with me. Then both the head and the boss will be mine. In just a dozen seconds. Zhao Sihai was sweating profusely. Holding a sniper rifle, he hurried to the entrance of the park. After entering Sansong Steel Forest Park, Song Jian saw a mutant zombie wandering on the park path. This mutant zombie was different from the zombies he had encountered before. This zombie was as black as ink, exuding a metallic luster like pig iron, with a naked upper body and only a pair of worn-out trousers on the lower body. He was barefoot and had an iron chain as thick as his arm wrapped around his body, dragging on the ground. When he walked, the iron chain made a ding-dong sound. The 2 eyes of this mutant zombie were blood red, and the 2 fangs in its mouth also protruded from its lips. It looked no different from a vampire zombie. LV5 strong mutant zombie. Chi and blood value, 410/410. Characteristics, super defense. After checking the attributes of this mutant zombie, Song Jian felt a headache. The attributes of this level 5 mutant zombie were almost catching up with the elite boss of the same level. And now it was broad daylight. And this mutant zombie was not in the weak daytime state. Maybe it has something to do with the environment here, Song Jian thought to himself, thinking of the film and the air he felt when he entered here. Little brother, that monster looks quite powerful, Li Ke said with some concern. Song Jian touched Ke's little head and said with a smile, "Don't be afraid. Ke, I will be in the front. You just need to output in the back. Aim at the monster. But don't aim at brother." Ke nodded heavily and took out the silver quality crossbow from the parcel column. "Your crossbow seems to be a little different from before." Song Jian glanced at it casually and felt that the crossbow in Ke's hand seemed to have more complicated patterns on the surface than before. "Yes. My crossbow has been upgraded and is now level 2. Li Ke raised her crossbow, and her eyes curved into a crescent. Song Jian took a breath. Hiss. Upgradable weapons. This is too exaggerated. Ke, did you recharge? No. Xiaojian brother. When I entered the game and searched for supplies, the first thing I searched was this. I like it so much. As she said, Ke rubbed her face with the crossbow, looking like a treasure. Song Jian shook his head and confirmed again that Ke was the daughter of this game. Okay. Ke. Then I'll go up. Wait for me to grab the monster. And then you start attacking. Song Jian took a deep breath, raised his pistol, and aimed at the monster's head. Bang bang. P-18C pistol bullets poured out. And in a few seconds, more than a dozen bullets all hit the head of the mutant zombie. But after the bullets hit the zombie's head, a series of sparks appeared, making a dull impact sound. Bang bang bang. One by one, the damage appeared on the top of the mutant zombie's head. Song Jian opened his eyes. But it didn't break the defense? Chapter 70 Strong Mutated Zombies. Looking at the monster getting closer and closer, Song Jian frowned, with a look of surprise on his face. This defense is much stronger than the LV5 elite boss, when he attacked the zombie leader with a pistol before. This situation had never happened before. You know, the monster in front of him is just an ordinary level 5 monster. The pistol bullets were used up. Song Jian quickly removed the pistol from the equipment column, put it in the package column, and equipped the Sword of Corruption on the secondary weapon. Although this sword is not used, the Sword of Corruption can increase Song Jian's strength attribute a little. Only when Song Jian is equipped with the Sword of Corruption can his strength reach the current extreme 9 points. Holding the Beretta double-barreled shotgun in both hands, Song Jian rushed towards the monster. The closer the double-barreled shotgun is to the target, the greater its power. When he rushed to the monster 3 or 4 meters away, Song Jian pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! The upper and lower barrels almost sprayed out a flame at the same time, and 2 number 28 shotgun shells shot towards the monster in a 30-degree fan shape. Countless tiny steel balls shattered in the air into a rain of steel, covering the entire area in front of the strong mutant zombie. The air was also torn by the steel balls, making a sharp whistling sound. The distance was too close, and the strong mutant zombie had no time to react and could only bear the attack. The monster that was rushing towards Song Jian staggered, and its chest seemed to be bitten hard by a beast, and all the steel balls were deeply embedded in its flesh. Song Jian quickly threw the double-barreled shotgun behind him, pulled out the Fong Thorn, and rushed towards the monster. The strong mutant zombie had a flash of red in his eyes, and his right hand suddenly pulled forward. The iron chain wrapped around his arm made a sharp sound of breaking through the air, and it whipped towards Song Jian fiercely. At this time, Song Jian was less than 2 meters away from the strong mutant zombie, and the iron chain whipped him hard without warning. Bang! With a crisp metallic collision, the place hit by the iron chain showed a trace of mail. Song Jian felt a great force coming from his shoulder. His sprinting figure suddenly stagnated, and a damage of more than 10 points floated above his head. With the talent-thick skin and the defense of the zombie leader armor, Song Jian could still bear the loss of more than 10 points of blood. After all, no matter what, the strong mutant zombie is just an ordinary level 5 monster. Since the defense is so abnormal, if the attack is higher, how can those level 5 elite bosses be embarrassed? The battle continued. Song Jian waved the dagger, avoided the iron chain wrapped around the mutant zombie's body, and stabbed into the monster's body through the gap. Song Jian could feel that the skin of the strong mutant zombie was tough, and with the sharpness of the fong thorn, he could only penetrate 1/3 of the blade. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One after another, translucent crossbow arrows were inserted into the zombie's head, and more than 30 points of damage were floating out from its head. It is indeed a growing silver quality weapon, and it is powerful. Song Jian raised his eyebrows, and was very surprised. With such a strong defense, it can still deal more than 30 points of damage. It is conceivable how powerful the crossbow in Li Ke's hand is. The strong mutant zombie is not fast, even with the semi-long range attack method of the iron chain. As long as Li Ke is careful, it is not impossible to kill it alone. Can't let the little girl beat me, Song Jian thought to himself, and his hand speeded up a bit. Hiss, hiss, hiss. 5 almost imperceptible cutting sounds. 5 single-digit damages floated above the head of the strong mutant zombie. And then Song Jian shouted softly, "Explode!" Bang! A cloud of green smoke burst out from the body of the strong mutant zombie, and the blood value dropped a lot in an instant. This dagger is simply a bug. Song Jian couldn't help but sigh softly. Little brother, you are so powerful. Li Ke couldn't believe her eyes. A damage of more than 100 points floated above the head of the strong mutant zombie, which was really scary. Originally, she was a little worried that little Jian brother's damage was not enough. Li Ke had been suppressing her own damage for fear of OT. Now, she saw that little Jian brother was so strong. In that case, I will also exert my full strength. Li Ke encouraged herself secretly, with a serious expression on her face. Sniper burst. With a light shout, the translucent crossbow arrows shot from the silver crossbow almost formed a line and shot towards the monster. Swish, swish, swish. The strong mutant zombie's blood and chi were like a flood that had been released from the sluice gates. It was rapidly decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It originally had nearly 300 blood and chi points. After Li Ke finished releasing her skills and took a breath, it was only more than 20 points. His, more than 200 points of health damage. This is cheating. Right? Song Jian was stunned. He had overestimated Li Ke's strength, but he didn't expect that he still underestimated it. Ke, this skill is? Song Jian asked in surprise. Li Ke already had a high damage skill of explosive arrows, and now she has a sniper burst skill, which is no less powerful than the previous skill. Little brother, this is a skill that comes with the weapon after upgrading. It doesn't consume any energy, but the cooling time is a bit long. It takes 10 minutes. Li Ke happily raised the crossbow and waved it. With a show-off expression, Song Jian wielded the dagger and harvested the last 20 or so HP of the strong mutant zombie. The monster's knees softened, and it roared unwillingly and collapsed. After the monster died, it did not turn into black ash. 3 items fell out next to its body. 2 white-quality materials were tendons of a strong zombie and bone marrow of a strong zombie. And the other item was a blue-quality scroll. Tendons of a strong zombie white. Material can be used to make a longbow. Usage requirements: possess weapon-making skills at the bottom of the item attributes. There is a line of gray small words can be used to strengthen weapons. Bone marrow of a strong zombie white. Material can be used to prepare potions. Use requirements: have potion-making skills. At the bottom of the item attributes, there is also a line of gray small words can be used to strengthen potions, because both of them cause damage to the monster. These item attributes can be seen by both of them. After a glance, Song Jian directly handed the tendon of a strong zombie to Li Ke, and put the other material that can strengthen potions into his own parcel column. An ordinary level 5 monster can actually drop a blue quality item. It seems that I have to take Ke with me to fight monsters frequently in the future, Song Jian thought to himself. He even suspected that Li Ke had a hidden lucky attribute. Otherwise, how could she become the daughter of the game system? Pick up this blue quality scroll. Song Jian's eyes lit up. It turned out to be a skill scroll. Chapter 71 Ghost Tree. This skill scroll is quite interesting. Song Jian picked up the blue quality skill scroll and couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. Skill scroll, jumping shooting. Effect: after using it, you can learn the jumping shooting skill. Jumping shooting, passive skill. When the user attacks the target with normal attack or skill attack, it will also produce a moving effect. While launching a long-range physical attack, it will produce a short displacement in the moving direction. This skill is one of the skills inherited from the Spear of Vengeance profession. Professional inheritance skills. It turns out that this game really has such a thing as profession. Song Jian touched his chin, with a thoughtful look on his face. Brother Xiaojian, I can use this skill. I can use it. Li Ke raised her right hand high, grabbed the corner of Song Jian's clothes, and shouted anxiously. Okay. Here you go. Song Jian smiled slightly, and handed the skill scroll to Ke. Spear of Vengeance? It sounds so cool. Li Ke took the scroll and used it directly. Ah. I have to collect 5 skills to inherit this profession. Li Ke showed an embarrassed expression on her face. As she said, Li Ke shot a crossbow arrow into the distance. When she shot the crossbow arrow, her body actually jumped a short distance to the side involuntarily. Very flexible. Song Jian's eyes lit up. Hee hee. Yes. And I can still control this moving direction. But it's a little difficult, Li Ke said, and shot another arrow forward. This time, she crashed directly into a big tree. Bang. Ah. It hurts. Li Ke's forehead turned red, and she looked at Song Jian with tears in her eyes. Looking aggrieved. Practice well. I feel very powerful in this professional inheritance. Song Jian nodded to Li Ke with a serious face. Li Ke rubbed her forehead, grinned, and did not dare to continue trying, and followed Song Jian quietly. Let's go. Keep going. Song Jian rubbed Ke's hair and pulled her forward. In a clump of trees not far behind him, Zhao Sihai showed a surprised look on his face. He had tried to hunt the monsters in this park before, but he finally escaped in a panic. Even if he is a level 7 master, his speed of killing monsters is too fast. Zhao Sihai suddenly became hesitant, not knowing whether it was the right choice to continue following. Once Song Jian found him, his fate could be imagined. Killing people here is no different from killing people in reality. I don't believe he dares to really kill me. Zhao Sihai's bloodshot eyes showed a crazy look. Just like when he was poor and followed a woman with an LV handbag all the way at night. It is this kind of madness that allows Zhao Sihai to seize every opportunity. In his 40s, he went from a street gangster to the chairman of the largest listed company in Linhai City. This time, I will definitely succeed. In this game world, I can achieve the same achievements as in the real world. The madness in Zhao Sihai's eyes became more and more intense. But his mind was clear, and his expression became calmer. Song Jian led Li Ke all the way forward, encountering many strong mutant zombies along the way. Under the siege of the two, these monsters all turned into piles of materials. Li Ke practiced jump shooting along the way. If she was not careful, she would bump into trees, stones, pillars, and other buildings, making her forehead red all the way, and her tears made people feel distressed. However, Li Ke was very strong and did not give up practicing because of repeated failures. She kept using jump shooting to attack. Little brother, I always feel that someone is watching us. After killing a strong mutant zombie, Li Ke motioned Song Jian to bend down and whispered in his ear. After hearing this, Song Jian's mouth showed a hint of coldness. He had always thought it was his own illusion. But Ke also felt it, which means that this vague sense of surveillance is real. It doesn't matter. Someone wants to follow us and take advantage of us, or even do something bad to us. But our advantage is not so easy to take. Song Jian whispered in Ke's ear. The two smiled at each other, pretending nothing happened, picked up the items dropped by the monster, and continued to walk forward. In the 8x mirror, Zhao Sihai could clearly see Song Jian smiling and bending down to talk to Li Ke. But he didn't know lip reading, so he didn't know what they were talking about. He thought they were happy because of the items dropped by the monster. Very happy, right? Sooner or later you will cry. Zhao Sihai also had a confident smile on his face. Along the way, Song Jian and Li Ke killed all the monsters they encountered, so Zhao Sihai could follow them smoothly. Song Jian and Li Ke spent more than 2 hours clearing the monsters they encountered along the way, and finally arrived at a small forest. The small forest in front of them was very similar to the forest where Song Jian found the tree spirit. There was no sound of insects or birds around, only gusts of cold wind blowing out of the forest, making a series of low whistling sounds. Song Jian stood at the edge of the forest and couldn't help shivering. It was daytime, and the sun was shining brightly above his head. But Song Jian felt like he was in a ghost cave. Song Jian looked forward. The whole forest was gray, and on the black and barren land, black stripes appeared on the branches of the big trees. These stripes formed a series of strange patterns, which looked like stretched and twisted human figures. The environment here is depressing and gloomy. Deep in the woods, you can vaguely see a large number of stone tablets inserted in the ground in a mess. From a distance, it looks like an abandoned tombstone. Brother Xiaojian, this place is so scary. Do we really want to go in? Liqueur showed a frightened expression on her face, pulling Song Jian's clothes and sticking to him tightly. Don't be afraid. It's just a game. Song Jian touched Liqueur's head and comforted her softly. In fact, he was also panicking in his heart. There were bursts of panting in the woods, as if there was a prehistoric beast breathing out breath. The boss information provided by Zhao Sihai is here. Song Jian frowned. The forest in front of him gave him a very uneasy feeling, and he had an urge to get away from here. Just then, Liqueur suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, Xiaojian brother, the trees here can be collected, and the grade seems to be much higher than the previous forest." Song Jian was stunned and looked at a big tree full of black stripes. After a moment, a line of light yellow small words appeared on the tree. Ghost tree, material, can be collected. There is a certain chance to collect ghost wood. Collection requirements, felling skill level 3. Chapter 72 Ghost wood. High-grade wood? Song Jian was stunned. He didn't expect that there was such a thing in the game. Little brother, my felling skill is only level 2. Liqueur looked aggrieved. It doesn't matter. There are many ordinary trees in this park. You can collect those ordinary trees first, and then collect these high-quality ghost trees after your felling skill is upgraded to level 3. Along the way, Song Jian has found that there are ordinary quality trees planted everywhere in this park, even more than the small forest in the novice area before. Liqueur collects alone, and there is no need to compete with others. The felling skill will upgrade quickly. Okay, Xiaojian brother, I'll upgrade my felling skills first. Liqueur ran to a normal tree nearby, took out an iron axe and started chopping. Song Jian also walked towards the ghost tree impatiently and punched it. This ghost tree is so hard. And there is a chill. Song Jian rubbed his wrist. The hardness of this ghost tree is even higher than that of ordinary rocks. He punched it and felt his 4 fingers go numb. In addition, the ghost tree is full of cold yin qi. Every punch will trigger this yin qi and go into the body along the arm. System, you collect ghost trees. Touch the yin qi of ghost trees, and cause 2 points of yin attribute damage to yourself. The talent skill Thick Skin is activated. Immune to 2 points of yin attribute damage, and the final damage is 0 points. I didn't expect that my talent is so useful. Song Jian smiled and continued to punch. Bang bang bang. The ghost tree kept shaking. And soon, a large piece of wood broke out of the ghost tree, turned into white light, and flew into Song Jian's parcel column. System, you collected 145 units of wood. So much wood? 145 units were collected in just one go. Then wouldn't this whole tree be able to collect thousands of units of wood? Song Jian's eyes lit up. He originally only wanted to collect ghost wood, but he didn't expect that even without ghost wood, the number of ordinary wood would be so much. This place is simply a holy place for collecting wood. Even better than the area where the tree spirit was before. Originally, Song Jian wanted to take Liqueur to the tree spirit's forest to collect wood after defeating this boss. Now it seems that there is no need to do this. Just cut down trees here directly. Zhao Sihai hid in a small pavilion a few hundred meters away, lying on the wooden chair in the pavilion, looking at Song Jian through an 8-fold mirror. Seeing that Song Jian did not fight the boss but started to collect wood, he frowned. What's wrong with this kid? Why did he start collecting wood? After observing carefully for a while, Zhao Sihai found that the dark forest seemed a little strange. The ghost trees in it were very different from ordinary trees. After a closer look, the attributes of the ghost trees suddenly appeared in front of him. He also immediately understood why Song Jian did not go to hunt the boss, but collected wood here. Damn it. I found this place first. It's mine. But now it's gone to that guy for nothing. Zhao Sihai was filled with hatred, and felt his heart throbbing with pain. Watching the ghost trees fall, Zhao Sihai felt like Song Jian was cutting his flesh with a knife. The ghost trees were harvested one by one, just like pieces of bloody flesh were cut off. Zhao Sihai was so distressed that he could hardly breathe. Mine. Mine. These are all mine. The crosshair of the 8-fold scope was always aimed at the back of Song Jian's head. Zhao Sihai wanted to pull the trigger several times to shoot the guy who stole his ghost trees, but he finally held back. Go ahead. Go ahead. You are collecting for me now. When the time comes, the things in your bag, The things dropped by the boss. And even your life. Will all be mine. Jiao Sihai whispered to himself, trying to suppress the rage burning in his heart. The amount of wood in Song Jian's bag kept increasing. 8,000 units. 9,000 units. 10,000 units. 15,000 units. Song Jian even forgot about the level 5 elite boss and transformed himself into a diligent lumberjack, carrying out destructive mining on this haunted tree. After an unknown amount of time, Song Jian had accumulated more than 30,000 units of wood in his bag. At this time, a cheer came from behind him. Wow! I've upgraded. My felling skill has reached level 3. Li Ke jumped towards Song Jian. Bang! Another punch hit the ghost tree. And finally half of the ghost tree collapsed completely, leaving only a stump only 3 inches from the ground. System, you have collected 320 units of wood. System, your felling skill has been upgraded to level 5. System, your skill Unarmed Combat Fist and Palm Basic has been upgraded to level 5. Felling Technique, Passive. Level 5. When felling trees, the efficiency is increased by 30%. And the probability of obtaining rare wood is increased by 10%. Unarmed Combat Fist and Palm Basic, Passive. Level 5. Increase the power of fist and palm by 30%. Constitution +1. Felling Technique and Unarmed Combat were both upgraded to level 5 at the same time, which made Song Jian feel a little happy. Physique +1. Passive skills upgraded to level 5 can increase your own attributes. Song Jian looked at the attributes that appeared after the level 5 Unarmed Combat, and his eyes lit up. Song Jian's physique has now reached 7 points. And his chi and blood value has also increased from the original 250 points to 270 points. And his strength has increased a little bit. Brother Xiaojian, you are collecting so fast. You have collected such a large area. Li Ke looked at the large area of tree stumps in front of him with some surprise, and said in surprise, it seems that I have to work hard too. Hee hee. As he said, Li Ke rushed to a ghost tree, raised the iron axe and chopped it hard. Bang. Li Ke screamed, it's so hard. I can't hold the axe anymore. After a while, Li Ke shivered again. Oh, it's so cold. How can it be so cold when chopping trees? Ah, it will also reduce the blood value. Huh. This is a bad tree. Li Ke said to himself, raised the small iron axe and chopped at the ghost tree again. Ke, watch your health value. If it's too low, go to the side and rest to recover your health. Song Jian shouted. Don't worry, Xiaojian brother. I know. Li Ke replied, resisting the cold air transmitted from the ghost tree and trying to collect. Song Jian looked at Li Ke with some concern, shook his head slightly, and continued to collect ghost trees. After a while, a ghost tree collapsed and turned into white light and flew into Song Jian's package. In the white light, there was a black light. System, you use the felling technique to collect 290 units of wood. System, you use the felling technique and accidentally get 1 unit of ghost wood. In Song Jian's package column, a piece of wood as black as iron lies quietly in another package grid, emitting a faint glow on the surface. Chapter 73. Zombies Carrying Monuments. Ghost wood, a 3rd level material, can be used to make special items. Usage requirements, none. It took more than 20 ghost trees to collect a piece of ghost wood. It was only after the felling technique was upgraded to level 5, and the probability of rare wood was increased that it was collected. This shows how precious ghost wood is. The attribute description is not clear. Special items? What are special items? Song Jian frowned and stared at the ghost wood in the package for a long time. He didn't figure out anything, so he had to put it aside and put it together with the hard pine wood. Hard pine is also a 3rd level wood, but Song Jian vaguely feels that ghost wood should be stronger than hard pine. After all, hard pine has no other characteristics except hardness, and ghost wood has a cold and een aura besides hardness. Li Ke started to cheer herself up again, holding a small iron axe and chopping the ghost tree. After chopping for a while, she sat down and ate a piece of fried meat to restore her health. The efficiency of collecting ghost trees with the level 3 felling technique was not very high, but the wood produced was several times that of the small forest before, which made Li Ke's eyes bend with smiles. As the two of them collected, they slowly walked towards the depths of the forest. Song Jian looked up and saw stone tablets standing on the ground less than 100 meters ahead. The words on them were already a little blurred, and some had already cracked. looking very dilapidated, just as the two were desperately collecting ghost trees. An extremely creepy and terrifying howl sounded in their ears. Liqueur was startled and shivered all over. This sound is very much like a human screaming with his neck stretched. But it sounds more shrill, full of the brutality and madness of a wild beast. Just like a wounded mad beast. Liqueur showed a look of fear in her eyes, and hurried to Song Jian's side, pulling the corner of his clothes and whispering, "What is this? Is it a boss?" Such a terrible sound. Song Jian pulled Kur to hide behind a ghost tree, and looked forward with his head out. A strong monster, hunched over, with two hands hanging like an orangutan, the back of the hand dragging on the ground. The nails are more than half a foot long, like sharp daggers, flashing cold light. Its hair is sparse. The skin is festering. The upper body is naked. A leather apron is tightly tied around the waist. The muscles on the two thighs are bulging, and a layer of black scales is faintly emerging. This monster has only one eye, which grows on its forehead. This eye almost occupies half of its face, pushing the rest of its nose and mouth to the bottom, making it look both disgusting and hideous. On the back of this monster, there is a huge stone tablet, which is twice as big as the surrounding stone tablets on the ground. The black surface of the stone tablet glows with a lavender glow, and there are densely packed small characters engraved on the surface, like tadpoles. Song Jian felt dizzy after just a glance. Liqueur curiously poked her head out to take a look, and was startled when she saw the appearance of this monster. She quickly shrank back. Her breathing became rapid, her scalp was numb, and her heart was pounding. Song Jian stared at the monster carefully for a while, and a small red word appeared on the top of the monster's head. LV7 Monument Carrying Zombie Elite. HP 600/600. Features: Super Strength. Song Jian's face was ugly. When trading, Zhao Sihai said that the boss here was only level 5. But the boss in front of him was level 7. No wonder the system said that the accuracy of the transaction content was only 92% when trading. Song Jian originally thought that there was some deviation in the specific location, but he didn't expect that the deviation was actually the level of the boss. "Little brother, let's fight. Shall we?" Kur asked timidly. "Fight." Song Jian gritted his teeth and said, "This boss has super strength. We can't fight it head on. I'll hold it back." "Kur, you attack from a distance. Control the power when you attack. Don't draw the boss's attention to you." Kur nodded and said, "Don't worry, Shaojian brother. I won't OT. Get ready. I'm going to attack." Song Jian rushed towards the boss, aiming his pistol and pulling the trigger. Bang bang. More than a dozen bullets penetrated into the boss's body while the boss was stunned. 5 or 6 of them hit its head accurately, bursting out a ball of purple-black dirty blood. The defense of the boss is lower than that of the strong mutant zombie, but it is also limited. Each bullet caused 2 to 3 points of damage to it. The bullet that hit the head caused about 6 points of critical damage. However, this damage is no different from tickling for the boss with 600 health points. Roar. The zombie carrying the steel was furious. He used his fingers to dig out a bullet embedded in his body, and rushed towards Song Jian with all his limbs. Hiss. That steel must weigh at least 500 or 600 pounds. Why does it seem to be unaffected at all? Song Jian's heart sank, and he did not dare to confront it head-on. He quickly dodged to the side, switched his pistol to a double-barreled shotgun, and repeatedly pulled the trigger at the back of the boss. The moment the 2 large shotgun bullets were fired out of the barrel, they broke into hundreds of tiny steel balls, covering the boss completely. A series of fine damages, mixed with mist, appeared from the top of the boss's head. Although the damage was small, the number was extremely large. This time, at least nearly 30 points of the boss's health were taken away. The boss turned around and roared towards Song Jian. Song Jian had no time to retract the shotgun, so he could only roll on the ground with the shotgun in his arms to avoid the boss's impact. The strong wind blew on Song Jian's face, just like a knife cutting. Boom! A ghost tree was directly broken by the boss, making a creepy cracking sound and collapsing. The boss seemed to be dizzy after breaking the ghost tree, stumbled and almost fell. Song Jian put away the double-barreled shotgun, held the fong thorn and stabbed at the back of the boss. At the same time, Kur raised the crossbow and aimed at the boss, pulled the trigger, and jumped to the left, and a translucent crossbow arrow shot at the boss's eyes. After all, The zombie carrying the monument is a level 7 elite monster with high resistance. It shook its head and returned to normal. It lowered its head to avoid the crossbow arrow shot by Kur and continued to pounce on Song Jian. Song Jian's dagger pierced into the boss's arm, taking away 13 points of damage from the boss and adding a poison mark. However, this time, Song Jian had no way to avoid the boss's impact. He could only protect his head and chest with his hands and endure the impact. Boom! Song Jian's body was like a baseball and was directly knocked out. A mouthful of blood gushed out, and the zombie leader armor on his body emerged, protecting Song Jian firmly. Minus 86. This attack directly took away more than 80 points of Song Jian's blood value. If it was an ordinary player, this attack would kill him instantly. The blood value instantly dropped by 1/3. And there were bursts of stabbing pain in the chest and abdomen. This attack not only did not make Song Jian timid, but instead stimulated the hidden ruthlessness in Song Jian's heart. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Song Jian rushed towards the boss again. Chapter 74, Stealing Monsters. The steel-carrying zombie was hunched over and looked about the same height as Song Jian. But when it stood up, its height was almost twice that of Song Jian, and it looked like the difference between an adult and a child. Seeing Song Jian rushing towards him, the steel-carrying zombie suddenly straightened up, clenched his fists together, and slammed the ground in front of him. Boom! With a loud bang, the ground was smashed into a deep pit by the hunchback zombie, and the stone slabs were smashed to pieces. A strong shock wave rushed towards Song Jian like a tide. The distance was too close, and Song Jian had no time to dodge, so he could only cover his head and face with both hands and bear the blow. Under the impact of the chi, Song Jian felt as if he was stepping on cotton, and he could not stand steadily, and sat down on the ground. The zombie carrying the steel took the opportunity to pounce, rushed to Song Jian, and slapped him while he was sitting on his back. The 3 dry fingers like old tree roots, with sharp nails like knives, easily broke through Song Jian's defense, and the zombie leader's armor emerged, making a sharp sound like rubbing glass. The nails scratched the armor's defense and pierced into Song Jian's flesh and blood. 3 horrible scars that were deep enough to see the bones appeared on Song Jian's shoulders. Blood gushed out from the wound, and Song Jian's blood and chi suddenly dropped a lot, and he was also in a continuous bleeding state. Song Jian gritted his teeth and endured the pain, wielding the dagger and slashing the arm of the zombie carrying the steel, forcing the zombie to retreat, and quickly took out a fruit from the package and used it directly. A red light flashed on his body, and Song Jian's blood and chi value increased by 50 points. At the same time, Song Jian pressed his left hand on the wound on his shoulder, silently chanting surgical treatment in his heart. And suddenly a white light enveloped the wound, and the originally bloody wound began to heal rapidly, and the continuous bleeding state also disappeared from the status bar. Sniper burst. In the distance, Liker shouted softly, and the crossbow shone brightly. A series of translucent crossbow arrows shot towards the zombie carrying the steel like a line. Song Jian was shocked. Liker's skill had great damage and could easily cause OT. Once the boss was attracted by Kur's attack, Song Jian had no way to draw the boss's attention back in a short time. Dozens of crossbow arrows pierced the back of the zombie carrying the steel fiercely, and a series of damage floated up from the top of the boss's head. Seeing that the boss's attention began to shift, Song Jian was anxious and waved his dagger, stabbing the boss hard, without any rules. After all, Fong Thorn is a blue quality dagger, even if Song Jian does not have any active attack skills. Each attack can cause more than 10 points of damage to the boss. In a few seconds, Song Jian attacked the boss 3 times, and the poisonous mark was stacked to 5 layers. Seeing the boss turn around and run towards Liker, Song Jian shouted loudly, "Explode!" A thick green powdery mist exploded from the boss's body, detonating the 5 layers of poisonous marks, directly causing more than 100 points of damage to the tombstone zombie. The tombstone zombie just shook its body and continued to run towards Liker. Song Jian pressed his left hand hard on the ground, and a fong-shaped air mass quickly formed, making a sharp sound of breaking through the air, and rushed towards the zombie carrying the monument. The ground fangs burst. Boom! Blood splattered on the legs of the hunchback zombie, and his legs softened, and he actually knelt directly on the ground, and his heavy body collided with the ground, like an earthquake. This scene in front of him made Zhao Sihai, who was hundreds of meters away, tremble with fear. He had only heard the roar of the boss before, but he could not enter the park, so he had never seen the boss. Now he saw that the boss was so powerful, and he was shocked in his heart, but also very fortunate. If it were me, I would be killed instantly after a face-to-face encounter, Zhao Sihai thought to himself. Through the eightfold mirror, Zhao Sihai locked his eyes on the head of the boss, ready to grab the final blow at any time. As long as he could cause damage to the boss, he would be eligible to pick up the spoils. By then, if the boss is killed, only the low-health Song Jian and a little girl will be left. Wouldn't I be the last fisherman? Zhao Sihai had a sinister smile on his lips. Li Ke saw the boss rushing towards her, and she was so scared that her whole body trembled slightly, her face pale. But she did not run away. She still attacked with her crossbow raised, and each time she attacked, she would jump to a place far away from the boss. Kura has gradually become familiar with the skill of jumping shooting. The skill Dia 2 was used, and finally successfully attracted the attention of the boss. The zombie climbed up from the ground, and the zombie carrying the tombstone on all fours rushed towards Song Jian like a heavy tank. Boom! The earth trembled, and the zombie carrying the tombstone was so powerful that Song Jian's face changed drastically. If he was hit head-on by the boss, he would probably be killed instantly. In a hurry, Song Jian hid behind a ghost tree next to him. The zombie carrying the tombstone roared and hit the tree hard. The tree broke, and the upper half of the trunk flew back with a whoosh sound. The wind was fierce, and Song Jian was just swept by the wind and sawdust, and he lost more than 30 points of blood. But he finally avoided the attack of the boss. Song Jian leaped up and threw himself on the back of the boss. He grabbed the edge of the stone tablet with one hand and stabbed the back of the boss's neck with a dagger in the other hand. The zombie carrying the stone tablet stood up and scratched back with both arms. But he couldn't find Song Jian. 1, 2, 3 times. The Fong Thorn finally broke through the boss's defense and pierced into the flesh. Purple-black blood spurted out, and a critical damage of more than 60 points floated up from the top of the boss's head. The boss with 600 HP had fallen below 200 points at this time. Song Jian watched the boss madly hit a ghost tree with his back, trying to knock him down. Seeing that the poisonous mark had been superimposed 5 times, he shouted, "Explode!" Another puff of green mist exploded, and the boss stumbled and fell to the ground. Song Jian took the opportunity to turn over, holding the dagger high in both hands, and stabbed it hard at the one eye on the boss's forehead. Fuck. Can't wait any longer. If we wait any longer, the boss will be killed by him. Zhao Sihai saw that the boss had less than 100 points of health left, and his heart skipped a beat. He aimed at the boss's head and pulled the trigger. The zombie carrying the steel saw Song Jian stabbing at his one eye, and a look of fear appeared on his face. He roared and flipped to the side. Bang! With a huge roar, a sniper bullet penetrated the boss's shoulder blade, directly blowing half of the boss's shoulder into a ball of mincemeat and splashing out. Someone is stealing the monster. Song Jian was shocked, seeing that the boss only had a dozen points of health left. He quickly waved his dagger to harvest the last dozen points of health. The zombie carrying the monument with 0 health wanted to struggle to get up, but his movements became weaker and weaker. Finally, he collapsed to the ground, and a large amount of purple-black dirty blood slowly seeped out from under his body. Song Jian didn't have time to check the items dropped by the boss. While using a blood recovery fruit, he dodged and hid behind a ghost tree. At this time, Kura had already crouched and hid. Song Jian looked at the blood that was slowly recovering, and his expression became more and more stern. Chapter 75 Shaozi. Since entering the park, Song Jian has always felt that someone was spying on them. He knew in his heart that someone wanted to be the yellow bird. So in fighting monsters, half of his mind was on the surroundings. However, Song Jian did not expect Zhao Sihai to use a long-range sniper rifle and observe them through an 8-fold scope. So he did not find any clues. When fighting with the boss, once you are distracted, it is irresponsible for your own life. If you dare to be distracted in front of the tombstone zombie, you might as well commit suicide directly. If the tombstone zombie was not afraid of Song Jian's stabbing of his one eye and twisted his body, the shot just now must have hit the head directly to cause damage to the weak point. Then this boss was really taken away by this yellow bird. Thinking back now, Song Jian suddenly felt a cold sweat. If he was not aiming at the boss but at me? Thinking of this, Song Jian immediately took out a qi and blood recovery fruit and raised the qi and blood that had been reduced to less than half. Little brother. Someone is stealing our monster. Li Ke shouted angrily not far away. I know. Ke. You should be careful. Don't show your head. He is holding a sniper rifle. Be careful not to blow your head off. Song Jian replied. Li Ke hid behind the ghost tree. Her little eyes flickered. Her brows slightly wrinkled. And after thinking for a long time, she took out a fingernail-sized egg from the parcel column. The shell of this egg was purple, with a little golden light on it, like stars. It seems that it can only be hatched now. Li Ke sighed like a little adult, frowned, pricked her finger lightly, and began to squeeze the wound. This is a pet egg, and it is probably the first pet egg in this game. So Li Ke got a task that can enhance the properties of the pet egg. But Li Ke has not had time to do this task. If she hatches it now, the enhancement task will fail. Li Ke frowned and squeezed for a long time, and a drop of blood came out of her finger and smeared on the surface of the egg. The blood smeared on the surface of the eggshell, and suddenly there was a wave, and slowly disappeared, as if it was absorbed by the egg. In an instant, a golden light appeared. Crack, crack, cracks began to appear on the surface of the eggshell, and soon, a fist-sized, translucent bird emerged from the eggshell. The eggshell began to melt slowly, and the bird lowered its head to absorb all the eggshell solution. And its body seemed to grow a circle. After shaking its feathers twice, the bird flew up and floated in front of Ke. The bird was covered with lavender feathers. Its red eyes were like rubies, and its entire body was translucent, looking like a work of art carved from transparent crystal. Purple. So I'll call you Xiaozi from now on. Ke looked at the bird. A smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she reached out to touch its head and said, Chirp. Xiaozi called out to Ke twice, as if acknowledging its name. Xiaozi, find the enemy who wants to attack us, Li Ke ordered. The air on the surface of Xiaozi's body slowly rippled, and the originally translucent body was now completely transparent, just like a pool of transparent liquid flowing in the air. If you don't look carefully, it is difficult to find its trace, leaving a vague trace in the air. Xiaozi flew away. Ke closed her eyes slightly, and her vision was now synchronized with Xiaozi, as if she was flying in the air, across the woods, through a small path, in the middle of a dried-up lake, in an abandoned wooden pavilion. Zhao Sihai was lying on a bench in the pavilion, aiming his sniper rifle at the tree where Song Jian was hiding. Damn it. If that boss hadn't moved, this last shot would have been mine. Zhao Sihai was furious, his eyes burning red. The last person to kill the boss can get 1/3 of the experience points. For a level 7 elite boss, 1/3 of the experience points is enough to raise Zhao Sihai's level by 1 level. Now Zhao Sihai has only caused more than 100 points of damage to the boss, and gained more than 100 points of experience points, which is the experience of hunting an ordinary mutant zombie. Although he also obtained the right to pick up the dropped items. How could Zhao Sihai dare to compete with Song Jian for the spoils? As long as I kill you, everything will be mine. Zhao Sihai has seen 5 or 6 items dropped by the boss, including 2 blue quality items, the rest of which are green quality, and even 1 item emitting a strong black light. All this almost made Zhao Sihai jealous and crazy. I should have shot that guy just now, instead of grabbing the last shot from the boss. Zhao Sihai felt a little regretful. However, this idea just turned around in his mind. If he did not cause any damage to the boss, he would not have the right to pick up the items dropped by the boss. If the items dropped by the boss have not been lost by anyone, then after a period of time, they will disappear directly, and others will not pick them up. Bad guy. It's you. Hum. Li Ke hummed softly with her eyes slightly closed, and turned her head towards the direction where Song Jian was. Song Jian, who was hiding behind the tree at this time, didn't know what to do for a moment. He knew that the sniper rifle had a long range. When he heard the gunshot, he could only be sure that the person aiming at him was in the direction of the park entrance. But he had no way of knowing where exactly. What should I do? Should I just drag it out until dark? Song Jian frowned. Once it's dark, he can naturally search for the person in the dark. But after dark, the monsters will become manic, and it's impossible for that person to keep guarding him. Song Jian won't even know when the other party leaves. At this moment, Song Jian heard Li Ke's voice. Little brother, I found that guy. I want to share vision with you. Please agree. Soon. A system prompt appeared in front of Song Jian. System. Player Li Ke applies to you for vision sharing. Do you agree? Shared vision? What skill is this? Song Jian was a little confused. But he still chose to agree. Suddenly, Song Jian felt as if he had another pair of eyes, staring at the ground from the air. For a moment, he was a little dizzy. He quickly closed his eyes, and felt better. Is this the small pavilion in the middle of the park? Song Jian observed the surroundings with Xiao Zi's vision, and finally found the location of this person. This small pavilion is at least 500 or 600 meters away from the ghost tree forest where Song Jian is. No wonder Song Jian can only vaguely feel that someone is spying on him. But he can never sense the other party's location. It's you. As long as we know where you are, it will be easy to deal with. Just wait. Song Jian's eyes flashed with murderous intent. In this game, Song Jian has always been reluctant to hunt players. After all, everyone in the game has only one life. If you die in the game, you will also die in the real world. But now, Song Jian has already sentenced Zhao Sihai to death in his heart. Chapter 76 Pavilion. Zhao Sihai's eightfold scope was aimed at the ghost tree where Song Jian was hiding. Every time the M24 fired a shot, it needed to pull the bolt again. This time was very short for ordinary people. But for Song Jian, who was already level 7, 1 or 2 seconds was enough to do a lot of things. Therefore, although Zhao Sihai still had the upper hand, he was also panicking and did not dare to relax at all. Sweat slowly seeped out from his forehead, and Zhao Sihai did not dare to wipe it off. Seeing a drop of sweat dripping down his forehead, over his eyebrows, and toward his eyes, Zhao Sihai felt a little stinging in the corner of his eye, and shook his eye involuntarily. At this time, a shadow suddenly flashed from the left side of the ghost tree that Zhao Sihai had been aiming at, and Zhao Sihai subconsciously pulled the trigger. Bang! With a roar, Zhao Sihai showed a look of surprise on his face. Hit it! But before Zhao Sihai could stand up, he saw another figure rushing out from the right side of the ghost tree through the eightfold scope. Looking at the thing that was hid just now, it turned out to be just a worn-out shirt covered with blood. Damn! How could this happen? Zhao Sihai was a little panicked for a moment, and hurriedly pulled the bolt. And a sniper bullet was loaded into the chamber. At this time, he aimed at Song Jian again, but found that the other party actually began to move serpentinely. After Song Jian used his shirt to block the opponent's sight, he rushed out from behind the ghost tree and began to rush towards Zhao Sihai's position. He walked in AZ shape all the way, using tree stumps and rocks from time to time to avoid the opponent's view. With Song Jian's 5 points of agility, his speed is comparable to that of a runner in the real world. Zhao Sihai was a little slow to react for a while, and wanted to hit Song Jian by prediction. Bang! A ghost tree behind Song Jian was hit with a deep hole as big as a bowl. Zhao Sihai's right hand trembled slightly, and he pulled the bolt again, looking for Song Jian's figure. Bang! 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 Wood chips flew everywhere. Rock shattered. Song Jian relied on his speed and the surrounding shields to dodge Zhao Sihai's attacks several times. After Zhao Sihai fired a few shots in vain, he began to panic. He saw that there were only 5 or 6 bullets left in the parcel column. His heart sank, and he didn't dare to fire randomly for a while. He looked up at the dry central lake outside the pavilion, and the open space of dozens of meters around without any cover. And he was relieved immediately. Even if he rushed to me, there is no cover here, and he can only become my living target. Zhao Sihai thought to himself. Sniper bullets are too expensive. Zhao Sihai bought general sniper bullets. As for the more powerful explosive bullets and armor-piercing bullets, Zhao Sihai could only enjoy the sight. If Song Jian hadn't traded him 30 Doomsday coins yesterday, he wouldn't have the money to buy even these bullets. After Song Jian threw away his coat, the zombie leader armor emerged from his upper body. The metal scales glittered under the sun. Song Jian looked like a medieval warrior charging at the enemy. After rushing to a rock at the edge of the central lake, Song Jian took a breath and rested. These few hundred meters consumed a lot of Song Jian's energy and physical strength. Every moment was on the verge of life and death, just like dancing on the edge of a cliff. If he was not careful, he would be crushed to pieces. He ate another chi and blood recovery fruit to restore his chi and blood to full. At this time, there were only 3 chi and blood recovery fruits left in Song Jian's package, and the rest were all consumed. If it weren't for you, my loss wouldn't be so great, Song Jian hated in his heart. The chi and blood recovery fruit was a killer before the appearance of the healing potion. If it weren't for it, Song Jian didn't dare to rush directly to Zhao Sihai, but took the opportunity to pick up the items dropped by the boss and ran away. Come on. Let me see how you get here, Zhao Sihai said in his heart, aiming at the rocks dozens of meters away. Song Jian hid behind the rocks and was at a loss for a while. There was an open area in front of him, and there was a dried-up central lake. It would take at least 10 seconds to enter the pavilion in the middle of the lake. This time was enough for the opponent to fire 5 or 6 shots. In the absence of cover, Song Jian didn't dare to gamble his life on the opponent's hit rate. "Kur, do you have a way to harass him? Just give me a few seconds," Song Jian asked Li Kur, who had been following him, and was only a few ghost trees away. Xiaojian brother, I can let Xiaozi harass him, but Xiaozi's attack power is too weak. I'm afraid it won't last long, Kur said with some embarrassment. It doesn't matter. Just a few seconds. Song Jian was shocked. As long as he had a few seconds, he could rush into the distance of 10 meters from the opponent. At that time, a ground tooth thrust would teach the opponent a lesson. Okay. Kur was quite reluctant. Xiaozi had just been summoned, and his attack power was extremely weak. Even ordinary people could easily kill him once they caught him. Xiaozi, attack that guy, Kur ordered in her heart. Chirp. Xiaozi responded in Kur's ears. Zhao Sihai wiped the sweat from the corners of his eyes during the break. His breathing unconsciously became heavier, and he stared at the rock. If there was any movement, he would pull the trigger. His blood and energy are only half at most. If I hit him with one shot, I can kill him directly. Now the advantage is still with me, Zhao Sihai analyzed calmly in his heart, and encouraged himself. Just then, Zhao Sihai suddenly felt a weak gust of wind blowing on his head. He subconsciously looked up, and didn't find anything. Looking carefully, Zhao Sihai suddenly opened his eyes. What was that? I saw a ball of transparent air falling quickly about 10 meters above his head, rushing towards him. It was a fist-sized ball. If Zhao Sihai hadn't been observant, it would have been difficult to spot it. This little thing was extremely fast. Before Zhao Sihai could react, it fell on his face with a smack sound. Suddenly, a stinging pain came from his right eye, and a critical hit of more than 30 points floated up from the top of his head. System, Li Kur's pet Xiaozi attacked you. You're right, I received 32 points of critical hit damage, and functional damage occurred. And you're right, I became blind. Ah, what is that? Zhao Sihai's body bounced up from the wooden bench like a spring, waving his arms wildly to protect his face. Blood flowed from his right eye. Half of his cheek was dyed red, and the muscles on his face began to twist because of the pain. Zhao Sihai's mind was blank, and he was suddenly attacked, which made him panic. At this time, Song Jian, like a tiger out of the cage, rushed quickly towards the pavilion in the middle of the lake. Chapter 77 Understanding Skills. Hey, Xiaozi did a great job. Seeing that Xiaozi actually caused more than 30 points of critical damage to Zhao Sihai, Li Kur was so excited that she almost jumped up. Xiaozi is just in its infancy, and has almost no attack power. Its biggest role at present is to share vision, and be used as a scout. For Song Jian, Li Kur had originally planned to sacrifice Xiaozi, but she didn't expect the result to be so unexpected. Song Jian took advantage of this opportunity to rush into the dried-up central lake, but he did not sprint in a straight line, but still walked an AZ route. Zhao Sihai waved his hands to drive Xiaozi away. He couldn't see Xiaozi, but he could feel Xiaozi's presence. It seems that something has been overlooked. Zhao Sihai suddenly woke up and his face changed drastically. Not good. That kid will take the opportunity to rush over. At this time, he remembered Song Jian, enduring the pain from his eyes. Zhao Sihai looked outside the wooden pavilion. Sure enough, Song Jian had rushed into the central lake and was running towards him quickly. Without caring about driving Xiaozi away, Zhao Sihai picked up the sniper rifle and pulled the trigger at Song Jian without the scope. Bang! Less than a foot away from Song Jian's left, the mud splashed more than 3 feet high, and a bowl-sized pit was bottomless. Even in the process of sprinting, Song Jian did not forget to change direction and dodge. The power of the sniper rifle was too great, so Song Jian had to be on guard. Bang! 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 After several shots missed, there were only 2 sniper bullets left, and Zhao Sihai's eyes showed a wolf-like fierceness. If he doesn't die, I will die. Take a deep breath. Endure the severe pain. Zhao Sihai tried to calm himself down. The little purple on his head kept attacking him, pecking at his head. But the damage caused to him was not much. And only 1 or 2 -1 and -2 numbers would pop up occasionally. Song Jian was getting closer and closer to the wooden pavilion. But Zhao Sihai never pulled the trigger. He just held a sniper rifle and aimed at Song Jian like a stone man. 30 meters. 25 meters. 20 meters. Song Jian was getting closer and closer to Zhao Sihai. Zhao Sihai held the sniper rifle, the muzzle swaying slightly, never leaving Song Jian's body. He knew that his chances were running out. If he failed and let Song Jian get close, Song Jian would definitely not let him go. In the dark, Zhao Sihai felt that even if he closed his eyes, he seemed to be able to feel Song Jian's presence. His spirit had locked onto him. Even if he closed his eyes, he could see the other party's rushing movements. That's the feeling. That's the feeling. Zhao Sihai was shaking with excitement. He felt that the next shot would definitely hit Song Jian. He had never been so confident before. Bang. When Song Jian rushed into the 10-meter range, Zhao Sihai finally pulled the trigger. This shot was stuck in Song Jian's path, as if Song Jian himself had hit the bullet. A 180-point chi and blood damage floated up from Song Jian's head. Song Jian's body trembled violently. A fist-sized damage appeared on the scales of his shoulder, surrounded by radioactive cracks. Behind the damaged scales was a bloody deep hole. From the deep hole, one could even see the white bones, blood vessels and nerve tissues. His entire left shoulder was almost torn off. Song Jian felt a sharp pain. And then he felt numbness at the wound. He could no longer feel the existence of his left shoulder. His left arm was completely unaffected and swayed left and right with the movement. Hit! Zhao Sihai was overjoyed. System, you have learned the mind's eye skill in battle. A pleasant system prompt sounded in Zhao Sihai's ears, making him laugh. Haha. Wealth and honor are sought in danger. In the game, just like in reality, you have to dare to fight. I will definitely be able to achieve great things in this weird game. Zhao Sihai laughed wildly. He didn't realize that although he hit Song Jian with one shot, he didn't kill him. In Zhao Sihai's impression, no one can have more than 150 points of chi and health. Even a level 7 player who loses 180 points of chi and health is no different from a dead person. When Zhao Sihai looked at Song Jian with a smile on his face, he found that Song Jian had bent down and pressed his right hand on the ground. The ground was fawn-shaped. A fawn-shaped air mass rushed towards Zhao Sihai. A sound of breaking through the air suddenly arose, and Zhao Sihai felt a chill in his neck, extending from the coccyx to the back of his head. The hairs on his forearms stood up, and a huge sense of threat came over him. Zhao Sihai had such an experience before, when he was kidnapped by several men in black, and one of them held a gun to his forehead. He felt this way, and he was so scared that he peed his pants. How could this happen? Zhao Sihai couldn't figure out why Song Jian hadn't died yet, but now was not the time to think about this. Zhao Sihai rushed to the side, but as he moved, the fawn-shaped air mass actually slightly adjusted its direction and hit him hard. Bang! Zhao Sihai's huge body was thrown high up, and a damage of more than 60 points appeared on his head. His legs were broken, and he felt a sharp pain in his chest and abdomen. There was a fishy taste in his mouth, and a stream of blood spurted out of his mouth. Zhao Sihai, who originally had only 100 points of chi and blood, was left with less than 5 points of chi and blood after being hit. System, your chi and blood are only 3 points left. You are in a dying state, and your movement speed is reduced by 100%. If you do not receive effective treatment within 30 seconds, you will die. Why is this happening? Zhao Sihai stared at the sky with lifeless eyes. He was so weak that he couldn't even move a little finger. He could only wait for death quietly. Song Jian looked at the wound on his left arm. This was the closest he had ever been to death. There were probably not many people in the real world who could experience the power of a sniper rifle and survive. Surgical treatment. A white light appeared out of thin air and landed on his wound. Suddenly, a cool feeling came from the wound on his left arm, which had been unconscious. A trace of pain began to emerge, and the original fracture and bleeding state had disappeared. The serious injury has turned into a moderate injury. The potential of surgical treatment seems to be greater than I thought. Song Jian's eyes showed a look of surprise. Standing up, Song Jian looked towards the wooden pavilion. Zhao Sihai was lying on the floor of the wooden pavilion. If it weren't for the slight rise and fall of his chest, Song Jian would have thought he had become a corpse. Sniper rifle. Song Jian's eyes showed a touch of heat. Once he got such a powerful weapon, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Thinking of this, Song Jian couldn't help but speed up his pace and rush towards the wooden pavilion. Chapter 78 Destruction. Xiao Sihai knew that he had lost the bet this time. And the bet he paid was his life. Seeing Song Jian rushing towards him, he looked calm. Winners take it all. And losers take it all. Ahem. This time, I just had bad luck. Xiao Sihai whispered. His eyes fell on the M24 sniper rifle in his arms. He knew why Song Jian rushed towards him so quickly. And the other party's goal must be the sniper rifle in his hand. Xiao Sihai showed a self-deprecating smile on his face. He was not even as good as a sniper rifle. I won't let you get what I can't get. Xiao Sihai showed a hint of hatred on his face, stared at the sniper rifle for a moment, and chose destroy. Crack. A crisp cracking sound came from inside the sniper rifle, and the entire rifle began to disintegrate, turning into a crystal-light spot and slowly disappearing. Song Jian rushed into the wooden pavilion, only to see the sniper rifle that had already disintegrated halfway, disappearing quickly, and his face changed. Haha. I won't let you get this sniper rifle. Xiao Sihai laughed and said to Song Jian while spitting blood foam. Looking at Song Jian's livid face, Xiao Sihai suddenly felt very comfortable. This sniper rifle is extremely powerful. For players, it is simply a killer. From 1 kilometer away, most players can be killed instantly with just one shot. After destroying the sniper rifle, Xiao Sihai closed his eyes, looking ready to die. For a moment, Song Jian couldn't bring himself to do it. What's the difference between killing him now and killing someone in real life? Song Jian became hesitant. After more than 20 years of experience in the real world, he still felt a little reluctant to become a murderer. After hesitating for a moment, Song Jian suddenly saw a ring on Xiao Sihai's right index finger begin to disintegrate and turn into tiny bits of light. He suddenly realized that Xiao Sihai was taking the opportunity to destroy all the items in the package and on his body. You! Damn it! Song Jian's eyes were red, and he felt a surge of anger rushing to his head. His kindness and softness actually became the capital for the other party to play tricks on him. Song Jian suddenly pulled out his pistol, aimed at Xiao Sihai's forehead, and pulled the trigger. Bang! A hole as thick as a finger appeared on Xiao Sihai's forehead. System, you killed the player Xiao Sihai. The system judged that you were a legitimate counterattack, and this kill did not increase the kill value. Xiao Sihai's mouth curled up slightly, as if mocking Song Jian's softness, giving him the opportunity to destroy all the items in the package and the equipment on his body. Song Jian just realized that Xiao Sihai was destroying all the items on his body, and he was furious for a while and killed Xiao Sihai. Now calm down. Looking at Xiao Sihai's body, an inexplicable complex feeling suddenly emerged in his heart. Sighing softly, Song Jian felt as if he had embarked on another path. A path completely different from his previous life. After Xiao Sihai died, a package with a glimmering light appeared next to his body. This was all the supplies he left behind. After a character in the game dies, all the items in the package and on the body will burst out. Song Jian shook his head and reached out to press on the package. Suddenly, a supply interface appeared in front of him. As expected, Xiao Sihai destroyed almost all the items, leaving only 3 items in the supply interface. A 7.72mm M24 sniper rifle bullet, 3 Doomsday coins, and a skill scroll. The Doomsday coin cannot be destroyed, and the sniper rifle bullets were obviously left by Xiao Sihai to taunt Song Jian. But the appearance of the skill scroll surprised Song Jian. How could he leave a skill scroll for me? Song Jian raised his eyebrows. A little unbelievable. You know, the value of a skill scroll is very high. Even some basic passive skills are sold for more than 500 Doomsday coins in the Doomsday Supermarket. Song Jian set his eyes on the skill scroll. And soon, the attributes of the skill scroll slowly emerged. Skill scroll, Mind's Eye. Effect. After use, you can obtain the skill Mind's Eye. Mind's Eye active. Level 1. Skill effect. Mentally lock the target, with a 15% chance of discovering the target's weaknesses. This skill will not alert the target, and can be used with other skills at the same time. Skill consumption, 10 points of mental value. Below the attributes of this skill scroll, there is a line of yellow font description. If the target dies and drops less than 3 items, Randomly select any skill in the target's skill column to drop. This system is cruel enough. It is said to be random. But I am afraid that the skill with the highest value in Zhao Sihai's skill column will be selected. Song Jian took a breath. If Zhao Sihai had not destroyed all the equipment in the package and on his body, I am afraid that this skill would not appear in the material interface. This is obviously an auxiliary skill, and it actually consumes the spirit value. I finally have a mainstream skill. Song Jian has always believed that skills should consume spirit value, not blood value. The previous active skills consumed all blood value, which made Song Jian feel that those skills that consumed blood were non-mainstream. After clearing out all the items in the material interface, Song Jian used the skill scroll directly. Little brother, let's go pick up the items dropped by the boss. Li Ke shouted loudly while standing on the dry lake shore. Oh, there are also items dropped by the boss. Song Jian slapped his forehead and almost forgot about this. Looking back at Zhao Sihai's body, Song Jian sighed softly and ran towards the stone forest. The two soon returned to the stone forest. In the middle of a pile of stone tablets, the body of the zombie carrying the tablet was lying horizontally, and several items were exploded next to it. Why is this thing emitting black light? Li Ke curiously picked up the only item emitting black light. Items in the game are divided into gray, white, green and blue according to damaged, ordinary, excellent and sophisticated. Going up, they are the rare silver and gold quality. But black items have never been heard of. This seems to be the stone tablet on the back of the boss. It's an ornament. The attribute is so rubbish. Increase the blood value a little. Li Ke took a look at the attributes of the black item, immediately curled her lips, and threw it to Song Jian. Little brother, this item can be brought back to the real world. You take it, Li Ke said with a cute smile on her face. Unknown stone tablet black. Ornament. Equipment effect. Increase the blood value a little. Usage requirements, none. Whether it can be taken out of the game, yes. Song Jian shook his head and put the stone tablet into the parcel column. Li Ke picked up two blue quality items, one in each hand, looking at them left and right, frowning slightly, as if she was in a dilemma of choosing. After a long time, Li Ke handed the item in her right hand to Song Jian and said, Little brother Jian, two blue quality equipment. One for each of us. This one is for you. Chapter 79 Pendant. Song Jian could naturally see the properties of these two items. The one Li Ke handed over was a strange item called Realistic Package Expansion Slot, which could expand the package slot in the package column that could be taken out of the real world by one slot. And what Li Ke chose was a blue quality hat, which was in the shape of an owl, and had an eagle eye skill with a vision plus 10 effect. Li Ke must have liked the shape of this hat very much. So after hesitating for a long time, she chose it. For the remaining green quality materials, Song Jian only selected those that could be used for medicine, and gave the rest to Li Ke. After dividing the spoils, the two smiled at each other and continued to collect ghost trees. Song Jian directly used the real package expansion slot. The package slot that originally had only one golden border now became two, which means that Song Jian can take two game items out of the real world every time he leaves the game. Song Jian didn't know whether the ghost trees here would appear again after they were collected. Ordinary trees would grow again the next day, but some special trees would not appear again, such as the pine tree that emitted golden light last time. Hey! Just when Song Jian was collecting ghost trees, he glanced at Li Ke and found that she was holding a small pickaxe and knocking on a stone tablet. Song Jian was startled and asked quickly, Ke, what are you doing? Li Ke turned around and smiled. Brother Xiao Jian, I'm collecting stones. These stones are much easier to collect than ghost trees. These stone tablets can actually be collected? Song Jian was stunned. You know, these stone tablets may have existed for hundreds of years. The inscriptions on them may have been written by that famous writer. It can be said that each one is a historical relic. Looking at the several inscriptions that had been broken by Li Ke, Song Jian was speechless. Well, this is a game anyway. It doesn't matter, Song Jian said in his heart. Time passed quickly. After a few hours, Song Jian had collected all the ghost trees around him, leaving only low tree stumps. At this time, the number of wood in Song Jian's bag had exceeded 100,000 units, and he had collected 13 ghost trees alone. Looking at the sky, there was still a long time before the sun set. Song Jian glanced at Li Ke and started walking towards the steel. Bang! Bang! Bang. After 3 punches, the steel shattered directly, and a white light flew into Song Jian's bag column. 368 units of stone. This? Song Jian was shocked. How could there be so much? After taking a look at the inscriptions here, there were at least several hundred of them. Song Jian suddenly became excited. It seems that I can collect all the materials needed to build a safe house today. Haha. System, your skill of quarrying has been upgraded to level 2. When collecting rocks, the efficiency is increased by 10%. Your skill of quarrying has been upgraded to level 3. When collecting rocks, the efficiency is increased by 15%. Your skill of quarrying has been upgraded to level 4. When collecting rocks, the efficiency is increased by 20%. In just a few hours, Song Jian collected hundreds of inscriptions. Perhaps because the level of these inscriptions is higher than that of ordinary stones, Song Jian's skill of quarrying has been upgraded very quickly. In just a few hours, it has been upgraded to level 4. Brother Xiaojian, it's getting dark. Should we leave here? Liqueur looked at the sky. It was already 6 or 7 in the evening. It would be dark in half an hour at most. Looking at the package column, the number of stones was nearly 100,000 units. There were still 30 or 50 inscriptions ahead. Song Jian hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth and said, collect all these inscriptions before leaving. Monsters at night will restore their original attributes and double their strength. Ordinary players are no match for them. Only Song Jian dares to appear at night. The sky gradually darkened, and there was silence all around. Liqueur was no longer collecting stones at this time, but followed Song Jian closely, looking at the dark surroundings from time to time, with a look of fear on her face. There is one last inscription. We will go back after collecting it. Song Jian rubbed Ker's head and comforted her. Okay. It feels so scary here at night. Ker nodded and said. Song Jian waved his fists and smashed the last inscription. Bang. Hiss. So hard. Song Jian felt that his fist seemed to hit alloy steel. The inscription did not move at all, but the recoil made Song Jian feel that his hand bones were about to break. At this moment, a silver light sprinkled from the crescent moon in the sky and fell on the stone tablet. It was immediately absorbed by the stone tablet, and the surroundings returned to darkness. Song Jian blinked. Everything that happened just now happened in a very short time. Just like an illusion. Song Jian turned his head to look at Ker, who also opened her mouth with a surprised expression. This stone tablet seems to be a little different from the others. Song Jian touched his chin and muttered to himself. Is this stone tablet a spirit? Liqueur suddenly said. No way. Song Jian frowned slightly. The essence of the moon was absorbed by the stone tablet just now, which was too similar to the figure on the rooftop absorbing the moonlight when he saw it. This made him a little hesitant. After waiting for a long time without any abnormality, Song Jian tentatively punched again. With a crack appeared on the surface of the stone tablet, extending from the top to the root. Crack. Under Song Jian's stunned gaze, the stone tablet made a series of cracking sounds from the inside. After a while, the whole stone tablet, which was more than 1 meter high, broke directly. Song Jian looked at his fist. The pain of the first punch had not disappeared yet, and the second punch directly broke the whole stone tablet? This is too fantastic. System, you have collected 3,000 units of stone. System, your skill quarrying has been upgraded to level 5. Quarrying, passive. Level 5. When collecting rocks, the efficiency is increased by 30%, and the probability of obtaining rare stones is increased by 10%. 3,000 units of stone. The quantity is almost 5 or 6 times that of other stone tablets. And Song Jian's stone quarrying skills have just been upgraded to level 4. And there is still a long way to go before the proficiency bar of level 5. But now it has been upgraded to full. Does happiness come so suddenly? Song Jian felt as if he was hit on the head by a huge pie, and felt a little short of breath and slightly dizzy for a while. The last stone tablet broke and turned into rubble and scattered all over the ground, leaving only a 3-inch high stone pile. On the smooth cross-section of the stone pile, an object like a necklace pendant appeared out of thin air, shining. This pendant-like object looks like a hollow hexagram array, woven from a strange metal. Whoosh! The moment the pendant appeared, Song Jian had no time to react. The pendant seemed to have its own consciousness, flew towards Song Jian, and disappeared into his body. Suddenly, Song Jian felt a burst of heat coming from his chest. He opened the zombie leader's armor, and saw a pattern exactly the same as the pendant on his chest. The pattern was slightly raised, as if it had grown out of Song Jian's muscles. Chapter 80. The villa is occupied. Night Slayer Foundation. Category: Integrated Hexagram Array. Use Effect 1, in the dark. Attack power increases by 15%. Use Effect 2, in the dark. Automatically absorb the essence of the moon. Improve their physical fitness. Use Effect 3, in the dark. Can be transformed into black fog. Immune to physical attacks. Increase resistance by 100%. And can fly in the air, causing 30 plus 200% asterisk spirit damage to the target within the coverage every 10 seconds. The black fog state can last for 60 seconds. Consume 1 point of spirit value per second. And the cooling time is 30 minutes. This skill is an active release skill, and can be released in advance. Use Effect 4. Can embed 6 talismans to continue to improve strength. What is this? Looking at the hexagram pattern that has been integrated into his body, Song Jian was a little surprised. Little brother, what's wrong with you? Kur looked at Song Jian and asked curiously, why did you take off your clothes? Can't you see the pattern on my chest? Song Jian was stunned and asked back, what pattern? There is no pattern on your chest. Kur looked puzzled. Could it be that only I can see it? Song Jian said to himself. Little brother, let's go quickly. It's so dark here. I'm a little scared. Kur pulled the corner of Song Jian's clothes and said softly, Okay. We'll leave now. Song Jian smiled and pulled Kur out of the park. Night is the time for monsters to revel. There were waves of monster roars and roars all around, each of which exuded a fierce breath. Song Jian pulled Kur, summoned a motorcycle, and drove towards the highway. The mutant zombies on the highway had just been cleared yesterday, and now they began to appear sporadically. It won't be long before this highway will be full of zombies like before. It only took more than 10 minutes to run all the way, and Song Jian returned to Camel Square. Kur, are you going back to your place? Or follow me back to my safe house? Song Jian asked. Perhaps because she was back in a familiar place. Kur regained her former liveliness. She jumped off the motorcycle and waved to Song Jian, saying, Brother Xiaojian, I'd better go back to my own safe house. That bar is a good place. I want to occupy it, and can't let others take it. Song Jian nodded and said, Okay. If there is anything, just ask Xiaozi to come to me. This game can't add friends to each other, and there are no various channels. This made Song Jian complain more than once. Watching Kur leave, Song Jian walked towards his safe house. Just approaching the villa wall, Song Jian heard a noisy sound coming from the villa, and it seemed that there were many people in the villa. Song Jian's face darkened. He spent thousands of wood and hundreds of stones to renovate the walls of the villa. Ordinary mutant zombies could not break its defense at all. Unexpectedly, he left for only 1 day, and the place was occupied by others. Looking at the destroyed gate, Song Jian's face became even uglier, and the anger in his hard tongue burned up. If there is no countermeasure, no matter how solid the defense is, it will be destroyed by others. Song Jian entered the small courtyard and found 5 or 6 people surrounding a bonfire. The gate of the villa had traces of smashing and chiseling. It seemed that they were trying to enter the villa, but they had not broken the gate yet. The defense of the gate of the villa was lower than that of the courtyard gate. If they were determined to destroy it, that little defense could not stop them at all. Perhaps because they were too tired, or breaking the gate of the small courtyard consumed too much of their energy. These people did not enter the villa. Boss, this place is so well defended. Do you think it's a safe house that someone has chosen? A 17 or 18-year-old boy asked worriedly beside the campfire. Humph. So what if there is someone? Even if there is someone, it must be a lone wolf. There are so many of us. So why should we be afraid of him? A man in his 20s with dyed red hair said, as he ate, while digging a can of food with his hands. That's right. There are so many of us. What are we afraid of? The boss is already a level 4 boss. Who dares to come over when he stands here? The other people shouted. Xiao Lu had a smug smile on his face. When he was hunting mutant zombies today, he saw the wall of this villa at a glance. It was a mix of level 3 wooden walls and level 1 stone walls. How much wood and stone were needed? Just a simple calculation in his mind showed that it would take at least nearly 10,000 units of wood to build a level 3 wooden wall around the villa. Maybe this person is just collecting materials every day, so he can collect so much wood and stone. But his level must not be high. and his strength is very weak. Zhao Lu thought in his heart. Just then, a young man sitting next to Zhao Lu screamed "Ah!" and retreated repeatedly as if he saw a ghost. Hiding behind Zhao Lu. "Boss, look over there. There are zombies." Zhao Lu was frightened by him, and frowned when he heard there are zombies. He slapped the boy's head and cursed, "Hack! Haven't you seen zombies? I have killed more than a dozen of them by myself. What are you afraid of? What is there to be afraid of?" Several people turned their heads, and saw a shadow slowly walking towards them from the gate of the small courtyard. "Brothers, grab your weapons. There is only one person." Zhao Lu stood up and shouted loudly. "Boss, it seems that it is not a zombie, but a person." One person hesitated. Zhao Lu was stunned and squinted his eyes. Sure enough, the other party was wearing metal mail, holding a dagger in his hand, and his level was displayed on his head. Zhao Lu's heart clicked. Level 7. Suddenly, a bad idea came to his mind, and he quickly put away his weapon. Smiling, "Brother, I wonder what you are doing in our base." Zhao Lu deliberately emphasized the word base, hoping that the person in front of him would retreat. "Your base?" Song Jian smiled. After killing Zhao Sihai, the safety valve in Song Jian's mind was completely opened. He was no longer as afraid of killing people as before. There are always some people in this world who want to die. Song Jian felt a violent emotion in his heart. He didn't see that the hexagram on his chest was emitting a black light. "Either get out of my house or die," Song Jian said coldly, holding the dagger in his right hand. "What did you say?" The group of people around the campfire all stood up and took out their weapons. Some of them held swords and some held guns, all pointing at Song Jian. Song Jian had a cold look on his face. The highest level of the group of people in front of him was only level 4, and most of them were level 2 or 3 players. In Song Jian's eyes, they were almost the same as ordinary people. Most of these people's health values were between 70 and 100 points. With Song Jian's current strength, he could almost kill them all with one strike. For Song Jian, who had more than 200 points of health, their attacks would consume at most half of his health to kill them all. Song Jian lowered his body slightly, and was about to take action. Zhao Lu saw the expression on Song Jian's face, and seemed to have thought of something terrible. He shouted loudly, "Stop it! All of you! Put away your weapons! Don't you want to live? Hurry up! Put them away!"